The lives of the Blessed Ones. Sun Liuxian was cultivating inside his home to prepare himself for the upcoming treasured plains. Sun was pissed after seeing Tang Wuying's battle against his senior and seeing him come out on top. He knew that he stood no chance against Tang with that strange spirit weapon on him. His ancient immortal's lung that fused with his lungs were powerful and granted him several benefits, but it still wasn't enough to thoroughly humiliate Tang and kill him. The most optimistic outcome Sun could see from challenging Tang right now was a Pyrrhic victory with them both dying. But even that wasn't something Sun was sure to happen if they fought right now. His master couldn't even identify the rank of Tang's spirit weapon during the battle. That means it had to be higher than Earth rank. Master Zhong also said that he wasn't gifted that weapon by his master either. So, Tang must have had a lucky encounter during one of his tasks outside the sect. The only way Sun could try and compete with Tang now was if he had his own spirit weapon or tool at the sky rank. And his only chance at stumbling upon one of those was in the treasured plains. His deep-seated grudge against Tang Wuying has ran into a few issues, but he has time. His talent will continue to increase the longer the ancient god's lungs stay within his body. His talent was low when he first joined, but as of now it's already able to compete with the geniuses from renowned clans. But that bastard also had great talent. It would be a while before his speed in cultivation completely outclasses Tang's. Sun's main goal right now was to find a sky-ranked spirit weapon or tool that could aid him in combat. Once he finds that, he could finally match Tang in combat strength. His master isn't any lesser than Tang's own. Their battle will come, and Sun will get his revenge on Tang for getting him killed back then, and then he will move on to annihilate his entire lineage to prevent any further troubles that arises afterwards. Brother Liuxian, are you home? He heard a familiar voice softly ask from outside his door. Sun opened the door to see Xiao Hong standing outside of it. Yes, I am. Do you need something? He asked expressionlessly. It must be known that Xiao Hong wasn't just any average cultivator. Xiao Hong was a genius. Someone far above Sun Liuxian in terms of popularity, talent, and background. If anyone saw him treating her like a normal person and not someone to be praised and admired by all, they would say he has shit for brains and deserves to be crippled for his lack of respect. This was Xiao Hong, the Ice Queen of the Golden Serpent sect. One of the top 10 beauties within the sect and a very talented cultivator. She even unlocked a part of her bloodline, the Ice Giant bloodline. Everyone in the Hong family that has unlocked their bloodline are guaranteed to become someone significant throughout the continent. No matter if they were male or female. The Hong family has become a great force because of this powerful bloodline of theirs, and no one dares disrespects any member of the Hong family. Or they would be courting death by ice. I wish to spar with you to test my current skills. Is that fine with you? She asked quietly with a faint red blush on her face. That's fine with me, Sister Xiao. I must ask though, why did you choose me as your sparring partner? Sun asked curiously. Her cheeks got redder. You are strong martial brother Liuxian, and I know you won't go easy on me just because of who I am. Sun looked at the ground with a faint smile before saying, I'm not strong at all. He looked back up at Xiao and told her to follow him into his yard. Since it was just a friendly spar, there was no need to head to the rings. A spar is mostly used to test one's martial art techniques and see how your opponent will respond to them. Most will respond back with their own martial arts, but if they don't and are forced to dodge or take it head on, then the spar will conclude after one side cannot keep up or both show everything they are willing to show. Xiao and Sun stood an equal distance from each other. I shall be going first if you don't mind, martial brother. She did a small bow and Sun watched her as she floated towards him on frozen snowflakes. She stepped on the air by using the self-made snowflakes as platforms. It was an interesting movement art in Sun's opinion. It would be hard for one to chase after her when she was using that at full speed. She could run all the way in the air, and the only way for anyone to touch her would be with a bow or a spirit tool that could hit from far away. And not many cultivators use ranged weapons or are lucky enough to find spirit tools that can be used offensively at a distance. Xiao used her bloodline ability and materialized a flawless sword made of ice. She then dove straight down towards Sun with the frosty blade. Sun breathed in the air around him and blew it onto his fists. The air seemingly solidified onto his hands into a pair of gloves, and with a single strike from his punch, he could contend with Xiao's ice sword. Xiao wasn't shocked as she expected this much out of the boy who caught her attention, but could he react to her next move? Xiao's sword suddenly grew an icicle from its center and it lengthened in size before heading straight for Sun's heart. An icicle of that size going at that speed would be able to skewer nearly anything. What a fierce sneaky attack. However, the calm look on Sun Liuxian's face didn't change in the slightest despite the sharp blade seemingly about to pierce right through him. He used the back of his fist with his other hand and shattered the icicle into pieces before thrusting his palm out at Xiao. A strong blast of wind shot out of his palm and knocked right into Xiao's figure. This caused her to shatter into pieces? Hey! Sun reacted slightly surprised. Another Xiao appeared right behind the air weaver and grabbed onto him from behind with a freezing embrace. Ice began to form on Sun's body, and if he didn't somehow free himself from his opponent's grip, he would become an ice statue. That was an impressive move she pulled off. Sun complimented. He was totally fooled. He didn't even know when she made that ice clone and thought it was the real her the entire time. She must have been training hard. But this spar wasn't over yet, he still had a couple more moves to show. The ice has spread all the way down to his legs to his chest. He started to suck in a large amount of air before blowing it out into the air and forming a giant fist made of air that headed straight for him and Xiao. Xiao retreated in the face of that technique and Sun allowed himself to be hit by his own move. The ice that was freezing him immediately broke apart from the power of his fist and he could move freely again. The chill of the ice on his skin was biting, but now it was time to show off his moves in this spar. The wind cultivator stomped the ground beneath him, creating a small gust of wind that spun around him. Xiao prepared herself for whatever attack he was about to do and nearly let out a gasp as he stepped onto the gust of wind and starting riding it towards her. She almost couldn't defend herself from Liuxian's attack because of how fast it came. Her ice sword shattered from his punch, forcing her to cover herself in her own ice to defend against his attacks. Xiao could feel the ice protecting her, shattering from every punch from brother Liuxian. If things continued this way, it would quickly lead to her defeat. Xiao channeled her ice chi into her hands. She took one of Liuxian's powerful punches as a way to escape into the air. It was painful, but it was her only way out of his attacks. No one else would allow her to feel that much pain within the sect due to her background. They were too afraid, but Liuxian didn't care at all who she was. Even when they first met, he treated her no differently than he would treat someone else. It was the first time someone has treated her like a normal person. Her cheeks flushed again as she fired a beam of ice chi towards the air manipulator. If anyone else saw this sight, it would only reinforce Xiao Hong's image as a genius. She has yet to step into the Qi consolidation realm, yet she can use Qi attacks from a distance. Only those at the Qi consolidation realm and above can attack with ranged Qi techniques. The air around Sun started to freeze and solidify, quickly taking away how much air he could use to move around. It wouldn't be long till that beam caught up to him and froze him as well. He used some of the stored Qi-infused air within his lungs and shot off towards Xiao in a spiral. His fist was outstretched and posed like a drill, ready to bore straight through Xiao. Xiao couldn't hope to react to a move as fast as this. He blew air out of his mouth with such strength that he was sent flying towards Xiao with speed that was hard to track. Xiao concentrated her ice beam into one point just as Liuxian's fist was about to drill right through her. The ice chi channeling in her hands exploded with great force, unleashing a powerful flash freezing ice shockwave that spread out enveloping both of them. A bright white flash appeared from Xiao's attack and temporarily blinded the secret viewer of this little spar. My eyes! I can't see! The little watcher cried out in pain. He stumbled off while rubbing his eyes to report this situation to Tang Wuying without seeing the aftermath. He's already saw enough and could safely tell Tang about Sun's courting of his woman behind his back. He was also a little frightened if he continued to watch their spar, he would somehow get hit by one of their stray martial art moves. Reporting back to Tang Wuying was important, but his life was even more important. If Tang's henchman stayed around a bit longer, he would have saw something even more incriminating than before. Something that would have sent Tang Wuying off in such a rage that he would have marched straight to Sun's home to kill him himself. He would have saw Xiao Hong embracing Sun Liuxian as a mystical fall of snow rained around them both. Her face was blushed a deep red and Sun's own face was slightly red at such a dangerous position. The two stayed silent as their bodies warmed one another's and their hearts slowly grew closer. Sorry. I should get up now, Xiao apologized softly. Sun wrapped his arm around her back to stop her. I don't mind, if you don't, Xiao. Sun suddenly whispered. Letting his emotions run wild. Emotions that have been suppressed and buried by his overwhelming hatred and lust for revenge against Tang Wuying. That whisper was like a lightning strike to Xiao's heart. Should she stay like this a little longer? Brother Liuxian was fine with it and she wanted to embrace him even more than this. No, this isn't good for her heart. Xiao's heart felt like it was going to explode if this continued any longer. She shot up from Liuxian's amazing muscled chest and abs then stood up to dust off her outfit. Thank you for the spar, Marshal Brother Liuxian. I will be going now. She dashed off with the speed of a pygmy-tailed hog. Sun stayed on the ground in the same position from earlier. His thoughts were all over the place. He hasn't really given much thought to anything else besides getting stronger and killing Tang Wuying. Ever since he came back from the dead in that forest, those were the only two things on his mind. But, that moment just now with Xiao has caused him to think about just more than his two goals. Maybe after he deals with the Wuying family, he could perhaps find another reason to keep living. Have you killed him yet? Elder Suyin asked. No ma'am. We would need to hire an assassin that's vastly stronger than Hu Tao. A cultivator bowed. And Suyin. There's no need to hire an assassin. I'll get stronger on my own and avenge Shen with my own power. I'm going to start taking my training seriously and kill Hu Tao with my own hands. Mei Li promised with all her heart. Suyin was surprised as she looked into the eyes of her niece. Those eyes were completely unlike the carefree and innocent eyes she's had before. If she was being honest, she would say Meili is a completely different girl now. Despite how much hate her niece has for this Hu Tao character, Suyin was actually quite thankful towards him. Now with this change she went through, Meili is fit to be seen as the patriarch's daughter, and with a little more guidance from herself, she'll be able to lead their glorious clan into prosperity. I'm here for you every step of the way, Meili. She rubbed her head. BoFai was pacing back and forth through his house. Everything is changing. The past isn't going the same way it was last time. Is it because I've taken the heaven-ranked spirit tool, Phoenix's core? Is that why everything is spiraling out of control? My knowledge of the future is quickly waning. There never was a Hu Tao in my past. Did he die before his prime? Then how is it that he's alive now? I would have known of such a terrible and powerful cultivator if he was alive in my past. Bo calmed himself down. He almost died when he was just reincarnated into his past self. Who knows if he could ever get a chance like this a second time. He wasn't going to ruin that by dying to sudden and hidden threats like Hu Tao ever again. The opening of the treasured plains is something he can't afford to miss out on. Too many cultivators rose to prominence from gaining sky-ranked and heaven-ranked objects from this formation. Now it will be his chance to gain those valuable martial arts and magical treasures for himself. An earthly immortal like himself is already indebted to someone. How embarrassing is this? It might not have been long since he's reincarnated, but a person of his realm should not have lost to someone like that. Bo was deeply ashamed of himself for losing to Hu Tao, an upstart brat that wasn't even done weaning milk from his mother. His body might not be able to handle his sky-ranked martial arts yet, but he still shouldn't have been overtaken by that brat. Just what was that power hidden in those chains? BoFai has never seen anything like that in his thousands of years of living. He has seen various lightning spirit tools and martial arts, but none of them could dare compete with the spirit weapon held by that boy. It was like the god of lightning was hiding within those chains. He would have to kill that scum before he understands just how powerful that weapon is and take it for himself. BoFai has a lot to do during the opening of the treasured plains. CaptainBoyHole. Aw man. To think there are still some of the persons of fates that I haven't explored upon except briefly. I'm really having trouble trying to get into the mind of that one Xiangxia protagonist that makes trouble with any group and everyone but somehow always gets lucky, always gets on the good side of women even though he's the type of guy who would flirt with any good-looking women, always makes trouble with males by being better than them or hitting on their women or just not caring about them at all. It's like the protagonist from that one Xiangxia with a system. He transmigrate into this trash prince's body and then gets a system, sees a girl peeing, and then robs some sex treasury. He's the perfect personality for this person of fate, I'm thinking. I'll have to reread that story or something. Anyway, besides my little tangent, this chapter isn't really anything much. Just a little bit more exploration of the world this story takes place in without focusing on the main group. These won't be going anytime soon because I enjoy it when other authors expand upon the universe of their world. I want to get better at it, and to get better at something you have to keep doing it. There are other factors too, but this is getting pretty long. Next chapter on Monday, will be at the prologue before the opening of the treasured plains. Comment/review on the story, readers, and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. The plains are about to start. It was time. The time was here. All the disciples in the Golden Serpent sect was here waiting in front of the giant sealed gates of the treasured plains. Most, if not all of the elders were here as well. Many were finally looking forward to seeing the sect master's face, but their excitement over the many treasures inside the plains was even higher. The towering gates were over 40 meters tall and 40 meters wide. It was gold in color and shined brightly from the sun's ray on it. Hello everyone. I am Wan Qing. Nice to meet you all. This is Ni Kong. Wan did a respectful bow with her cub towards her new allies. Wan was actually quite nervous for a change. She hasn't felt like this since she's joined the sect way back then. Would they accept her, or would she be shunned and rejected like usual? Hello. Bing greeted back while thinking about how Jing knew how to pick the strangest of folks. A guy that wants to be a girl? But also, a super talented cultivator? Bing hoped that his good luck would finally surface when the gates opened. Hey. Ying roughly replied with her arms crossed. She didn't care about Wan's circumstances. It was unusual, sure, but whatever. If he wanted to be a girl, then who's to stop him? It's his choice. Ying would dare someone to try and stop her from making a decision about herself. Nice to meet you. Lei Ji peacefully smiled. Wan Qing looked like a nice enough person. It's going to take some time getting used to referring to him as a girl rather than boy, but he can get used to it. Those too stubborn to change their ways won't be able to grow in a meaningful way. An individual should always be seeking to broaden their minds, or they'll be as ignorant as beasts. Are you even strong? Hu Tao sniffed Wan Qing while circling around him. He certainly smelled like a girl. What? I said. Are you even worth caring about? These little shits behind me all have potential to give me a good fight in the future, but do you? I don't know shit about you except that you wanna be treated like a girl. Humph. Do you think a second stage chi consolidator like yourself is strong enough to talk to me like that? Know your place, fool. Do you think cultivation stages are just meaningless numbers? Qing blasted her chi aura unrestrained right towards Hu Tao. Hu Tao smiled, maybe this fucker wasn't as worthless as he thought. But this wasn't enough, this asshole barely reached up to the princess. When we get into the plains, you're mine. Ha ha ha. Hu Tao is feeling threatened now that he is no longer the one with the highest cultivation stage. Ying laughed with joy. Shut the hell up, Firebush. You think I'd be threatened by this sissy? That's what it looks like to me. Ying mocked as she put her arm around Wan's shoulder. When we get in the plains, kick his ass for us. The asshole deserves it. Ying laughed. Oi Ying, you fucking bitch, whose side are you on? Hu Tao shouted as Ying suddenly punched towards his face. Who are you calling a bitch? Hu Tao dodged her punch and laughed as she chased after him with even more strikes. This is why I like you, Ying. You aren't afraid even though you're outmatched. Hu Tao cheerfully said. I'll show you outmatched, bastard. Just as Ying was about to barely miss Hu Tao's body once again, she ignited herself and increased her speed. This surprise attack allowed her to finally dig her fist into Hu Tao's stomach and shut that annoying mouth of his up. Hu Tao was almost sent flying straight into the crowd of disciples surrounding them, but thankfully Bing caught Hu Tao before he could crash into anyone and brought him back to their group. The wild fighter had a nasty burn on his flawless ABS, but the grin on his face made it seem like it wasn't anything at all. You keep that shit up and I might fall in love with you too, princess. Hu Tao coughed blood. Disgusting. She smirked, satisfied about getting a good hit on the evasive bastard. You guys really know how to bring a crowd, Bing muttered as everyone's eyes were focusing in on their little group. Is it usually like this? Wan asked Bing. With those two, yes. We're more like a band of mercenaries that are all working for our own goals but with no pay and barely any cooperation. Bing relayed to Qing. I'm pretty sure the Wolfeng gang is more organized than this and we don't even have half as many people as them. Wan Qing noted. Ah well, I heard that might be changing soon actually. Lei Ji said. What are you talking about, Lei? Ying asked. Jing said she'll be sending us out on special tasks and when we complete them, we'll be rewarded. Rewarded with what? Hu Tao asked. Well, whatever we ask for. She said after the job is done, we can request for spirit stones, pills, herbs, weapons, and even martial arts. Haha nice. If it's Jing, she could probably give me a mystic flame. Ying excitedly said. That's true. The Empress could also give me a good cultivation technique as well. She was able to find this amazing shield martial art for me, so a cultivation technique can't be too out of range for her. Bing murmured. Shield martial art? Does that even exist? Wan questioned. Apparently. Bing shared her disbelief. Oh yeah, that fucking reminds me. Jing said you all have missions of your own in the plains. Hu Tao scratched his hair. What? Why didn't she tell us? Ying asked. She told me to tell you. I just forgot about it until today. Hu Tao said without a care in the world. You shitty bastard. Is fighting all you can think about? I bet you're still thinking about fighting Qing, aren't you? Ying stomped her foot. Ha, you could tell? Damn, that's embarrassing. Hu Tao laughed. Seriously? Just die already. Ying lifted her giant sword and held it above Hu Tao. Ah, wait a second, Ying. Let him tell us about our tasks before you do something you might regret. Bing spoke up. Regret? I never regret anything. But this is a mission from the Empress. If we don't accomplish it, what kind of punishment do you think she will issue out for us? Empress. Wan Qing was confused by why Bing called Jing, Empress. A shiver ran through Ying's body as she remembered the terrifying presence of Jing's chi. She huffed angrily and put her sword back down. Ying motioned for Hu Tao to hurry up and tell them their missions. That's more like it, princess. You should be glad I remembered her telling me at all. Hu Tao acted smug. Quit running your lips and just tell us already. Nah, I don't think so. Hu Tao teased. What is your problem? Are you so messed up in the head that you can't act like a normal person? I'll tell you guys after I get my fight with the sissy. I'll give you a fight that'll make you wish to never fight again. Wouldn't that be the dream? Hu Tao chuckled. Ying. I think it's best if we just give up. No amount of words is going to change his mind and you know it. Even if you did fight him in place of Qing, he'll still want to fight Qing himself. I mean herself, sorry. Bing reasoned. It's fine. Wan said. Damn shitty bastard. Nobody bother me until the gate is open. Ying took a squat on the ground and started cultivating her anger off. A flame-like aura surrounded her body as she sat on the ground, warming anyone near her. Wanqing was starting to have slight doubts about joining Jing's group. Tang Wuying and Gong Jun stood side by side. Tang's giant boomerang was now one of the easiest ways of identifying him out of a crowd. His yellow arrow tattoos being the second easiest way of picking him out. Tang Wuying stood with an arrogant look on his face while Gong had an innocent smile on his. The two of them have started to get along with each other after their battle. They no longer look down on each other and now treat each other as equals. Although secretly, they still believe themselves to be superior to the other. Openly, they don't mind being compared. Spending months training with one another and their third senior has gotten them closer. Tang and Gong even plan to travel together during the treasured plains. Are you excited, Tang? Gong asked. Don't ask stupid questions. Tang responded. Ah, are you looking for him? I heard quite a few juicy rumors surrounding him and Xiaohong. Gong teased. Shut up. Don't remind me of those overblown rumors. I'll kill that bastard myself and show Xiao that her only choice is me and me alone. Cheating will never be allowed. Cheat? But junior brother, you haven't even asked her out. How can you say she cheated when you aren't her boyfriend? She knows I've been courting her ever since we met each other in my city and now she'll just get involved with any random trash? I'll have to remind her just who is trying to court her. I see. Are you sure that he's trash though? If someone of Xiaohong's standard is interested in someone, then surely, they wouldn't be lacking in any capacity, right? Unless she's interested in someone on par with first senior in talent, then no matter who it is, they won't stand a chance against me. Tang boasted confidently. Let's hope so, Tang. Life tends to throw surprises at you every now and then. Gong advised. He himself had learned this lesson after his defeat to Tang. Humph. What about that Kong idiot? I heard he's been getting quite close to Lu Lan. Tang mentioned. You don't need to worry about my problems, junior brother. I already plan to deal with Fu Kong. Gong smiled with killing intent flaring from his body. Who said I was worried? Don't assume such preposterous assumptions. Idiot. Haha, no need to get embarrassed, junior brother. I'm glad you're thinking about others. I'll think about hitting you upside the head if you don't shut up. This response only made Gong laugh even harder. Hu Tao. Just wait. I'll be sure to kill you in revenge for Shen, Mei Li promised as she stood by herself. Mei Li was given plenty of life-saving talismans and treasures by her aunt before being allowed to go into the treasured plains alone. Her aunt wanted to get multiple guards around her but she refused. How could she grow stronger if she's being coddled? Her father said that the strong can't fear hardship and neither will she. She plans to deal with Hu Tao during the treasured plains and if anyone gets in her way, she'll knock them down as well. Mei Li was confident in dealing with the fatty, the old man, and the sword girl but the panda girl was out of her power. She'd have to wait to find Hu Tao alone before trying to strike him. It looks like he has allies somehow. They must be as terrible as he is if they're willing to be friends with him. Maybe I should take them out as well, Mei Li pondered. The Huan clan, Fearsome Garden, and Wolfang gang all stood near one another. The leaders of the clans met and glared into the other's eyes. Lang Huan smirked arrogantly, Mai Hu smiled sweetly with daggers hidden behind her eyes, and Jianyu grinned in amusement. Lang Huan was a handsomely talented disciple. Lang had long flowing flawless black hair that fell all the way to the middle of his back. His physique was average but his aura was majestic. If he was to show off his face and talent more, he would surely have a fan club like some of the other disciples. But Lang rarely showed himself in public. He preferred to stay hidden in the shadows and command his clan from the dark. Mai Hu looked like the exact opposite of what you'd expect from being the leader of the Fearsome Garden. The faction with the most beautiful women in any group. She was secretly known as the pig mistress of the outer court and it wasn't for no reason. Mai Hu had the face, body, and strength of a terrifying boar. She was among the top disciples within the outer court whose physical strength was nearly unmatchable. But it wasn't just her strength that allowed her to become the leader of such a well-running group. It was her cleverness and resourceful mind. She may have resembled a pig outwardly but on the inside, she was as intelligent as a shrew. Jianyu had two beautiful young women around his arms. His large wild jet-black colored hair complemented his strong physique. His body was much larger than the typical cultivator with layers of muscle all over his body. His shirt was ripped open like a vest, revealing his chiseled and bronze abs for anyone to lay their eyes on. I hope you don't think that your clan is going to come out of this with more treasures than anyone else. Mai Hu said. I do think that, Mai Hu. I don't see how you are going to be able to stop us either. Strength isn't everything in the treasured plains. Luck is a big factor as well. The deeper you head into the plains, the more dangerous it gets. So, it doesn't matter if you're a chi consolidator, luck is the only thing you can count on. Don't underestimate my clan so much. Even though I won't be in the outer plains, that doesn't mean my clan won't be able to handle your factions. Gahahahaha. You two fuckers are just hilarious. Jianyu laughed loudly. What's so funny, bandit? Maihu asked. The way the treasured plains is set up is perfect for my gang's style. And if you can't see that now, then just wait till the plains is over. Jianyu left laughing loudly with the two women in his arms giggling along. Want to focus the Wolfeng gang first? Maihu asked. Sounds good to me. Lang agreed. Jing's head was violently assaulted by numerous dings from her system. She somewhat expected this sudden influx of missions based on the last time she went through something like this. It was like when she was taking the recruitment test for the sect. She could complete a large amount of missions for rewards. Mission available for host. Don't get killed and survive till the end. Rewards, 5 epic tickets. Mission available for host. Use SCP-109 to kill 100 beings. Additional rewards will be given every 100 plus beings killed with SCP-109. Rewards, 5 rare ticket, 1 high-rank spirit stone, purifying chi pill. Mission available for host. Let 100 cultivators witness SCP-109's anomalous properties. Rewards, 5 rare tickets, body strengthening pill. Mission available for host. Find a way to strengthen the Wolfeng gang till they can match the Huan clan in strength. Rewards, 10 rare tickets, Berserker's Rage, Earth-ranked cultivation manual. Mission available for host. Take over the Wolfeng gang and destroy the fearsome Garden and Huan clan by the end of the grand tournament. Requirements, Bing must be the one who deals the final blow to Lang Huan. Bing must be gifted an SCP before taking Lang Huan on. You nor Li Li are allowed to personally fight or kill any of the top brass members of any groups, or a severe penalty will be placed upon the host. Rewards, 5 epic tickets, Refining the Heavens, Sky-ranked pill refining manual, Green-eyed Angel's bloodline, pills. Mission available for host. Increase the loyalty of one other ally to 100% before the end of the treasured plains. Reward, SCP-1331. CaptainBoyHole. Wanted to use this chapter to introduce some of the key players of this event. Next chapter will have a bit more and maybe the gate will actually open. It's either next chapter or the chapter after that when we actually get inside the treasured plains. Wanqing has finally been introduced to the group. I hope it went as well as you all expected for their first meeting. If not, then don't worry. There will be plenty more situations inside the plains where their personalities can be explored together. Oh yeah. I might be planning on reducing the word count and increasing the release days to 3 a week instead of the current 2 a week. Most of the chapters I put out at minimum are 2.5k words every chapter on Monday and Friday. What I plan on doing is changing that to 1.5k words every Friday / Sunday. I was wondering if you guys would want the release days so close together or have them spread out like on Monday, Wed and Friday. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. The treasured plains have opened. Nice. Tickets are always useful. Jing thought. Jing mentally looked at all her missions available. It looks like survival might be harder than expected if the system is willing to give out 5 epic tickets for her to come out alive. Epic tickets were 1 rank below legendary tickets, the highest ranking of tickets that the system even has. It turns out that this was going to turn out more exciting than she thought it would. She might even be challenged by someone or something that will be able to provide a bit more resistance. That'll be worth looking forward to. Using SCP-109 to kill and let others be aware of its strangeness. This wouldn't be too hard to do. Jing would just have to find a way to get away from the Wolfeng gang for some time to have a little fun. SCP-109 worked extremely well with her current martial arts. Jing has to use her chi as a medium for the water she creates, but with SCP-109's anomalous abilities that process is basically halved. SCP-109 is a container filled with water inside. The water inside is seemingly filled with an infinite amount of water that never runs out. This water can also provide small beneficial effects for living life forms. Now the mission where she has to strengthen the Wolfeng gang is somewhat interesting. Is it because the mission after it is telling her to take over the group, or is it because she allied herself with them temporarily? How the system decided what missions to give her was confusing. The system didn't talk anymore and she had trouble trying to understand the motives behind the system for giving these missions to her. Sometimes it was in her favor and gave her missions to things she was already going to do, while other times it seemed completely random. Jing understood that the system or the divine being behind the system wanted her to deal with these blessed people by using her system. As of now, Hu Tao, Wanqing, and Bing needed to deal with their opponents with an SCP gifted from her to then. Bing's opponent, Lang Huan, wasn't confirmed to be a person of fate, but the system still wanted her to gift Bing an SCP before he could deal with him, hinting to her that Lang might have a secret that no one knows about. Her system is called the SCP system, so perhaps it just wanted to bring more SCPs into this world. She couldn't tell. Jing would have to see if there anyone else she wants to use within the Wolfeng gang before deciding to make them stronger. Right now, there is only Wenling that she plans to use temporarily. During the Treasured Plains, she will try and find any other interesting characters in the Wolfeng gang to add to her personal group. She might include Wenling in that group if she shows enough promise. Jing, you aren't nervous, are you? You've been pretty quiet. Wenling asked while hugging Jing from behind with her breasts squishing against her back. I'm fine. There's just a lot more disciples than I thought there would be. Jing replied back quietly with a faint blush on her face. I see cute little Li Li still doesn't like me yet. Whyyyyyy. Wenling cutely whined while Li Li tried to push her away with his foot with an annoyed look on his face. Li Li was perched on Jing's shoulder like usual, but Wenling's constant hugging of Jing bothered him greatly. Did she think that she could touch his mom whenever just because they are on the same side? Go away, annoying girl. My mother isn't someone you can touch so casually, especially when I don't even know you. Li Li pushed her forehead back, making Wenling whine even more. This was their relationship for now. Jing's little son not liking the attention she was getting from someone else. Jing made sure to regularly give him attention so he doesn't feel ignored or less special. He probably wasn't a baby anymore, but it was hard for Jing to not think of Li Li like that. He still was the same size from when he hatched out of his egg. Maybe refining him did something to his physical growth as well. She'd have to wait and see if he grows any more in the future. And speaking of growth, she needed to have her followers increase in strength faster. That was the only way of having them complete some of these missions for her. Worst case scenario, Jing would have to order Wanqing or Hu Tao to destroy the commanders and leaders of the Wolfeng gang and Fearsome Garden for her. It would hurt their reputations, but if it needed to be done, they'll have to deal with it. There shouldn't be any need for it to come down to that though. Jing has until the end of the grand tournament to increase the power of her followers. If Bing, Ying, and Lei Ji can't reach the 9th stage of the Qi Gathering Realm by then there's no need for her to have them around anymore. For this mission, she'll have to rely on Ying and Bing. Lei Ji wouldn't be useful for any tasks that require killing humans. Bing to take care of the Huan clan and Ying to take care of Fearsome Garden. It'll be harder on Bing considering that the strongest member in the Huan clan is at the 4th stage of the Qi Consolidation Realm while the strongest member in the Fearsome Garden is only at the 9th stage of the Qi Gatherer Realm. She would have to think of a way to bridge the gap between Bing and Lang somehow. Jing doubted Bing could reach the 1st stage in the Qi Consolidation Realm and at most will only reach the 9th stage in the Qi Gathering Realm by that time. It will be difficult for him to overcome Lang Huan with that big of a stage difference without some sort of help. Hopefully, Jing will gain a SCP that can allow him to make up for the strength difference, but first she would have to improve his loyalty to 100% first. He was sitting at a steady 60%. It was an improvement from when she first met him as it was only at 30% back then. He's come a long way for a slave, but as her slave he's going to need more than just 60% for her to be satisfied. Jing didn't believe that she could accomplish the last mission she received. SCP-1331, whatever it was definitely out of her grasp for now. It was too sudden and Jing has only just now started to give them resources for doing objectives for her. A slight oversight as a leader, yes, but as far as she knows she was just born a couple months ago into this world. All leaders make mistakes, the great ones just learn how to cover them up better. Next time she'll be better prepared for a mission like that. If she was to try and accomplish the last mission of raising one of her followers' loyalty to 100%, it would be Lei Ji. But, Lei Ji's loyalty started wavering once he saw her with the Wolfeng gang. Jing didn't understand what kind of relation Lei Ji had with them but knew it wasn't good if his loyalty would shake because of it. She'd have to have a talk with him later. Not to clear herself of anything but for him to understand that her actions are not made carelessly and shouldn't be doubted. So, he has allies. Getting rid of him is going to be harder than I thought, BY muttered to himself. One of his goals during the Treasured Plains was to kill Hu Tao because of his monstrous talent and to steal those chains of his. That mysterious spirit tool was capable of contending with his heaven-ranked Phoenix Core. That must mean whoever gave him those chains is no simple character. They must be on par with the sect leader or even above him to just gift something like that to somebody. BY has done some research on Hu Tao after nearly dying to him and learned many things. He had no issue taking either gender in bed, he was raised in the wild, he is an orphan, is known for being a fighting maniac and general annoyance, and only recently started wearing those chains around him. BY had no idea that Hu Tao was acquainted with such a small group of people until today, and of those present, he only knew of one, and that was Wanqing. Wanqing in the future, died from an ambush attack from Iron Fist Ping and his two closest aides, Infinite Plans Li Qiang and the relentless immortal Shan. The others, he had no information of. They either died before their prime or he just didn't recognize them when they were so young and weak. BY doubted it was the latter though, none of the weapons they were carrying on them rang any bells. All of them did seem unusual and strange from the average cultivator's choice of weapons. Wait a moment, didn't Wanqing use a sword as his weapon in the future? It was said that Iron Fist Ping's arm was cut off from Wanqing's final sword attack, but this Wanqing is using some sort of black club? Just how much of the past is going to deviate from him reincarnating into his past body? Wait, why was Wanqing even in that group with Hu Tao? Wanqing was also known as a lone cultivator. He had no friends and only enemies. Just what kind of group is that for two talented disciples to join it? Is having weird weapons one of the requirements of joining the group? Is the old man, fatty, and girl also secretly prodigies as well? That had to be impossible for the old man. The perfect age to start cultivating in between the ages of 8 and 16. So then it must be a group of weird weapon specialists then, because BY had no idea why these people were all together. He should have done more researching on the people around Hu Tao rather than just Hu Tao himself. He's only confused himself even more. His first plan was just to kill and rob Hu Tao before taking all the good magical treasures inside the treasured plains. What did you say, brother Fai? Yanyu asked, clinging to his arm. Nothing. Why are you holding on to me? If your brother sees this, I definitely won't get off easy. BY mentioned, her brother was at the final stage of the Qi consolidation realm. Even if he went all out with his current strength, best case scenario would be him crippling one of 10 Yu's limbs before dying if he fought with him. The only chance of surviving against someone at that rank would be after gaining the magical treasures inside the treasured plains and using them to run away as fast as he could and protecting his own life. He might not know where the magical treasures lied himself, but he did know who acquired them in his past life. All he has to do is follow behind them, and when the opportunity arises, take it for himself. It's fine. Brother is too busy to watch us. Yanyu said with hearts in her eyes. Aren't you a little too young for something like this? BY said, a little uneased by the amount of lust radiating off this young girl. I'm very mature for my age. My brother said so. Yanyu puffed her sizable chest with pride. Fine, just don't get caught up in something troublesome like last time. My brother gave me a bunch of talismans and spirit tools in case I get in trouble. I won't be in danger like last time. Can you fight? BY asked suddenly. I'm not a 4th stage Qi consolidator for nothing. She boasted. Can you kill? He asked in a serious tone. I won't burden you. She responded back seriously, not giving him an answer but also showing that she wasn't going to back down from anything. Then stay behind me and just follow. I'll tell you when to do anything. Understood, secret boyfriend? She saluted. Don't call me that. BY sighed. Children were growing up faster than he thought. He was an old monster back in his last life that has lived for 2,000 years. His involvement with women was very little as he focused solely on cultivation. He normally wouldn't even look at one unless she was holding a sky rank or above spirit tool. The giant gates leading into the treasured plains started shaking. The similarly sized talismans started to slowly peel off the door and the Qi from within the plains were leaking from underneath. Everyone could feel the high-quality Qi brushing against their bodies. With Qi as good as this, their cultivation speed would increase at least 2 times faster. They couldn't wait to rush inside and start cultivating. By the time they got out, who knows how far they would have progressed in their cultivation. The gates are opening. They're opening the gates. I'm going to find a heaven-ranked magical treasure and change my destiny. No, I am. Like any of you weaklings will be able to find something that rare. Oi! Don't push. The gates are large enough for all of us to fit. Who just shoved me? I'll gauge your damn eyes out. You piece of shit. How dare you elbow me? Whoever just felt me up, I'm going to crush their balls and rip off their dick. A female disciple threatened. Guan Yi. I saw you punch me, asshole. Consider your life forfeit when we get inside, you bastard. Seeing the overeager disciples nearly start fighting before the doors even opened made many of the elders laugh and look on in amusement. This was nothing strange inside the Golden Serpent sect. This was expected behavior of the disciples and elders. They saw nothing wrong with this situation of their disciples trying to kill themselves before the treasured plains even opened. It just allowed their students to have a better chance of gaining something from inside if the competition was eliminated beforehand. Hell, the elders themselves would do the same if they could get the riches inside. Lei Ji had his tentacled spirit beast, Quan, protect them from anyone brushing into them. Quan used his 8 large tentacles to block anyone from getting near their group and also stopping Ying or Hu Tao from fighting against the others in the crowd. This was the best way he could stop any of them from engaging in the upcoming bloodshed and getting involved in it themselves. Whose stupid spirit beast is this? It's too large. I'm going to kill whoever owns the spirit beast. Well, he can say he tried at least, right? Lei Ji and the others watched as the golden gates swung opened inwardly and they all started to stampede inside like a wild group of bulls. Inside the treasured plains was a great plain. Nothing but grass, spirit beasts, and spiritual herbs as far as the eye could see. Far off into the distance they could spot a great mountain that peaked past the clouds surrounded by trees, to their left was a great volcano with occasional bursts of lava from the rocky ground, and to their right was a great tower that radiated a terrifying amount of killing intent. Everyone would be in awe at these magnificent sights if they weren't too busy killing each other, greedily chasing after a rare spirit flora, or scaring wild spiritual beasts as they were taking them apart piece by piece with just their aura alone. CaptainBoyHole. Some more prologue stuff and the official opening of the Treasured Plains arc. Yes, I say arc as I want this to last several chapters and be pretty impactful and meaningful to the story for the main cast and the future going forward. I want there to be consequences and actions taken place during this that will change the fate of the main characters that was different from the ones they had before heading inside. As I'm writing this author note, I have no idea how I will accomplish this, but it will be my goal to find a way. At first, I had no idea I was even going to write about something like this until the chapter with Tang Wuying. Back then I had no idea where I was going to go with the idea and just thought it would Xiangxia like to have this survival type event between disciples. But before the chapter with Tang Wuying which gave birth to this event, I think I was just going to have Jing secretly raise her strength and influence throughout the inner court, slowly taking it over with her followers and own strength from behind the scenes. Oh, and if I hadn't mentioned what animal Quan is, he's a giant octopus with some cool abilities. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Hu Tao vs Wanqing. Jing's followers headed pretty far into the plains. The plains were large enough to fit 5 times as many disciples as there are now. The further you explore in the treasured plains, the more dangerous it became. But this danger did not come without its benefits. The likelihood of encountering rare resources increased as well because of the quality of qi rising alongside it. Hu Tao was leading the group as they ran along. They still needed something from him before they could take advantage of the treasured plains. The other disciples didn't pay any mind to them as there were many other groups within the plains doing their own thing as well. Neither were any of them interesting enough to take that interest in except Hu Tao and Wanqing. If they weren't known for being loners, some might actually have tried to group up with them. But Hu Tao was known for being a menace while Wanqing was known for being crazy. Neither of those qualities attracted the majority of the disciples. Are you ready to get fucking pounded, sissy? Hu Tao asked, standing a couple of meters away from Qing. Are you ready to be taught manners by your superior, dog? Wanqing bit back. Take care to not go too far, you two. Lei Ji said. Shut up, old man. Hu Tao barked. You know Hu Tao doesn't know the meaning of holding back, Bing muttered. What's the point of a fight if you don't try your hardest? Ying retorted. There isn't a need to go that far in just a simple spar. Lei Ji said while gently petting Nikong, the mutant golden panda cub. Whatever. Let's see what Qing can do. Ying said with some pep in her voice. You really want Hu Tao to lose badly, don't you? Bing asked. Yep. He's had an ass beating coming for a long time. I'd do it myself, but our stages are too far apart. It's impossible for me right now even if I went all out. She sighed. I will say, I am interested in seeing Wanqing's martial arts. Seeing all the unique ways that we fight with the weapons Jing gave us, it's always fascinating to see them being used in a battle. Lei Ji shared. I'm sure it has something to do with those butterflies. Ying guessed, as there were a small number of butterflies on flying around Qing. Yeah, I believe so too, but I can't really get anything from that alone. Maybe he can control insects with an auxiliary martial art or bloodline. Bing hypothesized. Ji corrected before adding, and maybe it's similar to my fishing rod. Quan mimicked Lei Ji's petting of Nikong with its many tentacles. Oh, right. Bing remembered. Oh, they're starting. Let's watch. Ying hushed them. Hu Tao ran towards Qing like an excited predator, who just saw their favorite meal and couldn't wait to sink their fangs into it. Qing stood straight and proper like a charming prince. The look on her face showed no fear and instead showed arrogance and superiority. She was looking down on Hu Tao. It wasn't just because he was a lower stage than her either. She almost died the last time she looked down on someone weaker than her. No, she looked down on him because he looked and acted like a simple beast. Qing wondered why Jing would allow someone like this in her plan to fix the sect, but then she remembered something one of her many sisters told her when she was a little girl. Even mindless beasts have their uses. Maybe it was like that for Hu Tao. She doubted he had any other purpose besides being used for his strength. Are you gonna fight or stand there and look like a retard? Hu Tao clawed towards Wanqing's face. 4 insect-like wings formed out of Qing's back and got her out of the way of Hu Tao's attack. They were made of qi and resembled the wings of a butterfly. As she was flying back, she partially opened her fan by a third. Hu Tao could see an eye pattern staring back at him from the weapon. She swung it and the wind picked up aggressively. Hu Tao was nearly sent flying into the air if he hadn't gripped his fingers into the grass. So that's something it can do, huh? Hu Tao grinned. He sent forth his chains that stretched out. They moved like deadly snakes as they slithered straight for Wanqing. The speed at which they were coming gave the fan princess little time to react. she was forced to block with her fan and the chains instantly wrapped around them as if to squeeze the life out of it. Wanqing tried to pull her fan free but Hu Tao was stronger than her despite their realm difference. Hey! Look here, idiot! Hu Tao suddenly appeared in front of her and kicked towards her face. With her fan being constricted, she was forced to block it head-on. The Tessenjutsu user was sent sliding back with her arms in terrible pain. If she took another hit like that head-on, she'd lose all feeling in her arms for sure. It looked like Hu Tao was more talented than he looked. She might have to actually try in this fight. Qing snapped her finger and the giant fan that was being held by the chain scattered into an uncountable number of butterflies that flew straight to her. The insects soon reformed themselves back into the metal-looking fan and reunited with Wanqing. The lovely butterflies flying around her only added to her beauty. It was time to start round 2. That's a useful weapon, Bing stated in his surprise. Hell yeah it is. With a weapon like that, she could never lose it or get it taken from her. Kick his ass, girl. Ying cheered. She will definitely be a reliable teammate with a weapon like that. Lei Ji praised. I hope you don't plan on giving up already. Hu Tao mocked. I was just warming up. This battle won't be finished until you refer to me as a woman. Hat. If you can beat me, I'll call you whatever the hell you want. Mommy, Daddy, Wifey, hell I'll even call you grandmother if you're into that. Qing swung into the air with her fan. The wind danced to the tune of the anomalous weapon and formed itself into a powerful tornado that curved downward straight towards Hu Tao. The insatiability fighter channeled his chi into his metal ball attached to his chains and kicked it towards the spinning tornado. The metal ball grew greatly from the intake of Hu Tao's chi. Solid and gas met mid-air, the power radiating off of both attacks were blasting the nearby surroundings with strong winds. The grass below the clash, the clothes of Tao and Qing, the fur of Nikong, and the hairs of Ji, Bing, and Ying. Hu Tao's giant ball was sent flying straight back at him, forcing him to dodge out of the way as he knew that he couldn't shatter the thing even if he used his full strength. Just standing in the way of that thing was asking to have all your bones broken. It was kind of funny in a way. Hu Tao's own weapons were completely dangerous to himself just as much as they were to his opponent. If he fought someone who could take control of his weapons, then he would have to, wait, that sounded pretty exciting now that he thought about it. It would add to the challenge of beating the shit out of whoever took his weapons. Did you think you were safe? The tornado from before chased after Hu Tao like a stalker. It didn't dissipate even after blowing away his ball. Wanqing was floating in the air creating even more tornadoes to deal with Hu Tao. Hu Tao was moving as agile as a monkey. With a silly grin on his face as he barely dodged the numerous wind drills, Hu Tao slowly got closer and closer to the unsuspecting flying cultivator. All Wanqing could see was him just barely managing to stay alive. He wouldn't even realize that Hu Tao was setting up the perfect sneak attack from below. Hu Tao made sure to focus his eyes on the tornadoes to look as if he was only worried about them. It was time. At this distance, he could reach him with a single leap. And just in case he decided to fly away as he's on his way, he'll use his chains to latch onto him and bring Qing straight to him. Hu Tao did as he planned and jumped. The surprised look on Qing's face showed that she didn't expect this attack at all. And just like Hu Tao thought, he quickly flew out of the way to avoid him, letting him latch his chains around his arms. Hu pulled Qing towards him, ready to stick his fist deep into their gut. This wouldn't be as fun if he couldn't beat the shit out of him with his fists. He smiled widely as Wanqing was slowly being wrapped up in his chains on his way to him. The chains quickly wrapped themselves around Wanqing from head to toe. By the time she reached Hu Tao, you couldn't see a single centimeter of her body. Hu Tao reared his fists back and let loose a powerful number of blows upon Qing's body. The chains that were wrapped around her spread apart to allow Tao's fists to reach Qing's defenseless torso. She barely let out any sounds of pain and this made Hu Tao's instincts shout at him in warning. He felt something coming right behind him, but how? He looked at the body wrapped in his chains and saw Wanqing's body slowly turning into butterflies. Damn it! He was tricked. This sissy ain't too bad at using his head in a fight. Hu Tao couldn't do anything but accept the painful blast of wind slicing apart his back. He was knocked out of the air and crashed into the ground. Wanqing flew towards him and hovered over him with her fan ready to be used at any second. It also allowed her an easy way of escaping if he did something she didn't expect. She could just fly straight into the air and out of the way. She arrogantly smirked while looking down at him. Ready to acknowledge me now? Whatever, slut. If I went all out, you'd be the one on the ground right now. You're just lucky, I gotta save my strength for the top 10 rankers in the inner court. He responded. Humph. If I went all out, you'd be all the way in the middle plains. Qing scoffed. Yeah, whatever, bitch. I'll see you kids later. I have some more fights to be getting to. Hu Tao leapt off the ground before jumping away with an excited howl. The chi radiating off of him was much stronger than it was at the start of the fight. It was enjoyable to see Hu Tao get his ass kicked, but it wasn't as good as I thought it would be. Ying said, getting off the ground. Qing walked over to the ground and was hugged by Nikong. He had tears pooling around his eyes and a worried look on his face. I don't see what you were so scared of. I was the one fighting, she said before hugging him back and comforting him. He was a little too cute to resist babying in Qing's opinion. Maybe you won't feel satisfied until you're the one beating him. Bing shrugged. Yeah, I think so too. I can't see myself being satisfied unless it's my fists pummeling him into the ground until his body is broken and bleeding. Ying scarily said with an excited look on her face. I believe it would be wise for us to get a move on now. Lei Ji said. Wait. That fucking stupid bastard didn't tell us about the tasks. Ying yelled. You're right. That was the whole reason we waited here. Bing said before taking out the special talisman given to him by Jing. He sent a message to Hu Tao and a minute later he told them each of their tasks. Even Wan Qing got one and she just joined. The type of tasks they were given were similar but not all the same. Bing's task was to kill 20 Huan clan members and for every 10 additional member he killed, the better his rewards would be. This was something he could do without blinking. As long as he chose his targets well, he could come out on top. All he had to do was keep a part of their body like a finger or ear to prove his kills and Jing would send Li Li to count them along with his reward. Ying's task was to kill 20 fearsome garden members and for every 10 additional members she killed, the better her rewards would be. Ying didn't have anything against the fearsome garden but this was a task sent to her by Jing. She thought it was just a group for weaklings to join and think they were strong. Maybe they were actually more than she thought since Jing wants her to take care of them. Ying shrugged, whatever, as long as I do this, I'm sure Jing won't hold back on the rewards. Lei Ji's task was to weaken any major factions groups. How he was to do this? He had no idea. This would be an interesting way of dealing with his enemies for the future though. If he couldn't run away from the issue, he could make them weaker for the future. The weaker they get, the easier it'll be for him to run away again. It's the perfect strategy. Wan Qing's task was to kill the 10th ranked disciple in the inner court. Wang Yang was the grandson of Rong Yang, the elder that was directly under Elder Chang. Wang Yang was a talented spellmaster and a swordsman of substantial quality. That was all she knew of him besides the boy matching her in cultivation stage. Maybe this was one of the reasons why she was being told to kill him. Qing couldn't figure out the main reason for her being asked this. Did Yang offend Jing somehow? Was his character despicable and not beautiful at all? Perhaps she will find out when she meets him face to face. She was being rewarded with 5 high-tier spirit stones and a bone-washing pill if she accomplished this though. Usually when someone offers 5 high-tier stones for killing someone, the target is known for being dangerously strong and valuable. But Qing doubted that Yang was any less talented than she was, he just battled in the ranking matches more often than her. Once she deals with him, those 5 high-tier spirit stones will probably be enough for her to break through twice and Ni Kong to break through 5 times. They held 10x the amount of chi that a low-rank spirit stone does. The only way one could not be satisfied with a stone of that quality is if they have a cultivation technique that needs an unholy amount of chi to progress. Are we ready to move out now? Ying asked after putting away her talisman. I'm good to go. Bing responded. Us 3 are ready. Lei Ji said, referring to himself, Zhairong, and Quan. I am also done reading mine. Wan Qing spoke politely. Now let's go get some treasure. Ying shouted, by herself. After seeing no one else sharing her excitement, she punched Bing due to the embarrassment she felt. What did I even do? He said massaging his arm. I can't be the only one who's excited. Ying shot back. I'm excited too. I just didn't express it as much as you. Bing replied, feeling like he was dealt injustice. CaptainBoyHole. The reason why I frequently switch gender pronouns for Wan Qing during this chapter is because at certain parts it's Hu Tao's thoughts mixed in at times and he refused to call her a girl until she beat him. I also hope the battle was interesting to read and flowed smoothly. I try and make these fights in a way that anyone could imagine it in their heads because I honestly enjoy writing about the fighting scenes. It's one of my favorite things to write about as an author because I love seeing awesome fighting scenes in anime and mangas. Trying to transition that to books is hard but I'm trying to improve. Wan Qing's weapon is basically a super beautiful version of Temari's fan from Naruto, and Ni Kong is a golden panda basically. Initially I was going to make Quan a giant jellyfish based on the box jellyfish but I decided against it because of the scene from last chapter where Lei Ji protected the group from being shoved and pushed by the other disciples. That's literally the only reason. I'll have to use a jellyfish pet in another story of mine. Already running into trouble. Ying led the party deep into the plains. The grassy plains were filled with disciples trying to take whatever they could before someone else did or fighting each other over resources that are all across the plains. There were also territorial skull oxen in herds that frequently charged and tried to kill the disciples. Just like right now, there were 3 skull oxen that were charging right for the group. Since Ying was leading in front, she took it upon herself to deal with them. They were just a bunch of dumb spirit beasts, it shouldn't be too hard to deal with them. The skull ox was a spirit beast of formidable size and power. They were known for their incredibly tough shield-like horns that could take an attack from a creature 2 small stages above it and not even be scratched. Skull oxen were frequently hunted for these valuable horns to use as materials for weapons, but besides that they didn't have much value. Their meat was tough and not very tasty, they hated everything that wasn't another skull ox, and temperaments were too violent to be domesticated. Ying channeled her chi within her legs and stomped on the ground, shattering the earth in front of her. The skull oxen tripped from the uneven ground and Ying innocently laughed as they started mooing in distress. She walked over towards them and finished each one off with a single slash of her blade. The spirit beasts were cut in half and Ying looked back at the group as if she was asking, "What are you guys waiting for? What is that?" Bing squinted his eyes, gathering everyone's attention. Up ahead, Ying could see a lot of people standing around on top of a large hill. None of them could see anything but the backs of the other disciples whose attention were captured by something on the other side of the hill. If something could catch that many people's eyes, then that means treasure was nearby. Ying excitedly picked up her pace unconsciously. "Something good has to be ahead," she exclaimed. "You mean something dangerous has to be ahead?" Bing corrected. "Where there is danger, there is opportunity as well," Lei Ji said, just as excited as Ying. It was the first time he could explore the treasured plains with confidence in himself. All the other times, he was forced to group up with others like him just to survive the oxen. Very rarely did he ever gain anything from the treasured plains and was allowed to keep it on his way out. He never even made it out of the plains as he was too weak to explore anywhere else, but this time would be different. Lei Ji promised to explore the volcano, mountain, and even the tower this time around. "Let's go see for ourselves." Wan Qing smiled. That was the plan. Ying told them. They started to climb up the mound expecting some great treasure on the other side. Maybe it was mutant spirit beast, maybe it was a magical treasure, or maybe it was a valuable plant that could only be grown within the treasured plains. All of their imaginations went wild at the possibilities. Ying doubted it could be anything she needed, but that doubt was minuscule in comparison to how much she wanted it to be something she needed. They arrived at the peak of the hill alongside the other cultivators and couldn't believe their eyes. This couldn't be true. How could something like this be here? It doesn't make any sense. Just before they started climbing up the mound, they could clearly see that there was something behind it. They couldn't all be going insane, could they? How is there a cliff right here? I'm pretty sure this place is called the Great Plains, not the Great Cliff. If anyone fell down from here, there wouldn't be a single chance of them living. I doubt even the elders could survive a fall from this height. My legs are paralyzed in fear, can someone push me back down the hill please? What hill? What do you mean what hill? The hill right behind us. There is no hill behind us. What the hell is going on here? Where did the hill we climbed up go? Why are we trapped on a floating piece of rock above treacherous waters? What's going on, Qing? Ying asked, just as confused as everyone else. We're trapped in an illusion array. She explained. An illusion array. Someone is messing with us. A spellmaster planted a trap for us. How do we get out? Well, it might not be a spellmaster that created this illusion formation. It could be naturally occurring. But that'd be worst case scenario if it was true. What even is an illusion array? A fellow disciple scoffed at his peer's ignorance. An illusion array is a formation that traps someone in an illusionary world while their real body is defenseless in the real world. Getting out is impossible if the person doesn't even realize they're trapped in the first place. How do we get out then? Someone asked. We have to find the base of the formation within the illusion and destroy it. Or we could get lucky and hope someone that isn't trapped jolts our body from the outside world, that could free us as well. Wait, Qing, why would it be worst case scenario if it was naturally occurring? Bing asked. That's because if it is, then we would need to find the spirit tool that was causing this and destroy it. Qing explained. What's so bad about that? We just got to break it right. I wish it was as simple as it seemed, but getting our way to that spirit tool is going to be harder than you think. Why is that? Because from what I can tell, this spirit tool is at the very least earth rank if it can trap this many cultivators inside. And an earth rank spirit tool that can create a formation as powerful as this one, has to be protected by a powerful spirit beast. Even a cultivator at your realm has to be careful. Oh no. I'll be fine, it's just going to be a hassle to figure out where the magical treasure is. You all might lose your lives though. Qing said leisurely. Lose our lives? I don't wanna die yet. How the hell can an illusion kill someone? You really are just a crazy freak. Watch me get out of this without even trying. A 7th stage chi gatherer scoffed. The confident disciple hopped off the cliff down into the raging waters and sharp giant rocks below. Since it's just an illusion, none of this is real. Even if his body was skewered and torn apart by the waters below, it wouldn't matter at all. It was just an illusion like that sissy said. By the time he hits the water, he'll definitely be out of this dumb illusion. Unfortunately, that wasn't how illusion formations worked. Wan Qing rolled her eyes as the screams of the disciple were quickly drowned out by the sounds of the crashing waves. She looked towards the others. Now they should heed her words carefully. The strength of a formation varies depending on how much qi is fueling it and what rank the talisman slips used in the creation of the formation. A mortal ranked illusion formation can't recreate the sense of pain. A stellar ranked one can't trap more than 5 people. An earth rank illusion array can trap anyone who walks into it and recreate the sense of pain. So, that disciple that just jumped down to his death, felt everything on his way out. He's most likely brain dead and turned into a cripple by now. Unless his pain tolerance is extremely strong, then he should be fine and coming back any moment. Wan Qing immediately pinched herself once she realized she was trapped here to find out the rank of this formation. Now she just had to find out if it really was just an earth-ranked illusion before deciding to get out of here. If it was a sky-ranked illusion, it's going to be more tedious to escape and she's definitely going to take this spirit tool for herself. She could only wait until she found the magical treasure in person before she could figure out what rank this was. Anyone else want to go for a swim? Qing smiled as the disciple who just jumped off reappeared back at the top of the cliff. His body was mangled horribly with pieces of his bone jutting out from his body. Blood raced out of the sizable holes from his torso made by the rocks below. He groaned in horrible pain. Some of the disciples nearly threw up at the sight of the mutilated still living corpse. This was one of the fates of being trapped in an illusion array with your sense of pain intact. What the hell? Disgusting. Why isn't he dead? Because it's an illusion, Qing spoke before adding more, since it's an illusion whatever happens here is not what happens to his body in the real world. Although whatever happens here can affect your real body in other ways. This is pissing me off. So, all we have to do is find this magic treasure, right? Ying asked frustrated. I believe so. Lei Ji said. Fine. Follow me and shut up. Ying fed her sword a spirit stone directly into the mouth behind its eye. The sword started to transform right in front of everyone's eyes. The previously large shiny silver blade blinded anyone that was directly staring at it. The sword started to take on a sleeker look while growing even longer. One swing with her sword like that and even if you were standing 5 meters away, you could still find yourself cut by it. Seeing the strange transformation of the weapon caused everyone to gasp in shock and envy. What kind of spirit weapon is that? Just who is that girl and why haven't I ever heard of her before? Just what is that weapon and why haven't I ever seen it before? Ying looked around the cliff in deep focus. She could see far more now that her sword has taken on a new form. This new form for her blade would allow Ying to find out where the damn spirit tool was hiding. Then she could get out of here and actually find some real magical treasures. So that's where you're hiding, Ying softly said as she looked over the edge of the cliff. She gathered strength in her legs and vanished from the top of the cliff. She was diving straight down into the waters. Is she crazy? Did she not see what happened to him? Oh God, our only hope is gone. Why did our savior have to be a crazy suicidal bitch? Now there is no hope for us getting out. Bing, Lei Ji and Wan Qing focused on Ying as she was falling down the cliff. Bing knew that Ying wouldn't kill herself. She must have found a way out of here just like she said, but was it down the cliff? There wasn't any other explanation for her behavior. Bing and Lei Ji trusted Ying's judgment, they followed after her and jumped off the cliff as well, following her exact path down. Ah! Hey, wait for me. If you were going to do something you guys need to tell me too. I just joined remember. Wan Qing grabbed an icon and followed behind Bing and Ji. Is today the holiday to commit suicide? Did they not see the horrible outcome that happened to the first guy that jumped down? Maybe they couldn't take it anymore. They were mumbling like crazy people before jumping off. Or maybe they figured out a way to leave this illusion formation. What? Why would the way out be by committing suicide? I don't know, but it's better than staying up here till I starve to death. The disciple jumped off the cliff and followed after Wan Qing's figure. What if they really did find the way out? Well, we could just wait and see if they come back in the same way the first guy did. That's true, and if they did find the way out then they would be back up here and be like that guy. The scared disciples stood and waited till the girl hit the frenzied waters. Some couldn't bear to watch her kill herself and reappear back up here in a terrible state. Others watched with precision focus as this could be their only means of escape if she was right and wasn't just a suicidal nutcase. She really was right, Ying didn't reappear at the top of the cliff. They found it. They found it. The joyful cultivator hopped off the cliff in his excitement but didn't take care to look exactly where he was jumping, resulting in him missing the spot where he needed to land and reappearing back at the top of the cliff with his body terribly deformed. Haha. Don't be like that fucking idiot and make sure you land where they landed. Or you can say goodbye to your life. The rest made sure to land exactly where the girl splashed when they jumped off. They didn't want to turn out like those two and have their lives ruined by a stupid inanimate object. Could you imagine dying to something that doesn't even have a thinking mind? As a cultivator, it would be most embarrassing to die due to such stupidity. Ying and her allies entered some sort of sea cave. After jumping down into the hazardous sea, she was swallowed up by a whirlpool within the water that dragged her deep down into the water. Being swallowed up by the sea should be a painful experience, but Ying could breathe just fine in the waters. She had little control over her body because of the whirlpool, but she didn't feel any discomfort. She found herself washed up on some beach inside a dark cave. Bing, Lei Ji and his spirit beasts, and Wan Qing and her spirit cub showed up moments later. Ying ignited her hand on fire and illuminated their surroundings. There was a narrow hole in the rocky wall in front of them. Besides that, there was just the incredibly soft sand and glistening water from where they came. I can feel the spirit tool up ahead. I can't sense anything else near it. Ying took the lead. Let me go first. Just in case, Bing said, walking in front of Ying. I said there was nothing but the spirit tool nearby. What are you worrying about? Ying asked, slightly irritated. Well, I believe it's better to be safe than sorry. What if there was something that could hide its chi and attacked you? I wouldn't be able to sleep well at night if you got killed when I could have prevented it. Bing stated calmly. Ying's cheeks slightly flushed at the concern the fetus was showing to her. How could he say something so embarrassing like that in front of everyone? Is his skin really that thick that he can say words like that to just anyone? Stupid fetus. Do whatever you want, idiot. I wouldn't get killed by something like that in the first place. I don't think that was called for, but... Shut up and move. Ying kicked him in the butt, pushing him forwards the narrow opening. He had trouble fitting his round figure inside, but with another kick from Ying, he managed to squeeze himself in. Quan completely wrapped himself around Lei Ji so that he could fit through the hole. His body was mostly squishy and soft but still quite large. Lei Ji decided to go in last so that Quan's tentacles doesn't get in anyone's way. Everyone else agreed and they entered through the cave opening. Bing going first, Wan Qing and Nikong next, Ying fourth, and Lei Ji and his pets last. CaptainBoyHole. Alright. We're finally in the Great Plains and this arc can finally begin. We're starting off with Jing's gang first. I honestly don't know what kind of treasures I should give to these OP little mercenaries. I have a few things in mind on what kind of loot they should get, but I'd appreciate some ideas from you guys. But do not make it too crazy now. I still have a bunch of story left to write with these guys and this story. So, no heavenly jade sword that can cut through literally anything under the heavens, or a mystical banner that can hold an entire world inside, along with being able to grow spirit plants in a time ratio with 1:1000. Seeing the start of this chapter made me realize that I may have to extend the time we spend with these characters before switching POVs. If I start switching views constantly, the viewers may not enjoy being taken around so much with the story, so I'll most likely focus on our main groups with adding little excerpts with the other characters. Although, I personally would enjoy spending a few chapters with Tang Wuying and the rest. This is Jing's story. I have to keep reminding myself that Jing and her immediate party is most important. But anyways. Next chapter is on Friday. The new schedule is now Monday Wed Friday, since I'm reducing the chapters to 1.5k words per chap. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. A small scuffle. The group slowly made their way through the cramped narrow space within the cave. They could only see blackness and hear each other's breathing in this tight space. The only path forward was going straight. If anything came towards them during this time, they wouldn't even have enough room to try and take out their weapons. This is another reason why Bing decided to take the lead. Bing was a body cultivator, which meant that even without his weapon, he wouldn't be helpless to any attacks. He could use his bare hands to try and eliminate any threats. Lei Ji and Wan Qing were chi cultivators. They could strengthen their bodies by layering chi over themselves, but this would wear out quickly against an equal or stronger opponent. Their main focus is in causing as much damage using martial arts that don't involve infusing chi into their bodies. Ying could have also taken this task, as she's a body cultivator just like Bing, but Bing decided to take this task over for himself. He did use a shield after all. What would be the point of having his shield if he didn't use it to protect himself or the people around him? It'd be no better than an accessory. Ying, you sense anything up ahead? Bing asked. Hold on. Give me a sec, I gotta feed this hungry little runt again. Ying responded as she fed the great sword another spirit stone in its eyeball. Her sword felt embarrassed after Ying said this out loud. As everyone else stopped moving to wait on her, the great sword began to transform into the incredibly long and sharp blade from before. Her sword's transformation only lasted 10 minutes, and when those 10 minutes were up, the new abilities it gained would slowly vanish, along with reverting back to its original appearance. Ying searched with her chi. She didn't feel any other chi ahead besides those in her group. There is an open space we will reach soon, and when we get past there, the spirit tool will be sitting on top of something. Ying relayed. Got it. Let's keep moving then. Bing said. The group continued their way forward slowly and carefully. There was no going backward in this tight path. If something happened up ahead, they would have to rely on Bing to handle it or they'll all be screwed. None of their martial arts could be used with their arms and legs so restricted, even trying to reach for their weapons would be a wasted effort. No movement arts, weapon arts, auxiliary arts, or body arts could be used to defend from something attacking them. Hold on Bing, I hear something up ahead. Lei Ji suddenly spoke. Bing stopped in his tracks while everyone else matched him. We're about to reach the open area. You probably just heard some rocks falling or something. Ying dismissed. Rocks don't sound like metal, Lei Ji responded. I'm telling you, I don't sense anything with qi ahead of us. And if you didn't know, every living thing has qi inside them. Even people that don't cultivate have qi. There could be something that doesn't have qi inside them, Bing pondered. How is that even possible? Wanqing asked. I guess we'll have to find out. Follow me, I'm going in. Bing walked at a slightly faster pace with his hands ready to block or catch anything coming towards him. Bing swelled himself up with his devil's arms and grew an extra pair of arms out of his palms to increase his reach. As they got closer to the opening, everyone else could also hear the sounds Lei Ji heard. Damn it! Ying cursed under her breath. He. Lei Ji innocently chuckled, prompting a smile from Wanqing. I see light up ahead. Bing told them as he squeezed his way into the open cave area. Grr. The growling startled Bing but he did not lose his composure. He saw multiple black metallic dog-like beasts running towards him. Yet. There's definitely something we have to deal with besides the spirit tool. Bing pulled his second pair of arms back into his body and held his shield in front of himself. There were about 10 of these strange beasts in all. 3 were attacking from his front, 2 from his left, 2 on his right, and 3 from above. If he stood here and blocked, he would get flanked by the 4 on his sides. Those sharp maws of theirs look like they can tear right through his flesh with no problem. He wasn't going to take a needless risk. Get ready to fight once you're in here. Swift Devil! Bing shouted, ramming his shield into 6 of the canines. The remaining 4 quickly dashed after him, allowing the others to come inside the open area. Ying pulled out her transformed sword and dashed after the dogs chasing Bing. Lei Ji reached for his pink fishing rod on his back and tossed its hook towards the metal beasts. Zhairong leapt off of Ji's shoulders and grew to the size of a tiger. Quan's thick tentacles extended and reached for any dogs he could grab. Wanqing couldn't use her fan's wind ability in a place like this without affecting her allies, but that wasn't her only method of fighting. She grabbed her fan like a club and flew after the strange beasts. Nikong hid behind a rock and watched. Bing smashed 6 of the dogs into the wall with enough strength that he partially lodged them inside. They continued to snap and bark at him without a care in the world. Bing's body being strengthened by his devil's physique allowed him to pull off tasks that cultivators a few stages higher than him couldn't dare to try. In the Qi gathering stage, the main difference in the stages is physical strength. Your Qi is mostly unaffected until you get to the late stages where you become more accustomed to Qi and learn how to use it more naturally. Such as being able to infuse it into weapons, infuse it into their limbs separately, and creating their Qi pool in preparation for the next realm. The metal beasts were starting to claw and bite their way out of the cave wall. Bing really didn't want to take on 6 of them at once. So, before they could free themselves, Bing slammed his shield into the immobile metal beasts, sending them deeper and deeper into the cave walls. Unfortunately, his shield was only so big. He could only trap 2 inside while the other 4 got free and leapt towards him with their maws wide open for a bite. He gritted his teeth as he prepared himself for the incoming pain. I got you Bing. Qing said as she batted the 4 away with a single swing, her fan was opened all the way to catch each beast. Thanks. You don't know how scared I was of getting bit. Bing wiped his sweaty forehead. You looked pretty brave to me. Wanqing smiled. That's good to know I didn't look as frightened as I felt. It would have been fine either way. Women like a man who isn't afraid of showing his emotions. Thanks. Bing said confused. You're still young, maybe you'll understand when you fall in love. Qing giggled. Love? What are you? One of the metal canines came flying right past Qing and Bing, crashing into the wall. Ying came over and glared at Bing. How about we save the flirting for later? She coldly spoke while slashing the metal beast in half with her blade. Flirting? Bing was only getting more confused as time went on. You don't need to worry Ying. I'm not a thief. She chuckled as Ying's face blushed heavily. I don't know what you're talking about. She released her embarrassment on the sliced dog and ignited her sword. The heat coming off her long blade melted the metal beast into silver molten. She then ran off to deal with another beast while Bing's mind was running in circles trying to process Qing and Ying's words. Wanqing flew off to help out the others, leaving Bing alone with the 2 trapped dogs in the wall. Realizing that standing there trying to understand the conversation between Qing and Ying wasn't helping anyone, he got to work on trying to kill the 2 stuck beasts in the wall. Lei Ji hooked onto one of the creatures with his fishing rod. The hook snagged onto the top of its maw and he reeled it in at incredible speeds. The metal beast couldn't even hope to resist against the unbelievable strength of the fishing rod. Lei Ji felt like he was reeling in a goldfish with how effortless it felt. He mentally asked for Zhairong to help him out. Zhairong reached out with her claw and as it was about to zip past her, she caught it in between her claw and snapped it in half. The creature's separated body fell to the ground and Lei Ji went over to take his hook out of its jaw. He made sure to give Zhairong a congratulatory rub on the head before reaching over to take the hook out. Just as he was about to reach into the mouth of the fallen beast, it quickly snapped its jaws to bite his hand off. Lei Ji's hand moved with the swiftness of a gazelle as he barely managed to save his hand in time from the sneak attack. If it wasn't for his auxiliary martial art enhancing his senses, Lei Ji would have had to say goodbye to his left hand right there. How frightening. I just started back on my path of cultivation and nearly became even more crippled than I was before. Could Jing's mysterious background even replace a hand? Lei Ji really didn't want to find out. Zhairong crushed the metal dog with her claw as soon as she saw what happened. She used all her strength as she smashed her fist into the two halves, turning it into flat metal scrap. Lei Ji rubbed Zhairong's shell to calm her down and show her that he's okay. Zhairong was still very pissed that something bad could have happened to Lei. She blurped something at Quan and he hopped on top of her shell as she charged towards the other metal beasts. The metal dogs can stay alive even after being cut in half. Lei Ji shouted. What? Ying exclaimed as she just sliced upwards with her blade and split a metal beast in half. The two parts of it fell to the ground lifelessly before twitching and then rising back up and merging back together into a whole. Annoying. The metal beast she just dealt with came after her with a friend. Ying ignited her sword as Qing flew in and bashed the friend away. Quan caught it in the air with his tentacle and began to crush it with powerful strength. He used his other tentacles to fold it into a small cube so that it couldn't hurt anyone even if it was still alive like this. Qing smiled as she saw Ji's spirit beasts working together. Nikong was just hiding behind a rock watching them. She's really going to have to teach that boy not to be so afraid of fighting. If she doesn't, he's going to have a rough time in the future. He might be a baby but other spirit beasts his age would be already be having lessons on how to hunt with their parents. During her time in the treasured plains, she's going to have to give him some confidence. Once the group learned how to deal with the metal creatures, they stopped behaving like wild animals. They watched as the dogs ran away to one side of the cave and started shaking together. Bing's eyes widened as he saw the place they needed to go wasn't blocked off anymore. During the fight earlier, a group of those metal beasts would always be near that part of the cave and refuse to let anyone past it. Now they can head straight for the spirit tool. Sorry about this, Ying. Bing swept Ying off her feet like a princess and started running for the room where the spirit tool was in. Follow me. We don't need to fight that thing, we just need to get the spirit tool. He yelled. Put me down, Fetus. I told you that a you never retreats. I'm going to kick that thing's ass and you can't stop me. Ying fiercely struggled. Everyone else followed behind him as they agreed with his point. If there wasn't a point to fighting, then why fight? They wouldn't get any benefits fighting this metal beast. We're not retreating. We're just leaving for a moment. You can deal with it after we're done. Bing held onto Ying's slim waist tightly. You're a bad liar and a stupid fat-headed idiot. Ying's face was as red as an apple while Bing's strong arms were held around her. Did he think she was some weak defenseless girl? She could take care of herself without his help. Why the hell was he making her so irritated lately? Just looking at him made her feel upset, but being held in his arms like this made her realize that she wasn't that opposed to it. What Bing and the others didn't realize was that they had people behind them. The cultivators from the cliff that followed them into the waters. They also showed up on the cave's beach and went through the narrow hole just like they did. Only to stumble upon a giant metallic wolf staring them down as they came out of the narrow hole. Go back. Go back. Go back. I can't turn my body. Fucking get out of my way. The cultivator tried pushing the guy back, but it didn't save him in time when he tried to squeeze back inside. The upper half of his body was chomped by the wolf, scaring the disciple into the wall so badly, he froze. Seeing his peer's internal organs spilling out of his upper and lower body caused his soul to momentarily free itself from its mortal chains. The metal wolf got up close to the small hole in the wall and sneered as it made eye contact with the frightened cultivator. A smelly yellow stream started to pool around his feet. This sent the beast into a frenzy. It started to ram into the wall with its entire body to get at the cultivator inside, shifting the cave entirely. What's going on up there? Who's fucking around at a time like this? Stop playing and get moving. It's hot back here. We're all gonna die. The cultivator who urinated cried with tears down his eyes. Fucking move, you shithead. What's that loud noise? Are you trying to bring the whole cave down on us? If you retards forgot, we're still underwater in this cave. If this cave caves in, we're so far deep in the ocean that none of us will make it back alive. Maybe drowning won't be so bad. We're still in an illusion, so we might just reappear back on the cliff completely fine. If you want to drown yourself, go ahead and do it by yourself, you damn fool. Some of us don't want to experience death and just want to break out of this goddamn stupid illusion array. I was just saying. Maybe drowning wouldn't be that bad of a way to go. Didn't need to get so pissy. Shut your stupid fucking mouth and try to figure out what the hell is happening up ahead. Being trapped with so many sweaty guys is pissing me off. CaptainBoyHole. So a funny tidbit. Wan Qing was actually supposed to have the personality of like a stuck-up super talented noble. Like in her character details, I explicitly put that she was haughty, blunt, mean, noble-ish, generally looks down upon everyone they meet due to her expecting them to reject her because of her life choices. Not to mention usually being above the people around her because of her high talent. I might rewrite her character to fit that standard more in the future depending on how you guys feel about her now. Like originally in her origin story in meeting Jing, she was supposed to fall in love with the power of Jing. Jing's mysterious and almighty power that could demolish whatever she pleased and how she could descend the sect into chaos if she wanted. But as you guys can see, that is not how I made her origin story with Jing, and now that I'm writing this, it would have been way fucking cooler if I did it the way I originally planned. I can only sigh. I'm still a fucking scrub at this writing thing, but that's not a bad thing. I can only keep practicing and try to do better for the future. But yeah, that's it for this author's note. Comment if you want this personality of Qing or the one she was supposed to have. As we're still early in the story, I can make that change without making it seem too drastic of a personality shift. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you're not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Don't touch my face. We got another big friend waiting for us. Behind him is the spirit tool probably. Lei Ji shouted. He could shape out something large and beast-like up ahead. I'll take the lead. Try and take it down while I'm getting its attention. Bing yelled as the group made it into the last room. Put me down already. Ying told Bing with an irritated look on her face. He did as she asked and they all locked eyes with the giant metal beast. The cave room they were in was smaller than the room they just left, but it still had plenty of room for all of them to fight freely. The walls were littered with skeletons wearing the tattered robes of their sect, broken or rusted weapons lying next to them, and the musky smell of the cave itself. A lot of disciples have met their end to this spirit tool. Lei Ji wondered if there was some sort of malicious spirit inhabiting the magical treasure. The reason why it is trying to take so many lives could be because of this malice. Or was it just trying to protect itself from being taken away and used like a tool? Lei knew that some magical treasures could think for themselves as if they had their own mind. If this spirit tool was like that, did it mean it was purposely trying to kill everyone who got caught in its illusion or just wanted to be left alone? Lei shook his head. This type of thinking is only distracting him. He needs to focus on this battle and help his teammates out. The giant beast was swiping its paw down at Ying to crush her. It just knocked Bing away a few moments ago, so he couldn't protect her from being squashed. Lei threw his fishing hook towards the leg of the metal wolf to try and help Ying. The feisty lass definitely wouldn't choose to avoid the attack. She stood her ground with a heated grin. Ying's giant sword came over her shoulder with great force to slice the beast's paw in half. The amount of power in that swing was definitely too much for a girl of her age and physique. Her sword and the beast's paw clashed in a fierce clash of sparks. Lei's hook reached the wolf's leg and easily pierced into it. Seeing that strange sight made him wonder just what couldn't his hook snag into. Another question to test later with Bing. Ying was slowly pushing the metal paw back with just her raw strength. Lei was starting to doubt she even needed his help in the first place. Her sword was slowly cutting right through the beast's paw. The metal beast roared with enough force to send most of them flying away. Its clashing with Ying was stopped, but Lei Ji's hook was still attached to it. Quan caught Lei before he smashed into the cave wall while Lei tugged on his line, lifting the giant wolf off its feet and tossed it into the opposite wall. Qing caught Nikong and stopped herself with her wings. Ying stabbed her sword into the ground before she could be sent flying, and Bing took a note from Ying by digging his 20 fingers into the floor. Now that the beast was out of the way, everyone could finally see the spirit tool that it was protecting. How beautiful, Wan Qing muttered. Destroy it. Bing yelled. Wait. Does anyone want an illusion-making spirit tool? Lei Ji asked. I don't. But I think Qing does. Ying responded as Qing slowly flew over to the magical treasure. She wrapped her hands around the softly glowing oil lamp and suddenly she was taken elsewhere. Qing looked around and found herself sitting on a throne surrounded by kneeling men dressed in feminine robes. This was her palace. The palace she's lived in for the past 20 years. Why did it feel like she didn't recognize this place at all? Like she didn't know any of the hundreds of followers bowing before her. She seemed so lost looking at all the same things she's seen every day. The palace she called her home was the most beautiful palace within the evergreen continent. It was filled with such beauty and unbelievable riches that it was like this entire place was meant for her. Even though she played a great part in creating this place, it just all fit so perfectly. This great palace belonged in her immortal fairy sect in which she was the sect leader of. There was a strange blue butterfly on the back of her palm though. She didn't recognize this bug but it felt like she should. It seemed like it was calling for her, trying to connect with her. It was crazy that Wanqing felt like she should try and connect back with this spirit beast she's seen for the first time. If anyone else knew of her thoughts they would call her a maniac. Sect leader. Someone called out to her. That shout woke her from her daze. Yes. Are you ready for the wedding that will combine both our sect and the Supreme Blade Kingdom together and lead the future of Evergreen Continent into prosperity? Ni Xiang asked. Ni Xiang was her best friend since they were young. They did everything together growing up. Learning the ways of the sword, cultivating the same martial arts, and even liking the same boys but unlike Qing, she was born a woman. There was a time in their past where Wan envied Xiang because of this. It spiraled into a large fight where their friendship was close to shattering forever. If it wasn't for Xiang's persistent and headstrong nature then they would probably be nothing more than strangers right now. Wanqing smiled that her best friend was still with her but why did Wan feel like she didn't know Xiang at all? A small part of her refused to acknowledge Xiang as her best friend in the entire world. A small part of her refused to even acknowledge Xiang at all. And it wasn't just her she felt this way about, she felt this way about her supposed groom and everything that was happening right now. The body she was in didn't even feel comfortable. It felt different. Ni Xiang grabbed her hand and led her to the doors leading out of her throne room. Was she really going to be married right now? Everything is going too fast. Shouldn't marriage be something done after several years of getting to know each other? Why does it feel like she's getting married to someone she just got to know a couple of seconds ago? Just what is even going on right now? Ni Xiang opened the doors and soon the surroundings changed. Ni Xiang was no longer next to her and every one of her family and friends were sitting in chairs clapping. Wan looked to her right and stared into the eyes of Hu Tao. Hu Tao locked eyes with Wanqing and gently smiled. He was like a completely different person entirely. He was wearing a well-made and fitted outfit, his hair was smooth and straight, and his personality was kind, supporting, and respectful. Are you ready, my dear? His voice was filled with love and care. If she didn't know Hu Tao before, he would be her dream husband. He was like a royal prince. But this was an illusion. She was trapped in an illusion inside an illusion right now. These memories floating around in her head weren't real. The magical treasure was a sky-ranked one. The butterfly from before flew in front of her face and sent chi at her. It was trying to help her break free this entire time. Wanqing responded in kind and sent her chi back to the butterfly, distorting the world around her and all the people inside. Qing shot up from the ground. She frantically looked around and saw everyone staring at her. The spirit tool was clutched in her hands, and Ikong was hugging her lap with a worried look on his face, and the butterflies were all over her body. It looks like they made it out of the first illusion without her. They were back in the Great Plains with everyone else. Finally awake, hey? You should probably hide that unless you want everyone knowing we got the spirit tool. Ying smiled. How long was I out? Wan asked as she connected her chi with the illusionary urn. Half an hour at most. After you touched the spirit tool, you just stopped moving. It was like your mind was taken somewhere else. Bing replied. I got put under a second illusion. Wanqing used the powers of the urn to change its look into a normal sword. So, if anyone looked at it now, they would just see a sword hanging from her waist. We tried everything we could to wake you up but nothing worked. Lei Ji said. I even punched you and that still didn't work. Ying revealed. Is that why my face hurts right now? Wan yelled. Sorry but hey. You got a spirit tool at the earth rank. Wanna show us what it can do? Ying suddenly asked. We should get moving. Qing, you can tell us on the way. Bing suggested. Did it really have to be my face though? Wan asked. If a punch in the face won't wake you up, nothing will. Ying replied. She felt really guilty after doing it though. She even fed you one of her recovery pills. Bing spoke up. Who feels guilty? Ying shouted. Well thanks, but next time I'm unconscious don't touch my face please. Wan begged. Hat. Youth is refreshing to witness. Lei Ji chuckled as the group got up and starting to move deeper in the Great Plains. CaptainBoyHole. The illusion-making tool is just a genie lamp in appearance. I don't think Xiangxia worlds have genies so I didn't put genie lamp to describe it. Ah, and I didn't really get any answers on what personality I should give Wanqing so, she's staying how she's been so far. Next chapter will be with Jing and the Wolfeng gang. She'll go through a few fun things with them and Li Li. I'm proud to say that I haven't had to rely on the comment suggestions yet for ideas about treasures, places, and martial arts. In my drafts, I've officially written up to chapter 61 so 8 chapters ahead from this one. I plan to increase that distance bit by bit but, I'm a lazy mfur. But anyway yeah, see you guy Wednesday. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Jing's first day out as a bandit. Deep in the woods near the Great Mountain, a small battle was being held by two different groups. There were little differences between both groups, but the third group watching didn't care enough to differentiate them. All they saw were easy prey. The two groups were locked in a life or death battle over a glowing blade floating in the air. A certain someone thought it was a pointless battle as there was only one blade that only one person could use. All these lives lost over a single sword, it would have been more meaningful to have a chosen member of their group to duel the other and the winner would take the blade. The first group of cultivators stumbled upon the blade first. Their leader tried to take the blade for himself, but just as he was about to grasp the handle, he was knocked out of the way by the second group's leader. Neither sides looked as if they were part of a faction and were just a group of cultivators that decided to team up to take on the treasured plains together. This was a regular occurrence within the treasured plains for cultivators with no reputable background, the untalented, and those with no friends to rely on. Jing watched this fight play out while hiding in the bushes with the Wolfeng gang. The Wolfeng gang was the third group watching this fight and intended on snatching the valuables of everyone here along with the glowing spirit weapon. The winner of this skirmish didn't even know what was about to hit them. Wenling was a lot more intelligent than Jing thought she was. Letting your enemies battle to the death and then killing the victor to take all the riches is a smart plan. Jing had to give her praise, she knew how to use her head. She did have some issues with this plan though. The rewards to be gained from this won't be as good as these two groups are filled with lackluster cultivators. But then again, if they do this enough time, the amount of resources taken will eventually stack, increasing their power even more. Let's go get our goods, boys. Wenling whispered to her ranks. The first group successfully killed their opposing enemies but with heavy costs. Out of the 20 cultivators on the first side, 10 were killed in this battle. The second group was completely wiped out. The remaining 10 survivors allowed the strongest in the group to take the blade. Jing was honestly surprised that the survivors didn't all turn on each other and start stabbing themselves in the back for the sword. Knowing the cultivators in her sect, she wouldn't have been surprised in the least. The dangers of the treasured plains must be greater than their greed if they're willing to pass up on a sword like that. And in a way, they were right in their choice here. It was just too bad they weren't aware of their surroundings. Jing threw a talisman towards the leader and it stuck to his back. It was a spell that caused a bright and intense light to shine, blinding anyone staring at it. I can't see. We're under attack. Damn it. Seriously. Just one fucking thing after the other in these damned plains. Cowards. Reveal yourselves. The Wolfeng gang shielded their eyes before charging in. They kept their eyes to the ground where they could tell when the talisman was done shining, and when it was, they looked up and got ready to kill. Wenling observed from the back as everyone else attacked. None of the cultivators here were at the 9th stage, so there was no need for her to join in. Her second in command, Ayers, took on the leader of the first group. They were both 8th stage chi gatherers. Since they had the advantage after blinding the cultivators, Ayers managed to slice off the hand of the leader with his dagger. The blood spray that sprayed on his body from the wound didn't bother Ayers in the least. The horrified screams of the leader were silenced with a casual stab to the throat as he fell down gurgling on his own blood. The rest of the gang were taking care of the other 9 cultivators. Jing did not take part in the bloodshed despite being an important factor in aiding it. She took it upon herself to capture the spirit weapon for the group. With a sealing spell slapped onto the sword, it couldn't resist being captured by Jing. Its abilities were sealed as long as the sealing talisman was wrapped around it. She grabbed the sword in her arms and quickly ran towards Wenling while the rest were finishing up the cultivators and pooling together their belongings. Nice job, my protégé. Wenling complimented, causing a small blush to appear on Jing's face. It wasn't too hard, Jing softly responded. She then gave the sword to Wenling. What was that first spell you used? She asked. It's called Flash. It's a supportive type spell. Good choice picking that one. Thanks to that, none of my men got injured and we got a good haul from these groups. She rubbed Jing's hair. Thanks. Jing hid her face and stared at the ground. It was at this time Ayers walked up to the two. Everyone else was piling together the loot from the dead bodies while casual joking and playing around the corpses. He gave a dismissive look at Jing before looking at Wenling with a love-struck expression. Jing wasn't pleased to be disliked again just because she caught the attention of someone else. Shang and his fans were enough. This haul was small but not negligible. No injuries are present and everyone mostly contributed equally in the ambush. Once we take inventory of all the loot, we will distribute them to everyone. He relayed. Good work, Vice Commander. Since I didn't participate, make sure to leave none for me. Remember to also reward yourself for taking the head of the strongest cultivator. Wenling told him. Yes, Commander. A foolishly wide smile showed up on his face from her words as he turned and left. Wenling then looked at her and motioned with her hands to go over there too. I don't think I'm worthy to receive a share. I didn't do much in the battle, Jing quietly spoke. If you didn't deserve a share of the loot, then I would have said so. Ears knows how much you contributed to this ambush, he'll give you what you earned. Now get on over there with everyone else. She told Jing. Jing did as she said. Everyone lined up for their share of the rewards off the dead bodies. Jing was near last in line. During her time waiting in line, she managed to see that most of the group were gifted chi pills, recovery pills, spirit stones, weapons, or weak spirit tools. One of them was actually gifted the glowing sword that the two groups were fighting over. The young man in question cheered loudly and was congratulated by the others. Once he pulled off the ceiling slit wrapped around the blade, it sparked with lightning zipping all over the body of the blade. It was a lightning blade. He could feed his chi into the blade and increase the amount of power held within the blade. The others figured it was definitely an earth-rank spirit weapon for sure, but Ears corrected them in an instant. It was just a stellar-rank spirit weapon, which was still impressive for the average cultivator to get. Something like that could be considered a family heirloom for the average cultivator clan or family. The young man was named Du Zihao. When it was her turn to receive her share, she was met with another look by Ears. She didn't know if Ears was his actual name, but that is what everyone referred to him as other than Vice Commander. He handed her the most loot out of everyone, garnering some angry reactions from those who watched. She was gifted 10 chi and recovery pills, 20 spirit stones, a good quality sword, and a one-time amulet that would shield her from any attack in the first cultivation realm. Jing was honestly surprised he didn't try to give her less than what she deserved. She expected him to give her only a few recovery pills or something similar to that, but it looks like he has a better nature than she thought. Hey, what the hell? Why does she get that much when all she did was run around? Yeah, Ears, are you sure your eyes haven't gone bad? I didn't see her kill a single person. Ears glared at them all, shutting them up with his stronger cultivation and fierce aura. When did you sorry bastards get the balls to question my decisions? If it wasn't for her talisman, you little bastards would have had a harder time. She made the ambush as easy as it was, and because of that she gets what she deserves. Just like the rest of you. And if you still have complaints, come on over here and prove just how big your balls are. Ears said, his bloody dagger shining particularly bright. Everyone else was forced to be silent at his words. Some of them may not have accepted this decision in their hearts, but they had no choice but to rein their attitudes or get beaten up by the vice commander. They normally would hold a grudge against Jing, but seeing her close relationship with the commander made them get rid of that thought in a heartbeat. Only an idiot seeking death would try and make enemies with Jing after seeing their commander being so kind to her. Let's get moving then. We still got some time before night comes. Let's try and find another group. CaptainBoyHole. Alright everyone, we'll be with our apprentice spellmaster Jing as she hangs out with a bunch of bandits for a few chapters. I've been seeing a lot of comments about people wondering where the hell Jing was, and here she is. I feel that you guys will be very satisfied in reading these upcoming chaps with her. I had a lot of fun writing them, and usually when I have fun writing about a particular chapter, you guys too. Except with Hu Tao. I think he might be the most disliked character of the group by the readers, but that's just my opinion. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. The Giant Rabbit. Ears led the way through the woodlands. Wenling was right behind him along with Jing and Li Li. Ears had impressive hearing despite not being a part of any notable family. He used his hearing to scout the path forward for them. Many in the gang suspected that it was actually a bloodline ability of his that allowed him to hear so well, but Ears himself denied this. He was born to a normal family whose ancestors were nothing but farmers. There wasn't a chance of his blood being anything but mortal. Come on, Vice Commander, it gotta be a bloodline. That shit just ain't normal. He has a point, Ears. I mean, I can't do anything like that. I told you bastards that I don't have a bloodline. Some men are born stronger than others. Some men are born better looking than others. I was just born with ears that better than others. Ears explained. I guess it makes sense when you put it like that. It's a shame I was born better looking than most. My good looks don't help me like it does the vice commander. One of the ugliest men boasted, causing many to laugh. Pfft. Gahahaha. You ugly asshole. You almost made me spit out my water with that joke. Wahahaha. Only a pig-nosed jade monkey would consider you handsome. You'd definitely be the best-looking monkey in the jungle. Oi. Who are you shitheads calling ugly? I don't see any of you with girlfriends. Although surprising, the ugly fellow did have a girlfriend. His physique was strong, his intelligence wasn't too bad, and his flirting skills were unmatched compared to the others. This statement shut the others up as they did not have women of their own like Xian. They knew of Xian's girlfriend as well. She wasn't anything too beautiful, but she wasn't ugly either. A plain girl accepted an ugly bastard like him. It made the rest feel that the world was too unfair. Should they lower their standards for a chance of happiness too? The ugly bastard did seem happier ever since he got in a relationship. Shut the hell up. I hear something. Ears ordered. Everyone immediately stopped their talking as Ears got down low to the ground. He placed his ear on the woodland's ground to get a better sense of what he was hearing. The ground beneath their feet started to softly rumble. Jing could clearly feel and hear what was happening with her refined body. Ears would understand in a few seconds too, along with everyone else. Ears shot up quickly and took out his daggers. Take out your weapons. Whatever is coming fast and with plenty of numbers. He yelled. Everyone heeded his instructions as fast as possible and got ready to take on whatever was enough to unnerve their vice commander. Wenling took out her glaive, Jing took out multiple talismans from her satchel and threw them around the group. She was making a box-shaped formation. She planted 4 talismans in each corner of the group and grabbed the sword that she carries around on her waist to use as a base for the formation. Upon taking the sword out, she stabbed it into the ground in the center of the group and slapped a conduit spell on it, activating the array and creating a chi barrier around them. It was the most basic of defensive formations, but it was something. She sat down exhausted against the barrier to catch her breath. It looks like she made the formation just in time, as the Wolfeng gang could now see what was coming towards them. A stampede of spirit beasts came charging their way. Everyone was shocked at what they were witnessing and almost couldn't believe it. They wouldn't have stood a chance against that many spirit beasts even if they had an extra life. Thanks, Jing. You really saved our asses there. If it wasn't for you, we'd definitely be swallowed up by those spirit beasts. Jing's cheeks burned as she took in the numerous thanks from the group. And no problem, Li Li glared at anyone trying to get too close to her. Since he was a spirit beast at the 9th stage, it was pretty effective. The spirit beasts rammed into the array but only caused small ripples to occur on the barrier. It wasn't enough to destroy it. As the spirit beasts were charging, Wenling noticed that they seemed to be running from something rather than just coming after them. Those that ran into the barrier quickly ran around it while looking back. If these spirit beasts were truly after them, then they wouldn't have given up after running into it once. Something dangerous must be up ahead. Which means something valuable must also be near. A beast tied on this level can't be caused by any regular beast. There must be a valuable plant or treasure nearby that would have caused a powerful beast to rampage and scare the other animals away. Wenling guessed. The beast tied past them by and everyone expected the ground to stop rumbling by this point, but instead it got even bigger. They looked ahead and saw a giant white figure snapping trees in half with just a simple push. Its eyes were bloodshot and strained, making it look as if it had blood-red eyes and an evil aura. Like some sort of demonic beast. What kind of fucking rabbit is that? That's way too big to be a rabbit. It has to be a mutant bear or something. Bears don't have ears or teeth like that. What's that on its head? On top of the giant rabbit spirit beast, a mesmerizing azure lotus plant that has bloomed could be seen stuck to the skull of the rabbit. The chi radiating off of that plant was even greater than the mutant rabbits. Wenling and Ears shared a look. That plant must be the cause of whatever is happening to this rabbit. They've never heard or seen anything like this rabbit before, and it was far too different in physique to just be a mutant spirit beast. Maybe it won't be able to get in here, someone hoped. It is just at the 7th stage. A normal 7th stage spirit beast wouldn't be able to cause a beast tied on that level. Get ready, you sorry bastards. We're taking that spirit plant on its head. Ears commanded. The giant rabbit stood up on its hind legs and started rapidly clawing the chi barrier. The barrier had ripples appear all over the formation, but it could handle this much power. Seeing that its claws weren't working no matter how fast it clawed the barrier, it tried biting into it with its powerful teeth. The teeth managed to puncture a small slit into the barrier, shocking everyone. Ears commanded them to get into position and to get ready to attack once the barrier is down. The rabbit turned around, showing its back to everyone, before kicking the barrier with both of its feet and completely shattering the defensive array. Wenling took the lead as soon as the barrier fell. She jumped on top of the rabbit and stabbed her glaive into its back as everyone else followed after her. The sudden pain caused the beast to cry out and swipe at the cultivators with its claws. The claws easily ripped through the bodies of some of the gang, splitting them from the waist, chest, and head. Seeing members of their group dying so easily already, made the ones who survived take extreme caution in dealing with this beast. That could have been them that died right there. Ears sped around the spirit beast to try and attack from its back like Wenling, but the spirit beast was somehow able to see him even though he was almost entirely behind it. It used its back legs to kick at him, forcing him to dodge or he would die from the powerful legs of the spirit beast. Whatever that plant was doing on top of its head was giving it strength that only those at the 9th stage could show. The rest of the gang started slicing and slashing at the rabbit with their weapons before running away once its attention wasn't focused on Ears. Wenling continued to stab and slice with her glaive on the back of the giant spirit beast. With her powerful 9th stage chi gatherer power, it wasn't hard for her to take most of the attention of the rabbit. It hopped a great distance into the air with Wenling on its back, making everyone on the ground look up in awe. Wenling herself even got nervous about being this high up in the sky. This damn rabbit sure can jump, but it won't get rid of her that easily. She stabbed her glaive deep into the back of the beast and held on with all her strength as it came falling down. Holy shit! A cultivator said, looking into the sky. Is the commander going to be okay falling from that height? I don't have a fucking clue. Vice Commander, do you think you could survive that fall? Maybe. If I stick my blades in the back of the jumpy bastard and make sure to have it land on the ground first instead of me, maybe I'll get away with some broken bones. Ayers replied honestly. Li, go save her. Jing told him secretly. He followed her request without hesitation. Li might not have liked the tall woman, but he didn't wish for her to die either. His mom cared about her for some reason, and so he cares too. Not as much, but if she's useful for his mom, then that's good enough reason to not want her to die. He took off like a white blur in the sky without a sound. He snagged Wenling from the back of the bunny and gently flew back down to the ground. Wenling managed to get her glaive before she was whisked away by the young owl, and the rabbit crashed to the ground. Kill it while it's down. She ordered from above. CaptainBoyHole. I don't have much to say in the author's note for this chapter. Just a simple little action chapter. Ayers holds his daggers in a reverse grip, if anyone was wondering. Comment/review on the story, readers, and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. A new tool to use. The gang quickly heeded her directions and ran towards the flipped-over spirit beast. It landed on its back in its attempt to kill Wenling, putting it in a somewhat helpless position. The gang avoided its dangerous legs that were strong enough to completely shatter a defensive formation and started stabbing and slicing it with their weapons. Some jumped onto the stomach of the creature to dig their weapons in its guts, while others were fine hacking at it on its sides. It fiercely cried out in pain and struggled to kill any members it could with its claws. Ayers used this chance to take care of the spirit beast. He nimbly avoided the razor-sharp claws of the beast as he aimed to slice the lotus off of the beast's head. It seemed as if the rabbit could sense his intentions and grew desperate. The giant beast screamed with enough force to knock Ayers into the air before he could slice the strange plant off with his daggers. The others caught the vice commander before he fell, and the rabbit was getting back up. Damn, this thing just won't stay down. It's bleeding like a bitch, but it's still just as strong as before. Aim for the flower, you stupid bastards. The flower on its goddamn head. Ayers yelled. Wenling leapt up high and dove down with her glaive to separate the flower from the beast's head. It bared its teeth and readied itself to bite the commander once she gets close enough. Zhao used his new lightning sword and shoved it deep into the neck of the mutant beast. Although it was completely by luck, he managed to wedge his blade into the spine and completely lock its head in place. This allowed Wenling to cut off the lotus attached to the head of the rabbit. Red fluid squirted out of the stem and splattered all over Wenling's chest, but this didn't bother her. She raised the flower up high in a stance of victory. The battle was over and no more lives needed to be lost. Hell yeah! Fuck you, stupid rabbit! He was repeatedly kicking the dead beast in its side. About damn time. Hey Commander, why is that thing still moving? Someone pointed out. What are you? The lotus in the commander's hand started to rapidly grow in length. Wenling tried to throw the spirit herb away, but it was clingy. It covered her in its roots and tried to reach her head with its main stem, which was the thickest. Jing used this chance to participate in the event. So far, she's done really nothing but watch, as she was acting as if she was still tired from creating the barrier. But with this, she could say that she's done something. Jing actually was quite interested in the parasitic plant. This could be an easy way of gaining 100% loyal followers if she could find out a good way of growing them, and after refining them with SCP-914, she would have those infected with the plant to completely follow her commands. Maybe she would even be rewarded with more tickets like what happened with Hu Tao. It was a thought worth exploring. Jing clumsily and desperately rushed over to Wenling and pushed her out of the way, freeing her from the grasp of the plant but also allowing the plant to latch onto her own head. Jing, no! Wenling cried out. Why did you try to help me? Jing didn't hear her. She wasn't in the treasured plains anymore and was back in that place from before. The same place where she was taken when she refined herself. The black space with the white sphere that felt linked to her. If she tried harming it or affecting it, it would have the same result to herself. Of course, that was just Jing's gut feeling talking and not something she knew for sure. She was naked again just like last time, but that wasn't the important thing here. It was the nasty foul presence above her that didn't belong here. She looked up and met eyes with the parasitic life form that wanted to take over her being. Jing was slightly surprised looking at the figure. It was like she was looking right at herself. It had her exact same face and body but with a few extra parts. There was the beautiful light blue lotus attached to its head and several lotus petals floating around it. The chi leaking from the copy was strong and seemed to get even stronger the longer it stayed here. It looks like it didn't even need to attach with that strange orb over there to strengthen itself. It smirked at her. You don't truly believe you can take over my mind, do you? Jing asked, amused. The flower continued to grow in strength while smiling at Jing. It was trying to pressure her with its ever-increasing qi. The qi that was being sucked straight from Jing's danshan. It was laughable that it believed that taking her qi was going to help it at all. By inviting itself to this realm only hastened its death. If they were back in the physical world, Jing would have to restrain her power and techniques, but here, there were no witnesses at all. You've doomed yourself once you stepped foot in here. Jing told it. The qi she kept restrained within herself was no longer held back. She unleashed the deep and unstoppable qi onto the plant in full force with a mocking laugh. The doppelganger's face changed in an instant as it was launched flying into the air. It tried resisting with the qi it stolen from Jing, but it was useless. What it took from her was nothing more than a drip from the bottomless well that was Jing. Its face was now morphed into a confused and horrified scowl. It needed to run. It needed to flee if it wanted to survive. This host wasn't a good host. It would be killed if it stayed here any longer to try and take over this host. The lotus quickly flew towards the top of this black space. It knew there was an exit there because it entered from the same place. It would have to try and take hold of a different host. A host that isn't a freaky as this one. But how could Jing allow it to escape when she still had a use for it? A giant blue being appeared in front of the flower. It had feminine features, no definable face, and was completely transparent. The being swiped the copy out of the air and brought it inside its chest. It kind of reminded Jing of herself when she was refining. Could this creature actually be SCP-914? The subconscious that aids me in refining objects I have no knowledge of. Jing wondered. It was a very high chance of it being so. But if SCP-914 is here, then where is SCP-222? If there was a representation of this SCP, then there had to be another for the other one. Jing looked around for anything else inside this other world but couldn't find anything. Even with her superior senses, she couldn't find it. Maybe it was because SCP-222 was a physical object on a different level than SCP-914. It was hypothesized that the refining machine could have been secretly run by a being on a higher level of existence from humans. Like some sort of divine blacksmith. Jing locked eyes with the giant as it took out the refined parasite and pushed it out of the exit of this place. That was also when Jing found herself back with the Wolfang gang. She shot up and immediately looked around. Li Li cried out in relief and rubbed him face on her face. Wenling was next to her and the other were eating around a campfire, joking around. Ears noticed her awakening and started walking towards them. Looks like you are finally awake, my protégé. Wenling smiled with relief as well. It seems she was allowing her to rest on her thighs this entire time. What happened? Jing asked while comforting Li Li with plenty of rubs and petting. After you saved me from that plant, it attached itself to your head instead. Then you just fell unconscious and been out ever since. She told her. I didn't hurt anyone, did I? Jing said worriedly. She chuckled in amusement before saying, no. You didn't hurt anyone, sweetie. Like I said before, you just fell unconscious and we couldn't get rid of that flower on your head no matter what we did. Even Zihan's stellar ranked spirit weapon couldn't remove it from you, Ears spoke as he arrived. Here's some meat from that bastard from earlier. Whatever that thing on your head did to it made its body much better. Ear handed her a stick with a cooked part of the rabbit's meat stuck at the end. Its meat is good for strengthening the body, enhancing your qi, and it tastes good as well. Wenling explained. Only those from wealthy clans can eat spirit beasts that give benefits as good as this. Ears added. Thank you. Jing bowed her head towards Ears and grabbed the stick. The lotus flower attached to her head shot out and latched onto Ears' head, quickly drilling into his brain with its tendrils and becoming one with him. Jing visibly panicked and screamed at what was happening while Wenling reached out as fast as she could to try and pull it out of his head. But she was too slow even with her speed. It was the perfect timing as no one could have expected this. One would think it would attach itself to Li Li or Wenling due to their close proximity with Jing, but no, it grabbed Ears. Ears' body was visibly transforming at a rapid rate. The muscles on his body were enlarging, his eyes were turning red, the qi within his danshan was expanding, and his regular qi was transforming into a different type of qi. He grabbed his head while clenching his teeth in pain. By the end of his transformation, his power was raised to a completely new height as he broke past the barrier of the 8th stage and entered straight into the 9th stage, along with gaining a pretty little lotus resting on top of his head. CaptainBoyHole. If you guys enjoyed that little segment with Jing and the parasitic spirit plant, then I got a few more exciting parts with her where she doesn't restrain her strength in the next few chapters. I made them specifically in mind to the commenters that wanted more of Jing not hiding her power, so expect some good stuff Wednesday and Friday. I've also gained a recent liking in parasites and things like that. Two being coexisting as one while also strengthening each other is such a cool concept to me. I'm definitely gonna add more of it in my stories till I get sick of it. Oh, that reminds me, some guy commenters about how all my main characters are unlikable jerks or evil, so that made me decide that the next story I release alongside this one will have a good-natured main character. In the future when I release even more stories, one will have a neutral or evil MC while the other will have a good MC. Just because I like things to have balance. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. A boy's love for his mother. The commander was still trying to pull it from Ear's head but he stopped her by grabbing her wrist. The amount of strength he used in grabbing her wrist made her worried. Did he get taken over like the bunny from earlier? Would she have to kill her vice-commander in front of all of her men? No. There had to be another way. Jing was fine somehow so, there had to be another way to deal with this thing. Commander, I'm fine, Ears said in a haggard voice. He released Wenling's arm. The little bastard doesn't have any control over me. Are you sure? Wenling asked, with a worried look in her eyes. Ready to help him out no matter what it takes. Well. If you could bring me some more of that bastard's meat, I'll be even better. Ears tiredly collapsed against the tree next to Jing. The transformation must have taken a lot out of him. You got it. Wenling headed over to the campfire and started roasting the biggest meat for the vice-commander. Jing looked around awkwardly. Not wanting to make eye contact with Ears because of his supposedly dislike of her but still being worried about his current condition. She turned her face to the side and held out her meat towards him. She could hear him chuckling at her offer. If you need some. I don't mind sharing, Jing mumbled. Don't mind if I do. He took a large bite out of Jing's food, causing Li Li to cutely squawk at him in anger. Hat, give me a break little bastard. I felt like I was just shoved out of my mom's hole for a second time. He chewed. Li Li wasn't satisfied with that excuse and continued to berate him for daring to steal more than he deserved from his mother. He kept laughing while trying to get used to his new body by cultivating. Seeing the man ignore him so blatantly, Li Li knew he was being looked down on. He kicked the vice-commander in the stomach, causing him to spit up some of the meat he just ate and hold his stomach from the pain. You little fucking bastard. Why would you? Ears cursed angrily. Li Li just smirked as if he was saying, you dare to ignore me now? A weakling like you who can't even beat a simple bunny. I'm not gonna be looked down on by a fucking bird. Ears swiped at Li Li to try and grab him but failed as the owlet did a simple hop and kicked him in the jaw from below the chin. Hey look, the vice-commander is getting his ass kicked by Jing's baby owl. Someone shouted. A shining red mark was left on Ear's jaw. He bounced up with humiliated fury and let off a number of punches towards the avian beast. Li Li swayed his head with ease and continued to look at Ears with a condescending look of mocking. Hat, you couldn't touch me even if you tried. Honestly, it's just embarrassing looking at you. Was what it looked like Li Li was saying to Ears. Oh yeah you little bastard shit. Don't mock me. Ears took out his daggers and rapidly slashed at Li Li who now was flying. Kick his ass little bird. Haha yeah. Show the vice-commander that there is always a sky above the sky. I was always sick of that asshole barking orders. Shut him up for us. Vice-commander, you can't even beat a tiny bird like that. The fucking bastard is faster than he looks. Shut the hell up already you loud bastards. Ears yelled back while continuing to try and hit Li Li with his blades. Jing outwardly looked very worried but inwardly was smiling. It was nice to see Li Li having fun with others. He didn't have many friends and seeing this situation maybe that would change in the future as he interacts with others more. She might have to give him a way of talking to people though. Jing didn't plan for this situation to happen with Ears but it was fine for her not to step in for now. Li Li wasn't doing anything that would reveal that he's much more than he seems. He is at the 9th stage, so fighting against someone who just reached that stage wouldn't be that much of an issue for him. Plus, there's the fact that spirit beasts are normally stronger than humans at the same stage. The two continued their show for a few more minutes before Ears dropped to the ground exhausted with a taunting Li Li prancing around him. Those watching started exchanging items with one another. Those who bet on Ears landing at least one hit lost and those who bet that Li Li would not get hit, won. Jing didn't participate in the gambling for 3 reasons. 1. She already knew who would win. 2. It was too early for her to get along with everyone else and start participating in their bandit-like activities. And 3. It wouldn't fit her personality as of right now to enjoy seeing others fight yet. Here you go. This is for the winner, Wenling handed a big piece of roasted rabbit meat to Li Li. And this is for the loser. She handed a slightly smaller one to the exhausted Ears. He was lying on the ground unable to lift his arms. He looked at Wenling with his face red and filled with shame. But it quickly changed into a scheming one once he realized his current position. A loser in need of some comforting. Commander, it looks like my body is even more exhausted than I thought. I can't even move a single finger. You might have to feed this sorry bastard. He grinned cheekily. Wenling rolled her eyes as she knew he was just taking advantage of the situation. She propped his head up on her thigh and fed him herself. The rest of the gang made fun of the vice commander for wanting to be treated like this, but he ignored it while looking like he was taking part of some heavenly activity. It was as if he was freely flying through the clouds just because he was lying on the commander's lap. Li Li walked over to Jing with his prize and handed it to her. She almost forgot this was the reason he fought with ears in the first place. He ate most of her rabbit meat. She smiled at her feathered son and hugged him. The two shared the rabbit meat together as the lively night was coming to a close for the Wolfang gang. By morning time, everyone was up and ready to move. Ears led them deeper into the woods, getting closer and closer to the great mountain. There's no doubt that there would be plenty of cultivators who headed up the mountain in search of treasure. And where there is cultivator, there is loot to be plundered. As long as Ears continue to scout the path carefully, avoiding any spirit beast nests, they should arrive in no time. Commander. Someone called out. Yes. Are we going to go higher than the lower limit? No. Even though the power of our squad is stronger from eating that mutant's meat and the vice commander reaching the 9th stage, it's still not enough to take on anything higher than the lower limit. Wenling answered. What is the lower limit? Jing asked. It's the area of the Great Mountain where only beasts of the Qi gathering stage stay. The middle limit is where Qi consolidation stage beasts stay, and it continues like that with the higher limit, greater limit, and so forth. So, it's safer. No, far from it. It just means that it's an area that isn't impossible for us. Ears clarified. If we tried to tackle the middle limit with just this squad, we'd be wiped out within seconds. Wenling added. Scary, Jing mumbled. Yab. That's why you should always know your limits. It's also why those in the Wolfang gang take great care not to offend anyone with great backgrounds. Most of us in the Wolfang gang are just commoners. Those who started the path of cultivation without support from families or clans. Hell yeah. We worked our asses off to become cultivators. Like hell we'll let some pompous fucking brats ruin that just because they were born richer than us. Awoo. Awoo. Shut the hell up, you screaming bastards. How am I supposed to fucking hear anything with you bastards howling like monkeys? That's a wolf, Vice Commander. The young man who corrected Ears got a rock thrown at his nose. His fellow allies only laughed at him and his bloody nose. It was his own fault for correcting the Vice Commander. This kind of atmosphere isn't so bad. Jing thought. She wondered if her own followers were getting along like this. If so, she will be looking forward to when she goes out traveling with them. It would be a while until then, but it was still something to look forward to. Their personalities are all quite different and should be entertaining to see them come together. CaptainBoyHole. I didn't think this chapter would be so slice of life natured when I was writing it, but that's how it turns out now that I'm rereading it over again. These chapters are nice every now and then because I actually suck balls at writing filler content. I say filler because I kind of consider moments like these not important to the plot or story, but recently I realized that they are important and can help build upon the world and characters within the story I'm making. So, I'm trying to figure out how to get better at writing scenes like these because it's these types of moments where you can really bring a story to life. If I could master this, writing any type of story I want would literally be easy as balls. Because I have a few reserve stories that I plan to write in the future crossed off because of the current skill I'm at with my writing right now. I wouldn't be able to give those stories the care, love, and skill they deserve to be written with. Anyway, see you guys Friday. Next chapter will be fun and the chapter after that will be even more exciting. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Falling in a hole. The Wolfang gang made it to the Great Mountain while avoiding any beasts thanks to Ear's great scouting. Before they made it up the mountain, Ears heard another group ahead of them and decided to follow behind them. It would be hard to set up an ambush from behind on a mountain like this, so Ears and Wenling decided to follow them until they took a break. Then the Wolfang gang would attack when they're at their least alert. Jing wasn't so sure about this ambush though. The strength of their group resembled theirs along with the size. If things didn't go well, then a good number of the Wolfang gang would be taken out. And so far, the only plan was to have Jing use her flash spell again when their guards were down. She might have to think of a way to prevent them from losing their lives. She couldn't make them stronger if they all died on her. But thankfully, it looks like it wouldn't come to that. The group ahead of them discovered an opening in the mountain and went inside to investigate. This made the instincts of all the Wolfang gang members become agitated. Was there treasure in that hole? They need to find out before the group in front of them gets it. The ambush is off. Head inside and find out what's in that opening. Wenling ordered. The resulting sight was like seeing crazed hounds freed from their leash. They all rushed inside the opening, pushing and shoving each other to get a glimpse at the treasure inside only to meet face to face with the other group. Weapons were immediately drawn and the air turned tense. Killing intent was leaking off of everyone within the cave. What the hell are you guys doing here? We smelled treasure. Treasure that doesn't belong to a bunch of miscreants like you. We found this place first. Yeah, and we're going to take it first. Over my dead body. We're good at making dead bodies. Just as everyone's bloodlust was running high, suddenly an incredibly powerful chi was forced down upon everyone. Jing and Li felt nothing with their refined bodies, but they could tell that no one was able to move. It must have been someone or something forcing their chi on everyone, and since Jing wasn't affected by things like that with her abnormal physique, she had to remind Li to act like he couldn't move so that no one would notice their immunity. But it seems like her group was right in that there was treasure nearby. Even Wenling could barely move under this chi, and she was the strongest one here if Jing didn't include herself. Which was strange because the chi bearing down on everyone was a 9th stage chi gatherer's chi. This made Jing question why couldn't Wenling move? She's a 9th stage chi gatherer too. So, she should be perfectly fine right now if she used her own chi against it, right? Commander. Even you're unable to move. Whoever's chi is that is at a higher level than me in the 9th stage chi gatherer stage, she gritted her teeth. What? How is that possible? Do you bastards have shit in between your ears instead of a brain? Don't you know that even among those in the same stage there are differences between them? Ears shouted. Collective confusion sprouted upon their faces. What the hell was the vice commander yelling about this time? Wasn't the only difference between two people at the same stage was their ranking of martial arts? Or if they had a bloodline or not? Even Jing didn't know about these differences spoken by ears. This difference doesn't start to show until you reach the 9th stage. That's when you will finally start to create your sea of chi in your danshan. And whoever's chi this is, has a far greater chi pool than I do. He's probably a peak ranked 9th stage and on his way to breaking through to the chi consolidation realm. It feels like he should have broken through a long time ago. Wenling shared. What rank are you at, Commander? Someone asked. I'm a middle ranked 9th stage. She spat as the floor beneath them started to crumble. Curses, screams, and yells sounded out as everyone started to fall. Their fall seemed far longer than it should have been. They didn't climb very far up the great mountain, but with this fall, it was like they climbed more than 50 meters up the mountain. Jing figured that something related to a magical treasure was happening here. She already knew that there wasn't a cultivator causing this with her upgraded body. The chi pressing down on everyone earlier was coming from something non-human. There was no light in the hole she was falling, but she could still see perfectly fine. In a few meters, she would find herself crashing below in an open area along with Ears and two cultivators from the group they were going to ambush. Since Ears was taken over by that lotus flower, Jing wouldn't have to unnecessarily damage her body in this fall to hide her abilities. Water burst from out of SCP-109's cap and Jing controlled the water into protecting her fall. With a soft landing thanks to the water resting underneath her like a liquid throne, Jing saw that none of the others were injured despite falling from such a large fall. Perhaps using Neptune's prophet, her body martial art, to control SCP-109's infinite supply of water was unneeded after all. Oh well, the time has passed and she could get started on 2 of her missions now, but first she should investigate just where she was taken. This room was no ordinary room. In the middle of the room laid a circular disc with 6 strange symbols etched into it. On the left and right side of the room were 2 walls filled with hundreds of weird symbols, with a few of those matching the ones from the disc in the middle. Jing figured that they needed to do something with the symbols on the disc to the 2 walls. Then maybe that metal door would open up for them. Li flew over to the disc and looked at the walls curiously. It looked like he wanted to solve this puzzle all on his own. Jing had no issues with that, but first they had something to deal with now that the other 3 were waking up. Then he could solve the puzzle to his heart's content. Ears was the first to awaken. He gripped his daggers and raced across the room to take out the others, but that would be slightly problematic for Jing. She wouldn't be able to have these 3 cultivators count for her 2 missions if Ears killed 2 of them. Jing needed them to witness SCP-109's anomalous properties and to kill them with its unending supply of water. Stop! She commanded. Ears immediately stopped and stood up straight like a wooden dummy. This was why Jing wasn't bothered to reveal her water-controlling abilities with the vice commander in the same room as her. With the refined lotus plant attached to him, following Jing's instructions is mandatory. His mind is hers to control and change as she pleases. With the other changes made by SCP-914, taking over the Wolfeng gang will only be a matter of time now. What the hell? You 2 are part of the Wolfeng gang. Kill them before they get our treasure. Kill me. Jing smirked playfully. I'd like to see you try. Water gushed from out of SCP-109, enlarging the watery throne she was sitting on. You think we're scared of water? What a useless spirit tool. It can only create water. They scoffed while running towards Ears with their bare fists. A tentacle from her royal seat stretched out and pulled Ears out of the way before he could be attacked by the 2. Water continued to pour out from the canteen, increasing the quantity of water for Jing to control. The 2 still seemed quite confident despite the continually growing amount of water behind Jing's figure. Jing smiled while she mentally looked at her missions. It looked like it counted even if they thought it was just a spirit tool. Good. Jing thought. Now there wasn't any reason to spare them any longer. Jing formed the water around her into shaping into a whip. With a single flick of her wrist, the whip moved like a fearsome serpent as it pierced a hole through the stomach of the first cultivator. She tried to mimic a dragon, but it seems her talent was lacking. She'll have to increase her training for the future. She couldn't get by just by relying on her system if she truly wanted to become strong. Impossible. You're just a fourth stage. He tried to hold onto the water whip going through him, but his hands just slipped right through the water and he perished soon after. Who are you? The remaining cultivator fell onto his butt in disbelief. My name is Jing. Farewell. No. Wait. I can serve you. I can follow under you. He banged his forehead on the ground to bow. Amusing, Jing's eyes seemingly pierced right through him. CaptainBoyHole. This chapter wasn't as fun as I thought it was yesterday. I guess I glanced over it instead of reading it like I did today. The final parts were a bit fun, but it ended too quickly before it could get really juicy, I guess. Next chapter on Monday is the chapter with Jing Yule Guy's love. If I remember the contents correctly. Right now, I'm like 9 chapters ahead of this one, so I get confused sometimes what chapter is about what. Poor ears, by the way. The vice commander of Wenling's squad is now under the control of Jing. I wonder, what do you guys think will happen to the begging cultivator? What about the future of ears? But besides those questions, this author's note is over. I also need to learn how to write better cliffhangers. I've been reading some novels in my spare time when I'm being a lazy ass and not writing more chapters, and I'm like, damn, my cliffhangers kinda be terrible though. They don't make you excited for the next chapter or interested in what the fuck is going to happen next, they just kind of end. I gotta work on that too. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you're not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Jing's playtime. He couldn't tell if she was smiling in the position he was in, but he felt as if he was being stared at by a monster. A being that held no problems taking his life within a second. She didn't care about the troubles in his life, the hardships he's suffered to get this far, the family he has back home. He was nothing more than just a plaything for her. He wanted to cry tears of blood and ball his fists hard enough that the whites of his knuckles showed, but that would not spare him from the demon in front of him. Survival comes first. Without survival, all thoughts and emotions are meaningless. You can't take revenge if you're dead. You can't promise to get stronger if you're dead. You can't plan to avoid situations like these in the future if you're dead. Jen knew all too well that face and honor were worthless when one's life was on the line. Only idiots believed dying was better than losing their face. He ignored the stinging pain of his forehead along with the blood dripping from it as he kept his head bowed down to the demon. He could feel his heart beating like a drum from his throat. In one moment, his life could be taken, and he wouldn't even know how it would have happened. He could barely react when she killed Locke. That sort of speed wasn't something he could hope to beat. That chi that made him feel like he was facing against the heavens themselves. She was something outside his realm of understanding. Lotus. Share. Jing ordered. Ears walked over to Youth and crouched down to his level. The lotus pulsated on top of Ears and then blew out many white spores directly onto the young man. The spores dug into the pores on his skin and entered inside his body. Jing watched as he clawed at his skin in terrible pain, crying out for mercy. Please spare me. I wouldn't ever betray you. I would follow all your commands. I have a family. Tears started falling down his face. Jing giggled in amusement at the little fool. He thought he was dying right now because of the pain, but all that was happening was he was gaining a lotus of his own. Seeing him in such a vulnerable and pathetic state made her want to play with him a little, but that would have to wait. Li just solved the puzzle and the disc in the center of the room was now glowing. He looked towards her with such a bright and happy look on his face. She couldn't help but praise him and give him plenty of petting as a reward. He cooed and happily accepted her reward. It wasn't easy figuring out how to solve it. He had to think very hard. Jing sucked the disc into her storage ring as Ears and the boy stood in front of her with their lotuses blooming on their heads. Li perched on her shoulder and they all left the room by opening the door. Ears and the boy were leading in front while Jing took stage in the back. Once they entered the new room, Jing looked around for any familiar faces. None of them were from the Wolfeng gang. The blood on their clothes and weapons probably explained the reason for that. But this was good. She could use this to her advantage. Ears and Peasant got out of the way and allowed her to move up front. The other cultivators came from 3 other rooms which Jing guessed was similar to the room she just came from. They had bronze discs just like she had in her spirit ring, and it looked like they noticed that she was the only unfamiliar face inside the room. Jing only smiled as if she was looking at her new set of toys as a response to their glares. Ignoring the hostile looks and killing intent, there were 5 rods floating upright in the middle of the room. They were above a small stone pillar and all held a different type of chi within them. From what Jing could sense with her chi, there was fire, lightning, ice, yin, and wind within those 5 stone rods. Maybe those were the rewards this time around. Who the hell are you, bitch? Someone asked her. Yeah, I know, a frail little thing like you couldn't have possibly survived against one of ours. Even our weakest member wouldn't lose to a 4th stage chi gatherer. Jing wanted to know if they were purposely ignoring the 9th stage chi gatherer, the 9th stage spirit beast on her shoulder, and the 6th stage chi gatherer behind her. Stupidity and ignorance did have its limits. Too bad for these 10 disciples, they revoked their rights to remain alive when they insulted her. She twisted SCP-109's cap loose and a large amount of water shot out from behind her. Li Li used this time to investigate the rods and try and solve this room just like the last one. What the hell? Kill her before she tries something. Ignore the 2 behind her. She looks like their leader. They charged for her and she could only lick her lips in anticipation for the sweet screams that will come after. A slender and familiar whip made of water was in her hands. A single swing of her whip took the head of a single disciple. He didn't even realize he was dead while the upper half of his head slowly slid off and fell to the ground. She could have done that to every single one of them, but what would be the fun in that? Seeing how her whip can slice most things in half, it's not that fun to use against weaklings. There's not much suffering she can enjoy if they die in one swipe. She'll save the whip for those strong enough to deserve being tamed by her. The water whip splashed onto Jing's body and coated itself around her legs. The men in front of her didn't even realize that one of their own were dead yet. They were still charging at her. Jing couldn't help but laugh loudly at their lacking abilities. Seeing her laugh at them despite outnumbering her and being at a higher realm made them think she was crazy. They all attacked at once and Jing grinned. With a flawless twirl of her body, Jing avoided their attacks and with a terrifying amount of strength, drove her foot straight through the chest of a disciple. The men didn't even get the chance to react to the absurd sight before being attacked by Jing's deadly kicks. 3 of the men used the disc they got from the previous room to aid them in defeating Jing. The disc split into 4 smaller pieces of itself and defended against Jing's attacks. Don't be scared. I just used too much strength on that first worm. I promise I won't let you all die so easily. Arousal and excitement glowed on Jing's face. Jing landed several bone-breaking kicks on the cultivators to have them scream at just the right pitch. Even if the shield protected them, Jing's kicks were lightning fast. For every 4 blows defended by the shield, 6 more would land where they weren't defending. She made sure to regulate her strength after accidentally killing the first cultivators so that even if they wanted to die from internal injuries it would be impossible. Seeing their agony and terror only made her even more turned on. A few seconds ago, they planned to kill her without even giving it a second thought, but now, they are completely at her mercy. Those arrogant smiles and mocking eyes from earlier are nowhere to be seen anymore. Her cultivation martial art, Empress of Pain's Tome, was being advanced at a rapid rate. The more they suffered, the more physical energy she was absorbing from them. And since she's already reached the intermediate rank for it, she also absorbed their chi when she caused physical pain to her enemies. If she could drag this on for a bit longer, she could possibly even reach the advanced stage for it. It was said that once she reaches this stage, causing others physical pain would increase her mental energy and give her chi a commanding presence. If her mental will is stronger than her opponent's, she could force them under her will with just her chi alone. And if her will isn't stronger, then it could at the least pressure her opponent even more and cause them into making mistakes during battle. Having her chi being able to do that would make taking over the sect a much easier task. What better cultivation technique would there be for someone like her other than this one? It just fits so perfectly with the person she is at her core. The fight didn't take long. In only 10 minutes, the toys were all broken and barely any fun to play with. Even when she stomped onto the testicles of one of them, all he did was foam at the mouth and faint rather than screaming. He was the liveliest one too. If something as painful as that wasn't enough to yell about, then nothing was. Jing figured it was time to give them the end they craved. They wouldn't hold any more use to her in this state. The water coating her legs shot out water tendrils that pierced into the hearts of all 9 barely living men. She collected their discs and placed them into her spirit ring along with any other valuables they held before walking over to Li Li, who was still trying to figure out the trick with these 5 rods. He even had 10 of the souls he can store trying to help him figure it out. Jing innocently smiled at the cute little owlet. She grabbed each of the rods and stuck each one into each other, creating a long rock staff that held 5 elements within its 5 segments. Li Li and his beast souls looked at her in awe. As if she just solved the biggest mystery plaguing the world. She could only helplessly smile at how cute he was. Once she connected the staff, she placed it inside her spirit ring. After solving the trick of this room, the floor below her started to split open. Down below, she could sense people fighting and knew that the next treasure must be down there. She willingly let herself fall into the darkness with Ears and Peasant next to her. Li Li flew down because he had wings and thought it was stupid to fall when he could fly. CaptainBoyHole. While writing this chapter, I did realize that there are too many main characters inside of a sect like the Golden Serpent sect. I was too hasty. There are 2 other giant sects similar to the sect the main characters are in, and I could have easily saved a few for them. Not to mention adding a few wandering famous MCs for when they journey outside of the sect in the future. I definitely shouldn't have added so many persons of fates in the sect. I'm regretting it. What I should have done was made 1 or 2 persons of fates that were actually insane with their cheats and godlike luck that Jing would have no hope of going against them unless she used her wits, SCPs, and followers in ingenious and creative ways. Maybe I can still pull off something like that later in the story, but right now, I doubt it. There are just too many, I'll have to kill off a few. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter BTW. I wasn't too descriptive in describing Jing's actions to the men because there was 10 of them. I literally could have wrote the whole chapter describing her torture of the men, but I would rather save that for a character or characters that are worth it. None so far, as Jing hasn't had a real challenge yet for enemies. I'll have to change that to or things will get boring. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Doing something nice. As Jing was falling down the hole, she placed her mask on to change her physique. Now, even if she encountered more disciples from the Wolfeng gang, she wouldn't have to hide her abilities. With all these bloodthirsty disciples here, it was a good chance for her to make some progress on her SCP-109 missions. She would also be able to take the rewards and gift them to her followers once they accomplished some of the missions she gave them. She also gave Li Li his own little owl-shaped mask that functioned the same as hers. They were a matching pair in color scheme. She placed his mask on and he changed forms too. Jing's new form was of a young boy. Li Li's was that of a bat. They were now ready to act as free as they wanted. Down below them was a large pool of water. Even from the height she was at, Jing could see that it was filled with disciples from both Wolfeng gang and the other group. She unscrewed SCP-109's cap and created a moving wave to catch her before she fell into the water like the rest. Li Li slowly flew down and landed on her shoulder as she stood on top of the water's surface using the army canteen's water. The water was incredibly clear and pure. Jing could see the drowned bodies all the way at the bottom of this large pond, and it was a deep pond. Heirs and peasant just fell into the water behind her and scrambled to swim up to the top. Jing ignored them as they would be fine with that lotus plant on their heads. She looked around to try and find the magical treasure of this place. So far, she could see nothing that resembled a spirit tool inside the water. Just cultivators swimming to the top so they could breathe. She made sure to have SCP-109's constantly shooting out water above her so that others will notice its strangeness when they notice her. There had to be some trick to this room just like the others. It couldn't want them to swim until they get tired and drown. That wouldn't make sense, nor would it follow the same patterns as the other 2 rooms before this one. Jing's eyes found themselves focusing on Wenling down below. There were a lot of disciples trying to get to her. Members of the Wolfeng gang protected her by stopping the others from coming close. In her hand was a helmet and in the other was her glaive. But that helmet was in the hands of 9 others as well, who were in a situation similar to Wenling. Jing figured it was just like what happened in the room before. There were multiple copies of the spirit tool, and once they are all gathered together, they would merge into the original magical treasure. Stealing this treasure won't be as fun as it was taking the rock staff in the other room. It's too bad I won't be able to hear your screams. Jing sighed. SCP-109 started to spew out water at a faster speed. Jing used her body martial art, Neptune's prophet, to control the water inside of the canteen. Behind her, 2 massive tendrils of water rose into the air. With a leisure wave of her palm, it swept through the pond like an ancient monster of the sea. Bodies were knocked far into the sky or deeper into the pond. She made sure to target the Wolfeng gang members as well. It would endanger her identity if a powerful mysterious figure like herself allied themselves with the bandit faction. People would question why would someone as powerful as that ally with the Wolfeng gang of all groups. The only acceptable explanation that Jing could think of was they had someone precious to them in their clutches as a hostage. But even that was too far-fetched in her opinion. But anyway, the Wolfeng gang members that got hit by her attack didn't die. They might have been injured with a few broken bones at worst, but nothing life-threatening. The only ones to die from her water tentacle was the other group. It didn't take long for everyone to start aiming at her for attacking them, but it was a pointless endeavor. With one of her water tendrils attacking those with the spirit weapons and the other collecting the treasures, Li Li was left to defend her. He did so without even moving a single inch. A blue ghostly worm dragon manifested above him and dove into the waters to deal with those trying to attack his mother. Jing made sure to remind him not to kill those from the Wolfeng gang, but unlike Jing, Li Li didn't bother memorizing the faces of those from the group. He only knew annoying girl and cocky weakling. The soul of the worm dragon was indiscriminate in its killing. Its massive body was enough to shatter the bones of anything it rushed into. Jing's eyes danced with joy at seeing the previous sparkling waters turn red. She sucked all the treasures into her spirit ring while laughing. not leaving a single valuable object behind, no matter if it was something as common as a recovery pill or as valuable as an Earth-rank spirit tool. She could tell that everyone who was still alive wanted her dead with just their glares alone. But what could they do against overwhelming force? Everyone cursed in their hearts as they wished death upon that stupid brat. If glares could kill, then that masked kid would be dead dozens of times over. Just how unfair are the heavens that they have to suffer from something like this just because that kid's martial arts are more suited for a situation like this. If they were on land right now, that brat wouldn't stand half a chance against them. Bye-bye, everyone. Thanks for the gifts. Jing said with a playful smile as she pulled out a movement spell and teleported away. You stupid fucking brat. I'll rip out your mother's guts and choke her with them. Damn it. We've come all this way just to lose out on everything. How many people have we lost, Vice Commander? Wenling questioned. Around a quarter of our men died. Ayers stated after looking around. Let's find a way out of here. We need to make up for losing so much time and resources. Wenling said just as a figure came falling from the sky with a big splash. A little white bird came flying down slowly after. Jing panicked as she found herself immersed in water. She couldn't tell which way was up or which way was down. Well, almost a quarter now. Ayers corrected himself. I'll get her, Commander. Zhao dove down to try and help Jing, but it turns out his help wasn't needed in the first place. Jing pulled out a talisman from her bag and slapped it on herself. The Wolfang gang watched as a bubble formed from Jing's body, pushing away any water near her and sending her straight up to the surface of the water. Now that she could breathe again, she looked around to see herself in some sort of lake. She met eyes with the various Wolfang gang members swimming at the top of the water. What the hell kind of spell is that? Seriously? Did she put herself in a chi bubble to stop herself from drowning? Isn't that one of the weakest shields a spell master can use? I never knew it could be used like that. My protégé is full of surprises, Wenling complimented. Now let's see if she can do the same for all of us. I don't know about you bastards, but I'm sick of swimming around like a damn fish. Ayers complained. Everyone started to swim towards Jing, who was inside her bubble. Li Li landed on top of the bubble and looked down on all the swimming disciples. The gang could tell that he was mocking them just because he could fly, but Jing was probably their only chance of escaping this place. Getting on the bad side of her pet wasn't going to help them in any way. Jing, is there a way you can help us get out of here? Wenling asked. I could try and make a movement array, but I'll need everyone to gather around as close as they can. With this many people, I can't choose where we're going to be teleported. So, you're saying to be prepared for anything? Ayers asked. Jing nodded to his question. That's fine. As long as it's out of here. We need to recoup our losses, quickly. Wenling said. Losses? We just got robbed by some stupid brat. Now we're even poorer than we were at the start of the treasured plains. Next time I see that kid, I swear I'll wring his little slender neck. Oh. Sorry I wasn't any help, Jing apologized as if she could have changed anything as a 4th stage chi gatherer. What were you doing that made you so late anyway? Were there still people up there? I fell into an illusion with Li Li. It was hard for us to get out, Jing said with embarrassment. Did you at least gain anything? Ayers asked, irritated. Her talismans would have been useful in helping them. I got this after we broke free. Jing pulled out a necklace of tiny skulls. Wenling and Ayers squinted to try and glean anything about it. The eye holes of the skulls lit up and stared at all the Wolfang gang members. Soon after, chi started to flow out of the necklace around Jing. That chi began to shape itself into large purple skulls that hovered around Jing's head. They spun around her while staring at all the others. What the hell? Why is it doing that? What are you doing? It just activated on its own. Jing said, just as shocked as everyone else. Well, just ignore it for now. You can figure out what it does when we get out of here. Ayers spoke. Okay, Jing replied, a little bit creeped out by the skulls. She began to start working on the movement formation to teleport them out of here. CaptainBoyHole. Comment/review on the story, readers, and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Just another day. Hey, don't run so fast. What kind of disciples are being trained at the sect that would run away from little ole me? Hu Tao yelled as he chased his prey through the woods. You insane bastard. Everyone knows that fighting with you is a waste of time. You're anything but little, you crazy fucker. Who'd want to fight the fighting maniac who treats every battle as a life or death fight? Little my ass. I'm not risking my life fighting with this fighting retard. The disciples didn't take Hu Tao's bait and ran for their lives. They ran with everything they had to escape from the fighting maniac. He didn't care about magical treasures, he didn't care about spirit stones, he didn't even care for the temptation of the flesh. All he wanted was to fight. He was insane. A true madman was after their lives. Hu Tao was amused seeing them all scurry like rats. They even used valuable treasures that could only be used a single time to slow him down. But while chasing them was fun and all, he was hoping they were actually running to meet up with their groups. Then it would be a real party. His eyes locked onto the strongest rat running, and it was a female disciple at the third stage. He wondered why she was running from him when he was one stage below her. A third stage chi consolidator usually wasn't this cowardly. They must have something important to hide if they aren't willing to fight him. Everyone knows that the lower realms don't stand a chance against those at a higher realm. Unless they're from a great clan, family, or a prodigy. You're mine, sweet cheeks. Hu Tao lunged at her like a horny monkey from atop a tree branch. I wouldn't have it any other way, you scum. Hu Tao suddenly realized it was a trick. Just before he jumped at her, she swallowed something. She wanted him to attack her. His infinitely tough chains protected his body from being split in half by the girl's powerful chi blades. Hu Tao couldn't help but whistle in amazement as he was sent flying backward. Whatever she just swallowed made her 3 times as strong as she was before. Now this was an unexpected present. Her martial technique wasn't simple either. The way that her chi coated around her arms made it seem like she was wielding 2 blades that could split through any metal. Something like that takes a lot of chi control and talent. Hu Tao could do it too, but he preferred not doing something like that. It drained his chi faster than he would like, and the chains were more useful as weapons. Who the hell are you? Hu Tao asked. Someone with this much talent trying to kill him. It wasn't often that Hu Tao could get a fight like this. If he knew the reason why, he could piss them off even more by insulting the reason why they're even after him. Maybe she would be willing to swallow a second pill if he made her mad enough. Then this could be an actual battle for a few minutes. You don't remember who I am after what you did to me? After who you killed? She screamed. Nope. Come on, refresh my memory, will ya? I'm sure I would remember a sexy piece of ass like you. Did I kill your boyfriend? Brother? Sister? Father? Mother? It's gotta be one of those, right? Hu Tao casually joked. You. Monster. The world would be better off with villains like you dead. She dashed towards him, riled up with righteous fury. Aw, come on. You're not helping me paint the picture here. Hu Tao easily dodged her deadly slashes. Now which weakling was it that I hurt to get you to come after me? It had to be your boyfriend, right? Her attacks increased in ferocity. Aha. So that's who it was. You know the punk bitch wasn't any good for you anyway. If he died by me, that just means I was the better man. You should spend a night with me and I'll make you forget all about that weak little shit you had before. Hu Tao teased even more. Now this was getting a reaction out of her real good. Her attacks were becoming much sharper and filled with viciousness. Every slice of her chi blades was targeting one of his vital points. It's too bad that she was still so fucking sloppy. He could see where her attacks were coming before she even threw them. But she had potential to entertain him in the future. Just right now, she was nothing more than a little brat letting out her frustration over her dead boy toy. Hu Tao whipped his leg into her gut, disabling her with a single concentrated attack. Using all the physical strength in his leg, it sent her flying into a tree, snapping it in half. Hu Tao could see it in her eyes the exact moment she realized that she was outclassed. The pain of his kick didn't even need to set in before she realized that she lost. As his kick was heading towards her, she understood that avoiding it was impossible. The power behind that simple-looking attack was more than anything she threw at him so far. The look in her eyes that were filled with such rage and blind fury earlier all came crashing down. She was still weaker than him. Far weaker than she thought she was. He stood over her with an amused smile. That kick of his was supposed to knock her out cold, but her spirit was better than he gave her credit for. She stared at him with the same glare she had before they started their fight. Wait, no, her glare looked even scarier now. Good, if she keeps training, maybe one day, she'll be able to give him a good workout. But right now, she couldn't even move after taking his one kick. A kick that was used without any chi infused into it. That was one of the weaknesses of chi cultivators. They couldn't take a hit to save their lives. Which is why this girl was doing nothing but glaring at him right now. She couldn't do anything else but glare. Her body was too damaged. That's why most of them use life-protecting treasures and talismans to defend against physical hits. Hu Tao was a cultivator who traveled down both paths. Both a body cultivator and a chi cultivator. He wondered why she didn't have any of her own life-protecting amulets or spells of her own though. With martial art techniques that skilled, she couldn't be a peasant like him. She had to be from a cultivation clan. See you later, girly. I've got some actual fights to be getting to. Next time get some actual fighting experience under your belt. Cause you suck shit at fighting right now. You might got some high-ranked martial techniques, but those aren't worth jack shit if you can't use them in a real fight. Hu Tao turned around and waved goodbye. Wait. She spat blood as she tried to speak despite her injuries. Do you really not know who I am? She asked. Was what happened to her and Shen so insignificant? Or was this something that Hu Tao does so frequently that he can't keep track? Should I know your name, weakling? Hu Tao vanished from her sights, leaving her all alone, coughing up a large amount of blood from her mouth. Mei Li sent Qi into the talisman within her pocket. Her internal injuries began slowly healing with a glowing green light covering her body. The sky looks so far away today. Would you think that the sky looks too far away to grab, like me, or close enough to hold in your hand, Shen? She laughed, coughing up more blood. You were always so optimistic and kind compared to everyone else. It isn't fair. It isn't fair that such a horrible person is allowed to live so freely while yours was taken for doing what was right. Is being a good person such a bad thing? Why do the heavens seek to reward the vile and punish the kind? I can't accept living in such a world like that. If the heavens themselves are against me, then I will shatter the heavens. If no one else finds a problem with villains like Hu Tao running around, then I will. If being kind, caring, and magnanimous is looked down on, then I will be the most shunned person in the world. This world is in need of a changing and I'm the only one who realizes it. I can't do it alone and I can't do it while I'm so weak. I need more strength. Enough strength to change the world into a place that would make Shen proud. She wiped the tears off her face and staggered off into the distance. She can't go against the world with her strength as it is now. Even if she was the sect leader's daughter of the powerful emerald grass slaying sect, it didn't mean anything if her own strength was insignificant. Mei Li would have to increase her training 100-fold if she wished to make any real progress. As things stand now, she was alone, weak, and had no allies. Finding allies would have to come later. No one would want to follow behind a weak leader. These treasured plains would be her greatest chance to increase her strength. She would find no other better opportunity to quickly rise in power than now. Mei Li would say that it was her only chance. She had to find numerous treasures within the next month before the treasured plains end. Then she would get her revenge on Hu Tao at the grand tournament. Knowing that he'll only get even stronger than he is right now, she might even have to increase her training 200 times as much. Shen. I won't let your memory fade away. I will change this world into something that would make you proud. I promise. Just watch me. Mei Li vowed. CaptainBoyHole. This chapter was actually a bit of a surprise for me. The direction I planned for Mei Li was initially not something like this. This was far more than I could have ever thought to take her character. When I was first making her character, she was simply a prop. A device used to engage Hu Tao and a person of fate. Her personality, goals, and opinions were not in my thoughts at all, as my focus was more on Hu Tao and Shen. But I can see how I came to this point with her character. Usually in Xian Xia's, when the main character dies or disappears for some time, the love interests are grieving and doing nothing productive with their time. I guess I decided to subvert that cliché, if you want to call it, and make it so that Mei Li wasn't being useless. She was actually trying to get revenge and growing stronger on her own for her loved one. Although I'm not a fan of romance, I am a fan of characters taking things into their own hands and working hard to change things. I love characters that grow through hard work, effort, and constantly are beset by troubles they have no control over. Kind of funny that I'm saying that when our main character hasn't had to work hard at all yet or suffer in any meaningful way, but I still got time to change that. I can still make this world crazy and troublesome for Jing before she reaches her full potential. Oh, and Hu Tao causing unneeded future troubles as usual, laughing face. Comment/review on the story, readers, and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Getting some goodies. Ho ho. There you are, little bird. Hu Tao said. He just got finished taking out another small faction group from the inner court. Blood stained his bare chest, chains, and face while corpses surrounded him. There were bodies that were clawed into pieces, corpses that had gaping holes in them, and corpses with red chain-like marks around their skin. It was a refreshing workout even though they were a bunch of weaklings. When enough weaklings group up together, it can feel better than fighting a single strong opponent. Who? Li Li greeted. Did Jing bring my goodies? I made sure to wipe out a lot of those groups for her eventual move into the inner court. Hu Tao asked. Pai. Li Li took a look at the massacred bodies and gave a certain look at Hu Tao. Oh yeah, you're a man-eater. It's easy to forget how strong you really are when you look like that. Here you go. I know this is your favorite. Hu Tao handed Li Li one of the hearts from the corpses. Phew. Li Li tried to swallow it in one bite, but his beak was too tiny to consume it whole. The heart was stuck in his mouth, forcing him to drop it on the ground and tear it into pieces before swallowing it whole. Hu Tao patiently waited for the little spirit beast to finish eating his tip. If she really did manage to get what he wanted, then it's worth the wait. Plus, the crazy little owl was more than a match for him in a full-out fight. Back in the day when he constantly visited Jing, he tried fighting the little bird after hearing from Jing how he would be a good training partner for him. He didn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. The bird was nothing more than a first-stage chi gatherer like Jing back then. That probably should have been the sign for him not to underestimate it just like he did to Jing in their first fight. But he didn't and properly got his ass kicked by a baby spirit beast 8 stages below him. It was humiliating at first but Hu Tao quickly saw the benefits in being around that crazy bitch. She would show him a world that he would never see on his own. She would take him places that he never would have thought to look at. Just by destroying his world beliefs one by one, she also widened his view at the same time. Back then all he ever thought about was the next fight, who was the next fight, and how would he get his next fight. But ever since becoming Jing's slave, well his goals haven't changed much, but now he was looking forward to what kind of fun he could have sticking around Jing. How much more will she brighten up his life? Q. Li handed a spirit ring over to Hu Tao with his talon once he finished snacking and flew away. Hu Tao quickly released the objects inside the spirit ring and laughed joyously. I knew I could count on that sadistic bitch. How in the fuck did she get these? Ha ha ha, it's so damn crazy it's almost hard to believe. Hu Tao exclaimed happily. In front of him laid a white puffy cloud, a golden bell with a string hooped around it, and a martial arts manual. Hu Tao greedily grabbed the rewards he asked from Jing after completing her tasks and showing proof of his completion. He made a small cut on his finger and let a drop of blood drip onto the cloud, claiming ownership over it. Now the cloud would only be controlled by his chi alone. For the bell that would help refine his body, he just placed it around his neck like a necklace before snatching up the martial arts manual and taking a squat on his new ride. The way the cloud felt on his ass cheeks felt damn good. It was soft as shit. He had the cloud take off into the skies towards the great tower while he started to read about his new leg technique, the wolf pack hunts together. Hu Tao couldn't tell what rank this was but knew it had to be fucking good if Jing got it for him. He's been looking for a movement martial art for a long time and tried out plenty but none of them felt right for him so, he's been going without it. He's searched the library countless times and markets in different cities but he's never heard of this martial art or anything similar to its name. Wherever Jing was getting this shit from was the real deal. But I'm just a fucking slave now. Ha 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 ha. Who cares about her background? Hu Tao placed the book on the corner of his cloud and stood straight up. He thought he would have to be conscious of his balance but it didn't feel like he was going to fall at all. He doubted that even if he had to fight on this cloud, he wouldn't feel unbalanced at all. Soaring through the skies while practicing martial arts. Now this was something he never thought he would experience so soon. Just flying alone was the dream of many cultivators, that's why any spirit tools or weapons that could help one fly would be wanted by all. It wasn't Hu Tao's dream but he was now living it. He didn't understand what was so appealing about flying anyway. There wasn't anyone he could fight in the sky except for flying spirit beasts and animals. Besides that, what else is there really in the sky? As far as he knows there aren't any people he could fight in the sky except for cultivators at the earthly immortal stage. Trying to fight someone at that stage right now was complete suicide, even for him. He wouldn't be able to shit himself before dying if he faced someone like that. Fighting someone 5 realms above him was out of his reach for now. The great tower was giant fucking thing that extended past the clouds. It was black all over and felt like it was giving off an aura that said don't fuck with me or else. Hu Tao grinned at that aura. Down below him, he could see groups of people walking into the tower from the large entrance. Last time Hu Tao tried coming to the great tower, he was kicked out on the first floor and only rewarded with a few spirit stones. The great tower was a magical treasure from a long-ass time ago that was owned by a cultivator at the true immortal stage. They say he crafted it as a training gift to his daughter's son. He hoped it would allow him to rise through the heavens by rewarding his hard work, clever mind, and determination from going through the floors. Going through the floors since an early age allowed him to rise far quicker than his peers. He gained the title Legendary Prodigy in no time. Too bad the idiot died before he could conquer the tower. His strength, magical treasures, and hundreds of tamed spirit beasts were envied and wanted by everyone. Everyone knew that he got them from the great tower and everyone wanted a piece of it. It took the joining of 10 ancient clans to destroy the legendary prodigy's family and 100 lesser clans to overwhelm the legendary prodigy himself. By the end of that battle, the entire cultivation world was flipped over. Many clans and their legacies were destroyed or robbed by others in the clash. Everyone was seeking benefits for themselves and there was no one who cared about honor or face at a time like that when they could become the top sect, clan, or family in the cultivation world. It was unknown how the Great Tower found itself in the Golden Serpent sect but every 10 years, the sect would allow clans, sects, and others enter the Great Tower for free. This was to save themselves from being collaborated against and exterminated by others. The treasures inside the Great Tower were too valuable to be monopolized by one group. The sect constantly got complaints from others to make it 5 years but the sect was too strong and proud to be bullied like that. It was 10 years or they would declare war with the entire cultivation and flip it upside down just like what happened in the past. They also promised to target the strongest first and cripple them through forbidden life-threatening martial arts before heading to the weaker groups. He wondered just how far he would be able to get now that he's this strong. Hu Tao stored his cloud into his new shiny spirit ring and scaled down to the tower's entrance with his chains. His chains could barely penetrate the walls on the great tower, but it was enough for him to get down smoothly. He swaggered on inside and was overjoyed at the hundreds of disciples waiting inside. With this many people trying the tower, he definitely won't get bored by the end of the plains. Excuse me. Sorry. My bad. Hu Tao knocked anyone in his way to the ground just by knocking into their shoulders. On purpose. Who dares? Are you trying to die before the floors even start? To think there was someone who was willing to perish to my bloody sword techniques so soon. He looked back with a smirk, and once they realized who he was, they shut their mouths and split into the crowd. TCH. Pussies. Hu Tao shrugged. The first floor of the Great Tower would be opening soon. As far as he knows, there is no max limit to the people allowed inside. Every disciple at the start of the treasured plains could have fit inside this giant-ass room. The first floor opens once every 24 hours. So, Hu Tao was stuck here for a bit before he could have his real fun. Maybe he should continue working on his tasks while in here. He could see a few faction groups from the inner court inside. They'll be able to starve his boredom. CaptainBoyHole. And we're gonna be with Hu Tao for a few chaps. This was a small little chapter that revealed some light on Hu Tao's character. Him knowing Li Li and his true strength, being the only one actually accomplishing the tasks given by Jing and being rewarded for it, his feelings about Jing, and a little bit of world building about the Great Tower. Comment/review on the story, readers, and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. He grabbed them by the what? Is that the famous beast tamer group I see over there? Hu Tao walked over with huge grin on his face. Leave us alone, Hu Tao. My faction will not be wasting our energy on fighting you. What's with the cold shoulder hop? I'm just coming over to give my greetings as fellow disciples. Hu Tao lied with ease. Do you think we don't know? We know you have been hunting other factions in the inner court. Everyone knows. Don't expect a battle from any of the big factions either. Everyone is looking to avoid you in the treasured plains. Stay away from us. Hop's tamed spirit beast growled at Hu Tao. What a cute kitty. What's his name? Hu Tao asked while getting closer. She's a girl and don't make me repeat myself, Hu Tao. Leave us alone. Hop's giant golden white tie dress bared her fangs at Hu Tao, widening his smirk even further. Come on, are you really that scared of my greetings, Hop? A cultivator at the 5th stage such as yourself shouldn't be so scared of a 2nd stage like me. Hu Tao riled even further. Enough. One of Hop's subordinates tried to kill Hu Tao by thrusting her staff towards his throat. Ooh, a brave one. You got more balls than your own leader does. Hu Tao didn't even need to dodge, his chains blocked the strike for him. Shut your dog mouth, you crazy bastard. I'm more than enough for someone like you. She spat through her teeth. Yay. Get back here now. Hop commanded. But Hop. He. Now. Yaya hopped away from Hu Tao and the heavenly collectors walked away from him. If he tried forcefully engaging with them, he'd be too outnumbered. It would be a fun battle, but one he wasn't sure was worth it. If they were willing to run away from him now, then they definitely would start running once he killed a few of them. Maybe the other factions would like to play with me instead. Hu Tao smiled as he walked to the next faction. Hu Tao spent most of his time trying to get other factions to fight him, but just like the first group, they ran away or took the brunt of his non-stop insults. None of them wanted to fight him. What kind of cowards was his sect raising if they couldn't even handle a little fight? This was seriously going to get in the way of his fun if everyone he met ran away from him. It's time. The first floor is opening. Let's head inside. Quick. The locked door from atop of the stairs slowly opened as everyone rushed towards it. Hu Tao wasn't as excited as they were, he casually strolled his way over. Being one of the last people to walk into the door, Hu Tao met the same view he saw a few years ago when he first entered this floor so many years ago. The protecting floor. If he wanted to make it to the next floor, he had to make sure that his side of the town suffered the least damage. The town had 3 sides that needed defending, which were the front and the sides. Hu Tao was assigned to the front, the hardest place to defend. If he was the same person he was a couple years ago, then he would probably die in this upcoming beast tide. But now, things were different. Hu Tao wasn't worried in the slightest about dying on this first floor. So, until the beast tide started, he decided to take a quick nap on top of the town's gates. Even if the others were completely useless and trash cultivators, he would still be able to ace this floor with his chains and metal ball. Nothing this beast wave could throw at him would be able to get past his weapons. And if that wasn't enough, his martial arts could easily handle the rest. I got this in the bag. He chuckled before dozing off. Those who were also assigned to protect the front of the village with Hu Tao were currently panicking. Being assigned to the front was an absolute death sentence, as the beast tide often comes from the forest directly north of the village. Rarely does the beast tide ever come from the west or east side. Knowing this fact, everyone was trying to prepare the best as they could to defend the front or cry knowing that they would die soon. Spellmasters. Set up defensive formations on the front gates and walls. Those with healing pills or spirit tools that can help others, stay on the wall at all times. Those cultivator with no special talents, get ready to defend the wall from up top. Someone started commanding. Hey, who the fuck are you to start barking orders at me? The one who wants to make sure he gets out of this alive. Now either shut up and listen to me or get ready to die by nightfall. TCH. Fucking 9th stage Chi Gatherer. Who does he think he is? The 8th stage Chi Gatherer complained. Anyone else got any complaints? If not, start moving. Nobody else spoke up and the cultivators started to prepare for the beast tide with no fighting at all. Surprisingly, if they needed any supplies, they would go inside the town and ask them from the citizens. The citizens weren't actual people but creations made by the tower. The beasts in the upcoming beast tide were similar in that regard. They didn't have real flesh, bones, or blood. Just a single spirit stone located somewhere within their body, giving them life and strength. The time for the beast tide was close approaching. Night was coming. All three sides managed to get their defenses in ready for the tide, but everyone could see that the front side was the most heavily defended. Hu Tao peacefully slept during this frantic time and quite a few people noticed him. One of those people happened to be the handsome youth that took command of the front. Wake up! The young leader clapped his hands in front of the snoozing Hu Tao. Hey! Hu Tao slowly rose up. He got very close and personal with the young man and stared deeply into his eyes. The mask-wearing young man quickly looked away before coughing into his hand and getting some space from Hu Tao. Do you not understand that we could all die tonight? What are you doing resting in a situation like this? Just because you're a chi consolidator that's at the second stage doesn't mean that you'll be safe from this tide either. If you find yourself surrounded, even you would die from that many beasts. You sure talk a lot for a guy. You sound more like a bitch than a man. Hu Tao casually stated while yawning. He wore a black mask over his mouth and nose. Excuse me. Everyone's eyes found their way to them. His body looked pretty slender and his hands looked tender. You do got some balls though to talk to me like this though. You're a noble, aren't you? Hu Tao started cracking his bones. What? Why would you? The fearless attitude, the shitty fucking perfume, and the lack of respect to someone stronger than you. He couldn't respond back. Now, you got two choices here if you want to live. The first one is kowtowing to me while calling me Daddy Tao in front of all these weaklings, or, Hu Tao leaned in real close to their ear. Tell me why you're hiding your identity. He suddenly cupped their crotch with his hand, feeling the smooth canyon in between their legs. You dare. Her face was entirely red and in her hands was a sword of good quality. She vanished from her previous spot and her sword appeared in front of Hu Tao's face, shining a deadly gleam. She was going all out and actually trying to kill him. She also stopped hiding her true cultivation and fully released it. She was 2 stages above Hu Tao. If she was a body cultivator instead of a chi cultivator, he would have actually just gotten his throat cut. But since she wasn't, he managed to sway his head out of the way in time and casually slapped her away. I'll kill you! She screamed. As a barrier shattered in front of her. It must have taken the damage for his attack instead of her. I'm seeing a lot of barking and not a lot of biting from this bitch. Are you going to talk me to death or fight me, my lady? He sarcastically asked. The sword in her hands began glowing as she ran towards him again. She took a swipe towards him and Hu Tao saw her blade coming at him from 5 different directions. Above, from the front, left, right, and below. Just what was this martial art? He couldn't retreat. Hu Tao used his chains to block. He heard 5 distinct dings before being blasted away by the girl's palm. Not bad. Not bad. It's hard to find chicks from cultivating families that actually know how fight. Maybe we'll be able to continue this foreplay later, but for now, I got a wall to protect. The bell around Hu Tao's neck softly rung. A yellow chi wave emitted from the bell and went directly into Hu Tao's body, using the injuries from that small exercise to refine his body into something stronger, using his chi as a medium to strengthen his flesh, organs, and bones. This isn't over. You will take responsibility for what you did. I will chase you to the ends of the continent if I have to. She yelled. See you in a couple hours, hairless. Hu Tao jumped off the gate and landed in front of all the defenses. The youthful young lady's face was blushed a deep red as she swore to get revenge on Hu Tao. CaptainBoyHole. I don't remember what chapter it was, but one of the commenters requested that I added a young master that was secretly female. The youthful young girl in this chapter was added because of that request, and I had no reason not to add it. As I'm writing this author's note, I believe that I can involve a small mini-story involving her and Hu Tao in the future. Maybe she runs into some trouble when someone pieces together her true identity and wants to kill her, but Hu Tao intervenes for some unexpected reason and saves her. I'll have to think more on it, but I kind of want to have her troubles somehow be involved with the incident that Jing's group is also troubled or involved with. Anyway, that's it for this chapter. We'll be with Hu Tao until the end of this first floor. Comment/review on the story, readers, and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. How much of a fight could this be? The beast tide was here and Hu Tao was ready. He sent most of his chi into the ball attached to the end of his chain, greatly increasing its size. He saved the rest of his chi for when the spirit beasts got closer. He wouldn't be able to pull off his idea if he ran out of chi before the stampeding beasts came closer. This giant ass ball wasn't easy to move with just his bare strength. He still had his limits. Are you even listening to me? Get back with everyone else and wait till the beasts come to us. The chick from before yapped in his ears. Yeah, listen Juju. It's G. She corrected. Whatever. Maybe that barking orders to people worked in that cozy little noble family of yours, but here, shit don't work like that. You keep trying to tell me what to do and I won't be so forgiving anymore. Hu Tao's killing intent started leaking. You're infuriating. I don't care anymore. If you want to die, then go die. But don't you dare interfere with my plan and get the rest of us killed. Ji stormed off in a huff and Hu Tao smiled. Finally, now he could focus solely on the beasts ahead of him. All that yap 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 in his ears was getting on his nerves. If he didn't know any better, he would think that she wanted his dick instead of his life. Getting involved with nobles was always fun though. They have so many internal problems that if you take care of one, 3 more come spilling out into the open. Those animals were close enough now. Hu Tao could see the last row of the animals coming out of the woods. The tide wouldn't start to split until they reached about midway across the grassy plain. He planned on attacking before they split to cause the most damage. Which was right now. Hu Tao lifted the giant ball with his chains and threw it into the air before following after it. He made sure to line up his shot perfectly down the middle as he appeared behind the large sphere. His fists were covered in his chains as he punched it with all of his strength towards the beast tide. The sphere blasted through the skies without restraint. Any spirit beast staring at that unstoppable object felt like they were staring death right in the face. Their fates were already sealed and there was nothing they could do but accept it. And accept it they did. The metal ball absolutely demolished every spirit beast that was in the middle row of the beast wave. The large giant ape in the back was the only survivor in the middle row. It tried to catch the spinning ball before it got hit by it, but its power was far greater than it expected. It tore the skin off of its hands before being able to stop it. Seeing its hands in such a state enraged it. It wanted to beat on its chest to show its rage, but it couldn't even do that. Its hands were severely injured. If it tried anything with them, a terrible pain would shoot up in its body. It glared at Hu Tao and promised to kill him when he got there. Hu Tao gave it the middle finger in response while laughing. He did most of the work, so his participation score at the end should be good enough to get something good. Hu Tao used his chains to pull him over the defensive barriers in front of the front gate. This allowed him to get a nice seat on top of the barrier as the beasts came in. Hu Tao's attack affected the wave more than he thought it would. A small portion of the animals were heading towards the front gate while most of them went to the left and right walls. The weaklings on his side started cheering for joy and praising the heavens after seeing the pathetic number of animals coming towards them. If they were excited about something like this, then they won't last long on the upper floors. Not that Hu Tao knew what was on the upper floors either. Last time he came here, he barely survived the beast tide and still lost. What he meant was that they didn't have the right mindset for the tower if they were glad that someone else saved them. It looks like you are not all as you seem either, Ji spoke, suddenly appearing next to him. Unless you came up here to suck my dick, you can go back down. Hu Tao shooed her away. Arg. Why would you say something like that when I was trying to? Forget it. Go die creep. She did hop back down and Hu Tao was very thankful. So, she can listen. The rest of those weaklings could handle the remaining beasts. In the meantime, he could look out for any other interesting fighters here. On the right side, there wasn't anyone in charge like Ji was for his side. All of them were on the ground fighting the beasts before they could damage their wall. The rest were providing support from the back for the injured. They definitely weren't going to last long unless someone at the Chi consolidation rank took on the beasts. Most of the spirit beasts from the front of the wave were in the Chi gatherer stage. The only ones above that were the 3 redback apes at the first stage of the Chi consolidation realm. The left side was handling it better than the right side. Most of the factions in the inner court were placed over there. Maybe he should make things a bit harder for them since they refused to fight him earlier. Hu Tao got up and sent his chains down towards the weak beasts trying to break the defensive array he was on. His chains wrapped around two beasts ramming their heads against the barrier. He whipped them over to left side wall and watched as they crashed against it, damaging it. Those standing on the left side's wall were confused as the two beasts damaged their wall. Where did they come from? Because of it, their wall got damaged somehow. They looked up in the air and didn't see any flying beasts. Something didn't feel right. It only took a few more seconds before even more animals were splatting on their wall. They tried to stop them from cracking their side of the wall. Some attacked the animals before they dropped and knocked them away from the wall. Others used their swords to slice the beasts in half. And a small portion even caught some of them with their strong bodies. This was when Hu Tao stopped throwing them and let the left side understand just who was fucking with them. He grinned while tossing a helpless boar in one hand and catching it repeatedly. How would they react to this? Would they want to fight? Would they cross over to the front side of the town to fight him? Hu Tao was excited. If they didn't stop him, their loss was all but guaranteed. Hu Tao, you crazy bastard. Fuck off. Why don't you go die in a hole somewhere? To respond to all their kind words and compliments, Hu Tao aimed the boar in his hands towards one of the wooden spikes used to defend against the beast tide. He tossed the boar directly at the wooden defense and watched as it completely destroyed it as it died on impact. This made them real pissed. All the strong guys were too busy dealing with the beasts up front. One of them was already dealing with the redback ape with their golden flames. They could do nothing but glare at Hu Tao while doing their best to defend against his living cannonballs. Is this even allowed? Shouldn't the tower punish him for directly putting the village at risk? We need someone from the front to come back or our wall will be destroyed. But who is strong enough to deal with Hu Tao? We need them. To her words were cut off as a tossed snake just bit her face. She died from the venom within seconds. The ones defending the wall called out for help, but no one could spare any attention to them while defending against the beast tide. Hu Tao would have continued terrorizing the little weaklings, but he has some business to attend to on his side. His side's redback ape was staring at him. You don't see that type of stare from just anyone. It's surprising how realistic these spirit beasts act. Just looking into those eyes filled with fury made it feel like he was going to fight someone worth fighting. Hu Tao hopped off the top of the barrier and landed in front of the gorilla. He was the only animal remaining on their side and he wanted Hu Tao's head. The feeling wasn't mutual, but it could be entertaining to see just how much of a workout this dumb monkey can give him. It was one stage below him and didn't look like a mutant. How much of a fight could this be? CaptainBoyHole. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Wolf vs Monkey. The gorilla stared into Hu Tao's eyes and slowly beat his chest. Its fists were bleeding on each strike, but it didn't care. Each beat against its chest seemed to shake the ground and air around it. The low-ranked spirit stone shards from the dead beasts Hu Tao killed slowly started to float towards it. The mournful pounding on its chest started to ramp up in speed. Now this was getting exciting. This never happened last time I came here. Hu Tao could feel his blood rising. The shards of the spirit stone stabbed into the flesh of the ape. Hu Tao watched as the sound of its roar and the power of its chi started rising. The fleshy hands of the spirit beast were being rapidly healed. Its cultivation rank was rising as well. Hu Tao had trouble following what was happening, but he was excited nonetheless. Maybe this would turn out to become more than just a light stretch. Roar! All it took was a single blink. And Hu Tao was suddenly sent flying through the air. Hey? What just happened? Why was the gorilla so far away from him now? Then it hit him all at once. The pain of having his neck nearly snapped, his shattered ribs stabbing into his soft inner bits, and the stretching grin on his face after realizing that he just nearly died. Hu Tao sent his chains to stab into the earth beneath him, stopping his airborne flight and placing him back on the ground with his body in a complete mess. He grabbed his crooked head and with a sickening crack, placed his neck back in the position it should be in. The bell around his neck started softly ringing as it tried to repair and strengthen the injuries in his body, but before it could finish, Hu Tao let out an air-blasting howl that multiplied his power by how much pain his body was in. Hu Tao would have loved to let loose right now, but with the current state his body was in, it would be impossible to deal with that gorilla. No matter how much chi and physical power was in his body, after increasing his power, you couldn't fight someone with a completely demolished rib cage and pierced organs. Hu Tao sent his increased chi reserves into the ringing bell, accelerating its refining process and fixing his internal damage. By the time the damage was fixed, all that chi he just got was used to fix himself back up. That monkey bastard landed a good hit on him. He could have just died right there without even making it a good last fight. The ape skipped 2 small stages after taking in those spirit stone shards from its allies, giving it a 1-stage advantage over Hu Tao. Since it was so kind enough to give him such a loving tap that nearly killed him, he wouldn't hold back in giving him a love tap of his own. Hu Tao wrapped his fists in his chains and disappeared with surprising speed. The gorilla roared as it accepted the challenge. The two nearly landed a blow on each other at the same time as both of them aimed to strike each other. It seems like it could keep up with him too. The redback's fist just slightly missed Hu Tao's annoyingly handsome face while Hu Tao's struck directly in the middle of its chest, sending it just as far as it sent him flying. The damage was similar to his as well. Hu Tao shaped the end of the chains on his fist into a drill and completely tore a large hole through the chest of the spirit beast. Seeing the wounds it suffered, enraged the beast even more than before. Hu Tao grinned as the real fight was about to start now. That little wound he gave it didn't mean much since it was a beast created by the tower. The true source of its power was the spirit stone hiding somewhere in its body. The two leapt a great distance towards each other and landed ground-shaking blows on one another. A jaw-shattering uppercut from below that launched it into the air. A double fist hammer punched down on Hu Tao's spine that cracked all the bones in his back. Hu Tao dropped to the ground from the hit and flipped forward with his legs wrapped in his chains to kick the beast right in the face, causing it to slide back with a broken nose and a pissed-off expression. The two continued this type of slug-off for minutes. But as time went on, things only got worse for the redback. The injuries he needed to heal were taxing on the spirit stone within his brain. Despite having the support of its fallen allies' shards in him, it still wasn't enough to heal like the human in front of it. No matter how hard it hit the human, it bounced right back up even stronger. Its body was getting tougher the more they fought when at first it only took one punch to nearly kill it before. If things continued like this, it would only spell the end for himself. If punching the human wouldn't work, then it only had one thing left to try. He only had one chance to try this. If this move failed, then that would be it. The human's body would be too tough for him to try and kill. He would have to retreat and ask for aid from its brothers. The human was coming. Now was his chance. Hu Tao was putting his new movement martial art to good use as he slashed at the gorilla from all over. 1 second, he was in front of the beast clawing a deep chunk into its pecs, the next he was rending the flesh from its back, and after that laughing as it tried to catch him. But all of a sudden it stopped trying to catch him and let him attack. What was this stupid animal planning? It has already done him a favor by wrecking his body and letting his bell refine it to a better state than it was before. Maybe he should indulge it and see what it has in mind. Hu Tao appeared in front of the ape and stuck his claws deep into its stomach. The beast grabbed his arm and firmly grasped his shoulder. He couldn't move. That look in the beast's eyes also told him that this was its final move as a fighter. Hu Tao grinned. "All right, you hairy bastard, show me what you got." He felt the grip on his arm and back tightening. This piece of shit was trying to crush him like a grape. His chains moved like flying daggers and stabbed through the ape's body. The serpent-like steel weaved in and out of the beast's body as if it was an immortal seamstress's needles, knitting divine fabric itself. The gorilla didn't bother wasting its energy trying to repair itself either. This big fucker wanted him dead. Hu Tao's bones were slowly snapping and breaking under the final resolve of the animal. "Ha, really? Now this is not as fun as earlier. It would have been better if you used up all your strength in a final attack that wasn't something like this. Like a final punch or kick. That would have been fun to fight against." Hu Tao casually chatted as his body was being crushed. "Bastards like you never have good ends, you know. Suicidal tactics don't work on me anymore." "Awoo." Hu Tao howled, increasing his strength from the pain. He grabbed the wrist of the ape and snapped it. The animal continued to try and kill him with its one good arm on his back, but Hu Tao had enough. It obviously had nothing left to show him. The desperate look in its eyes as things were falling apart all around it. It was so realistic that Hu Tao couldn't help but smile at that face. "Ha ha ha ha. Holy shit, is that a pathetic fucking look. The tower makes a damn good copy of real spirit beasts." He grabbed the monkey by its throat with both of his hands and lifted it into the air. He squeezed and squeezed, taking the breath out of the amusing bastard. It couldn't resist even if it wanted to at this point. Hu Tao's strength was too much. With a splattering gush of blood, Hu Tao's chain pierced through the spirit stone hiding in its brain, killing it. The floor ended soon after, and now it was time for the tower to tally up the scores. Up in the sky, laid the results of the first floor's participants. There was a picture of himself in first place. The results showed the number of kills he got, how much he participated in the overall event, and if he passed or failed. Seeing that shiny golden number 1 next to his face was satisfying. The rewards when he gets to the second floor are no doubt going to be quite gracious and plentiful. The tower is known to reward those based on their achievements. CaptainBoyHole. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Wanqing's new look. Defend yourself, Nikong. Kill him or he will kill you. Wanqing harshly said. Nikong was currently standing in front of an emerald lightning snake. Their cultivation was the same, but Nikong was shivering just at the sight of the beast. They both were at the 4th stage as chi gatherers. Wanqing was trying to have him grow a spine or he'll die before he knows it. And she did not almost die against Kun Lao just to have a worthless pet. She will change his cowardly nature even if she has to force it out of him. Fight! She ordered. Nikong ran forward with his eyes closed, waving his fists like a windmill. It looked pathetic, but the snake was frightful of Nikong. It slithered backwards as it tried to find an opening to bite the young panda. The wind blowing from Nikong's giant golden gauntlets was enough to put fear into the snake. Prey that acted unpredictable was dangerous. If it wasn't careful, it could be killed and eaten instead. Nikong heard the snake hissing from the side of him and started waving his fist in that direction instead. The snake kept trying to circle around behind him, but Nikong continued to swing his arms wherever he heard the snake's movements. The snake wouldn't live long if it got hit, but it knew the bear wouldn't live long if it could get its venom in. The snake sized up the cowardly bear that was terrified of it. Its eyes were barely open to see if the snake was still in front of it. Hiss! The panda started waving its fists immediately in response. This wasn't worth the meat. The snake started to slither away only to be stopped by Wanqing's threatening figure. Those massive mounds on her chest that was enough to smother any man to a heavenly slumber. A tight slim figure with a shapely behind and an attitude that was expected out of any cultivator with great talent. Wanqing looked like an actual woman. Her eyes were sharp but feminine, she had soft pink lips that could tempt those who stared for too long, and skin so soft it was like a baby's bottom. The snake knew it only had two choices. Die trying to escape from the human or face the bear and try to win. It took the second choice without a doubt and recklessly charged towards the bear. The emerald lightning snake boosted its speed using its innate lightning chi and leaped towards the bear. Chi in the form of lightning sparked around its body. Nikong visibly cried out in fear once it saw this and increased the speed of its windmill punch even further. Despite having his eyes closed for a majority of this situation, Kong managed to slightly open his eyes and watch as the snake was unable to break past the speed of his fists. His gauntlet came smashing down on the skull of the snake, knocking it into the ground. It wasn't dead though. It raised its body and started moving weirdly. He won. He beat the snake. Just like he was asked. He looked at Wanqing with joy in his eyes. What are you waiting for? Kill it already. She ordered. Nikong looked at the funny moving snake and then back at Wan. The golden panda carefully walked over to snake and picked it up with his gloved hand. He pinched it with his index finger and thumb as he placed the head of the snake near his mouth. With a flesh-tearing bite, the mutant panda ripped the head off of the serpent with its teeth. Seeing the look on Wan's face was enough to tell him that he was doing something right. He continued to eat the snake's entire body. Next time, don't waste time being so afraid of something weaker than you. Get on. She opened up her fan and sat on top of it while it was hovering in the air. Nikong clumsily climbed up on the flying fan and sat in Wanqing's lap as they took off towards the great volcano to catch up with the others. Wanqing didn't want to hold the group back from acquiring treasures just because she needed to train her spirit beast. With the strange talisman made by Jing, she could find their location by sending her chi into the special slip and wait for them to respond by sending their chi into the talisman as well with the intention of wanting to give their location. It seems they just entered the great volcano area. That's good, they shouldn't have met with much trouble then. All the treasure near the entrance should have also been taken by the other disciples. They did spend a while inside that illusion formation and in the Great Plains. So, it should be some time before they encounter some magical treasure in the Great Volcano. Wanqing arrived at the Great Volcano and took in the sights. Volcanoes were all over the place. She could see volcanoes right under her and volcanoes as far as her sight could see. Lava made itself known in numerous places across this area. Lava rivers, lava waterfalls, spirit beasts who drank and bathed in the lava, and many fire-natured plants across the rocky hardened earth. This place is paradise for those who practice fire-based martial arts and those talented in water-based martial arts. Wan figured they were here to help Ying find something suitable for her. None of the others seemed to have martial arts related to fire. Come here, little roses. Ying needs a mystic flame and you're her ticket to getting one. She heard a familiar voice shouting from down below. Qing looked over her fan and saw Ying swinging her sword madly while chasing after a group of girls. They looked like they were running with everything they had, trying to escape from her. Bing and Lei Ji were looking away in embarrassment as the murderous young lady swung her gigantic blade left and right to take the heads of the girls in front of her. Qing flew down towards them and hopped off her fan with Nikong. Bing aimed his shield at her and Lei Ji waved at her. You want to fight me as well? Wanqing asked with an arrogant smirk. Where did you steal that golden panda from? Bing glared at her. Where do you think I got him from? Wan responded back. Hold on, Bing. She's not our enemy. Lei Ji told him. What do you mean? He asked confused. That's Wanqing. Lei Ji stated. Pfft. I know you're blind Ji, but now isn't the time for jokes. She could be one of the top members from Fearsome Garden. Bing said. I'm not joking. Can't you see? She looks the exact same. Lei Ji argued. That woman does not look like Wan Qing in the... Well. She could pass as his older sister, but that isn't proof enough that she is Wan Qing. Jing is our leader. Wan Qing stated calmly. I have no further doubts. Bing said, putting away his shield. But how did you? It's an illusion. Lei Ji said. How could you tell, fisherman? Wan Qing asked curiously. He was able to see through her illusion in an instant. Just how was that possible? He didn't use any spirit tools or his chi either to check. I didn't do anything special. You just look the same to me. He innocently responded. Didn't you say, you got your vision back from some auxiliary martial art the Empress gave you? Bing asked. Yes, I touched the cover of it and all the knowledge inside of it flowed into my mind. I've never heard of a martial art being taken directly in your mind, Wan Qing muttered. You haven't? Bing asked surprised. That was exactly how he gained his devil's art. Maybe in fairy tales but nothing in real life. Martial art manuals that can do something like that would be worth fortunes. Even ancient clans would fork out thousands of spirit stones for valuable martial arts like that. And you're telling me Jing just gave it to you? For free? Wan Qing yelled. Well, I wouldn't say for free. I gave her my loyalty and body to aid Jing in her goal of reforming the section. Who would take the loyalty and body of a man far past his prime and think of it as useful? The Empress did. Bing pointed out. Exactly. Don't you all find it strange how Jing could make a seemingly useless old man into a competent cultivator with a future? She is not that far apart from us in age, yet her capabilities seem unimaginable for any youth. How many people would be able to turn a cultivator like him into something with substance? Wan Qing asked, referring to Lei Ji. And don't even get me started on these weapons she's gifted us. I doubt blacksmiths blessed by the heavens could recreate the weapons she's gifted us. Well, of course we think it's strange, Qing. It's just that. It's the Empress, you know? I wouldn't be that surprised if she turned a mortal squirrel into a pig that could practice martial arts. You do know that even the Empress's owl has his own martial arts, right? Humans can't make martial arts for animals because animals don't cultivate the same way we do. But somehow the Empress was able to teach her owl martial arts. That means she's able to do the impossible that no other cultivator has been capable of. Something not even those at the true immortal realm could pull off. Don't you find that terrifying? Qing yelled. Bing only let out a tired sigh. Listen, Wan Qing. Thinking too deeply about this type of stuff is only going to drive you crazy. I've already gotten past it by trying to live my life simply while following her directions. I've had many sleepless nights trying to understand who Jing is, where she came from, what are her limits, and what does she want. But none of that mattered. All that mattered was I lived my life doing what I aimed to do. I may have become her slave, but I have not suffered greatly since being taken under her rule. Bing told her. Slave? Qing and Lei Ji asked simultaneously. CaptainBoyHole. It seems one of Jing's followers is questioning her capabilities and just how strange, unnatural, and scary they truly are. I wonder what will become of this line of questioning, and will they ever find their way to Jing herself? Comment/review on the story, readers, and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. A chance for a mystic flame. Yes. Me and Hu Tao are the Empress's slaves. To save my own life, I became Jing's slave. Hu Tao made a bet with her and lost, also becoming her slave. As far as I know, you three weren't forced into joining Jing. You still have the chance to leave and live normal lives, but me and Hu Tao are stuck in this for life. I still haven't quite come to terms with it, as I still have a family back home, but I realized Jing isn't a monster to those that follow her. As long as you perform your duties, you will be treated fairly. The serious response given by Bing sent Qing and Lei Ji into deep thought. What exactly did they want by following under Jing? Did they want to stick with her for their entire lives? What about their own goals, wishes, and dreams for the future? Could they accomplish them if they stayed under Jing? What would happen if they refused to be under Jing and wanted to leave? Could they even leave? Or would she silence them so that information about her wouldn't spread? This was a lot to think about. Hey guys! I'm back. Do you think Jing will be able to give me a mystic flame for killing those fearsome garden weaklings? Maybe that's asking too much because of how rare they are. What if I gave her the head of one of their commanders? Ying returned with her outfit covered in blood. Seeing the unfamiliar face next to the two guys, she asked, "Who's this, and do I need to cut her apart too?" Humph. I don't look that different, do I? Wan asked, slightly upset at not being recognized by anyone but Lei Ji. Yes. You look like a completely different person. Bing spoke. You look no different to me. Lei Ji smiled. No, seriously, who is she? Ying asked a second time, noticing the friendly atmosphere between the three. It's Wan Qing. Our ally. Lei Ji informed. No way. Ying got real up close to Qing and stared directly at her chest. Are they real? Ying asked. Find out for yourself. She scoffed. Ying groped Qing's chest and could feel the weight and quality of her breasts. It felt like the real deal. But how in the world did she do this? Could it be that spirit tool from before? It could make illusions of this quality. They are real. Ying stopped fondling Qing and didn't notice the small blush on her cheeks. She proudly smirked as both Lei Ji and Bing were looking away politely. I'm done. Ying yelled, bringing their attention back. Oh, all right then. Bing coughed with his face slightly red. Now follow me. With my overbearing amalgamation of flames auxiliary art, I can sense objects with a strong fire chi presence. Does that mean what I think it means then? Wan asked. Ying only smiled in response with a greedy look in her eyes. Isn't that the martial art you gained from the boy with the mystic flame? Bing asked. Yeah. And next time I see him, I'm definitely taking his flame from him. Why didn't you do it before? Lei Ji asked. I didn't know it was possible until after my encounter with him. Doesn't that mean you could just find if there are any mystic flames here yourself if you can sense objects with a lot of fire chi? Bing questioned. Maybe. I don't know how much fire chi surrounds something like a mystic flame. They are wanted across the continent for a reason fatus. If they were this easy to get, then everyone would have one. I was just asking. The group continued to travel across the great volcano with Ying leading them as their treasure magnet. Along the way, they stumbled upon plenty of areas with fire-related treasures defended by dangerous spirit beasts, treacherous places filled with lava that could melt the flesh in seconds until there was nothing but bone and ash left, and the environment itself going against them. The group as a whole barely gained any treasures at all. All the places they checked had the treasure already looted. What Ying could sense was just the leftover chi presence from the magical treasures. All that hard work for nothing seriously dampened their spirits. Bing's shield to defend against any threats, Qing's fan to blast away anything in their way, and Ji's fishing rod to snatch up any treasures that were too far away to reach. Despite leading the group to the treasures, Ying barely could do anything in the journey to gain them. You're so useless sometimes. Her sword sent feelings of embarrassment towards her. Are you only good for killing people? What kind of sword can't even take a dip in lava? Her sword responded back. Who cares if it's hot? I don't think you should take your anger out on your sword. Bing spoke before getting punched in the arm and crying out in pain. Don't tell me what to do, Fatus. She huffed. I didn't think there would be so many magical treasures missing. Wan Qing admitted. I'm shocked as well. There must be someone here that can also sense flame-natured objects like Ying. Ji agreed. Do you guys see that over there? Bing asked. See what? Ying looked over and saw a familiar face that instantly boosted her spirits. Bing saw this and was about to ask something, but before he could, she dashed off in the distance. What was that about? Qing looked at the excited you with killing intent leaking off of her. Bing shrugged his shoulders and the group watched as Ying jumped into the air and brought her sword down in the middle of the group fighting, knocking both sides away by destroying the ground they were fighting on. It was an entire group vs one guy. Ying focused her eye on the single guy rather than the group and charged after him with her blade. He immediately turned tail and ran away from Ying. The group the guy was fighting against chased after them both, leaving their squad behind as Ying went on a chase. What is she, a child? Qing asked, holding her head in disbelief. I'm sure she has her reasons, Lei Ji tried to reason. Well, I have better things to do than wait on her to come back. I'm heading to the Great Tower. Qing started walking back with her arms crossed. She is going pretty far. Ying's figure was now far into the distance and could barely be seen by Bing. We could leave her a message with the talisman, so that she could find us later. Lei Ji proposed. Do as you wish. Qing said unconcerned. Give me your mystic flame. Ying yelled. Senior martial sister, I must decline. Fu Kong yelled back. I wasn't asking. Fire claimed her body, increasing her speed. Haven't you ever heard that pushy women are terrifying to good men? Fire coated his body as well, giving him a speed boost just like Ying's but even faster. You've reached a higher level than me. Ying stared in shock as he was already in the advanced realm with the same auxiliary art that she's using when they started learning it around the same time. Let it be known that she was still only at the initial realm at this time. There are 5 levels to determine how skilled a cultivator is at practicing a martial art. Elementary, initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak are all the stages a martial artist can reach in a martial art. Reaching the elementary stage of a martial arts means that the cultivator can show 10% of the true power of a martial art. Initial is 30%, intermediate is 50%, advanced is 70%, and peak is 100%. That's impossible. It's only been a few months since I've last seen him. How could he be at the advanced stage already? Ying was flabbergasted. The way he formed and manipulated the fire around him was almost seamless. Ying wasn't capable of anything as skilled as that even in her best state. She was jealous, confused, and pissed off. How? Unless he was a super genius on par with that bastard Hu Tao, then it was impossible for him to reach that stage so fast. She refused some pervert like this guy in front of her was talented too. Perverts shouldn't be blessed by the heavens. One Hu Tao was enough for this world. Ying threw uncontrolled masses of flames at him, she wasn't able to manipulate them that well. He nimbly dodged her attacks while taking her all across the great volcano. The group that was fighting Fu Kong was nowhere in sight. Lava shot out from the ground all around them. Spirit beasts joined in the chase with them sometimes. He was 3 small stages below her at the 3rd stage, but he could outspeed her. He had to have another secret besides the earrings she got from him. Her envy as a cultivator refused to believe another pervert could be this talented. Martial sister. Desperation is not a good look for a lady. Chasing me for so long will only hurt your reputation. For a lady as beautiful as you, it would be a pain to my heart seeing you shamed because of me. Ying didn't even bother responding to his nonsense. She will find his secret. She will take his secret. And she will take his mystic flame, no matter what he says or does. Ying wouldn't care if the entire sect thought she was obsessed with him. All she cared about was getting what she wanted. She wouldn't let anything stop her. Stop. A mysterious figure intruded and created a barrier of flames between her and the green-haired boy. TCH. Out of my way. Ying clicked her tongue and slashed right through the fire barrier with her sword, splitting it in half and easily allowing her to grab the boy by the throat. Please. Senior sister. We can solve this with words instead of violence. Ack. Ying tightened her grip around his throat to shut him up. Please release Fu Kong. The one who made the barrier appeared. Aren't you that pretty boy's fiancé? Ying asked unclear. He is not my fiancé. She stated firmly. Oh, so you're in one of those types of clans. An arranged marriage made by your father. I will not accept this marriage, and no matter what I'll prove to my father that I will choose who I marry. Even if I have to defeat Gong Jun myself. She vowed. Hey, well, I can respect something like that. I know I would be raising hell if my parents tried to force me into an arranged marriage. But seriously, you chose this guy over someone like Gong Jun. Ying figured he must really have a deep secret if a real princess like Lu Lan was interested in him. A secret she will take at all costs. CaptainBoyHole. What choice will Lei Ji and Wan Qing make by the end of this arc? And how will Ying handle a person of fate and his future love interest with a deep background? Will she manage to get what she wants, or will something unexpected happen that saves Fu Kong? Comment/review on the story, readers, and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Ying's determination. I did not choose anyone. Lu Lan replied. Then why are you trying to save him? Ying still wasn't going to leave without getting what she wants, but she was curious to hear why this famous princess wanted to save this pervert. I cannot share why, but I'm willing to trade in exchange for his life. Lu slightly bowed her head as an assortment of items came from her storage ring. Ying looked over the goods and was secretly impressed. You couldn't find pills like these for cheap. Bone washing pills, blood refining pills, skin cleansing pills, and more that would cost her a small fortune if she tried to pay for them in the sect. It's too bad that she's certain that Fu Kang's secrets and mystic flame are worth more. None of this was tempting enough. It wasn't like she was going to give up Fu Kang even if she had better items to trade. She just would have took them and ran off with him before getting what she wanted. Got anything else? Ying asked, unimpressed. The shock on their faces was not hidden in the least. Lu Lan believed that this much would be enough to shock any regular cultivator in the Qi gatherer stage. The average cultivator could grow in leaps and bounds if they took these pills and diligently cultivated. It isn't too much to say that Lan's pills were life-changing for the untalented. But Ying's talent wasn't horrible anymore. Ever since she got her sword, cultivation has become easier for her as time went on. She no longer struggled to get resources to break through, the impurities in her body were slowly filtered out because of her sword, and the quality of her qi was becoming purer. The longer she held onto her sword, the more her strength would rise. Anything those pills could do, her sword would eventually do even better. Excuse me. Lu Lan was shocked that she refused her offer. The pills she bargained with were made by herself. She knew they weren't perfect in quality, but they definitely weren't something that could be refused. They were excellent quality pills that the average pill refiner would struggle to make. Even Elder Ru has praised her for her refining abilities, the top alchemist within the Golden Serpent sect. Ying's rejection felt like it was spitting on all the hard work that Lu Lan has put into pill refining for the past several months. Those pills are trash. What else do you have to offer? Ying didn't care about the pride of little Miss Princess. All she cared about was what she could gain from her. Senior, please don't joke. All of these pills are excellent grade, one level below perfect. There is no one that would not find a use for them. She softly spat with her damaged pride. If I said they are trash, they are trash. Now hurry up and show what else you have on you. Her words directly stabbed at the young lady's pride. The royal princess didn't even hide the pissed off look on her face. Oh, this is gonna be bad, Fu Kong thought. If Lu Lan wasn't here right now, he could use his cube to escape this violent senior, but he couldn't reveal his secret while she was here. If they were alone, he could think of something to distract the senior choking him and then make his escape. Maybe he could turn this situation into an advantage for himself. But first, he would have to get rid of Lu Lan. Fairy Lu. I'll be fine. Just go. He spoke through choked breaths. I won't leave you here to die. You're the only one that can. She quickly shut her mouth after realizing what she was about to say. How could I call myself the greatest under the heavens, Kong, if I couldn't handle a situation like this? Trust in me. I'll be fine. In Lu Lan's eyes, he suddenly became a lot more handsome and manly after saying such things. Ying punched him in the gut after hearing the sappy line. He coughed up blood from her beast-like strength. What was he trying to do, paint her as the bad guy? Is she the evil cultivator who's separating the two lovers for evil purposes? She just wanted his stuff. It was his own fault that he wasn't strong enough to protect it. I can't, Lu struggled to say. Lu. Go. You're just a burden if you stay any longer. Fu said harshly with blood sliding down his lips. Ying could tell she was devastated from what he told her. Fine. You better be alright after this. She turned around with a single tear falling down her eye and ran off into the distance. I'd love to stay senior marshal sister, but that was my K to leave. See ya. Fu Kong suddenly vanished from her hand. She quickly looked around her surrounding for any signs of him. How did he just disappear right in front of her? It wasn't a teleportation spell from a talisman. It wasn't a martial art because she didn't sense any chi coming off him when he did it. What just happened? Where did her free mystic flame disappear to? Kong. Get back here. Ying fed her sword a spirit stone to enhance her connection with the chi around them. She used it to search her surroundings for any signs of Kong, but there was no sign of him anywhere. This didn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense, and it made her extremely mad. Her ticket to owning a mystic flame of her own just poofed right out of the air. Her sword fueled the anger surging through her. Fire slowly began to erupt on parts of her body. Her sword told her to feed it her storage ring if she wanted to get Kong. What the hell are you talking about? She asked. Her sword had a feeling that it knew where Kong went. It thinks that he escaped into a void world. Ying had no idea what a void world was, but her sword couldn't exactly explain it either. He said it was a different world inside of a cultivator, but what did that mean? It tried to explain some more, but all this was only making Ying even more angry. Whatever. Take the stupid ring. Ying released all the items inside her storage ring on the ground and tossed her ring into the mouth hidden behind her sword's eye. The sword slowly started to transform as it took in the essence of the storage ring. Purple and black symbols formed over the body of the blade. The large metal blade used the strange chi around it to compress itself into a smaller form. It was a light and thin type of blade that looked like it would boast of quickness and beauty rather than strength and evilness. Ying took a few light swings with it, testing to see how her handling has changed. The blade may have become smaller, but it seemed even heavier than before. The strange energy flowing through her blade was also flowing through Ying herself. She didn't understand what type of chi this was, but it was not anything remotely similar to fire chi. With a single swing of her sword, she felt like she could cut anywhere she laid her eyes on. Distance was no longer an issue for her. If there was an enemy standing 10 meters away from her, she would still be able to decapitate them in one slice. The power of the void is what her sword explained to her. So, this was void chi? The type of chi that made storage rings possible. It was unfamiliar to Ying. Something she's never experienced before. She was usually bathed in fire chi, but now she was filled with this void chi thanks to her sword. It wasn't uncomfortable though. Instead of the blazing fire chi, the void chi was not something that burned. It took concentration, precision, and control to fully use. She took a few more swings to get used to her new power, but her sword reminded her that they only had 10 minutes before it wore off. And I don't have another storage ring on me. Alright, let's find that Kong bastard. Ying concentrated her fury and chi into her void sword. With a sword strike that cuts through space itself, she sliced herself away to Kong. Her sword explained that she was only reopening the rift left behind by Kong, and she needed to head through there to get Kong. She wasn't skilled enough to make rifts on her own. Void chi was new to her after all. I'll show you skilled, damn it. Ying executed the moves of her giant blade manual given by Jing for her sword. The giant blade manual was an unranked sword art that taught Ying how to use her great sword. The rift leading to Kong began to expand as each powerful slash of her blade opened it further. A downward slice that looked strong enough to split oceans, a straight thrust that could pierce through any defense, and a dragon-cleaving strike from the side that would put kill into any flying lizard. A perfect demonstration of some of the techniques within her sword art. Now that she opened the rift far enough that she could go inside of it, a satisfied smirk appeared on her face. Your secrets will be mine. She walked through the rift with her blade. CaptainBoyHole. Ying's determination is pretty scary. If she's willing to go this far for her own greed, I wonder how far would she go to get revenge? Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Fukong. Fukong let out a breath of relief as he arrived in his spirit world. He couldn't help but rub his sore throat after that experience. Just what was the deal with that fierce beauty? Why did she have it out for him so badly? Wasn't it enough that she stole his martial arts book and hidden vision earrings? It seems that increasing his mastery of his martial arts isn't enough. He'll have to start cultivating more seriously now. His shadow walked over to him. Fu shooed him away, he wasn't here to practice martial arts. The shadow came to greet him every time he came to his spirit world. If he wanted, he would show it one of his martial arts and then the shadow would copy it in the perfected version. As long as he reflected the same steps as the shadow was, he would perfect the martial arts in time. Whenever he doesn't use it to train his martial arts, then he lets it take care of the garden filled with herbs of all kind. This spirit world is filled with qi that can grow nearly any type of crops in its soil. There was no plant that Fu couldn't grow in his garden. Even regular plants mutated into spirit plants with beneficial effects when eaten. It could also accelerate the growth of plants that need hundreds or thousands of years to grow. It wouldn't be too far-fetched to say that he would be able to create immortal elixir out of his ass when he becomes talented enough in pill refining. But for now, he'll have to make something that will quickly boost his cultivation. It might take him a while to get used to his new strength, but that senior from before seems like the stubborn type. She could still be waiting for him outside his spirit world, and if he went out there with the same strength he had earlier, being taken advantage of by the fearsome beautiful senior was the only fate waiting for him. He needed a large number of pills if he wanted to break through to the 6th stage. Where did he put that pill cauldron? Shadow. Bring me my pill cauldron, 20 heart leaves, 50 bright-eyed stalks, 10 spirit weeds, and 100 green fungus. The shadow immediately went to prepare all the necessary items. It was time to refine some perfect grade pills. The shadow wasn't only good for improving his martial arts. It could also help him practice his pill refining abilities as well. He found this out when he needed to prove himself to Elder Ru. She refused to allow him to become an apprentice under her even if he could remedy the illness Lu Lan suffered because of her family's martial arts. If he could show that he had talent in the art of alchemy and produce a pill that was better than one of her other pupils, would he be allowed to become her apprentice? A smile slowly popped up on his face as he thought about how Lu Lan tried to help him pass Elder Ru's impossible test. A young man with no experience or knowledge about pill refining facing off against an apprentice who has been practicing for months with the greatest teacher. If he didn't have the shadow to help teach him how to concoct pills, he wouldn't have ever been able to pass Elder Ru's test. He doubted he would have won even if she gave him an entire month before facing off against Chun. Finding out that the shadow could teach him things other than martial arts was by complete luck. It was a week before the test and he was panicking to figure out a way to become a master alchemist on his own. There was nothing at the library, and when he went to the exchange hall, he was too poor to buy any manuals on the subject himself. He also didn't have any friends to ask because people didn't like him for some reason. Gong Jun. That damn bastard has nothing better to do but send his stupid underlings to bother him day after day after day. He warned all disciples to stay away from him unless they wanted to get on his bad side. Fu didn't care if their families wanted the two to marry. As far as he saw it, Lu Lan was single and she was going to be his. If he needed to, he would smash up both Jun's family and Lan's family if he needed to. But at his current strength that was nothing more than wishful thinking. Even Lu Lan herself could deal with him right now. That's why he needed to use these ingredients to make the perfect pills for raising his strength. Fukong lit a small fire underneath the cauldron and expertly controlled the flames to the exact temperature he wanted. The shadow sat right next to him and mimicked him. A cauldron of blackness that was similar to his cauldron appeared in front of the shadow. This was where Fu needed to pay attention. He focused his eyes on the shadow's hands and its flame. His fire was still too low compared to the heat of the shadows. He raised the temperature higher and watched as the shadows went further than before. Well, he could do the same. Now it was a game of focus, patience, and making sure he doesn't run out of chi by the end of this. Seeing the moves of the shadow was like trying to copy a grandmaster alchemist. It was impossible for someone of Fu's level, but he had all the time he wanted in this world. He wouldn't give up until the perfect grade pills were made. Fu wouldn't accept anything less than perfect with the help of the shadow. How could he boast about being the greatest under the heavens if he couldn't do something as simple as this? The cube was Fu's greatest secret. It has saved his life on numerous occasions. It was something that Fu would never reveal to anyone. Not even his closest companions could know. It was the reason for his strength now. Everything that he has accomplished was thanks to this cube. Fu didn't realize the secrets about the cube until he nearly lost his life in Yellow Jade City. It was a memento from his parents that he never knew. Fu was raised by his grandfather in Normal Village. His grandfather never told him anything about his parents. When he asked about them, he was never given a direct answer. This led to Fu realizing that his parents might be anything but average. Especially after unlocking the secret about the cube. He had to be a descendant of two super powerful cultivators. Fu Kong promised to kick his mom and dad's ass when he saw them for abandoning him and never seeing him. He didn't care if they had a good excuse or not. His anger wouldn't forgive them for failing in their parental duties. As a proper son, he had to punish his parents for their behavior. If not him, then who would? Damn, another excellent grade pill. Worthless. Fu tossed the pill into the garden along with the dozens of other failed attempts to create a single perfect grade pill. If anyone else saw the number of wasted pills of that grade, their eyes would bulge out of their head from shock. Not even alchemist prodigies would aim for the insane heights that Fu Kong was currently aiming for. It must be known that perfect grade pills are not something that any alchemist could just hope to get. Even if everything went perfectly during the pill concocting, it still wasn't certain that one would get excellent or perfect grade pills. The art of alchemy is more complicated than the average cultivator would think. The grade of pills are separated into 5 grades: inferior, mediocre, average, excellent, and perfect. Inferior grade pills lose 50% of their medicinal essence. Mediocre is 40%, average is 30%, excellent is 10%, and perfect loses none. Reaching average is the industry standard for all alchemists no matter what type of pill they are aiming to make. Fu Kong was starting to reach his limit. His hands were shaking, his mind was tired, and his stomach was grumbling. Sitting in the same spot making pills for several hours was taxing. He needed a break. Thankfully, he had this gorgeous garden filled with all sorts of savory fruit. He'll spend a few minutes eating some of this to recharge his chi and weathered spirit. But there was a strange feeling in the air that made Fu uneasy. The beautiful sky in his spirit world was turning dark. That was something he's never seen before. What was going on? Fu looked over to the shadow and nearly dropped his fruit. The shadow was shaking. The same shadow that has mastered every single one of his martial arts was scared of something. What was happening in his spirit world? A giant gash appeared in the sky. Strange purple chi started to flow from gash. Fu didn't know what to do. Was there something he could do? Was someone coming into his spirit world? Or was this another part of the cube that he has yet to unlock, like the Wonder Spring? Kong. You can't hide from me. Your secrets will be mine. A familiar figure came out of the giant gash in the sky and crash-landed onto his world. She stared into his eyes and fear filled his soul. I'm impossible. This is my spirit world. How did you? He could barely talk with the chattering of his teeth. Did you think you could get away? She crushed her hand into a fist. CaptainBoyHole. Clingy women are truly terrifying. Tearing through space and time just to see you again. Ha! I wish I had a woman like that. As long as she didn't want to beat me up and rob me for everything I had. I'm not a masochist, I promise. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Ying vs Fu Kong. She dashed towards him and reached him in the blink of an eye. An eruption of blue flames exploded from Kang's body, nearly freezing Ying's blood solid. The pissed-off young girl smashed her fist into her opponent's chest, leaving a fist imprint on his chest along with a few shattered ribs as he flew across the garden. Seeing that her punch landed made her feel good. That mystic flame of his was dangerous if she kept using void chi in this fight. Even now she still had blue flames on her body slowly freezing her. She wasn't skilled enough in using void chi to defend against the blue fire. All she could do was displace the fire from directly touching her skin. But this wasn't good enough to face Kang's flames. The icy temperatures didn't need to touch her for her body to be frozen by it. Void chi was too different from fire chi. Ying felt like she was trying to use an entirely different style of martial arts. Since she was a swordsman, this situation felt like she was trying to learn how to use a spear for the first time. Change back, idiot. She hit her fist on her sword, causing it to spit up the spirit ring from before. A tear leaked from the giant sword, but Ying ignored it as she ignited herself on fire. The familiar embrace of the blazing and uncontrollable fire chi raging through her body made Ying feel like she was right at home. Her long bright orange hair turned into flowing flames, the pupils in her eyes resembled a burning fire, and her huge sword transformed into flames in the shape of a sword. The icy flames that were freezing her body started to be overwhelmed by Ying's flames, and in no time, her body was back to normal. Her eyes wandered over to Fukong, expecting to see him unable to move at all. But what she found was the boy rapidly shoving fruits and plants in his mouth. She could visibly see his body rapidly healing from the spirit herbs. That little bastard! Ying ran towards the recovering pervert to stop him. She lifted her blade over her shoulder in preparation to crush him. Ding! A black figure clashed with her sword, saving Fukong from her blade. He continued shoving food from the garden into his mouth as Ying tried to overpower the strange black person. It could contend with her sword with some black flames covering its fists. The flames felt the same as Kang's icy flames from earlier. If this was all it had, then Ying would have no problem cutting right through it. She used her chi to fuel the blazing hot flames coming off her body to overpower the cold fire trying to freeze her. Ying's flames stopped the coldness from affecting her, but she still couldn't cut through this thing. The flames around its fist were far more concentrated than she thought they were. She doubted she could burn this guy into ashes even if she used all the chi in her body. His flame techniques were on a completely different level than hers. Trying to best him using her flames alone was impossible, and Fukong was nearly completely healed by now. I don't know how you assholes are so gifted at training fire-natured marital arts, but I don't just have my flames to rely on. Ying jumped backwards and got rid of her flames. She entered her sword stance from the giant blade manual and focused all her attention of the shadow. The previous fiery aura seen from her was gone. In its place was a swordsman. A swordsman that could cut mountains in half with a single stroke of her blade. A swordsman whose attacks are as heavy as the heavens themselves. A wielder of a blade that has foregone speed, precision, and defense in favor of an overwhelming unstoppable offense. Ying disappeared as the place she was standing was destroyed and turned into a small crater. She leapt into the air with her sword was raised over her head. It was coming down on the shadowy figure with the force of 1,000 boulders. The shadow was forced to dodge and Ying let herself be pulled by her sword after splitting the ground in two. Fukong was forced to retreat from the garden lest he wanted to fall into the small chasm made by Ying. Ying flipped forward and half-spun to swung her sword to strike the crouching figure. The shadow dropped face first into the ground to dodge the strike. Ying was taken by the momentum of the blade and turned into a deadly top. The ground was deeply carved by her blade as she spun like a tilted top to cut the shadow. This was the second style from the giant blade manual, moving with the blade. The core of this style was to not control the sword but to follow and understand it. Unlike the first style in which you control the blade and strike with domineering strength. Mastering the second style would allow her to learn how to react to any attack that comes towards her blade. The shadow frantically dodged on the ground as each slice was enough to cut off an important part of its body. The shadow leapt off the ground and focused all the flames around its palm. It chopped towards Ying's throat, intending to eliminate this threat inside its master's world. But its killing chop failed. Ying's blade met the knife hand before it could get close. The blade slowly started to slice into the shadow's hand, forcing it to release a mass of black flames to escape. Ying set herself ablaze to get rid of the freezing flames and quickly ran back after the shadow. She could feel its panic as she was right under it, giving it no time to deal with its injury. It tried to release the flames once more to get away, but she wouldn't let that happen. Ying unleashed a large flame from her palm, negating the cold flames and sending the shadow away on fire. At this close of a range, it was impossible for it to have dodged her attack. "Senior sister, you are too much." Fukong arrived behind her and landed a blow on her side that made her insides seem like they turned into ice. He tried to follow up with a lethal blow to her neck while she was stunned. His hand was covered in blue flames in the shape of a small blade. There was no chance of her being able to block this blow with her sword. The pervert got her by surprise. She wished it didn't have to come to something like this, but that strange black figure was far stronger than she thought it would be. Ying caught his burning hand and started to crush it despite the intense freezing of her hand. Kong cried out as he tried to get away from her powerful grip, but it was like trying to snatch his arm out of the mouth of an iron-jawed crocodile. Ying lit her own hand on fire to counter Kang's. This was going to drain the rest of her chi, but it was better than losing all feeling in her hand. She broke all the bones in Kang's hand, making him scream even louder. And since he decided to get so close to her, this was the perfect moment to steal his mystic flame. Ying activated her auxiliary martial art, overbearing amalgamation of flames. She utilized the unique breathing patterns for the flame-style support martial art, and flames started to pour out of her back. The fire started to shape itself into Ying's form before diving inside Fu Kang's chest. He couldn't help but scream in agony as Ying's fire found its way to the mystic flame hiding inside him. Ying's fire manifestation reached for the icy flames in the shape of Fukong and instantly contested their strength against one another. In the outside world, Ying was slowly but repeatedly punching Kong in the stomach. She could feel the resistance from his mystic flame weakening the more she hurt him. She doubted he has ever felt this much pain in his life. Her flames were starting to overpower his mystic flames. But Ying could hear the shadow from before coming from behind her. She needed to hurry or it was going to ruin everything. Ying added all of her strength into her fist and sent it straight into Fu Kang's gut. He spat out blood onto her face. This was enough. Ying's fire grabbed hold of Kang's mystic flame and pulled it out of his danshan. She quickly absorbed her flame and his mystic flame into her own danshan just as the shadow arrived behind her. It was impossible for her to dodge in time unless she wanted to let go of the mystic flame she just gained. The shadow plunged its hand through her stomach as she stood over the critically injured Fu Kang. Blood leaked from her mouth, but this wasn't enough to kill her. She wasn't going to die here. She refused to die to something like this. She still had things to do in life and dying from this mysterious pervert wasn't in her plans. Ying grabbed hold of the hand going through her stomach and used the rest of her power to elbow the shadow in the face. Each strike to the face was weakening the shadow. Ying's crazy strength given by her sword was not to be underestimated. It tried igniting its black cold flames to have her release it, but that was useless now. Ying grinned a bloody smile as she used her auxiliary art and absorbed the flames for herself, refueling her empty chi supply. If this shadow had a face, Ying bet it would have its mouth wide open in shock. She released his hand and watched the shadow fall to the ground. I've had enough out of you already. Ying used her refilled chi to cauterize her wound. This is the end. She grabbed her sword and stabbed it into the chest of the shadow. Ying then walked to the barely living Fu Kang and crouched over him. When she sent her flame into him earlier, she felt the strange presence of something else hiding inside him. Something that sent chills into her soul. She couldn't leave until she's taken that as well. Fear is not something to be feared but something to be conquered as a member of the Yu family. CaptainBoyHole. I always have fun writing fighting scenes with Ying in them. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. The powers of the cube. Ying plunged her hand into Fu Kang's chest. Blood shot all over her arm as she searched around his insides. His screaming turned into whimpers and groans while she was looking inside. Ying ignored the organs as she looked for that strange object. But as she was looking, her hand clutched onto something. It felt solid and was shaped like a square on all sides. What the hell was this? Ying pulled out the strange object and found that it was a purple cube. It was resting near his still beating heart. The cube gave off a mysterious feeling to her. She didn't understand what was so special about it but knew she just had to have it. Ying lit the cube on fire to clean all the blood off of it before having her sword eyeing the cube like a greedy hound. It begged her to feed it to him. Like I'd feed something as valuable as this to a hunk of metal like you. Who knows what this thing can do? Ying insulted. The sword continued to beg and plead for her to feed it while giving her a cutesy look with its single demonic eye. Ying refused to give in this time no matter how cutely it looked at her. It always did this when it wanted to eat something valuable of hers. She didn't have the money to keep providing for this hungry slab of metal. She might be from a cultivation family but that didn't mean her pockets were filled to the brim. It promised her that this time was different. That the cube held a power that she couldn't use unless she fed it to him. She thought it was total crap and it was just trying to feed on this magical treasure she found. Its feelings exploded inside her like a tantrum-throwing baby as it begged and cried to have the cube. Shut up. Shut up. All right. I'll feed it to you if you can tell me why you want to eat it so badly. If you say you're just hungry, I swear I'll get a blacksmith hit you with his hammer. Ying yelled. The sword responded by telling her that it could gain the essence of the cube if it eats it. Essence? Like with the storage ring from earlier. It blinked at her, acknowledging that she was right. It then went on to say how the cube wasn't any ordinary object. It was something special and it could gain its abilities if it eats it. What abilities? I don't even know what the cube can do. And wouldn't it just go away in 10 minutes like all the other times I feed something with spirit energy to you? The demonic blade shared with her about how this entire void world was because of that cube. It could sense void chi inside of it along with a myriad of other types of chi as well. What Ying got from it was that a place like this could become hers if she fed the cube to Hao Gang, her sword. She didn't know what this void world could do but she did know that Fu Kang could only have gotten as strong as he was thanks to this place. And that's why she dropped the cube into Hao's mouth. He loudly crunched on the magical treasure with relish and Ying could feel its bliss affecting her mood as well. Well, if this was going to help her get stronger, she didn't mind feeling a little bit happy about it. Hao started shining with purple and black lines similar to the ones on the cube running down its sword body. The lines raced with each other, they intersected and interlocked forming a strange pattern onto Ying's sword. Her wounds began healing as well. Then everything went white. Ying couldn't see anything nor hear anything around her. Her connection to Hao was still there. She could feel her limbs and her chi was working fine. But where was she now? Hao told her that he was creating her void world. That was when the world started to come alive all around her. The white space she was in before was now being taken over by life itself. The blank sky was now becoming a blue sky with clouds and a shining sun. In the far distance, grass began rolling in the world to cover all the whiteness. Seeing the sight made Ying wonder if the grass always belonged there or was something just made by how. Ying could even feel a cool relaxing breeze blowing on her skin. But that wasn't all that was added. The same garden that was inside Fu Kang's was inside her void world. There were no plants inside it, and that made Ying want to complain a bit, but seeing all the other additions shut her up. She could just grow her own garden in the future that was better than Kang's. A shadow that resembled her body formed out of her shadow. It had the same figure, hair, and a giant sword just like hers. Why did Hao add this shadow in her world? Was it to be used as a sparring partner against herself? There was a pill cauldron by the garden too. Ying didn't practice alchemy, so why would he make that? A sudden figure tackled into her from behind and hung around her waist like a little monkey. The unexpected assault almost made Ying fall right on her face. She turned around with an angry look on her face just to see the sight of a strange boy hugging her legs with a gross look on his face. "Mommy!" The young child happily exclaimed while he rubbed his face against her bare legs. The small boy was dressed in an outfit similar to hers. He wore the Yu family's outfit with her clan's twisted fist symbol on the center of the robes. His hair was a mix of orange and purple while his eyes were a direct copy of hers. Who was this child she felt so familiar with? And why was he touching her so much? She would feel disgusted if she didn't feel so close to this kid. "Who are you calling Mom? Get off of me already!" Ying knocked the boy on his head with her fist, dropping him to the ground with a silly grin on his face. "Mommy, it's me." "How? I made a human body for myself inside your void world." Hao answered as he got up and took her hand. Ying was at a loss for words. She didn't know exactly how to respond to this unexpected situation. Seeing her sword turn into child that looked eerily similar to herself? How many people could say they could prepare themselves for something like that? So, Ying did the only thing she could do. "Well, are you ready to explain this whole void world thing to me? And stop touching me?" She didn't think about it. "But we're always together outside," his bright happy face turned sullen. "That's different, you're a sword out there and in here you are." The look on his face was turning worse and worse as the little brat was thinking that him becoming a human like her was a bad thing. "Forget it. You can hold my hand. Now explain what all of this is about for me." "Yay. Okay, so that thing over there can help you master your martial arts." He pointed at the shadow staring at the garden sadly. "That brown dirt can help you grow whatever plants you want in there. The chi inside here is very big and good. Perfect for mommy to cultivate plants and cultivate for yourself. That pot thing can help mommy make pills. The shadow can help mommy learn how to make pills and become the best pill maker. That well over there can't be used yet. I didn't know how to get water inside it. And this thing." Ying interrupted him before he could continue. "Let's start back from the beginning and slowly work from there." Ying was completely lost at Hao's explanations and only had even more questions. Underscore 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 This is quite the situation now, isn't it? Lei Ji muttered as he looked around him. Quan was floating next to him and Zhairong was on his shoulder. "We just had to run into these guys on our way to the tower," Bing whined as his body beefed up. "It is also unfortunate that Qing isn't here either. She could blow these guys with a single swing of her fan." Lei Ji added. "Ha, I bet you thought you were safe in here, didn't you, fatty?" Shui Han smiled with fierce killing intent radiating off of his body. "Not you again," Bing muttered. "I will get my revenge for last time. You and that girl will perish from my hands. You just walked into your own grave." He laughed. "We shouldn't be so excited to kill each other as disciples from the same section." Lei Ji added. "Kill that old fool first for daring to speak without my permission," Shui ordered. "You can't reason with someone like this, Lei. He's the type of person who will do anything to regain his lost face," Bing said. "Lost face?" Lei Ji didn't remember who this young man was. "He was the guy who almost killed me and Ying a while ago. He's in 8th stage while me and Ying are at lower stages than him. His pride couldn't handle losing to us and now he's gone crazy, I think," Bing whispered. "I'll show you crazy," Shui screamed as he jumped forward. "Sorry, but fighting hopeless battles isn't my thing." As the vengeful youth charged with his sword, Bing slapped a teleportation talisman on himself and Lei Ji, disappearing from the entrapment and winding up somewhere completely unexpected. CaptainBoyHole. Ying is pretty lucky that Jing gave her such a resourceful sword. If she didn't have Hao Gang, then creating something like a void world would have been impossible for a cultivator at her stage. Now she's stolen a cheat of a person of fate. How will the heavens decide to punish her for stealing from one of their blessed ones? And how do you think she will respond back to the heavens? Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you're not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Run. Bing's feet landed on solid ground and he silently thanked his luck for not sending him and Lei to an even worse situation than before. His body was in one piece and Lei was fine too. Now it was time for them to figure out where they were and continue on their way to the tower. He'll also need to let Qing know what happened to them. Bing. Lei Ji spoke with a firm tone. Hey. It was slightly startling to the round cultivator. He's never heard that tone of voice with Lei before. When I say run, run as fast as you can. What are you talking about? Bing's eyes slowly met with the terrifying beast staring at them from behind. Sweat oozed out of his pores like a leaking barrel. His heart nearly jumped out of his chest when he recognized that beast behind him. He could only produce unintelligible stammering from his mouth as fear took hold of his mind. A 9th stage chi gathering sparking rhino stared them down. Its powerful chi presence bearing down on both of them made it almost impossible for them to move. Can you still move your legs? Lei asked him. Maybe. He could barely feel his legs. Everything felt numb. On the count of 3, I'm going to give us a chance to get out of here. And when I do, run like there's no tomorrow. Don't even think about looking back and just run. Lei said calmly. How are you so calm about all of this? Bing asked while trying to calm his palpitating heart. I look calm to you right now. Lei asked. Looking at the aged fisherman made Bing think that maybe he was hasty in his judgment of calling Lei calm. His legs were shaking just as bad as his were, Lei's sect robes were soaked from sweat, and the grip on his fishing rod was unsteady. He was just as terrified as he was. That made Bing feel slightly better about the situation as he could still relate to Lei as a common person. You aren't going to try and face this thing alone, are you? Bing asked, wondering how he was going to give them a chance to escape. Have you gone crazy? I'm going to be running right with you. I believe it's better to run than to fight. You don't know how glad I am hearing you say that. If I was here with anyone but you, I would definitely be fighting in a life or death struggle with this sparking rhino right now. Bing was overjoyed to have a normal companion like Lei. Can't say you're wrong, knowing our allies. He chuckled. The sparking rhino seemed fed up now and slowly moved closer towards them. 1. Bing's fat began turning into muscle. Preparing himself to run to his best ability. Using Swift Devil wouldn't help him in this situation as it would drain his stamina quickly. Running out of stamina while running from this beast will only lead to his eventual death. He would save his movement martial art for emergencies. 2. The sparking rhino stomped its foot on the ground, shaking the earth beneath them in an attempt of intimidation. Both Bing and Lei Ji would agree that it wasn't necessary to try and intimidate them. Especially when they were so weak in comparison to the spirit beast. If anything, it was overkill. 3. Quan shot ink into the eyes of the beast, making it growl in anger and rupture the ground with a stomp from its 2 front legs. The two moved faster than they ever moved before. The uneven ground did little to hinder their panic-filled sprint as the fear for their lives was a far greater stimulant in aiding their retreat. The crashing of the trees behind them along with the fierce shaking of the ground under them lit their legs on fire. They held nothing back and unleashed their full strength into running away as quickly as they could. This was the second time in his life that he found himself running for dear life away from a wild beast. The first time was when he was in the recruitment test for the sect. That was also when he became the Empress's slave. Thinking back to that time and this one made him realize that maybe this situation wasn't as scary as he thought it was. Thunk. A tree branch just went sailing past his ears that stabbed deeply into the thick tree he just ran past. Okay, nope. Still scary. Still terrifying. He was still scared out of his mind. This was nothing like the wild boar from before. Was he stupid? Trying to compare the strength of a boar vs the strength of this 9th stage spirit beast? Of course, this situation was far more dangerous. The worst that boar could have done was stab him with its tusks. He could have lived through that. He wouldn't be able to live no matter what he does if he tried to fight against this sparking rhino. Ha ha ha, a self-depressing laugh escaped him. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have just fought with that Huan clan psycho. He yelled, lamenting his misfortune. Let's look on the bright side. At least we're getting good training for our legs. Lei Ji said while running like the wind. Bing had trouble seeing how exactly Lei Ji was moving so fast. When he tried to focus his attention on Lei's legs, his vision would be taken elsewhere. He couldn't read his movements. He himself was a body cultivator thanks to his devil arts, so physical straining activities weren't uncommon for him. But Lei Ji was a pure chi cultivator, the only way he could be catching up to him this way would be if he was spending most, if not all, of his chi towards his legs. Bing knew that wasn't the case though. As far as he knew, Lei had 3 main martial arts and one he doesn't use often. His main ones were his fishing art, movement art, and auxiliary art. The one he used rarely was just a common body martial art. Unless Lei was using some technique that he hasn't shared with him or Ying, that meant that Lei Ji's movement art was just this naturally quick. Was it possible that he was holding back against him and Ying in their spars? The level of his movement martial art was by far the best out of anyone in their group. Even Hu Tao can't compare to Lei's. Training isn't supposed to be this life-threatening. Bing barely dodged the spark sent from the rhino's horn, losing a few pieces of hair in the process. Some people would disagree. Do you know how many body cultivators face death just by training? He asked. What does that have to do with anything? Bing yelled in confusion. Why was he talking about this sort of stuff now? I was just saying that the type of training one goes through differs from one person to the next. Lei Ji avoided a spark of his own that destroyed a large portion of the ground in front of him, forcing him to jump over a large crater. So, it wouldn't be too much to say that some people think that training is supposed to be life-threatening normally. I mean, it's not common sense for most, but what is common sense, you know? He chatted. Is now the time to be talking about this sort of stuff? Bing interrupted. Just trying to make conversation. It helps take one's mind off impending death when talking about things like this. Just as the two were peacefully talking away, they saw 2 figures up ahead. One was standing and the other was on their knees. Bing planned to ignore them and let them get caught up in the problem behind them in the off chance that they'll take care of it for them, but Lei had a different idea from him, it seems. Tang Wuiying held his giant boomerang under Liuxian's jaw, keeping his head held up. After their battle, he was the victor. Liuxian's life was in his hands and his to do with as he pleased. To think that someone this weak had thoughts about courting his woman, it's laughable. Now here he was about to die because he had the misfortune of meeting him inside the plains. Just as Tang raised his great weapon to finish off the fool, the ground began to rumble and shake. He looked at the immobile Liuxian and could tell that it wasn't him. The stubborn idiot still dared to look at him with such a glare in his eye? Did he not know the difference between them was like that of the heaven and earth? He should make his death more painful because of that look. What is that sound? Tang Wuiying turned around to see a sight he honestly didn't expect in the least. 2 disciples were running straight towards him with a 9th stage beast chasing them from. Please run away, fellow disciples. This little fella is fast for his size. The old man warned as he and his ally ran straight towards him. Only earning a glare from Tang. He heard the sound of something from behind him and saw Sun Liuxian shooting off into the sky despite all his limbs being broken. The weak bastard dared to smirk at him as if this would be enough to handle him. He'll rip this beast apart and then find Liuxian again to teach him never to cross him or Xiao Hong again. These 2 fools that interrupted him will also be punished for distracting him. To think that all of this happened just because he heard that Xiao Hong was headed towards the Great Tower. The disciple they just passed by ignored Lei's warning and stood his ground against the sparking rhino. Bing wasn't too worried for him as he managed to sense his cultivation when they passed by him. He was a 9th stage chi gatherer, so, even if he wasn't able to defeat the animal, then he could surely escape it. He wasn't able to see his face clearly, but both of them recognized that strange weapon he held in his hands. He's definitely going to be fine. Bing said. If he could defeat the talented Gong Jun, then a beast on the level of the sparking rhino won't be much. It's a good thing we ran into him. Who knows how much longer we would have had to run if he wasn't there. The Great Tower isn't that far away, is it? Lei asked. Bing suddenly looked up at the imposing tower in the distance and gulped. We just left a fellow disciple to handle our problem for no reason, didn't we? That's what it's looking like to me. If we ran a bit longer, then we would have reached the tower in no time. Bing answered. You don't think he'll accept a heartfelt apology, do you? Lei wondered. Seeing the way he dealt with his senior apprentice brother in that duel a couple months ago, no. I do not think he'll take a simple apology. Maybe he's more forgiving than he looks. Maybe Lei. Maybe. Bing 100% doubted that Tang Wuiying ever forgave anything in his life. He didn't share the same positive look on like as Lei Ji did. If anything, his views of people were far more negative in comparison. It looks like he'll have to think of a plan to deal with Tang Wuiying along with the Huang clan for the future. CaptainBoyHole. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Tang and Gong. The treasured plains aren't as tough as I thought it would be. Tang spoke. Well, that's because we haven't reached one of the main areas yet. That's where the real treasures of this sacred place are. Gong responded. Why did second senior suggest we spend all our time in the Great Tower? Weren't you listening, junior brother? We would gain the most there in comparison to the other great areas for our current cultivation rank. Gong explained. So, we're too weak, is it? Tang understood in other terms. His second senior wouldn't send them to their deaths for no reason. Although it pissed him off, he wasn't too upset considering that they had someone looking out for them. He'd just have to get stronger so that no one would need to care for him like a child. And his chance for strength is staring down on him right now in the form of that stupidly big black tower. In harsher words, yes. Gong agreed with a pleasant tone in his voice. Gong. Tang was wondering something about his fourth senior. They've been inside the treasured plains for some time now, but Gong, who has always been ahead of him in cultivation, has suddenly stagnated at the 9th stage. He knew a crafty bastard like him wouldn't do something like this without reason. He himself just started filling his chi. Tang suspected Gong knew of some advantageous secret that he didn't know. Yes. Why are you still at the 9th stage? I haven't had much luck lately in my cultivation. He shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Don't joke with me, you clown. I know you're hiding something about the 9th stage. Tell me. Now, how could I just give out my secrets for free, junior brother? If you're willing to part with the secret of how you actually obtained that weapon of yours, then maybe I could share the secret I'm hiding about the 9th stage. I made a deal for it. Tang answered. Welp, I knew you wouldn't give up the secret that easily. I guess I'll have to. Wait, what? Gong reacted in a rare moment of surprise as Tang willingly shared the secret he's been hiding for months. Even from their master. Now tell me. Tang demanded. You made a deal for it. What kind of deal? You aren't going to betray Elder Mo, are you? Gong asked seriously. Quit speaking nonsense. I answered your question, now answer mine. Gong dropped his shoulders in defeat. Who knew his junior brother would actually tell him how he got his spirit weapon? Even with the combined efforts of him and third senior constantly asking and annoying him for weeks on end didn't break him. Gong guessed little Tang's pride couldn't accept him having an advantage over him, even though he was the one seriously disadvantaged right now. The stellar ranked sword Elder Mo bought for him couldn't compare to Tang's boomerang. Little Tang's rapid growth in strength was directly related to that weapon of his. Now Gong couldn't slack off in the slightest, or the junior would pass the senior. It was already a great humiliation that he lost in an official duel against Tang. But he refused to let that black mark on his history be something that defined him. He challenged Tang to another duel a week later inside their master's mansion and managed to win that time after being aware of the secret technique that vastly improved Tang's speed at the cost of taxing his body. Gong's goal right now was to find a spirit weapon or tool that could compare to his junior's weapon. After spending several months training with him and third senior, he knew the type of object he needed was something that money could not buy. The treasured plains was his only chance to make sure that Tang doesn't slip past him. Even with his own high talent, there are some things that can't be handled with talent alone. Luck is also a required factor for one to rise to the heavens. I guess I have no choice. Gong sighed helplessly. Tang's ears perked up. Once you reach the 9th stage of the Qi gathering realm, you only need to do one thing. Make a sea of Qi within your Denshin. Tang nodded as he knew this information already. Before I tell you why I am staying at the 9th stage, let me ask you a question. Tang looked irritated at this statement, but Gong believed it was important. Hurry up. Why do you think it's called a Qi Sea? How am I supposed to know? What does this have to do with anything? At least try to answer the question, little Tang. Because it's blue, and when controlling the Qi into a pool, it looks like water. Tang gave the first answer that came to his mind. A sensible answer, but wrong. Visible veins appeared on Tang's forehead. In the days of past, when immortals were as numerous as clouds in the sky, it was common for cultivators to stay in the 9th stage for hundreds of years by choice. Tang willingly stayed quiet this time and let Gong finish, causing him to smile. The reason for this was because they realized that at the 9th stage, the amount of Qi they could fill inside their Danshin was only limited by how much Qi control they had mastery over. Gong could see Tang in deep thought. Perhaps he was understanding exactly what he was getting at without him telling him directly. So, what you're saying is I can make this tiny puddle in my Danshin into something as large as an ocean or the sky with enough Qi control? Tang asked seriously. That's exactly what I was saying, junior brother. Gong smiled at him. Tang was not dumb in any manner. He was just as gifted as other prodigies. It was just that his emotions and pride always took prevalence over using his brain in most cases. Humph. Let's keep moving then. Tang began walking in front. Not even a thanks, junior brother. We both exchanged information we believed that were of equal value. I don't see why I need to thank you for anything. Equal value? You barely told me anything. You need a better sense for business, fourth senior. It is your own fault if you get taken advantage of in a trade. Tang spoke as if he was the wiser disciple. You got me this time, little Tang. I must admit, I didn't think you'd be able to trick me. Are you calling me dumb, you fake bastard? Tang gripped the strap on the end of his boomerang. Of course not, junior brother, I just thought you only cared about cultivation and training. Who knew you would have the mind for business and other such subjects? I'm not stupid, you damn fox. You're saying that I'm only good for training and cultivating while being stupid at everything else. Tang swung his weapon towards Gong. Okay, you got me again, little Tang. I apologize for making fun of your intelligence. I'm learning more surprising things about you than ever inside here. Gong avoided the attack by leaning his body to the side while also aiming his sword at Tang's defenseless neck. Don't think you've won this either. I could have easily gotten out of the way of your stupid sword. Tang pushed his sword away with his palm. Whatever you say, junior brother. Gong flashed his trademark smile. A completely fake smile that hid the true personality of Gong, in Tang's opinion. The two went back to traveling towards the Great Tower. Gong continued to make pointless conversation to Tang, with Tang sometimes responding back and sometimes ignoring him outright. Along the way, Tang spotted a figure in the distance that made him curious. Gong could sense the killing intent leaking from Tang and also looked on curiously. That distinctive hair with dark purple streaks and thin body reminded Tang of someone. A certain someone that refused to heed the warnings given by his followers. To stay away from his woman, Xiao Hong, or face death. Tang walked towards the person and Gong followed behind him. You. With the stupid hair. Turn around. Tang commanded. The unknown youth didn't even act like he heard Tang Wuying. He just kept walking forward. Humph. An arrogant bastard, hey? Sounds just like him. Tang's followers told him of Liuxian's arrogance. He lifted his weapon off his back and threw it right towards the mysterious youth. Whether it was Xiao's stalker or not, it didn't matter. Anyone who dared act so haughty in front of him deserved to die. Especially when it was a nobody like this. His boomerang spun with enough force to distort the wind around it. The cocky youth ducked underneath Tang's boomerang just as it was about to cleave him in half. The trees in front of him took his place as the curved weapon sliced apart the wide trees like paper. The great spirit weapon started flying back towards Tang with the young man unaware of the danger behind him. A smirk appeared on Tang's face as he imagined the arrogant bastard being split from the center with his weapon. But unlike what he thought would happen, the youth did a small hop over the dangerous hunting weapon, avoiding it entirely. Tang Wuying skillfully caught his weapon by the strap and looked into the eyes of the figure. Those piercing eyes staring at him with enough killing intent to nearly overwhelm his own. Now he had to teach this fool a lesson for daring to look at him with such eyes. They may be at the same stage, but he was a genius that was blessed by Lord Pioneer. Nobody in his age group could be his match. CaptainBoyHole. Liuxian is the boy with the ancient god's lung, if you forgot. The one Li wanted to tear out of his chest and gift to his mother. The lung he got after being killed by Tang's followers in Yellow Jade City. That came falling from the sky from who knows where? The same lung fought with Li in CH4. Remember? Okay, I'm done messing around. I might release another chapter on Sunday since this chapter was pretty bare-boned. It depends if I find the energy to combat against my lazy nature and write 1 or 2 more chapters for this book before Sunday comes. Comments help boost my motivation for writing. Just in case anyone was wondering. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Overwhelming power. I was thinking of asking your name, but since you want to look at me with such a look, it'll be better to kill you right here. Tang Wuying said. The man who ordered the hit on his life for such an insignificant event stared at him straight in the face. The same man who he swore to end along with his entire ancestry stood in front of him. Just seeing him like this was enough to send his usually repressed emotions into a frenzy. He could just barely hold himself back from flying right into Tang's face. Even though he knew he stood no chance against him right now. He still hasn't found a sky-ranked magical treasure that could compare to Tang's spirit weapon. He's gained a few lucky items but nothing that could aid him in killing Tang. Meeting his worst enemy at a time like this was unlucky. But then again, he could find out how he compares to Tang Wuying right now. He might not win, but that didn't mean he'd lose. All of his training has been for the day he kills this man. He couldn't refuse the temptation to see how he stacked up against him right now. If he ran away today, he'd always run away from him in his heart. He could probably even be good enough to battle him to a standstill as long as he doesn't use that move that defeated Gong Jun. Then he would have to retreat, or his life would be forfeit before he could even blink. Back then when he saw Tang Wuying pull off that move, he was part of the weak majority in the stands that couldn't trace his movements. Seeing the person he hates most surpass him more than he already has made him pissed beyond belief. His rapidly growing strength only made Sun train 10x harder than he already does. Now he would have his chance to see if that torture, he calls training, needed to be increased. In a huge burst of wind, Sun disappeared from his previous spot and appeared in front of Tang, swinging his fist right towards his face. This surprise attack was used with all of his strength and speed. If this one attack connects, then it'll do enough damage to weaken Tang. And if he's weakened, his chances of winning will be higher. Did you think that was fast enough to take me by surprise? Sun's fist was suddenly soaring right next to Tang's head, instead of towards his face. I missed. Sun expressed in disbelief. A surprise attack while holding nothing back was easily dodged by Tang. An attack that was quick enough to surprise another 9th stage Chi gatherer was looked at as nothing more than child play in Tang's eyes. You're that Liuxian bastard, aren't you? Tang asked as he allowed Sun to go flying past his shoulder. Sun skillfully halted his lunge and turned around to face Tang. How did you dodge that? A vein propped up on Tang's forehead. Daring to ignore my questions? Now I really must kill a disrespectful bastard like you, or I won't have any face left to my name. Gong, head to the tower without me. Someone has to teach these ignorant fools about respect. Well, if you say so, junior brother. But before I go, Sun Liuxian. Gong called out to him. If he had to face both Gong and Tang at once, this place would become his grave. Running away from the both was a pipe dream. You don't know a person named Fukong, do you? A strange gaze landed upon him. No. I never heard of that name before. Sun responded honestly. He looked almost disappointed that Sun didn't know of this Fukong. Well, alright. Thanks for honestly answering me. If you manage to survive against my junior brother, I'll be sure to send in a good word to Xiao Hong for you. He laughed. You shitty two-faced fox. Whose side are you on? Tang exploded at Gong. Haha, I'm just joking, little Tang. No need to get so upset. If you don't arrive at the tower an hour after I arrived, I'll come back to get your corpse. Gong innocently chuckled as he walked away. Tang threw his boomerang towards the back of his ally, seemingly aiming to kill him. Why would he throw away his weapon when he was in the middle of a fight? Sun didn't understand it, but he would surely take advantage of the current situation. Sun blew out air tainted with the chi that became a part of him since the merging with the ancient lung. The air was one with him. It could be controlled however he wanted it. And he would use it to send a flying punch towards the defenseless Tang. He created an air bubble in front of himself and with all of his strength, pulled his arm back and used his fist to strike out with frightening force. The bubble distorted from the impact and sent an invisible projectile straight towards Tang. This was truly an undefendable attack. If you couldn't see it, how could you defend against it? Did you think that I was weak without my sacred weapon? Just how much are you going to underestimate me? Tang suddenly appeared behind him. The intense pain shooting up in his now cracked ribs as he was sent flying away made him realize that maybe he was outmatched far more than he thought he was. As his surroundings turned into a blur, he saw Tang catching his spirit weapon and his back feeling like it shattered into 1,000 pieces after smashing through several trees. How could there be such a difference between them? Such a giant difference in strength between two cultivators of the same stage. Sun's master was on the same level as Tang's master. The teachings he's received couldn't be any less than Tang's. There was only one reason why Tang could be this far ahead of him. It wasn't because of his background. Not because of his talent being higher than his. Nor was it because he trained harder than him. There was no way it was the last one. It was all because of that spirit weapon he's gained. Tang's level of martial arts wasn't high. Gong Jun easily outskilled him in their duel. The only reason he lost in their duel was because he was taken by surprise. Sun could tell that his strength was only because of that weapon. Tang becoming so strong because of that weapon caused all of his anger to bubble up inside his chest, creating a stuffy feeling inside him. A feeling that he couldn't control the more he stared at that arrogant look on Tang Wuying's face. Having him stand over him like this, condescendingly looking down on him, enraged Sun. After what he did to him, he still had the nerve to look at him with those cold eyes. Not as strong as what I heard from them. Tang spoke, thinking back to the words his followers told him. But then again, it's not like I was expecting much. If Xiao could be interested in trash of this level, then it shouldn't be too hard to have her fall in love with me. But the words of that annoying fox from earlier bothered him. Why would someone of Xiao Hong's standing be interested in trash like this? As far as he could tell, it definitely wasn't his strength. And if he was comparing looks, then he didn't lose out to this weakling either. Did he hold some sort of secret that wasn't connected to his strength? His chi was rather strange, but so was his own. A cultivator having unusual chi didn't mean they were powerful. It just meant that they practiced a rare or uncommon martial art. Tang's special chi was because of his connection to Lord Tioneer. So, he was a unique case as far as having different chi went. Could it be that Liuxian's chi had a special connection to Xiao Hong's? Or was the background of his chi related to the ancient blood of the ice giants? Just thinking about why Xiao was so interested in this guy pissed him off. It would be easier just to kill him and ask his father to send a marriage proposal to her family. Well, maybe it would be too soon for a marriage proposal. His father's city in comparison to the powerful background of the Hongs isn't equal in value. Maybe if he took over Crimson Ruby City, another city comparable his father's, then it could be tempting enough. But in any case, leaving this guy alive would hold no benefits to himself. Making up his mind to deal with this annoyance, Tang heaved his giant boomerang above his head. Tang could sense that the trash was trying something with his chi, but no matter what it was, it wouldn't save him from his death. He brought down the apostle's weapon and prepared himself for the gory blood spray. If you reigned in that arrogance of yours, then maybe you would have died less painfully. Tang sent him off with some wise parting words. Or at least he believed he did. But the sudden pain running up his jaw along with the ground quickly becoming farther away made him think otherwise. CaptainBoyHole. Alright, well, I decided to release the chapter on Sunday like I said I might, even though I didn't write any chapters since the last time I talked to you guys. Recently I've been sucked up into the endless waves of Pokemon ROM hacks and been literally playing them for the past 2 days non-stop. This upcoming week, I promise to write a chapter every day for this series. The chapters I got stocked up are slowly narrowing in distance from the ones I have put out, and that's scary. That means I'm being a lazy piece of shit. Anyway, fight chapter next time and maybe the chapter after that. Then we're with Jing again, I think. Not sure. But a really big thing is going to happen to Jing coming soon. So prepare yourselves. I had fun writing it and the chapter after it. Degree. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Infuriating defeat. Looking down at Liuxian's new form, made Tang question just what kind of trick did he just pull to get strong enough to surprise him like that? Tang wanted to say that it was just a fluke, but seeing that trash jumping his way straight towards him with speed that's on a completely different level than before, stopped him. Seeing the abundant chi radiating off of Liuxian and bulging veins all over him body led Tang to guess that he couldn't hold this technique for long. It was similar to his overdrive technique where his speed would be multiplied at the cost of heavily straining his body. Fine. This will only slightly prolong your death. I'm not one for playing with my opponents like my senior brothers anyway. You want to live so badly? Prove that you can survive against my strength. Tang gripped his weapon in preparation for the incoming Liuxian. I'll kill you. Liuxian screamed. His fist was shrouded in a green giant gauntlet made of chi. A chi construct at the chi gathering realm? Not even Tang himself could pull something like that off yet. And that pissed him off. It was a direct slap to his face. Tang didn't hold back as he swung his boomerang into the gauntlet, clashing with Liuxian high into the air. What is this strength? Tang spoke through his teeth, enraged. He was being pushed back. Pushed back by this trash who had their sights on his woman. Unbelievable. A waste who a couple of seconds ago couldn't even react to his speed was now able to fight him. Just what kind of technique was able to give him this type of strength? Liuxian overpowered Tang in their clash and sent him flying down to the trees below, and not a second later, followed right after him. Anger and rage were the only thing visible on Tang's face as he saw Liuxian chasing after him from above. He controlled his fall by sending chi to his legs and landing on the ground. If he didn't do that, his legs would have been broken from trying to safely land from that height. Liuxian was right on his tail. Just as he landed, the trash immediately tried to crush him with that stupid glove. He was forced to jump out of the way or have several bones of his crushed. The damn fool was like a wild animal, never giving him time to rest. A suicidal fighting style if he had a blade, but he wouldn't let that be an excuse. The first apostle's weapon is more than enough for someone like this. Plus, the ground was much easier to fight on than in the air. Tang concentrated his chi into flowing throughout his body. He wasn't going to stay on the defensive anymore. Liuxian's fist passed right by his face just like the first time. Tang swung his boomerang into the fool's gut, only to see it completely miss as Liuxian shot wind from his palm, knocking himself away and out of the range of Tang's weapon. Did I scare you? Tang smirked. Die. Liuxian gathered the chi-infused wind around him into a sphere. The sphere formed in between his palms as he sent it flying straight towards Tang. The amount of concentrated chi in that sphere was enough to tell Tang that he couldn't handle that technique head-on. He jumped into the air to avoid it, only to see the disrespectful bastard smirking at him. How dare he? Did I scare you? He repeated his own words back at him. His pride wouldn't allow such humiliation. Tang charged right for Liuxian instead of avoiding the wind sphere. Only to suddenly see a change in the technique as he was passing by it. The ball started rapidly expanding before exploding with an unbelievable amount of force that uprooted the trees around it. Tang Wuiying was sent flying a great distance away, but just before he was hit by the explosion, he managed to negate the damage by using one of his latest martial art techniques. Heavenly Revolution. He rapidly spun with his giant boomerang. A spinning dome made out of Tang's chi protected him from the powerful eruption. His dome was carving through the ground itself as he came to a rough stop. Once he stopped spinning, he saw just how far he was sent thanks to that strange technique. If he was hit by that directly, even he couldn't confidently claim that he would live through it. The number of bulging veins on Tang's body was nearly matching Liuxian. You dare push me this far? Me, Tang Wuying. Having to take some unknown trash like you seriously is such a disgrace to my name. You should have just died like the bug you were. This young lord will now teach you a lesson that you'll never forget for the rest of your life. Tang Wuying's chi flowed through his body like a furious tidal wave. A golden-yellow aura faintly glowed around his body. His red pupils gained a slight tinge of yellow in them as he dashed towards Liuxian. Blood was now leaking from Liuxian's face. He couldn't keep up this transformation for long, but Tang wouldn't let him die from something like that either. His pride wouldn't be regained if this fool died on his own. Tang appeared behind Sun with his weapon heading straight towards the back of his neck. The giant gauntlet holder blocked the attack by back-fisting it. His fist suddenly didn't feel any resistance anymore as Tang appeared in front of him with the boomerang going for his throat now. Sun didn't have enough time to block with his wind gauntlet. He was forced to dodge using his body alone. He ducked underneath the large weapon only to sense Tang directly above him now. He was using his speed to overwhelm him. If he let this continue, Tang would whittle him down easily. Sun needed to take the initiative or else his body would break down before he could truly do any damage to Tang. His biggest problem was that damn spirit weapon of his. It should be easier to handle Tang without that thing in the way. Sun grabbed Tang's great weapon and forced it out of his hands with his superior strength. Sun expected to see Tang's face twisted in anger, but that wasn't the case at all. Instead, he lost sight of Tang and heard a sharp crack coming from behind him. Following that loud crack was severe pain coming from his right leg and an uncontrollable scream coming out of his mouth. "Don't worry, we still have a few more bones to break," he heard as another snap sounded out. Sun fell on his knees, unable to stand with two broken legs. Was this how his story going to end? At Tang Wuying's mercy? The man who ordered his death being the one to kill him twice? He didn't want to accept it. He wanted to scream at the heavens and shake his fist at the injustice of it all. But he could no longer move anymore. The technique he used to catch up to Tang wore off, leaving his body drained and full of injuries. Why were men like Tang Wuying allowed to be so gifted? Did the heavens truly favor the wicked? Or is it that the heavens do not care about one's nature and only strength? Is strength the only thing that truly matters in a world like this? Why did I have to born in such a terrible world? A life filled with nothing but the goal of becoming strong. Becoming strong so that you could do whatever you pleased. Or staying hidden and out of sight, so that you don't anger the ones who are strong. Why couldn't I be born in a world where strength wasn't everything? Sun couldn't even let out a whimper after Tang just broke both of his arms. He could only wait for his death. His second death in which he had no control over. It wasn't a peaceful or natural death. It was a death brought from an evil and terrible being. A death caused just because he got on the bad side of someone stronger than him. This kind of shitty world was truly laughable. If he could laugh, he would. Living in a world like this had to be some type of sick joke. If it was up to him, he would like to change things. Change a world like this where those stronger than others can do as they pleased. A world where such terrible things like this happen every day. A world where the vile are seen as people to envy and praise. It just isn't fair. Tears slowly dropped down his face as Tang held his weapon above his arms. The ground started to rumble underneath Tang's feet. What is that sound? Tang Wuying turned around to see a sight he honestly didn't expect in the least. Two disciples were running straight towards him with a 9th stage beast chasing them from. He heard the sound of something from behind him and saw Sun Liuxian shooting off into the sky despite all his limbs being broken. He promised to give a painful death to the weak fool in the future, but first he has to deal with this annoying animal first. Those two that brought this stupid beast towards him won't be spared either. So many annoyances in one day, how irritating. Tang used the remainder of his chi to infuse into his giant boomerang. The holy weapon glowed with a golden aura as Tang threw it towards the charging rhino. The wind easily split apart as it flew through the air. The sparking rhino shot out a small spark from its horn to combat against the hunting weapon. An explosion of lightning chi combusted on Tang's weapon, but it did little to stop its rotational power. The spinning boomerang cut off the spirit beast's horn and lodged itself deep into the forehead of the grey beast. It cried out in pain as blood gushed from its forehead. Tang only clicked his tongue in disappointment. He couldn't bisect the dumb animal because of how little chi he had remaining. If he was full on chi, that beast would be dead right now. This whole humiliating and infuriating experience only highlighted how much more training he needed. What kind of genius would allow themselves to be humiliated this much? How shameful! He crushed his fists as he called his boomerang back. He's spent too much time here. If that annoying fool also came back here, he wouldn't have any face left at all. CaptainBoyHole. Alright, and with this we conclude this little part with Tang Wuying. Next chapter will be with Jing. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Wolfeng Gang's lucky break. Where the hell are we? Why can't I see anything? Do any of you bastard practice a fire martial art? Jing was quite surprised this kind of event happened. She didn't even try to land here, it was purely coincidental that they arrived in some sort of treasure room filled with gold and magical treasures. When she made that teleporting array for the Wolfang gang, she was being honest when she said that she didn't know where it was going to go. It was her first time in the treasured plains, she didn't know where things were. Jing also hasn't had much practice with long-range teleporting arrays either. She mostly used the short-ranged ones for combat purposes. Ever since she refined herself, she has had no trouble with seeing in complete darkness. Jing also didn't have any issues seeing in complete brightness either. So, when she lit up a talisman that helped everyone see, she could stare right at it without any irritation to her eyes. Jing thought to herself that these talismans are a lot handier than she thought they would be. Why doesn't everyone try and master these spells? With enough time, you could potentially prepare yourself for any occasion with little risk to yourself. Jing, have I ever told you how much I love you? Because I do now, everyone could see their surroundings now. Jing made her cheeks blush at this statement. Holy fucking shit guys! Do you see where we landed? We're rich. They cheered loudly before rushing towards the shining loot like a pack of animals, even Ears wasn't exempt. Don't you dare fucking touch that pouch, you boneless bastard! Ears shouted. I call that golden sword. Call it over my ass Porky. I'm getting that baby. I never seen so much money in my entire life, he rapidly shoved the gold coins into his pockets. Your pockets are already filled you greedy bastard. Leave some for us. Oi. Zihao, don't think I can't see you shoving gold in your underwear. Eat me you gay bastard. Stop looking at my junk. You greedy tiny dick having bastard. It's cold in here fuckface. It was quite a chaotic situation but a good type of chaos. No one was being too malicious or greedy with one another. Some punches were thrown here and there but nothing really serious. Jing usually favored the opposite type of chaos where there was nothing but malice, death, and riled emotions. But this type of situation wasn't too bad either. Jing was looking forward to seeing her chosen followers acting like this in the future. It might be a bit awkward though considering she doesn't really communicate with them. She still has time to change that though. Jing suddenly felt that there was no point to being a leader if you weren't willing to connect with those that follow you. Obviously, she would need to connect with them and have them want to connect with her. Ruling through fear was viable in the short run but this group wasn't short-term. What she planned to do was something that was going to take several months and years. Jing would have to rethink how to be a proper leader along with treating her followers correctly now that she's seeing the way Wenling runs her squad. Once these treasured plains are over, she'll start making some big changes to the way she runs her group. Jing will also need to give her group a name. What are you waiting for my protege? Wenling asked her as she rested her heavy breasts on the back of her head. I just thought that I should let everyone else choose first and then I'll pick when everyone else got what they wanted. Her face was flushed at the contact with Wenling's chest. Aren't you just the sweetest? But that's not how things work around here. It was because of you we even found this place so of course, you get first pick of what you want. You deserve to be rewarded properly. She said. When Jing got to know Wenling after the ranking match with her, Jing just thought that she had no sense for proper distancing between people. But as Jing spent more time with her, she realized that she's only this close and touchy with her specifically. This still didn't help her understand why she was like this though. Was she sexually attracted to her or was she falling for her innocent and gentle act? Alright, listen up you pieces of shit. I don't want to see another single thing touched by anyone else before Jing gets her pick of the loot. I'm sure I don't need to remind you of the reason we're even in here in the first place, do I? Wenling's gentle and seductive voice was replaced by the voice of a strong leader that demanded her troops' attention. No, Captain. Everyone responded seriously, no matter what awkward position they were in or items they were wearing. Good. Now, go on my apprentice. Take whatever you like. Even if someone already has it on them. If they dare complain, I'll rip their balls off. Everyone held their hands over their genitals. Okay, Jing squeaked. From what Jing could see, there was nothing too valuable inside this room that she couldn't gain with SCP-914. But there were a couple things she was missing that would work with SCP-914-S1:1 setting and a few others that would be nice for her followers. Jing grabbed a single gold coin, a small purple box with 2 metal needles inside, and a nameless brown book sitting on the floor. Everyone was probably wondering why she picked those items in specific. She saw no need to explain herself. I'm done. Everyone looked towards Wenling who seems dissatisfied that Jing took so little. Well, if you say so. Alright. Get back to looting. She ordered while going to take some stuff of her own for now. The 3 items she took weren't super rare treasures that only she could see the true value of. The gold coin was for reward purposes to her followers, the needles were for Lei Ji, and the book just pricked her interest. In a room filled with all this shiny and attention-grabbing stuff, why would some book that brings no attention to itself be inside here as well? Well, that's because it was just as important or even more valuable than the rest. Well, at least that's what she thought until she opened it to try and read it. The ink was barely legible and basically impossible to try and read even with her superior vision. It was upsetting to Jing that she couldn't tell if this was trash or treasure. Jing tossed the book into her satchel and waited for everyone to finish stuffing themselves with mortal and stellar ranked treasures. When they were done, Wenling led the shiny excited bandits out of the room and back into the forest. They were now on their way to the Great Tower and would spend the rest of their time in the treasured plains there. Now that they've gotten all this stuff, they didn't need to risk their lives in the Great Mountain. The Great Mountain was the most dangerous area in the treasured plains compared to the other three. The Great Tower was the least dangerous due to the many safe floors and areas inside it. You know, Jing, I always thought that spell masters were useless cowardly bastards. But ever since I've seen what you could do with those talismans, my mind has been changed. Oh. Jing couldn't finish as someone else chimed in. Yeah, me too. If I knew talismans could do so much stuff, I probably would have tried it myself. A dumb bastard like you? Ha. You don't have to be smart to know how to draw. But you gotta be smart to use them the way Jing here does. I mean, who would have ever thought of using a chi bubble to stop themselves from drowning? That's true, that's true. There was also when she used that flash spell to help us kill those guys. I've only seen spell masters use that to run away. Never to fight with. I didn't know you sorry bastards were ugly and stupid. Who in their right mind would ever think of spell masters as weak? Have none of you seen a talented one fight? Ears barked at them. I didn't know there were talented ones. This joke caused a few of them to laugh. Don't underestimate formation specialists. Body cultivators like yourselves are easy pickings for them. Brute force only works on less experienced array masters. If any of you tried to face off against a decent spell master, you wouldn't be able to do anything but die. A few bandits gulped at this information. They can't be that strong, can they? He asked frightfully. Well, a body cultivator really only has one way of attacking. That's by charging forward. Depending on the situation, a spell master could have set several trapping formations ahead of time to deal with the body cultivator. The trapping formations could vary from burning you alive, drowning you, striking you with lightning, sending thousands of chi blades to bleed you out, or restricting your movements and slowly stabbing a sword through your gut. Jing unconsciously remarked. Seeing the way she casually listed all those horrible ways of dying off made them more fearful than Wenling's explanation. They definitely need a way to deal with spell masters for the future. Focusing solely on body cultivation was no longer their primary path. It might cost a few more resources in the long run, but their lives were even more important. Money was no issue if they could protect their lives. They were going to learn some chi techniques. CaptainBoyHole. Next chapter will be a bit suspenseful. At least I think so. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Tranquil Fury. Damn it. What the hell kind of situation is this? Scars cried out, his blade struggling to hold back against another sword. Wenling's squad was pincered between the fearsome garden and some members of the Huan clan. They teamed up to eliminate them for their recently acquired goods, and the shiny bandits refused to give up their loot. They'd rather die than lose their spoils a second time. This crooked but reasonable determination fueled their strength into defending their goods even more. Wenling's squad was battling fairly well against their two rivals with their new treasures. These guys are tougher than I thought. A Huan clan member shouted. It's that plain-looking girl over there. A fearsome garden member pointed at Jing. Kill her. They saw that she was the reason why they couldn't kill these guys so easily. Ebe. Jing squeaked. During this battle, Jing has spent most of her time supporting the members with supportive spells while keeping out of harm with movement talisman. If she saw that anyone was injured, she would place a healing talisman on them and teleport away to the next person she saw in trouble. If she saw someone struggle to match their opponent, she would slap a strength talisman, agility talisman, or a defense talisman on them. These supportive talisman were only giving temporary boosts to the people they were attached to. They would increase their physical strength, speed, and senses, or skin until the chi within the talisman ran out. Some cultivators could send their chi into the talisman to increase the time, but it would start to drain their own chi reserves. Most of the members in Wenling's squad didn't take notice of Jing as they were too focused on staying alive and protecting their loot, but some people did. It just so happened that it was the enemy side that noticed her. Ayers and Wenling knew that they wouldn't be able to hold off this ambush even if all of them resisted with all they had. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Jing was the sole reason why they haven't fled with full force yet. There was a possibility they could win if she continued to support them with her spells. Wenling wouldn't give up if there was still a chance of victory. If they could turn this situation around, the amount of goods they would get from these two groups would be worth the struggle. Protect Jing with your lives or we will die here. Wenling commanded. None of you bastards better die in the meantime. Ayers added. Everyone was focused on the small brown girl with glasses. Seeing his mother being targeted upset Li Li greatly. If he wasn't asked to restrain his power, he would tear all of these annoyances to pieces with his talons. He limited himself to Wenling's general level of strength and took on anyone daring to come towards his mother. Li Li silently but quickly took flight. His talons tore through cultivators with ease. Anyone that wasn't at the 8th stage or higher died or suffered grievous injuries after meeting head-on with the owlet. The losses were piling up so quickly that the strongest of their forces had to gang up on the baby owl or they would be wiped out. Wenling and Ayers used this chance to support Li Li and gain a huge advantage. The merciless little spirit beast spared none of their enemies. He used the information he was taught by his mother a long time ago and targeted only their vital points, making it easier on the rest of the gang to outnumber and overpower the remaining cultivators. Soon, only the leaders and their right-hand men were left, albeit in badly injured states. Damn it! No one told me about this at all. A spellmaster with a 9th stage spirit beast and 2 9th stage chi gatherers. What kind of unfair bullshit? I know you bastards aren't talking about unfair. Joining together just to annihilate us? Are you that scared of our potential? Ayers commented. Like anyone would be frightened of a bunch of stupid bandits. We just figured it would be better to take out trash like you than to allow your group to continue to ruin the image of our great section. What a shame. Looks like the only ones being taken out are you. Wenling raised her glaive, preparing to strike. Hat. You're really stupid if you think you can kill us. Do you think we prepared this ambush without thinking of the possibility of failure? Yes. You bastards are pretty arrogant. Ayers said, making some bandits laugh. But before we go, I think it'll be safer to get rid of this potential threat. She lit up a talisman that surrounded their group. The talisman drew upon their remaining chi and shaped itself into a fearsome arrow filled with concentrated chi. The arrow shot forward with a speed almost no one could react to. And it was headed straight for Jing. She couldn't even utter a scream as she was sent flying off a cliff with a huge gaping hole within her stomach. The amulet that would protect her for any attack in the first realm was immediately shattered by the combined power of the attack. Jing! Wenling screamed in shock. Her rage was raised past its limit in no less than a second as seemed to transform into an entirely different person. Wenling's chi became sharper and focused. All of it becoming concentrated and far denser. It was like she was transforming into a mighty dragon with just her chi alone. But it seemed that this transformation didn't matter as the two groups were about to teleport away with talisman. However, there was someone even angrier than Wenling. His anger made Wenling's look minuscule in comparison. The chilling chi that was releasing from him was enough to freeze everyone's soul solid. His piercing eyes glared into the souls of the ones that hurt his mother. Those eyes seemed to grasp their entire being in its gaze. He was like a giant and they were nothing more than just ants. Within a single blink of their eyes, Wenling's squad watched as Li Li disappeared from their sights and seconds later, the remaining Huan clan and fearsome garden members were nothing more than sliced pieces of flesh lying on the ground. They themselves couldn't even let out a scream before perishing into meat chunks. Everyone was shocked speechless at the immense power shown by the little spirit beast. If it wanted, it could easily kill them just as well. Wenling and Ayers were no exception. Neither of them were capable of moving at speeds like that. Li Li was in a completely different level despite being in the same stage as them. They could only stare and watch as Li Li flicked the blood off of himself and flew down the cliff. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that the oppressing chi of Li Li wore off and they could speak again. I shit myself. I might have pissed myself once or twice too. Did anyone know that Jing's bird was fucking crazy strong? Since it could keep up with our vice commander, we should have seen it as a sign. I'm going to look for her. Wenling announced, surprising everyone. I know you really liked her commander but, Wenling's glare shut him up. There's no possible way she survived with that injury Wenling, along with falling down that cliff. Ayers spoke up for the men. You don't know. My apprentice has shown us several amazing things using spells. Commander. Fine. Who said I needed your help anyway? I'll go look for her myself. Head to the Great Tower and wait for me to come back. If I don't arrive within 5 days, tell Jianyu I'm dead. Wenling started walking off by herself. I can't let you do this alone but I also really doubt that she's still alive, Ayers said, standing in front of her. If you don't believe she's alive then I don't need you following me. I believe in my apprentice. I promised that I would protect her. A terrible pain ached Wenling's chest when she thought about how she failed to uphold her words to Jing. Ayers couldn't respond back. Just do as I said before. I will find her and bring her back. Wenling walked off alone, leaving her men behind. I hope the commander doesn't die. She's a good woman. Do you think she'd do the same for any of us? I believe she would. Yeah, the commander has taken good care of us so far. If she's willing to go this far for someone who just recently joined the group then she definitely would do the same for us. She was her personal apprentice though. Alright. Shut it, you harping bastards. Let's get moving to the tower and wait for her eventual return. Ayers ordered. Shouldn't we loot the bodies first, Vice Commander? Zion asked. Oh, nearly slipped my mind. Take the goods and get ready to go. How could anyone be covered in blood and surrounded by piles of corpses and forget where they were? Maybe the Vice Commander is getting on in the years. He is bald, so he might be older than he looks. You whispering bastards want to die? Do you think these ears are just for decoration? Get to looting, you gossiping little bitches. Ayers was only 20 years old. CaptainBoyHole. I hope I didn't make any continuity mistakes this chapter, but if you find any, please let me know. And that isn't just for this chapter, like if you ever see a continuity error, always tell me so I can fix it. I'm more than willing to rewrite an entire chapter just so shit makes sense to you guys, and I'm not just pulling things out of my ass to make them work in my story. I'm lazy, but not too lazy that I can't even straighten out my own story. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Overgrown Simian. Jing saw the powerful spell coming towards her and wondered if she should avoid it. She could use her pathetic nature and trip, avoiding the attack entirely due to luck, or she could take it head on and be sent down this cliff. What else did she need to accomplish within these treasured plains? She pulled up her systems menu and looked at all of her available quests. There was only 2, possibly 3, quests that she could finish before the end of the treasured plains. Killing 100 beings with SCP-109, having 100 cultivators take notice of SCP-109's anomalous properties, and raising a follower's loyalty to 100%. The others would be impossible within this small time frame. And then it hit her. Jing made sure to turn off her pain receptors as the spell ripped through her abdominal cavity and took her over the edge. With how quick the situation turned out, Jing couldn't let Li Li know that she would be fine. She hoped that he wouldn't react too strongly. The boy is getting affected by the people inside the Golden Serpent sect, but she hoped to make sure that he doesn't become a total hoodlum. Many cultivators in the Golden Serpent sect are horrible people whose thoughts usually doing whatever they want to people weaker than them, or latching on to the strong and doing whatever it takes to stay attached to them. Neither of those is what she wishes for Li Li's future path. Jing suddenly felt like this fall was a really long one. She turned her body around and saw that she still had some time before she hit the ground. Was that cliff always there? She didn't remember the path to the Great Tower had a cliff like this. Jing's memory was perfect after her refinement, so there was nothing that she couldn't recall. It was strange. She didn't think too deeply about it though as she prepared herself to land. Jing put on her mask and tried to land on her feet, but with how the laws of the universe function, her legs simply broke upon landing, and if anyone was watching her, she'd be thoroughly embarrassed. Jing thought she could handle a fall like that with her full power, but it looks like she overestimated her true strength. She landed in an ungraceful position and had to wait for her legs to heal from the damage. Jing's natural healing factor was superior to the average person's. It took no longer than 10 seconds for the injury to her legs to completely heal. The situation was slightly humiliating, but Jing focused on getting ready to complete these quests. As far as her senses could tell, this massive forest was filled with spirit beasts of all types. Jing began reducing the spirit beast population with SCP-109. The beasts stayed between the consolidation stage and the core preparation stage. Jing had no trouble dealing with either realm as the beasts didn't have much intelligence. She did use this chance to improve and practice her martial arts. It was rare for her to find actual situations where she could use her true skills. Jing worked on her whip art, leg art, body art, and cultivation martial art. Using the water endlessly pouring out from SCP-109, Jing shaped it into a long thorny whip for dismembering spirit beasts. The cries and death throes made by the animals didn't excite Jing at all. They couldn't compare to the same pain and agony made by humans. Perhaps that was her being biased, as some animals can feel pain on the same wavelength as humans could, but the issue was that they couldn't express it nearly as well as humans could. It was a shame that she couldn't find some sexual enjoyment in this, but then again, they were just simple beasts. Expecting so much out of them would be unusual. Not every animal could be as intelligent or expressive as her Li Li. He was one of the best beasts in this world. When he grew up, there would be no other animal that will be able to match him in anything. As expected of her son. Reek. A giant disgusting frog shot its tongue towards her. Since she was training her leg martial art, flowering domination, she covered her legs with the water of SCP-109 and kicked the sticky thick tongue into the sky before dashing forward. The carnivorous frog was helpless to defend itself from Jing's rapid striking kicks. Its slimy mucus-covered skin was drilled through by Jing's attacks, holes appeared on its body everywhere Jing's kicks landed. Jing made sure to avoid any vital areas to prolong the creature's suffering just a bit longer. That way she would be training all 3 of her martial arts at once. Her cultivation technique that, for now, can only be trained by causing other to suffer from physical pain. Flowering domination in her body martial art, Neptune's prophet, that allows her to control water sources other than ones created by herself. So far, there was nothing in this place that forced her to rely on her movement art. It was the only martial skill of hers that was still at the elementary stage. With her refined senses, it was hard for any situation to require her to dodge or avoid an attack when she could simply counter with her own attack. Just like what she just did with that frog. It would be possible to train it while she was acting as her alter ego, but surely someone would catch on to the number of coincidental incidents that should have resulted in her being injured. Jing shrugged her shoulders and got back to looking for beasts to kill. She stored their dead bodies into a storage ring just in case she might need them for the future. For what reason would she need them later, who knows? Jing doesn't like being wasteful. Thanks to her mask, none of the animals could sense her until she revealed herself to them, allowing her to strike them first and in most cases, strike a fatal blow. Just like this giant monkey in front of her peacefully resting in front of a tree. What a dumb spirit beast. No sense of self-preservation at all. Just sleeping in the open by itself. Jing giggled at its stupidity. Humph. To think a mere human would be cocky enough to insult me to my face. Times must have changed a lot more than I thought if a human didn't acknowledge the difference between stages anymore. The giant monkey suddenly spoke back, startling Jing greatly. It stood up. The spirit beast was large enough to tower over most adult men. Jing herself only reached up to its crotch. She had to look up to see its face. It stared directly into her eyes, it could see her. A strange feeling ran through Jing's heart. A feeling that she could only remember feeling once before. A long time ago. It was back when she was inside the immortal forest outside Yellow Jade City. She and Li Li were making their way to the city, but on their way, they were met by strange furry beast. It was that beast who taught Jing the feeling of fear. Back then, she had yet to refine herself and was still human in every sense. She could have easily died if it were not for Li Li bravely taking on the creature. Jing felt that same feeling she felt back then, right now. She didn't even realize her body was shaking as she kept her eyes on the large simian. The spirit beast was 3 major stages ahead of her. Would SCP-914 refinements be enough to handle this large of a gap in strength? What about her martial skills, would they be enough to keep her from dying here? Then the spirit beast smirked at her, sensing her fear. It seems you aren't as stupid as I first thought. You can tell the difference between our strengths now, can't you? All of his 5th stage core realm chi flowed from his body. Another feeling rose in protest of her fright. A feeling that yelled at her to wipe that disgusting smirk off the face of this cocky monkey. It was the same feeling that also was born on that day with the furry beast as she whipped it to death alongside Li Li. The feeling that made her want to dominate, conquer, and torture. The feeling that shapes most of her decisions today. To want to cause as much chaos as possible. To oppress the strong and unyielding. To seek the most optimal way of living for herself. Big words from an inferior creature. Submit yourself to me or face the consequences of insulting this empress. The shaking in Jing's body stopped entirely. Her posture became straight and sturdy. Amusing, it chuckled. You must have come seeking your death to talk to me in such a way. But, I won't let you die. It's been a while since I thoroughly enjoyed a human female. You refuse to submit to this empress? Fine. Then die, you overgrown simian. Jing no longer had any of her power. Water from SCP-109 swirled around her legs like a raging vortex. She struck with a powerful kick towards its stomach. It was the first time she's ever used all her strength in a fight. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't excited to go all out for the first time. Hopefully he wouldn't die too quickly. CaptainBoyHole. This is where things are going to get exciting. So recently, I found out that you guys really like Jing. A lot more than I actually thought you would, considering I haven't really explored much of her personality-wise, even though she's our main character and the character we've started the story with in over 70-something chapters. Maybe one of these days I should do a popularity poll or something to see who are the most liked or hated. But anyway, look forward the next few chapters coming out. Feel free to comment what you guys will think will happen in this encounter. I'm a bit excited to read them, you guys always come up with interesting ideas. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Live and learn. The kick landed with such vicious force that it would tear apart any average creature. None of the opponents Jing has faced up to this point would have lived taking on this kick. Jing could see the lights in its eyes glow in surprise as it attempted to defend itself. Jing refused to let that happen. She altered the trajectory of her kick as it was already thrown. She aimed towards its neck to give a terrible blow. Interesting. You would put the geniuses I knew to shame with this much power in the chi-gathering realm. It's a shame that it isn't enough to harm me. Jing's blow landed on his neck. The shattering of a chi barrier sounded out in Jing's ears as she felt a hairy hand suddenly grab her leg. Jing's attack didn't go through, and it was blocked. The strength in his grip was unbelievable as he ripped through the violent swirling water around her legs that could slice apart magical tools with its sharpness. He tossed her across the woods with his monstrous power and Jing could barely see anything as she was sent flying so fast everything became a blur. Core realm beings are a lot stronger than I thought. Jing couldn't afford to hold anything back against this creature. She tried to stop herself by gripping the ground with water tendrils, carving long deep tears into the ground before she finally stopped. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she could have been sent to the opposite side of the treasured plains if she kept going. What unreasonable power! Getting this monkey to submit to her will be worth the trouble of revealing her strength. Just as Jing was about to rise from the ground, the spirit beast appeared in front of her. Jing's senses turned up all the way as she barely managed to avoid the kick coming towards her jaw. She flipped backwards to avoid the kick and landed back on her feet. It wasn't her style to stay on the defensive. She fiercely counterattacked after getting up and let loose a flurry of lightning-fast kicks. He struck with a mighty punch that took 20 to 30 of her kicks to match in power. What a vulgar animal! Only brute force and you're proud of such a thing. Jing spoke as the two continued to clash against each other. Jing pushed herself to kick as fast as she could. If an outsider were to see this fight, it would look as if Jing had hundreds of legs kicking out in unison right now against the monkey's earth-shattering fists. A chi gatherer being able to contend with a core stage cultivator is only something spoke about in legends. A legendary prodigy blessed by the heavens above is how they would describe Jing right now. As time went on, the monkey started to realize something was strange about this female chi gatherer. Why hasn't her strength dropped at all? Her chi was just as powerful as it was when they first started, and why hasn't he seen a single bead of sweat coming out of her? Something wasn't right here. This human wasn't normal, or at least, their martial arts weren't. Jing saw her chance. The spirit beast's concentration slacked for just a second and she immediately took advantage. She wrapped herself along the arm of the monkey like a slippery snake as she made her way towards its neck. Just when she was about to lock her thighs around its head to pop it off like a cork, the simian unleashed its full chi and blew her away. This outcome didn't surprise her, it only made her understand that she would need to think of a different plan to deal with the animal. You are unusual for a chi gatherer. Have you realized that the amount of chi one can hold in the 9th stage is only determined by how much chi control they possess? Wait. Are you even at the 9th stage? Because of that stupid mask, I can't even tell what stage you are at specifically. I should destroy that and take a good look at my future woman. Just try it. Her mask wasn't broken. It was just that this beast was strong enough to penetrate through some of its abilities. This was important information. SCP-914's powers weren't absolute. Jing could barely react as the monkey grabbed hold of her mask and tried to crush it with its powerful strength. She held onto its large muscular arm and repeatedly struck her feet into its stomach. The sound of her mask cracking forced her into increasing the intensity of her kicks. She sent all of her chi into her legs, creating a yellow aura around the swirling water covering her legs. The yellow aura only darkened in color as her fury increased. Your strength is remarkable, but it's futile. It shattered her mask and her identity was revealed. Humph. Like what you see. Jing's dark brown skin exposed itself to the world along with her modest figure and common face. It's my first time seeing a human of this color. You looked better with the mask. He replied somewhat disappointed. And you look better underneath my foot. Jing used the exact moment it crushed her mask to launch a surprise attack. She appeared above the giant monkey and with a beautiful arc of clear water following her slender leg, smashed her foot against the skull of the beast. Only to receive a punch right through her chest and a look of surprise and slight anger in his eyes. Look what you made me do. He pulled his arm out of her body and looked down at her in irritation. That attack actually surprised him. If she was stronger than him, he could have taken serious damage right there. Jing realized that she was truly outclassed. Her refinement with SCP-914 didn't make her invincible. She couldn't take on this world with SCP-914 alone. She was truly naive to believe that the being that gifted her this system would allow her to run as freely as she wanted in this world without someone being able to stop her. Now she understood why she got that mission about not getting killed and surviving until the end. Would she also find herself like this against the persons of fate? The way she would have to handle things will change this day going forward. Realizing her mortality and current power will allow her to grow even further. Jing thought it might be fun now that she knew that she wasn't unstoppable. There would be risks, dangers, and obstacles that could put a halt to her rise if she wasn't careful. Jing didn't mind being in the spotlight as long as there were some benefits to it. But as of right now, she still knew far too little about this world. Just this situation alone proved that her knowledge was insufficient. Live and learn. She secretly pulled out a teleportation spell that would send her far away. The core stage was her and Li's limit so far. This was useful information to remember. This situation could be seen as a blessing in disguise if Jing wasn't sure that it was all just bad luck. If she faced a spirit beast that could actually use techniques to deal with her besides brute force, who knows if she could have escaped from here. Sneaky little, the big monkey ripped her talisman apart before it could activate, surprising her once again. Did I allow you to leave, woman? You shall be my slave until I find myself bored with you. Oh, and you peepers can get out of here now. It reached out with its hand and created a translucent barrier around them. Peepers. The elders. Have they been watching them this entire time? Of course they have. How else would they know what took place during the treasured plains? A rare moment of panic surfaced Jing's face. Everything that took place inside here was seen by the elders. Her identity was 100% revealed and there would be no point to hiding her true self anymore. This was truly a checkmate. To think that she wouldn't think of the elders watching their disciples' survival in this place. It was ignorant and entirely too foolish of her. Because of the system and SCP-914, she's become too cocky. Too arrogant. Jing was ashamed of herself and felt like such a fool. The core stage spirit beast watched in wonder and interest as Jing's fatal injury rapidly healed itself. He picked her up by her waist and hoisted her up. He then gently ran his tongue across her cheek. His hot breath awakened Jing from her thoughts. Being so thoroughly humiliated by her own failures and seeing this disgusting creature looking at her with such a lustful stare infuriated her. Jing was the type of person to always stay calm and keep her emotions in control, but in this situation, it couldn't be helped if she went a little out of control. Being treated as a tool by this animal, her fury exploded. Emergency mission available for host. Escape this core stage wise monkey or become its slave. Rewards, 1 legendary ticket. Jing didn't even need the system to remind her. She used SCP-109 and created a massive tendril of water to drill the monkey away, only to see him slap it away with his palm and grope her behind. It was at the moment where all hope seemed lost for Jing, a familiar figure came into her vision. A figure that made relief fill her heart and her will to fight to rose even higher. Mom! He cried out. CaptainBoyHole. Ho ho, it seems everything is exploding around Jing at once. I wonder how this event will have an effect on her in the future. Writing this chapter was exciting for me since it's the first time Jing has been outclassed in any capacity. Instead of the one doing the dominating, she's been dominated for the first time. This chapter was mainly me focusing on writing that Jing is not invincible, Jing is not all-knowing and can know of everything in every situation, she can be caught off guard, defeated, and humiliated. To summarize, Jing isn't an all-powerful cultivator that can do anything and everything. She's only been in this world for nearly a year and until now has yet to encounter any real danger or trouble. I plan to increase these dangerous situations and troubles for her and her followers to get into so that they can grow into real characters. I guess? I don't know. But anyway, see you guys Friday. I bet you all already know who said the last line of this chapter. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. A dangerous mother and son pair. Li Li sliced across the thick neck muscles of the wise monkey with his talons, causing him to drop his mother. The spirit beast grabbed his throat to prevent himself from dying and tried to roar out in anger from being ambushed. But by the time he could look up, his mother already grabbed him and teleported away with a talisman. They arrived at the bottom of some lake filled with chi consolidation spirit beasts. The two of them didn't need air to breathe, so it would be fine if they stayed under. Li Li summoned the soul of the huge worm dragon to ward off the beasts from attacking them. Its gigantic size would frighten the others into not attacking. The incorporeal worm curled around them with its ethereal towers of flesh. With the spirit beasts away, Li Li used this chance to curl himself into his mother's body. She was alive, she was fine. She didn't die. As this was all happening, Jing was receiving her reward from the system while gently petting Li Li. She was inside her mental plane. This was where she could interact with the system's menu and other functions. Jing stood in front of the gigantic spinning wheel, waiting to receive her prize. Jing was impressed by the being that created this system. Despite her refinement with SCP-914, her enhanced eyes still couldn't keep track of this wheel when it was spinning at full speed. Another point that proves that SCP-914 wasn't all-powerful even when things were refined on very fine. The wheel's pointer slowed to the point to where it was between receiving SCP-353 or gaining the Heaven-ranked sword, Immortal Blood Edge. Jing never knows what an SCP can do until she receives it from the system. So, she couldn't tell if what she was getting was good or not when it came to an SCP. If she got the sword, she would just switch it for a more interesting weapon with SCP-914-S1:1 option. Jing didn't know what abilities it held either. Jing hoped that it was something that could allow her to go back and give that impertinent monkey a lesson before fleeing and forcing him to submit when she gets stronger. Host has received SCP-353. Jing prepared herself for the influx of information about the SCP. The pain she felt when acquiring an SCP's abilities wasn't any less than it was when she got her first SCP. It wasn't the type of pain that could be handled by turning off the nerves that dealt with pain. It targeted something deeper inside of her. She had a feeling that it was the same place where that giant manifestation of SCP-914 was inside her. I might be able to work with this, a malicious half-smile slowly formed on her face. SCP-353 was a sentient entity. This meant that she couldn't summon the being to this world and instead took control of its anomalous properties for herself. If the SCP wasn't sentient and couldn't form thoughts of its own, Jing would be able to summon the item or creature right in front of her. This SCP in particular gave her an understanding of several different things that cultivators here knew nothing about. Well, as far as Jing knew, they knew nothing about this type of stuff. But after the situation she just experienced, it was better to assume that nothing was secret or unknown. Arrogance will only lead to her downfall, as it almost just did. Jing could now take almost any infectious bacterial or viral agents within her body. She could siphon them into herself, develop them, and store them for as long as she wants. If she desires to develop them into a certain way, she will gain the symptoms of whichever disease she was trying to change. This lasts for as long as she's attempting to improve the infectious bacterial. The only limit to the diseases she can harbor is that they must be able to naturally survive within the human body. With Jing's refinement, she was sure that her body could handle any types of symptoms. As far as she knew, she was practically immortal already. No wounds could keep her from recovering. Being stabbed through the heart, brain, ripped apart, losing all the blood in her body, none of it would keep her down for long. Jing didn't let this go to her head though. There were still plenty of ways to deal with a being like herself. She could easily be sealed within a formation for thousands of years if she wasn't careful. Wait. Li, did you just talk? Jing suddenly remembered hearing a childish voice calling out Mom before she teleported away. I don't know. Did I? Li responded in her head. How are you? Jing used her chi to sense anything different about herself or Li. She didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Our souls are connected, Mom. My auxiliary technique. I can link our souls and talk to you now. Is that the only thing it can do? Jing asked. I don't know. Li answered innocently. That's fine. We can figure out how this works later, but for now you can help me get a little revenge on a certain monkey. Jing has been actively using her new ability to siphon several bacterial agents within the surrounding area. Using her chi as an amplifier, Jing could enhance the range she was able to gather bacteria within her body, along with improving the rate of their development and potency. She has a nice little gift to give that spirit beast before she returns at a later time to get her revenge and force it under her. After that she can work on other matters. Jing used a talisman and reappeared in the area where she fought with the wise monkey. She arrived with Li, holding onto his feet as he flew in the air. Various ailments plagued her skin that made Jing look sickly and freakish. She immediately spotted the beast and prepared 2 talismans. She let one slip a few seconds before the other to ensure her survival. Jing refused to let herself be caught off guard again because of her ignorance and arrogance. The duo arrived directly behind the walking spirit beast and Jing palmed his back, infecting him with a progressive virus that would slowly worsen as time goes on, giving him torturous symptoms that would make suicide a preferable option than living. Of course, she made sure that the bacterial agent wasn't fatal. It wouldn't be as sweet if he died before she returns to force him underneath her foot. This might not be honorable, but Jing isn't the type of person to care about something like honor when it didn't give any benefits to herself. He attempted to swipe at her with a backhanded swing, but the second talisman activated after she infected him, immediately sending her far, far away. Getting away so freely almost made Jing feel like laughing with giddy. He, it was hard for her to contain the jubilant emotions flowing through her, and she laughed loudly and without restraint. I only see you this happy when you are hurting people. Li spoke with joy, also affected by his mom's good mood. The next few weeks will be quite some fun now that my identity has been exposed to all the elders. The time I was using to slowly bolster my strength, influence, and forces is now gone. I suppose there won't be any reason to fake my personality or abilities either. Everything I've done during the treasured plains were seen by them. Does this mean I can break through now? Li asked innocently. There isn't a point to me purposely suppressing my realm either now. Jing's stage started to rapidly rise and break through the ranks. Chi gathering 5. Chi gathering 6. Chi gathering 7. Chi gathering 8. And it came to a slow eventual halt once she broke into the 9th stage. This was because of the words she remembered from the wise monkey. The amount of chi one can hold in the 9th stage is only determined by how much chi control they possess. Jing figured that this meant that hypothetically, a cultivator could have a nearly endless supply of chi if their talent in chi control is good enough before breaking into the chi consolidation realm. She would have to share this information with her followers. Jing sent a message through the special message talisman she gave them all and let them know. Li followed in her steps and also broke through. He didn't rise as rapidly as Jing did though. He just broke past the barrier keeping him from the chi consolidation realm and stayed at the 1st stage. Jing guessed that he must have felt stifled being forced to stay at the 9th stage so long. It probably wasn't in a spirit beast's nature to restrain themselves. Much better. He exclaimed. Sorry I had you limit yourself for so long. I didn't know you felt uncomfortable about it. She said to him. It's okay, Mom. I don't mind doing hard things for you. I'm not a baby anymore, I can handle tough things. He told her. A rare genuine smile came from Jing. I'm proud of you. She hugged him. After their warm embrace, Jing was about to take out her special talisman and get in contact with her followers but sensed a familiar chi presence nearby. She looked at Li Li for clarification and he also recognized this chi. Annoying girl. He said. Wenling. Jing saw that her body was covered in blood and she was using her glaive as a walking stick to keep herself up. Wenling looked up at Jing and fiercely rubbed her eyes. It's, really, you. You're alive, those were the last words she spoke before falling unconscious on the ground. Jing slowly walked over to her with an indescribable look on her face. CaptainBoyHole. I feel like you guys will really like this chapter because of everything that took place. Jing gaining a new SCP, some interaction with the system, Jing's realization of some of her flaws, giving some payback to that damn monkey, Jing's reaction now that her identity has been exposed, and etc. Leave some comments on your thoughts on this chapter and what do you think is in store for little Wenling? Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Chatty Elders. This disciple is quite talented. Don't you think? Being able to slaughter so many spirit beasts ahead of their level. Very talented. Who are they? I can't tell with that concealing treasure they have on. But whoever they are, I'm interested in finding out who trained them. A concealing treasure that can work on cultivators at our stage. Their background must not be simple. A chi gatherer that can slaughter beasts at the chi consolidation stage and core preparation stage like insects. We've got a real monster on our hands, don't we? The upcoming meeting of great talents won't be much of a problem now. This generation of disciples could be said to be the greatest so far. The head elder's disciples along with a few other talents. I can't see our sect losing at the meeting. And with the grand tournament being prepared in a couple months, we might even be able to find even more hidden talents. It's a shame that I can't tell if the disciple is a boy or girl, but seeing the way they fight makes me wonder just where they came from. A fighting style utilizing kicks as the main way of attacking and defending. It's definitely a fighting style that didn't come from our library. As far as I know, it's the only barehanded martial arts that focuses on kicks instead of fists or the entire body. Their background is definitely not simple. Is that a wise monkey they just encountered? Oh dear. We might lose one of our greatest talents due to horrible luck. This is a complete disaster. I could have made them into one of our greatest disciples. You. I could have made them into the next sect leader. Both of you are going senile if you think you could teach a talent on their level. They need a real teacher to properly hone their techniques and skills, like me. You dirty bitch. You fucking slut. You two geezers want to die. The female elder threatened. Now, you three know the rules. No fighting or all of you will be sent to the disciplinary head elder. A collective shiver of terror ran through their bodies as they dropped their fighting stances. Besides, can either of you even tell what this disciple specializes in? Combat. Killing. Fighting. They all answered simultaneously. Your thoughts are too simple. While a cultivator's ability to defend themselves is important, very few made it to the top with that alone. It is necessary for most people to specialize in more than one area. If you're untalented trash maybe. The truly strong can cover their weaknesses with enough talent and training. That's funny coming from an old fogey like you. I never seen you train once since becoming an elder. Oh yeah? You keep talking. I can shut those fat flapping lips of yours real quick. The treasured plains always brings the worst out of us elders. We're all adults here, right? Let's not start a meaningless brawl over nothing. This disciple is a little crazy, aren't they? The elders looked down on the treasured plains. Able to oversee almost any area they wished, most elders looked down on the mysterious disciple trying to fight against a core stage beast with intelligence. A disciple in the chi gathering realm stood their ground against a beast superior to them. It was a scene unbelievable to one's eyes. The number of disciples that are capable of just simply withstanding a core stage practitioner's chi can be counted on one hand. They have to become my disciple. Look at them go. Those kicks are unbelievable. So fast but also so powerful. How is their body able to keep up with a spirit beast in the core stage? They're no doubt a legendary prodigy. If they somehow don't die here, the Golden Serpent sect will definitely enter a new age in the near future. No one will be able to match our might with a talent like this. None of you bastards better think of assassinating them either. Your shitty disciples don't stand a chance against their godly talent. A few envious elders spat in jealously. Why couldn't their disciples have legendary talent like this? If any elder attempts to kill this disciple, I will personally grind your soul into nothingness. The sect leader threatened. Yes, leader. Every elder responded back in fear and respect of their great power. But what if a mishap were to happen between fellow disciples? Someone had the balls to ask. Leave the younger generation to fight their own battles. Just none of you old bastards better get involved personally. The sect leader's right-hand man responded. Yes, Supreme Commander. After the sect leader personally responded to the plight of this single disciple, even more elders started watching their hopeless battle. The moment they were all waiting for was coming near. That spirit tool that hides certain things about them was about to break. They would see just exactly who this disciple was. Their anticipation and excitement made most of them unable to sit calmly. When it was finally destroyed, some lesser elders even hooted and hollered in joy. Did we have a disciple like this? The brown skin and young face didn't ring any bells. You'd think we'd be able to recognize a disciple like this. I'm pretty sure she's the only disciple in the sect with that skin color. No. There are some disciples that are tan but not that dark. It's completely natural. She was born with that skin. How horrible. To be born as a girl with black skin. Her family must be devastated. She was probably cursed in her last life. Have you blind foggies gone senile? What does it matter what someone looks like? Look at her skills, her quick mind, and her strong personality. That is what a true cultivator needs. Things like outer appearance is only superficial and unimportant in the grand scheme of things. A female elder spoke, making most of the men silent. Oi, why can't I see her anymore? Someone changed the subject. What's going on? What did that monkey do? He created a barrier that blocks our vision. What he plans to do to her must be something he doesn't want seen. Ha! What a terrible fate for a girl so gifted. If only we could intervene. Not even the sect leader could enter into the treasured plains after it has been closed. We can only hope for the smallest of chance that she somehow makes it out alive. Heavens, please bless our sect and somehow find a way to save that disciple, even if she's a little unpleasant to look at. There were a few elders that didn't take kindly to the appearance of the sudden talented disciple that appeared out of nowhere. They hoped that the young girl would perish and never reappear again. But there was an even smaller amount of elders that prepared for this impossibility. On the off chance that she does somehow survive, they need to prepare themselves and their disciples to take care of this threat. The sect leader's words sent these cautious elders into a panic. It must be known that the sect leader rarely complimented anyone. Even their sole disciple was only above average in talent to them. If things continued to go the way they were going and the girl lived, it was a high possibility that she would take over as sect leader. It would be difficult to kill the girl because of the Supreme Commander's words, but they noticed the loophole in his words. They didn't need to move a finger themselves but instead have their disciples kill the girl for them. The disciples die all the time in battles with one another. The sect leader and Supreme Commander couldn't fault them if she failed to survive in a battle with her fellow peers. There was only one elder in particular who recognized the young girl. It was Elder Lang, Jing's array teacher. His surprise at seeing Jing was not small at all. He was more likely to believe the girl down there was her twin or doppelganger than believe the sweet, kind, and inquisitive young girl he's taught for the past few months was actually there. But that furry bag was without a doubt Jing's. It was where she stored all her talisman slips, spells, and other equipment that a spell master would need. He had a feeling it was a spirit tool that worked similar to a storage ring, as the bag seemed pretty small to carry so much stuff. But seeing the girl down there, he wouldn't be surprised if it really was a spirit tool. The strength she's showing is unnatural. It was like looking at a completely different person. The cold and fierce personality shift, the lack of restraint in her blows, the complete absence of mercy and thoughtfulness. It resembled nothing of the bright disciple he taught. She would never strike with such lethal intent and have such a terrifying look on her face. Elder Lang was in total disbelief and shock. I was teaching a monster all along. CaptainBoyHole. This is a sort of half-chapter, I'd consider. I typed this as chapter 80.5 in my notes because it kind of cuts away from the action and suspense for a moment. At such good timing too, because last chapter Wenling showed up and you guys have no idea what Jing has planned for her. I figured I'd add this little break here because I think it would fit nicely in the story and add a little bit development or character to the current elders of the Golden Serpent sect. Anyway, besides that I will officially begin college again starting today, so things might get a little wonky every now and then depending on how much work I'll have to do this year. I still plan to continue to make chapters for this story during my new semester, but I must let you know that if things get a bit hectic, I will put this on hold for a little while to focus on my studies. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Jing and Wenling, 18 plus. Wenling shot up from her sleep. She expected her body to react with sharp pain but instead felt completely fine. Did someone heal her in her sleep or did she just awaken her long-lost bloodline? So, you're awake. That voice. It really wasn't a dream. Jing. Wenling ran over to her apprentice and hugged her with all her strength. Her breasts smothered Jing's face but she was too happy to notice. The hug was extra long in comparison to a normal hug. Wenling's joy at seeing Jing alive again wasn't something that could be remedied with a short 3 or 4 second hug. You're really alive. I thought you died back there. Everyone did. No one believed that you were still alive but I still believed that you were. And here you are. Alive, tears started to fall from her eyes. Yes. I should be dead. No normal cultivator can survive a wound like that even with the most expensive recovery pills. Jing replied calmly. I don't even care how you survived. I'm just so glad you're alive. Wenling kept her hold around Jing's modest body. It was at this point things started to become a bit strange. Jing hugged her back. The young brown girl's hands found themselves gripping Wenling's bottom with surprising force. Her surprise at being touched in such a way, made her give a surprising squeak. One that was similar to Jing's frequent squeaks. That was cute. Jing licked her lips as if she was staring at a juicy meal. Wenling was starting to get a bit flustered but her body wasn't rejecting this situation. Jing. Are you okay? Her lips were silenced by Jing's own. Was this another dream? This wasn't like Jing at all. And why didn't I want to resist? Did I always feel this way about my apprentice? Or have my urges just piled up since it has been such a long time? Wenling's questions didn't find an answer anytime soon. The way Jing's hands felt up her behind while she kissed her so passionately. Wenling's thoughts were fleeting and her body was heating up. She thought, maybe this dream wasn't so bad, and let herself fully give in to the situation. Even with her being taller than Jing, Jing was the one taking the lead. MMPM. A moist pink tongue happily found its way past Wenling's lips. Wenling's own tongue had no choice but to get itself tangled around this sudden guest. Introducing the inside of its home without a moment to prepare. The indecent symphony of their tongues and Wenling's muffled moans performed without restraint in the empty forest. During their intense session, Jing suddenly parted her lips from Wenling and pushed her against a tree. Wenling's legs were weak and she couldn't keep her legs from shaking and that's when Jing attacked. Jing's pressed her demanding lips up against Wenling's once again, giving her little time to rest or think. It wasn't until she felt a hot hand entering into her panties that she came back to her senses. The incredible skill of Jing's kissing was enough to send her into a daze. If she went even further, Wenling wasn't sure that she would be right in the mind anymore. This just had to be a dream. Her protégé wouldn't be acting like this otherwise. Dream Jing didn't seem to care about her sensitive state at all. Her hand rubbed the entrance of her sacred garden, startling Wenling. She didn't allow her to get a single break. While gently massaging her lower lips, she was still kissing her. She needed to breathe soon. The sparks of pleasure going through her body made her forget that simple fact as Jing increased her hand's speed. Wenling wanted to yell at her to stop. To give her a few seconds to rest. A break. Anything besides this onslaught of non-stop pleasure, but Dream Jing was a commanding partner who didn't accept something like a break. Was she planning on breaking her physically and mentally instead? I'm coming. I'm coming. AHN. Wenling broke away from Jing's aggressive lips and finally managed to speak. Dream Jing took that as the signal to go even faster, sending Wenling's mind and body into a mess. She let out a scream in a voice she's never heard herself make before. Her legs buckled and shook with such intensity that she fell on her butt, unable to keep herself standing anymore. The previous quiet little brown girl from before now looked at her with a predatory gaze. A gaze that said they weren't even close to finish just yet. Please no more, she begged with her panties completely drenched. Her legs have yet to stop twitching. The Wenling I know, wouldn't give up so easily. Dream Jing spoke with an amused smile. I know, but please. Just this time. She also wasn't so selfish. Jing slowly undressed herself and stood over Wenling in her surprisingly mature black panties. Now it's your turn to please me. And if I'm satisfied enough, you might be rewarded with a small break. Wenling could see a small damp spot in Jing's underwear. She already knew what Jing was suggesting. It would be her first time doing this to anyone and she was slightly nervous that she wouldn't be able to fulfill Jing's hopes. Her beautiful hazel skin looked far more amazing up close. Wenling gave small little kisses going up Dream Jing's thighs. MHM. Good start. Jing complimented her. The inexperienced commander parted Jing's panties to the side and continued her teasing kisses on Jing's flower. She looked up and met Jing's eyes staring back at her. She was waiting with that look on her face again. She was enjoying seeing her like this. Nervous, unexperienced, and needing guidance. Wenling gently licked the smooth canvas between Jing's legs. The sweet nectar dripping from her feminine center was like divine honey on Wenling's tongue. She ran her tongue across the outer petals of Jing's flower as if to complement the dish before digging into the main course. She was hesitant to admit that she was nervous about what the taste of another woman would be, but she was glad that it was better than what she expected. That's good. But enough playing around, Wenling. Dream Jing placed her hand on the back of Wenling's head and tenderly guided it closer. Wenling's wet tongue did as Jing wanted. Albeit, far more clumsily and unexperienced than maybe what Jing expected. It was her first time doing this sort of thing after all. But Jing didn't look dissatisfied with her performance so far. The subtle grinding from Jing pushed her tongue deeper inside her. Ha! Jing's moans reached her ears. That meant she was doing well, right? Focus on that more. Jing commanded. Wenling felt compelled to listen to her demand despite wondering about her protégé. She didn't understand why her apprentice was unlike her usual self. The shy, cute, sometimes clumsy, selfless, and kind person she wasn't present here. Did something happen to her after she fell off the cliff? Focus. Jing's breathing was uneven but her words were demanding. Was she close? Wenling's tongue embraced Jing's clit. She gave her exactly what she asked and could see Jing's legs quivering increase in frequency. Jing started to rub her vagina on Wenling's face a bit faster. Jing's inner juices leaked down Wenling's chin. She had trouble licking all of it up. Then all of a sudden, Jing screamed as she pushed Wenling's face into her pussy as she came all over her face. Seeing her face like that caused another feeling to arise from Jing, making her want to kiss the inexperienced girl. And she did, but a bit gentler compared to the ones from earlier. That wasn't half bad. Jing complimented as she put her robes back on. Was it over? Wenling thought. Could she wake up now? You and I both know this wasn't a dream. Quit acting foolish and get yourself together. Jing tossed her a new pair of clothes to wear and a handkerchief. Wenling's current attire was quite messy and improper. Her large breasts and erect nipples were bare for anyone to see, a wide visible stain was present on the lower part of her robes, and her face was wet with Jing's clear fluid. If anyone saw her like this, it would definitely increase the number of rumors about her being a slut. She wiped her face clean and looked at Jing before touching her new clothes. Cute. Jing could tell she was nervous about getting completely nude in front of her. Even after what they just did. She turned around for her previous leader, waiting for her to get dressed. A few seconds later, she was finished and staring at Jing with a complicated look in her eyes. Yes, I'm still the same Jing you knew. Now grab your stuff and follow me. Our time in this place isn't infinite. Jing walked off without waiting for Wenling to grab her glaive and other items she brought along. Wenling quickly went to get her stuff and followed after Jing. What happened to you? Wenling asked. CaptainBoyHole. Now this was a chapter, wasn't it? My first time writing a detailed 18+ chapter like this, and it was a bit hard to write as I'm not a woman nor do I know how women feel during situations like this. But I did the best I could with a little research thanks to commenter, Royal Darkness. I probably should have done a bit more search on stuff like this, but I feel like I did a fine job for my first time. Tell me what you liked, disliked, and think I could improve on when it comes to chapter like these for future reference. As a beginner writer, I do want to continually improve in my writing as time goes on and not stay stagnant. I do plan to make stories in the future as an author as a side job, if I can and get good enough at this writing thing. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. She's not a mindless ant. I got knocked off a cliff. Jing answered simply. But what about afterwards? How are you alive right now? Wenling wanted to know. I refused to die. That's all you need to know. This caused Wenling to be silent for several seconds. Why are you so different? She got to the big question she had. The Jing you knew is dead. After what I went through, I realized there was no point to me being like that anymore. Jing answered her. I don't really understand, but I'm just glad you're alive. It seems Wenling really cared about her safety. Jing decided to check on her system's allies tab to see if Wenling was added to her group of followers. Bing, Wanqing, Ying, Hu Tao, and Lei Ji were there along with a newly added Wenling. Name, Xiao Wenling. Occupation, Bandit. Techniques, Siren's Voice, Draconic Spear Techniques, Dragon's Focus, Legs of the Quick Newt, Body of the Burning Dragon. Cultivation Method, Overwhelming Dragon's Fury. Loyalty, 85%, isn't quite sure what happened to you after falling down that cliff but still cares a great deal about you. Has a small crush on you after what happened. Seeing Wenling's info made Jing think about a few things. The first thing was her name was Little Wenling. Meaning, her background must be poor. The second thing was that being a bandit was an occupation apparently. But then again, martial artist was an occupation as well based on Bing's, Ying's, and Wan Qing's occupations. What classified as an occupation didn't need to be something everyone would classify as a job. Lei Ji's occupation was a fisherman and Hu Tao's occupation was berserker. Jing was still unsure how the system identified who were her allies and who weren't. The only reason she was confused on this was because Li Li was not listed as one of her allies. Did the system not consider him an ally because he was an animal? For its loose judgment with occupations, she'd expect it would be the same in judging allies, but it seems not. Where are we headed? Wenling asked. To the Great Tower. Jing responded. It'll take us days to get there at this pace, don't you think? Mom, why are we walking? We could just teleport there with a talisman. Li Li brought up as he came flying from the sky. Jing told him to go eat breakfast to have her alone time with Wenling. I suppose you're right. Jing quickly threw out 4 movement talismans around them. Let's go then. A bright white flash erupted from the slips and soon they disappeared. Wan Qing stared at her target from a distance. The man Jing wanted her to kill and in return she would be given valuable cultivation resources. As far as she could tell, he seemed like an average person. More talented than the rest but nothing that would warrant him needing to be killed. Despite pledging her life to Jing, that didn't mean she wouldn't question her decisions or requests. She was not a mindless ant that would follow every order from the queen. She shook her head. The rewards for killing him were too great to hesitate on. She just needed to realize that she was doing this to strengthen herself, not simply because Jing ordered it. Wan didn't have a problem with killing the man, the issue she was struggling with was deciding for who should she kill this man for. The fact that Jing ordered for his death meant that he posed a problem towards her now or in the future. She also believed in getting rid of those that stood in her way. She wouldn't have made it this far in life without doing so. A person like her, misunderstood by the world, can't get by in this world by being kind and merciful. This isn't the type of world where you can hope that everyone will understand you with words. It's the type where you have to force those weaker than you to accept you. Which is only possible with overwhelming force and brutality. Wan Qing was on her path right now to accomplish that goal. If he needs someone to blame, then he can only blame himself for getting on Jing's bad side somehow. Wang gave an excuse as she headed straight towards Wang Yang. Wang Yang was the 10th ranked disciple in the inner court. He was at the 6th stage of the Qi consolidation stage like her. Skilled in formations and swordplay. Besides being the grandson of an elder directly under head Elder Chong, that was all she knew of him. A simple young man with a positive future. I've come to kill you, Wang Yang. Wan Qing greeted with an icon behind her. Kill me? What kind of joke are you playing? He responded confused. Ah, this was rather strange. If someone was after your life, they would surely not greet you and let you know of their intentions. This whole situation was just so abnormal for Wan, that she wasn't sure how to proceed either. Her pride wouldn't allow her to sneak attack a man she had no grievances with. Neither would she be satisfied with such a victory. Someone has placed a bounty on your head. I've come to collect it. She suddenly thought. Humph. Fine, I'll humor you, little bounty hunter. Follow me. He seemed confident in his skills even after sensing her cultivation stage. He also took several glances at her chest during his response. Wan followed behind him to a secluded location outside of the city. The resting area was a giant city that resembled great cities outside the treasured plains. If they were caught fighting inside the city's guards would throw them in prison for a certain amount of time depending on their crime and how much damage they caused to the city. Wan only figured this out with Bing and Lei Ji after seeing cultivators from the previous floors with past grievances with one another trying to kill each other after reuniting. The two even tried to get her to promise not to cause any trouble inside the city after seeing the powerful strength of the city guards. She refused to respond to them and only snorted. Who did they take her for? Hu Tao or Ying? She was mature enough to control herself in a place like this. A place where danger could lurk at every street corner. Wan didn't believe the old man and Fatty would find themselves in any trouble with their passive natures. Spending a few floors with the two made Wan understand them a bit more. Enough to realize that they would never bother anyone unless they were bothered first, and even then they'd still try to avoid danger by running away. She split from Bing and Lei Ji once she saw Wang Yang. Wan didn't feel like being the only one of the group to fail at her task given by Jing. It wouldn't be good for impressions and she would feel slightly humiliated being the only one to fail despite having the highest cultivation stage. It would be like saying that she was the worst out of all of them. Wan's pride and talent refused to accept an outcome like that. This place is fine. All right, Miss Bounty Hunter, show me what you got. He grinned, obviously not taking this seriously. He hasn't once looked into her eyes, only her chest. He chose an open grassy plain, similar to the one she fought Hu Tao in. Wan Qing spread a few of her butterflies on the way here to check if this was a trap. So far, her butterflies detected no one nearby. He might actually believe in his strength enough to believe that he could deal with her. If so, this was good for her. A simple battle would be great. You don't wish to write a will before we fight? To any loved ones on the outside? Wan asked in her feminine voice. I should be asking you that, Miss Bounty Hunter. Becoming a bounty hunter with your appearance is such a waste. He clicked his tongue. Instead, why don't you become my personal bed warmer? I can guarantee good pay. My grandpa and I are well off. He suggested. You're not my type. Wan Qing looked at him as if he was an insect. What a cold glare. A look like that ruins your beauty. You should smile instead. Especially if you're after my life. A beauty like you smiling at me as I drift off into an everlasting sleep, it would be heavenly. I can see why a bounty is out on your head now. Wang grabbed her shut giant fan and pointed it at Yang. My flirting skills often get me in trouble with beautiful ladies. He sighed as if it was a great curse brought upon by the heavens. I'm doing you a favor by shutting you up then. She charged towards Yang, who has yet to even unsheathed his sword. You wouldn't be the first to say so. Wan's fan was blocked by a barrier made by a talisman. Nor the last. He threw a talisman on the ground in front of her. CaptainBoyHole. Fun fact, Wan Qing's weaponry was inspired by Temari from Naruto. The special ability of her fan with the strange butterflies were thought of solely by me though. Remember to check out the glossary here, https://www.webnovel.com/book/1168066970548205476100784544038660 if you forgot any characters and possibly even learned something new about certain characters that you might not have known before. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Wan Qing vs Wang Yang. It lit up with a bright light as a powerful explosion came from it, forcing Wan to immediately jump back or suffer damage from the spell. Just as she moved away, he charged forward with his sword, hitting his blade against her closed fan. Wan only looked at him with disinterest. He sliced with quick attacks that were beginning to be too much for her to handle with her fan closed. She was on the defensive now as he held nothing back in his sword strikes. Wang could still tell he was just playing around. This couldn't be his full strength as the 10th ranker in the inner court. Wang used her auxiliary martial art, Butterfly's Grace, and created 4 small butterfly wings out of her back. She used these insect wings to gain some distance from Yang, but he chased after her like a lovesick puppy. Not to mention the fact that he's been doing nothing but staring at her chest since she's met him. It was actually starting to piss her off. She's never felt like this before either. Maybe this feminine body made by her illusionary urn was more powerful than she thought. And that was when Yang sliced her head off. TCH. She was good eye candy while she lasted. I should have aimed to pierce her heart instead of chopping her head off. Then I could have got some good use out of the body. He spat on the ground in regret. Since her illusion died, now was the perfect time to attack. He could only blame himself for being so unaware. Wan opened up her fan and swung it towards Yang's defenseless back. A wind blast similar to a shot from a cannon exploded from her fan. She also flicked a few butterflies around herself to keep watch for any suspicious activities. They would be helpful in preventing surprise attacks as they could communicate with her mentally and let her know of everything they see. Yang's ears pricked at the sound of the sudden wind. He turned and nearly screamed his heart out of his chest seeing the powerful attack coming towards him. What the hell is this? He shouted. The young cultivator attempted to use a talisman slip to protect him from the incoming attack. Wan's simple wind blast smashed through his defensive amulet's barrier and cracked the second one. Wan noticed that he had more than 3 barriers protecting him during her attack. He wasn't kidding when he said that he was rich. Defensive treasures and amulets meant for protecting one's life were not cheap in the slightest. The makers or finders of these types of treasures understood just how valuable they were. That's why they were always at a high price. Some people say you can't put a price on human life. Yang's grandpa must follow that saying with all his heart considering how many barriers Wan saw activate when her attack hit. That made her start to think about after she kills him. What if his grandpa comes after her? Even with her new fan, she doubted that she would be strong enough to deal with an elder directly under one of the head elders. Would Jing be able to protect her from the rage of an elder? How dare you? He pointed his finger at her, greatly upset. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my grandfather is? Spittle flew from his mouth. Wan understood exactly who his grandfather was before she chose to kill him. She was taking a large risk by doing this task, but she trusted Jing would be able to take care of the aftermath. She didn't entirely trust Jing, but she did trust her enough know that she wouldn't give her this task just to place her in danger. It wouldn't make any sense. Are those your final words? Wan Qing asked. You dare? A lowly woman like you think you can kill me? He slapped several talisman around the blade of his sword. Wan slowly floated into the air. She didn't need to humor this fool by engaging him in close combat with her fan. She released several wind blasts from the sky down on Yang. He ran for his life to avoid them while getting closer to her. This reminded Wan of her fight with Hu Tao at the start of the treasured plains, but unlike Hu Tao, this idiot wasn't hiding his intention at all. She could clearly see how he planned to use that sword empowered by those talismans to skewer right through her. She flew even higher into the air as she performed a small dance with her fan. This dance was actually a technique from her fan martial arts manual. The manual was titled Emperor Tito's Fanmanship. Wang couldn't tell the ranking of this martial art, but she knew that it had to be Earth rank or higher. She was also surprised there was a martial art on fans in the first place. Not even normal mortals used fans for combat. She wouldn't be surprised to know if she was the only cultivator to use fans, but that would be wrong to think because someone talented in fan wielding had to create the manual. This specific technique was called Gathering of the Winds. It would allow her to sweep the air around her into any form she wants. Yang should be seeing a gigantic butterfly forming above her head right now. She didn't believe his defensive treasures could save him from an attack like this, and if it did, she could just send another attack similar to this one. Gathering of the Winds isn't an attack that requires much chi to perform, just precise chi control. Wanqing has to actively shape the winds into the form she wants through her special dance. The special dance was required if she wanted to keep the technique formed. The only downside was the more complicated the form, the longer the dance is needed to conjure that shape, leaving her completely open to certain attacks. The butterfly's general form isn't difficult considering she's around them 24/7. It wasn't too far-fetched to say she's become one with them. Bonded with the butterflies that make up her giant fan, especially after that illusion formation where they helped try to save her. Wan would describe it as the bond shared between a beast master and their beast. Impossible. The giant butterfly slowly soared down towards Yang. In his panic, he placed down 4 talisman around himself and created a formation around himself. He laughed to himself inside the defensive formation, and Wang continued to hover in the sky with her wings. Just in case he does survive, she would need to prepare another attack to kill him with. Defensive formations were usually unbreakable among those in the same stage. But Wan doubted this one would be able to withstand her attack. It was just a feeling she had, that's all. The giant butterfly descended upon the tiny blue barrier like a meteorite crashing upon the earth. It immediately shattered upon first contact with the insect, causing Yang to scream in fright. The large insect made of wind and chi then slowly crushed Yang into the ground. It continued to fly deeper down into the earth, leaving a great imprint behind of a butterfly. Wang could see several barriers shattering once the wind butterfly started lowering into the ground. I guess I better take some proof that he's dead. Hopefully some part of him is still recognizable. Wanqing messaged everyone with the special talisman given by Jing that she's accomplished her task. Everyone else did it, so she did it too. She floated down to the insect-shaped crater and saw Yang's mangled and crushed corpse. It was a complete mess and absolutely disgusting. However, that didn't stop her from grabbing his storage ring for herself. He probably had something in here that would identify him. If not, oh well. She just got herself an incredibly valuable storage ring without paying a thing for it. Kong came running out of the bushes from far away towards her after she finished her fight. This little useless bear, his cowardly nature hasn't lessened at all. The only thing that's changed about him is his strength. Rawr. He looked up at her. Just looking at you makes me upset. She sighed. Show me your progress. She ordered. Row. The little cub stood in an upright stance with his right foot leading forward. The gauntlets were giant for his small size and seemed to grow along with him somehow, another mystery added to her savior. Wan shook her head to get off her mind off that subject and focused on Kong. He let off super quick punches one after the other with his giant golden gauntlets. Kong let off a rapid round of punches so fast that it looked like he had more than one pair of fists. A barrage of ultra-fast attacks. TCH. Good enough. She couldn't release her frustration about him when he was diligently training in a satisfactory manner. What an enjoyable place this is, Lei Ji said as he sipped on his drink. I agree. We haven't run into any people that want to fight us yet. Back home, you can't even step out your house without someone trying to pick a fight with you or insulting you. Bing agreed. It's a shame we have to leave so soon. I would like to enjoy this type of atmosphere more often. Lei Ji said. This type of peace would definitely be appreciated. Something like this is impossible at the Golden Serpent sect. Bing supported. Until we help Jing change things for the better. How long do you think that's going to take? Hat. You're asking the wrong person, Bing. Do you know how many years I've been at the Qi gathering stage? Lei Ji laughed. You're progressing pretty well now in my opinion. It won't be long till we're all out of the Qi gathering stage. And then we can go to the inner court and get caught up in even more situations. He laughed some more. That tends to happen with allies like ours added along with Jing's tasks. Bing smiled. It might be my first time saying this, but I'm actually excited for the future. I can actually see myself going further than I ever have before. See myself actually making a difference with the cultivators in the world. By being kind to them. No. I'm not a naive old man, Bing. I know that just being kind and forgiving won't be enough to change the views of what a cultivator should be. There is one rule in this world that has yet to be broken. Might makes right. If my might is stronger than the rest, it'll be hard for them to refuse my views on how an ideal cultivator should be. If need be, I'll force mercy and kindness on everyone that refuses to adhere to such a view. I must apologize to you, Lei. I actually did think you were going to be kind to everyone you meet and spare them no matter what actions or crimes they do against you. Oh, heavens no. Lei Ji chuckled. There's a fine line between being human and being a monster. Those who commit inhuman actions don't deserve the same treatments as humans. A surprising amount of killing intent leaked from Lei. Bing was shocked when he felt the dangerous aura coming out of him. This was the first time he ever felt something like this from him. And they've been through several life or death situations together. Some with people trying to kill them, others with animals trying to kill them. And until now, he's never felt a hint of killing intent coming from him. Bing would be sure to pray for whoever manages to get on the bad side of Lei. The 11th floor. I'm done. Let's get ready to move to the next floor. Wan Qing spoke, as she arrived into the small cafe. Welcome back, Qing. Would you like a drink before we go? They have a nice selection of beverages here. Lei Ji offered. Zhairong waved her claw up and down in agreement. She had a small bowl just for her to drink tea from. Quan was rather large for this small establishment, so Lei Ji had to place him inside a capture bead. Quan couldn't shrink or grow his body like Zhairong could. Lei guessed that she was special among aquatic spirit beasts. She was the only animal who could grow or shrink her size out of all the beasts he's pulled from his fishing rod. A capture bead is formed by placing the capturing spell on a beast and sending it into a tiny marble. If the animal is particularly strong enough, it can easily escape the capture bead. That's why it was recommended for those attempting to capture beasts to sufficiently weaken it before trying to capture it, or it would break free and destroy the bead. You two don't seem to be in any hurry to increase your strength. Wan said, displeased by their leisure attitudes. Heh. You can't just train all the time. Some rest is needed. Bing was in the middle of stuffing dumplings into his mouth. Ugh, she responded with disgust. Hurry up and finish. I'll be waiting outside. Nikong looked at the large number of dumplings on Bing's plate with a yearning in his stomach. Come on. Wan Qing walked outside of the small shop with Nikong following behind her sadly. She's so young but still doesn't know how to properly relax. It's saddening to see the older generation pushing the younger ones into such a brutal mindset. Lei Ji softly spoke. Well, that's kind of the world we live in. A brutal one. Bing responded casually. That's even sadder. I agree. I would love to live a carefree life with no worries of suddenly dying because I got on the bad side of someone stronger than me. Maybe one day we can change that. Bing shared, just sharing how he felt without any thought. He didn't honestly believe the Empress would be capable of changing the world. Realistically, he only believed she would be capable of taking over the sect, and that was already thinking very highly of her. The world is a large place. The amount of power, influence, and numbers they would need to affect the world is so unbelievably high. Bing felt it was more realistic to imagine himself reaching the true immortal realm. Someone like him with average or below average talent reaching that stage would require countless resources and godlike luck. Alright. I'm finished. Bing ate his third large bowl of dumplings and left 3 spirit stones as payment. This place was rather nice. I'll leave them something extra for having such a peaceful atmosphere. Lei Ji paid 2 spirit stones instead of 1 for his tea. The two left the cafe and met with Wan Qing outside. They walked together to the warp point that would send them to the 11th floor. As they were walking, Bing snuck Nikong a dumpling from his pocket when Qing wasn't looking. He chuckled seeing the wide smile on the panda cub's face. He placed his finger to his lips, telling the small panda that it was their secret. Bing saw how he looked at his bowl of dumplings inside the shop and figured it wouldn't hurt to give the little guy just one. Near the warp point, the group saw several other cultivators waiting around. They figured it must be another floor that requires a certain number of people to start before it begins. A giant hourglass that was almost empty at the top stood in the middle of the warp point. On that hourglass were the numbers 950/1000. What happens if we don't have enough people? Bing asked. That counter is telling the max limit, not the required limit. Qing explained. Does that affect the floor's difficulty? Lei wondered. Sometimes. In some floors, more people can make it easier to survive. In others, less people can greatly increase the chances of dying. Do you know what this floor is going to be? Bing wanted to try and think of strategies before they went to the 11th floor. No. I never went past the 10th floor. I was a chi gatherer like you two the last time the treasured plains opened. Back then, I barely survived the 10th floor. I refused to go to the next floor out of fear for my life. Qing honestly shared. Should we be going with you then? Bing asked, worried about his own safety. You have nothing to worry about. Although I hate to admit it, you two are far stronger than I was at your stage. Probably the strongest among your individual stages. Qing gave a rare compliment. Well, thanks Qing, Bing rubbed the back of his head with his fat fingers. Thank you for your honest critic. Lei gave his thanks as well. Humph. I wasn't doing it to compliment you two. I was just saying, you aren't as bad as you think. Maybe if you two cultivated a little more seriously, I could see you becoming more than your average cultivator. Wan told them. The sand inside the hourglass emptied from the top. A bright light glowed from beneath their feet, blinding them. When their vision returned, they realized they were completely separated from each other inside the 11th floor. The warp point must have transported them all to different locations within the floor. Every cultivator staring in the sky right now would be able to see a number etched into it. 850/475. Bing already realized what type of floor this would be, seeing that number in the sky. It was a type of test that he's already been through before. During the first test of the Golden Serpent sect, he needed to survive long enough that the number of participants dwindled in size till it was a good enough number for the elders to end the first test and start the second one. The second test was also similar in nature but focused on a different aspect instead of survival skills. This shouldn't be too hard to survive. He spoke sarcastically. 100 people died as soon as they got teleported. The soft sand beneath his feet, a hot glaring sun bearing down on him, and the lack of anything but sand in sight. I'm going to starve to death, aren't I? Well. I didn't expect to find myself in this type of situation, Lei Ji said, slightly excited. He was in some large structure with sand beneath his feet and stone all around him. A type of temple, he would describe it. Down the hallway in front of him laid several life-threatening traps. Traps that the normal cultivator wouldn't be able to spot without experience in navigating dangerous areas. But unlike the average cultivator, Lei Ji could see things further than them despite being blind. Thanks to his auxiliary art, Blind Man Can See, he could recreate his surroundings inside his mind by enhancing his other senses to their limits simultaneously in a specific breathing pattern. The pathways his chi goes through during this process is an extremely dangerous one. If a common cultivator tried to use this martial art, they would permanently disrupt every sense except sight, forcing them to live a hellish life that no other man could possibly live with. Sorry, I had to keep you in there so long, Quan. I know you don't like being in a capture bead. Lei Ji released Quan and he immediately wrapped himself around Lei's entire body with his tentacles. Lei rubbed his bulbous transparent head and made his way down the trap-filled hallway while avoiding all the triggers for the traps. Perhaps there could be treasure inside this dangerous place. After that, he would try to find Bing and Qing to meet up with them. With the special talisman Jing gave them, they can easily find each other whenever they wanted. All they had to do was flow their chi into the slip and wait for someone else to respond by also injecting their chi into their own talisman. Humph. Dumb beasts. Understand your limits. Wan Qing gave a single wave of her fan towards the large sandworms. It was the first time she opened her fan all the way. Nikong held onto her legs so that he didn't fly off. Her fan produced sharp blades of wind that danced around her. These wind blades easily cut into the bodies of the spirit beasts, slicing them into pieces as they roared out in pain. It was a massacre of blood, guts, and blowing sand. Nikong kept his eyes closed during this as he trusted his owner would be able to handle anything. Quit cowering and let's get a move on. Finding those two won't be easy even if we can find each other. Wan told the panda. Roar. Hop on. It'll be faster if we fly. Wan brandished her giant fan and tossed it in front of her. The black fan hovered above the sand. The talented disciple and her pet hopped on and flew above the calm desert in leisure. Maybe this floor will be easier than I thought, Wan thought, before shaking her head. If she tried to come to this floor last time and found herself in the same situation as before, she would have been devoured without a chance to resist. It was only thanks to this fan that she could come out unscathed against a group of Chi Consolidation Realm spirit beasts. What she did wouldn't be possible with her old sword. The thick skin of the desert worms were too tough for a stellar-ranked spirit weapon. CaptainBoyHole. I'm getting pretty close to chapter 100 for this story. I was thinking if I should do anything special for it. Maybe a double or triple chapter length chapter for 100, or maybe a special chapter that takes place in a non-canon universe and where you guys kind of comment what you would like to see from the story but doubt would ever happen in the story. I'm a lazy author, so, I will say don't expect much from it, but I will do my best if you guys do want me to do anything special. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Bing's near-death experience. I'm really going to die out here, Bing talked to himself. Sweat dripped endlessly from his body, sticking his clothes to his skin as if they were one in the same. Bing's shield dragged in the sand, creating a path that seemed to endlessly extend behind him. From where Bing was now, you couldn't spot the start of the path. His tongue dryly hung outside his mouth as he's been traveling for days without a sip of water or a crumb of any food. As he was now, he was desperately wishing for anything to happen to him. Anything at all that could possibly quench his thirst and fill his belly. Being attacked by a horde of spirit beasts? Please and thank you. Getting caught in a trap by thieves and robbers? I will gladly feast upon your bodies as respect for allowing me to live. His feet have been traveling towards wherever Lei was at the moment. With his fishing pole, he could instantly fish out a spirit beast to eat no matter where he was. It was also nice that he was closer in distance to Bing, unlike Qing. Qing wouldn't be able to stop him from starving to death with her fan. Well, that wasn't exactly true, but Bing doubted that Qing would allow him to eat a few of her butterflies just so that he wouldn't die. He got the feeling that she didn't like him or Lei all that much. Or really like anyone much at all. Please. Anything at all. Heavens, I don't deserve to die like this, do I? Must I really resort to that? Just to survive? Bing collapsed from exhaustion and fell face first into the sand. He was a little happy that he landed on his face instead of on his back. He wouldn't be able to take the heat from the sun bearing down on him so fiercely. The sand might be burning his skin, but with his devil arts, he could handle a little burning. The extreme temperatures on this floor wasn't the dangerous part for Bing. It was the lack of food. He needed to eat to survive. It didn't matter how well his body could take the heat or cold. It mattered if he dried up into a husk and withered away. Keeping his eyelids from falling was taking all his strength. He didn't want to do this. He considered it his final and last option to prevent himself from starving to death. A demonic hum escaped from Bing's mouth. Breathing, it was how any martial artist performed their auxiliary art, by breathing in a specific rhythm while flowing qi in a specific pattern through their insides. Bing planned to use his devil's arm martial art to save his life. Eating his own flesh, just to survive. The very thought of it disgusted him, but his desire to survive was much stronger than his disgust. An additional arm grew from his belly and threw him over on his back. Bing grabbed the belly arm with his 2 hands, ready to tear it off and bite into it like a wild animal. The pain would be the worst thing he's ever felt in his entire life. Look what we have here, boys, a freakish little piggy about to cook itself for us. Bing's body suddenly jumped up with unusual athleticism. He doesn't look like he has anything valuable on him. Are you sure this guy is worth stealing from? It's not like it's going to hurt us to rob him when he dies. Yet. Loot is loot, you little bitch. He felt as if he was filled with an endless source of energy as he stared at the desert bandits riding giant lizard. In his eyes, they seemed to turn into various human-sized foods. Bing's stomach roared as he slowly walked towards the closet reptile. His hunger overtook him. He didn't even hear the sounds of the bandits laughing at him as he reached out towards the salamander with his fat fingers. It attempted to bite his hand, but Bing was faster. Bing lifted the large animal with one hand and grew several more from his hand that was choking the spirit beast. Several mouths with razor-sharp teeth and forked tongues appeared on the palm of each of the hands. All the tongues stabbed into the flesh of the salamander and drained it of everything except its bones and blood. The bandit rider fell off during the feeding and landed inside the animal's skeleton completely stunned. Bing could feel his strength returning after devouring the beast. His thirst was quenched, and his hunger was sated. Bing's eyes wandered over to the remaining lizards, striking fear into their very souls. The rideable reptiles went into a panic and ran away as fast as they could, disobeying their master's wishes. There was only one bandit remaining. It was the one whose ride he sucked dry. Now that he wasn't starving on the verge of death, he could think a bit more clearly now. These guys were about to rob him, weren't they? Let me guess. Your friends are going to come back with even more people to kill me, right? Bing asked. No matter how much a freak you are, you don't stand a chance against our leader when they come. Even if you kill me, you won't survive against our leader. His entire body shook as he tried to threaten Bing. Since I'm going to die anyway, I suppose I should get a final meal before I go, right? Bing slowly walked towards the frightened bandit. No. 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 Stay away. Let me go. Please. Bing picked him up by his throat and held him above the ground with one arm. I have children, he choked out. I'm sorry. Bing really did mean it. Even after the thief's muscles, organs, and skin were being extracted by the little mouth on his hand, Bing did feel bad for what he did to the man. Unfortunately for him, there was almost nothing he valued more than his own life. And the only way he could protect his life was by becoming stronger. He didn't have the heart to spare those that were willing to do him wrong and possibly bite him in the butt for his kind acts. Unlike Lei Ji, Bing didn't believe in sparing future troubles. There were too many ways one could lose their life in this world. Getting rid of a few would be helpful in the long run, in Bing's opinion. He might have been affected by the Empress more than he thought. Leader. Leader. The bandits who just returned to their camp, cried out. Who the hell is doing all that yapping? If we're not under attack, I'm beating the hell out of you. The beautiful woman promised. Leader. We found someone strong nearby. He might be one of those people that you always spoke about. Tell me about this person. Her curiosity was piqued. He could grow arms from his body. He could lift a quick-footed salamander with a single hand. He can eat a man within seconds if he touches you. Yet. He even ate one of our fucking rides. Hey. This guy sounds more like a monster than a human. Are you idiots sure you didn't all decide to have the same mirage? She scoffed. We're telling the truth, leader. Without your special power, we don't stand a chance against him. And you're sure he's one of those people I always talk about? She wanted clarification. He didn't wear any clothes we've ever seen before. He also carried a strange weapon in his hand. It was like a large bone bowl or something. We didn't get to see how it was used. Alright. You guys managed to get me interested just enough. Let's go investigate this monster of a person. The bandit leader got up from her chair and grinned. She flicked her hand out and a mysterious white and black orb manifested above her palm, radiating a strange elemental chi that most cultivators wouldn't ever be able to identify. It was with this cultivation technique that allowed her to reign as the unstoppable Lin Mei of the desert. The leader of the Sand Shark Bandits. A notorious group that has flourished for the past 3 years thanks to Lin Mei's powerful martial arts. My mount has his scent tracked. We can find him anytime, leader. If he's really as scary as you all think he is, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to prepare a small trap for him. Her scouts immediately agreed with her suggestion. I'll get the talismans. I'll get the bows and arrows. I'll bring the food. Food. Lin Mei said confused. Oh, the guy is as fat as a pig. A fatty beat you all. He didn't beat us. He just scared our mounts away and killed a salamander with ease. This guy better be as strong as you said he is or I'm doubling, no, tripling all of your training for the next month. Lin Mei threatened. Don't worry, leader. Have I ever let you down before? Lin Mei couldn't respond to him. He was her best scout and has never given her wrong information about a target. It looks like these bastards found just what she needed to advance to the next rank in her martial art. And after she does that, taking over this desert will be as easy as snapping her finger. CaptainBoyHole. And here we are with Bing. It's been quite a while since we've been with the lovable big guy. As the first of Jing's followers, he's been here since the beginning. If you don't count Li Li, of course. I wonder how much he's changed drastically since his first appearance? In my notes for Bing before I began writing this story, Bing was actually supposed to be an entirely different character. I wrote down that he was business-focused, survival/cowardly natured, great at shit-talking/bluffing, easily frightened, pathetic but clever, and perceptive. Now I don't know how the hell I got him to where he is now when he was supposed to be the most cowardly, sneaky, and most pathetic member of the group, but I don't regret how I wrote him so far. Comment/review on the story, readers, and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Bing in the desert. I suppose now that I have the time and I'm not starving anymore, I should do some training, Bing decided. Qing did suggest for him and Lei Ji to take their training a little more seriously or something like that. In this large empty desert filled with mostly nothing but sand, sand, and more sand. There wasn't anything else he could do that was beneficial. Plus, if he stayed at the same rank he was before they got on this floor, Qing surely would look at him like he was trash. He wouldn't care too much, but it still wouldn't feel nice when he could have just cultivated and not get looked at in such a way in the first place. So, now he had to decide on which martial art he can train first. And it wasn't a hard choice to make when considering all of his current martial arts. Training his shield art wouldn't help him survive in this situation too much unless he encountered bandits after bandits. He didn't believe his luck was so good that he could find several people that want to do him wrong and be coincidentally strong enough to beat them every time. Swift Devil, his movement art, was also similarly not too useful in his current state. He could use it to quickly travel short and large distances, but he would be wasting his energy by doing that. Lei shouldn't be too far away from him. His chi signature hasn't moved in several days, so that must mean he's exploring some place. Bing doubted he was dead because he was still sending chi through his message talisman. The dead can't utilize chi, as ghosts aren't real. How lucky for him, he was jealous. He wanted to gain some treasures too. Devil's physique, his body martial art, couldn't be trained without eating food. So, that one was immediately crossed off the training list. Bing hasn't seen any animals in this entire desert besides the salamanders from the bandits. Not a single bird, bug, or plant. If he wasn't able to circulate his chi through his danshin right now, he would honestly believe those bandits and salamanders from a few days ago were an illusion, and this was his afterlife. So, the only useful martial art he could train right now was his devil's arms technique. Bing has only recently started to somewhat understand the true potential of this sky-ranked auxiliary art. It had more uses to him than just allowing him to grow additional arms over his body. Especially with the mysterious hand that seems to have a craving for flesh. Bing had a feeling that the thing that wanted him to feed it flesh all the time, held a deeper secret about his martial art. Something that he has yet to discover. Bing closed his eyes and began cultivating along with training his devil's arms. If anyone were to see Bing as he was now, they would scream and call him a disgusting freakish mutant. His skin bubbled like he had boiling bumps over every inch of his body. From time to time, arms of variable sizes would quickly jut out of random areas on his body. Sometimes extra arms formed from those arms and other times they would combine into one large hand. This unpleasing sight continued for several hours as Bing slowly started to understand just how his martial art worked more and more. This martial art is a little bit too strong, isn't it? Bing thought with a little excitement. Now he knew why his luck was so horrible. Him gaining these martial arts back during the recruitment test took all his good karma. And he hasn't been doing any good acts of charity to refill his karma back up. The heavens weren't screwing him over. He's been the problem all along. 3 sky-ranked martial arts at the start of his cultivating career? Why would he need anything good ever again with a jackpot like that? Some cultivators live for thousands of years without even being able to see a sky-ranked martial art in the flesh. Now that he thinks about it, his future was set as long as he makes sure to get plenty of resources. And that wasn't it either. Bing felt that the potential of this auxiliary art possibly exceeded some heaven-ranked martial arts. Well, as of right now he couldn't prove that statement. But if his hunch was correct, then there was a chance that he could grow without a limit as long as he continued to feed his devil hand. There's a lot of people in this world, isn't there? It shouldn't be too much of a problem if a few cultivators were to go missing all of a sudden. Cultivators as a majority really don't help the world. So, no one would mind if a few of the worser ones started disappearing. Bing's thoughts took a sinister turn. Bump. Bing opened his eyes and realized he bumped into some sort of warm scaly object. He looked up and figured out that he just somehow ran into a large snake spirit beast. It didn't even give him a moment to apologize for his rudeness. The snake hissed at him before striking with incredible speed. Bing had to use Swift Devil to avoid being bitten by those large fangs dripping with green venom. The snake's eyes bulged in surprise as Bing didn't use his movement technique to escape but to charge into the snake instead. This move tackled them both across the sand, accidentally getting sand into Bing's eyes, leaving him open to be knocked away by the reptile's chunky tail and getting lodged into sand with his large behind stuck in the air. His opponent used this chance to try and sink their fangs into his thick shaking bottom. Only to be denied as Bing used his last movement talisman to get himself out of the sand and out of harm's way. Using the snake's surprise as it swallowed nothing but sand, Bing used Swift Devil once again to get the upper hand in this moment. His large rotund body appeared over the sand snake hacking up all the sand it gulped. He swung his shield into the side of the spirit beast's head, burying it deep into the sand. Can't let you get back up. But I will thank you for the meal. Bing crashed down towards the snake before the sand could fill up the pit it was launched into. His beefy hands grabbed the head of the snake as an additional pair of arms shot out from the sides of his stomach and also grabbed onto the skull. The snake screeched as he used all the strength in his body to rip its head off. To make sure his grip was tight, he placed his foot onto its neck so that he didn't just drag the snake with his strength. All the power he's gained from devouring cultivators and spirit beasts with his devil hand was used to tear the head off this reptile. A gory spray of blood splattered all over Bing's figure, drenching him entirely in blood. His hearing was also a little damaged from the snake's piercing yell. Plague. Yuck. Bing spat out the blood that got in his mouth. He had his mouth open and didn't realize it until it was too late. There was a big smile on his face soon after. He could finally eat a real meal. Bing didn't count that salamander from earlier as food because the devil hand ate it instead of him. They might share the same stomach, but Bing preferred cooking and enjoying the aroma, texture, and flavor of the food on his tongue. The devil hand was fine with anything that had meat and he doubted it cared about taste. Bing held onto the tail of the giant serpent and dug himself out of the sand trying to drown him. With a goofy grin on his face, he started preparing to cook the snake. Just imagining what this spirit beast was going to taste like was causing him to drool already. Spirit beast meat always tastes delicious if properly handled. There were a few exceptions to that, but those types of spirit beasts taste gross to not be attacked by predators. The round chi gatherer threw several talismans onto the decapitated body of the snake and watched as its body slowly cooked in glee. He was sure nothing could possibly ruin his good mood as the snake cooked into a sparkling delicious smelling brown perfection. If he was being honest, this was the only time he's ever been this happy during the several days he's been on the 11th floor of the Great Tower. There was nothing like good smelling food to cheer up one's mood. Bing could smell that the meat was almost ready for eating. It was a skill he gained since childhood. If there was food cooking nearby, he could tell exactly when it was ready to be served. He didn't use this skill to pursue a career in cooking though. Who has ever heard of a chef cultivator? It's ridiculous. It's much safer to become a cultivator that knows how to cook well rather than focusing on cooking entirely. What if a customer is a cultivator and says that your food is crap? You could only beg for mercy or die because you didn't have the skills to satisfy this cultivator that was stronger than you. In the perfect world, the customer would just leave and never come back to eat your food. No need for violence, murder, or any type of pleading and begging. Just a dissatisfied customer and a chef who needs more training in the culinary arts. Haha. It's done. Bing cried joyfully. Surprise, fatty. Several men popped out from the sand beneath him and leapt towards him with curved blades. Bing's mind went blank as a massive amount of sand covered his hard-earned acquired meal. I swear to the heavens above, none of you will survive my wrath. Multiple blades pierced through his body. CaptainBoyHole. Next chapter will be quite the fight? Bloodbath? Massacre? What do you guys think? Fun fact, Bing's hair color is naturally blue. If you all forgotten. I'm sure I mentioned it during his debut chapter and Jing's reaction to it, but I'm not too sure. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Bing in the Desert Part 2. The blades stabbing through his torso were locked within the folds of his flesh. The sand bandits were unable to move their sword even a single centimeter. It didn't matter if they were trying to pull their swords out or shove their swords further in, it was useless. No one knew exactly what Bing was feeling at this moment. His blue hair hung down over his face, covering his eyes and expression. What they did know was that he was not moving an inch. Is he dead? A bandit asked. Could you survive with 6 fucking swords stabbing through you? I did hear he was a monster earlier. You're such a fucking retard. A loud metal clang sounded out and a body fell to the ground. One by one, all the bandits that stabbed him had their skulls crushed in with his shield. The swords lodged into his body were slowly being pushed out by his fat. They dropped with a soft thud to the sand below and Bing turned around to face his attackers. This ambush was planned. Somehow, they tracked him and planned to kill him here. Fire! A voice shouted as a rain of arrows headed straight towards Bing. Bing raised his shield and slowly walked forward. None of the arrows could even scratch the surface of his shield. Its defensive abilities were remarkable. Bing has yet to find the limit to the amount of damage it could take. At times even Ying's sword couldn't pierce through it during their spars. With Devil's physique, his body could naturally take arrows on without any harm. They bounced off his skin when they made contact. This greatly startled the sand bandits. Once they saw that their arrows had no effect on him, they began throwing talismans at him instead. Bing couldn't risk getting hit by one of those. There are countless number of spells that could ruin him even with his tough body. He only knew this after finding out the Empress became an apprentice spell master. There was no reason why a person like her would do that for no reason. There had to be something about the art of talismans and formations that could be used in a way never seen before. The Empress tended to do things like that. He used Swift Devil once to avoid the magical flying slips of paper and then a second time to arrive in the middle of their group. Kill him! Kill him! He slashed at Bing with his sword. Die, you fat monster! He shot an arrow towards Bing's head. Bing calmly waved his shield and blocked both attacks. He ruthlessly struck them back with unrestrained blows with his fist and shield. Bing spared no mercy towards any of the bandits aiming to rob and kill him. He was like an unstoppable juggernaut as he tore through them like brittle wood with his terrifying strength. Blades had little effect on his body, arrows were like toothpicks, and talismans were avoided with extreme caution. He considered himself pretty lucky at this moment as most of these guys here were near his cultivation stage or below it. If they were higher then, he would have to escape to save his life and come back a different time to hunt them all down. Bing remembered Qing telling him that the tower rewards those who earn it. He wondered if the tower would reward him for dealing with these bandits and what kind of reward would it be. He hoped it would be a better cultivation technique. Bing's been stuck with the most common cultivation technique on the continent and couldn't find a better one that felt right to him in the martial pavilion. Gacha! Bing knocked his shield into a bandit's forehead, launching him across the sand. I know I killed your lizard mount, but is that really any reason to come after my life with this much force? Bing suddenly asked. Of course not. We had a different reason for coming after you. A woman suddenly revealed herself. She rose from the sand right beneath him and this shocked Bing greatly. He hopped away to gain distance from the woman and was secretly frightened. Where did she come from? Bing didn't sense anyone near him at all. She escaped his senses and could have easily killed him if she wanted to. And that reason is... she was stronger than him and not by a small amount. You're not from around here, are you? She asked. It was a probing question, possibly. Of course I am. I lived in this desert my entire life. Bing lied with a straight face. Oh. Her voice rose in amused interest. Then who am I? Like I wouldn't be able to tell who you are. The real question is, do you know who I am? Bing shot the question back towards her. He made sure to pump up his voice in an arrogant manner. No. I don't. And if I don't know you, then you certainly aren't from around here. She was important. She must be a big figure on this floor. I guess your little scouts aren't worth much if they can't even find out about me. The Great Mountain Crusher, Lang Huan. Everyone knows about me and my powerful Huan clan. Bing boasted perfectly. A little chi gatherer at the 5th stage dares to mock my men? Surely your background is anything but ordinary if you have the guts to insult my men to my face. What are your men worth to me? My entire clan could destroy your little group with a fart. Do you truly not recognize this handsome young lord? Bing flexed his plump muscles. She was conflicted. His bluff was actually working. I'll say this out of the kindness of my heart. Get out of my sight and stop bothering this young master. My patience is wearing thin for you bandits. If you wish to continue spitting on my kind gestures, then prepare to find your entire little group annihilated within the next few days. Bing threatened with a pompous gesture. Oi! Did you bastards properly investigate this guy? She yelled to her men. The fact he wasn't cowering to her when she was an 8th stage chi consolidator probably unnerved her. He had to thank Wanqing for this. She regularly used her 6th stage chi consolidation chi aura around him and Lei. Not caring if they could withstand it or not. This forced them to quickly adapt or become a bigger burden to her. Now's my chance. Bing thought. Bing used Swift Devil and just barely touched his devil hand around the neck of the powerful woman. Her response was almost instantaneous, but it was enough for his hand to prick her neck with his devil hand's tongue. His devil hand drained some of her energy, allowing Bing to not die from this unbelievably quick counter kick. After taking some of her physical essence, Bing's shield was struck with her foot. This unassuming light kick was exactly what Bing was hoping for. Bing used the force from her powerful attack to send himself flying away at speeds he wouldn't be able to reach on his own. This was only possible thanks to 3rd chapter within his shield art manual, the art of counter, which teaches him about using the opponent's strength against them. He's only learned the basics of this chapter and none of the truly powerful defensive techniques within the chapter. Thanks. See you later. The bandits were nothing more than just a blur in the distance at this point. Lang Huan of the Huan clan. You will not escape this desert alive. Her yell became as quiet as a whisper at the speeds he was going. He made sure to position himself in the direction that Lei was at before attacking the woman. It would be counterproductive if he was sent flying in the opposite direction from Qing or Lei. Bing still didn't let his guard down even though he was so far away from the woman. As soon as he landed back on the ground, he used Swift Devil till his body couldn't handle the strain anymore. Looking at the state his shield was in, he absolutely wouldn't stand a single chance against that woman. His shield was damaged horribly. A deep dent was made into the shield with small cracks coming from the edges going towards the center. All the bones in Bing's shield arm were broken. If he wasn't using Devil's Arms and a recovery pill to slowly heal the injuries, his arm would look a mangled horrifying mess right now. But he didn't come out of that situation with nothing. A stupidly wide silly smile was on Bing's face. He brought his palms together and slowly split them apart as a tiny black and white orb manifested in between them. The orb immediately shattered and blood spurted from Bing's orifices, but his smile didn't lessen one bit. Whatever this technique was he stole from the woman, it was too powerful for him to utilize with his lacking chi control. He'd ruin his chi pathways trying to correctly perform this technique. But there was something that confused Bing about this lucky situation. Stealing that technique wasn't what he aimed for at all. He didn't even know he had the power to steal techniques. Bing just hoped to escape without suffering too much damage from that woman. He's absorbed several people with his devil hand but never has a situation like this happened to him before. What Bing was interested in knowing was what was the difference between her and the other peoples he's drained. It was a mystery he hoped to find out one day, but for now, he just wanted to get the hell off this floor. If anyone asked him about his opinion about deserts, he would ask them, "Did you mean desserts? I love them." His stomach rumbled as he laughed at his own joke. Bing's attention was captured by a very strange sight in the sky coming towards him. The figure waved at him with a mysteriously large object on his back. While the other one, far above him, looked down on him with disappointment. He expected that look when he didn't break through in the several days he's been on this floor. Wanqing was flying on her fan with Nikong in her lap. Lei Ji hooked his fishing pole to Wanqing's fan and was soaring through the sky connected to her fan. Quan was wrapped around him and Zhairong is too tiny to see from this distance. Quite a strange sight to greet him, but considering his allies, he isn't too surprised. If anything, he's glad to see them. Now he could have a feast with Lei's fishing rod. "Hey guys!" Bing waved. "I see you made zero progress whatsoever." Qing immediately struck him where it hurts. "I had some trouble on this floor," he admitted somewhat embarrassed. She lowered her fan to only slightly hover above sand. "You must have had it rough." I can tell by how messed up you look. Lei said with a giant golden coffin on his back. What's with the? Bing asked, referring to his coffin. A spirit tool I found. I'll show you what it does another time. Lei answered. How was your journey, Qing? Bing asked nicely. Better than yours it seems. She took in his appearance after hearing Lei Ji bring it up. Isn't that the truth? He agreed. I just ran into an 8th stage Qi consolidator not too long ago and barely got away with my life. I was wondering why the left side of your body looked like that, Lei said. You can see my injuries. Bing exclaimed. Outwardly his left side didn't look injured at all because of his auxiliary art covering it, but inwardly his bones and organs on that side were a complete mess. I can see quite a few things. Lei revealed. That's not bad. Qing couldn't lie. It wasn't easy to spot internal injuries. Even Qi had its limits when it came to sensing. Lei Ji, I need a big favor from you. I'm starving and haven't eaten in many days. Can you please fish me up some food to cook so I can not starve to death? Bing begged. Not a problem, Bing, but just so you know, I have no idea what I'll pull out with this pole. There is a chance that it could be poisonous or inedible entirely. Lei shared. Shouldn't you be worried about your injuries? Wan Qing thought. Let's do it. Bing wasn't a gambling man, but sometimes you have to take chances to survive. He refused to starve again. What are you doing exactly? Qing was curious. What mysterious ability did Lei Ji's fishing pole have? Was it similar to her own fan? Even though she has been with them through several floors in the Great Tower, she hasn't seen too much of their abilities as she handled most of the trouble that came their way. Come watch an old man do some good OLE fishing. Lei Ji took a squat on the sand and channeled his chi into his weapon. Bing excitedly stood next to him, preparing to subdue any beast that gets hooked by Lei. Ni Kong mimicked Bing's excitement and copied him as Wan Qing relaxed on her fan and looked on in feigned disinterest. CaptainBoyHole. A second near-death experience right after barely surviving his first one. Bing's luck surely isn't good at all. Maybe he was on to something when he said he exhausted all of his good karma. Comment/review on the story, readers, and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Doing some good OLE fishing. Oh. This one might be a fighter. Lei Ji's fishing rod was bending at an impressive length. Do you mind helping me out, Zhairong? He asked. Bing and Ni Kong prepared themselves for whatever was going to come out of that multicolored slit. The golden panda cub happily copied Bing. Ni Kong remembered the delicious treat he shared with him in the past and liked him ever since. He hoped that he would taste more delicious treats by sticking close next to him. Wan Qing was more interested in what Lei Ji's fishing rod was doing rather than keeping her eye on Ni Kong. Zhairong crawled her way over onto Lei Ji's hand and gave the pole a small tug. The bent fishing tool was immediately fixed and a small creature instantly came flying out of the slit. Bing used Swift Devil and arrived in front of Lei Ji to catch whatever was coming out. Ni Kong tried to keep up with Bing, but he didn't have any movement martial arts and could only clumsily run over to him to try and help. Hot! Hot! Bing cried out as he dropped the beast that came from the portal. Saying that Bing was shocked would be an understatement. His resistance to extreme temperatures have increased greatly ever since he's gained Devil's physique. There were very few times that he could say that something was hot to him now. Whatever this fish was, it was by far one of the hottest things he's ever touched. A fire fish? Wan Qing questioned. The creature in question swam through the air as if it was water. A fierce flame burned on its body that slightly singed everyone's skin. Fur in Ni Kong's case. Bing smacked the fish with most of his strength and killed it in one hit while slightly burning his unbroken hand. He sucked his teeth from the pain of the burn while Ni Kong helped him by slapping it after it died. Only to have his fur catch on fire from the flames. Bing didn't have enough time to tell the little guy not to touch it as he was managing his own burn. The golden cub's reaction to suddenly bursting into flames was to run around in a circle screaming. Not the smartest, but then again, if Bing was at his age, he would probably do the same. You idiot! Wan Qing reprimanded harshly. She hopped off her fan and lightly swung it their direction. The fierce winds blew out both Ni Kong and the burning fish's flames. Although, it was only temporary for the fish. The flame soon came back to life after a few moments of being extinguished. Lei Ji went over to the fish and stabbed it with his fishing hook in a specific part on its body. After poking an internal organ within the creature, they heard the sound of air being pushed out from inside. How did you know that would stop the flames? Bing asked curiously. I didn't. That's just where all its chi was stored. Lei Ji explained. I couldn't sense any chi at all from that fish, Bing muttered. You are a body cultivator. Lei reasoned. That's true, Bing agreed with this reasoning. His chi control and chi quality in general were lacking terribly in comparison to a chi cultivator at his stage. Hey, Lei, do you think this thing will taste spicy? Bing suddenly asked. Hat. You would wonder something like that, wouldn't ye? Lei Ji chuckled. It's an honest question. Bing replied. Probably not after what I just did, but I wouldn't know for sure. Lei Ji answered him. I didn't know spirit beasts had organs to store chi in either, Bing muttered. Are you ready for round 2? I doubt this'll be enough to feed a guy like you. Lei Ji asked. The red glimmering fish was thicker than Bing's arm. You know me well. He snickered. Give me a second to cool my hand off. My hand still stings badly. Bing and Lei Ji watched the fish's fire slowly die out while Wanqing was busy comforting the terrified and slightly charred Nikong. She confirmed that he wasn't injured and at most just lost some fur on his body. This didn't help his emotional state though, even though he was fine he was still crying his eyes out. Wanqing rolled her eyes as she let the cub cry into her chest. It was annoying but she wouldn't be cruel to her spirit beast and ignore its feelings. Hopefully he'll grow out of this pathetic phase of his and learn to be a real man soon. Unfortunately, thinking about all the men in this group made her worried for his future even more. None of them had too many manly qualities that she would want for him to emulate. You should know better than to touch fire, idiot. Wanqing said. Roar, he sobbed in response. Minutes went by with the group waiting for Bing's pain to go away. While he was waiting, Bing tried several things to make the pain go away faster. Coating his hand in chi, using his devil's arm to try and deal with it somehow, and when that didn't work, he simply tried blowing on it. None of the methods worked and he was starting to get worried. Not even the recovery pill seemed to work on it. Lei Ji tried to help him but he didn't have anything on him that could help either. Zhairong suggested cutting it off with her claw. Bing immediately refused that suggestion. He didn't know if his devil's arm could regrow limbs but he sure as hell didn't want to find out over something like this. TCH. I'll handle it. Wanqing spoke annoyed. A bright blue butterfly floated off her finger and flew towards Bing's burned palm. Once it landed on his hand, it shook its wings and scattered a small amount of blue dust onto his hand. In almost no time at all, tiny little blue spores grew all over Bing's hand. He could feel his chi being drained by these little things and looked at Wanqing in confusion. After doing its job, the butterfly took off from his hand and returned back to Wanqing. Don't let those stay on your hand for too long. It might suck you dry and completely drain everything in your hand. She casually explained, terrifying Bing greatly. I'm not going to lose my hand, am I? He was 1 second away from rapidly shaking his hand to get rid of the spores. Hee. As long as you're quick enough. Wang giggled. I believe she means that you have to remove them when you no longer feel the pain from the fire. Lei Ji clarified. Oh. Thanks Qing. Bing patiently waited till he couldn't feel the burning on his palm anymore. Bing clapped his hands together with great force after several seconds, destroying the spores. Ha ha ha. My hand is back to normal now. Bing cheered. You don't have a lot of chi, do you? Qing asked him. Nah. My cultivation technique isn't the best so I can only gather so much. He explained. It was the reason why it takes him so long to break through even though he has 3 sky-ranked martial arts. Which one is it? She wondered. Book of Chi. He answered. Ew. She responded honestly. Yat. Ha. That's a normal reaction. He rubbed the back of his head embarrassed. It was the most looked down on cultivation technique within the continent because literally anyone could afford it. I'm sure you'll find one suited for you soon. Lei said positively. I can only hope. Now, let's get this second fish. He rubbed his hands in anticipation. The flame fish was already placed to the side, ready to be prepped and cooked for later. Alright, here we go. Lei Ji tossed his fishing pole into the unexplainable tier in space. Bing waited near Lei Ji so that he could grab whatever came out. Nikong was staying behind Wanqing this time around and watching with her from her lap. Quan wanted to help Lei Ji so he floated next to Bing ready to paralyze whatever came out of the opening next with his tentacles. The group then caught several different beasts of all shapes, sizes and with all types of abilities in a few hours. Some of the beasts were forced to be sent back as their strength was too great for them to handle. Wanqing was the most shocked when encountering these types of spirit beasts. One of the unique things about Lei Ji's fishing pole was that every beast pulled out from the colorful slit was at the same cultivation stage as Lei Ji, who himself was at the 5th stage of the Qi gathering realm. So, when she met with these incredibly powerful beasts that should be considered trash to her and seeing them easily dwarf her in every aspect, it was a very humbling experience. It somewhat reminded her of the time she almost died against Kun Lao. Someone that should have been far weaker than her was actually better than her. At first, she gave the excuse that it was because of his bloodline and spirit weapon that he bested her, but as time went on, she had to accept that she lost fair and square. She didn't train hard enough. She didn't push herself as hard as she could have. She underestimated her opponent. She didn't take the fight seriously when she should have. As humiliating as it is, Wan had to accept that her talent has its limits. Her pride should not cloud her judgment and decisions. If she doesn't change those qualities about herself, it won't be long before she's dying in a pathetic manner all over again. Ha ha ha. We got a great haul everyone. Now let's get cooking. Bing happily announced with several injuries over his body. CaptainBoyHole. Slice of life chapters coming up. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Cooking the food. I think it's best if you wait till you've healed up some. Your injuries are not light. Lei Ji said after taking a close look at him. No can do Lei. If I wait any longer my stomach is going to rupture and burst from starvation. Bing began preparing the various different types of fishes. What are you even talking about? Wanqing didn't believe that's how starving worked for anyone. He's just excited to eat all the delicacies here. It wouldn't have hurt if he waited till his injuries recovered, but youth is the time to be reckless. Even if it's over something like this. Lei Ji happily chuckled. Sounds stupid to me. Wanqing replied. Well, we're all different. He smiled at her. Haha. I knew bringing all these spices would be worth it. Bing excitedly exclaimed. In between his meaty fingers were spices of all sorts of colors. He sprinkled them across every beast they successfully killed. Nikong was very interested in what Bing was doing now that they weren't pulling out any more beasts to fight. To him, now that all the strong fish were dead or gone, no more scary things would happen. He scampered out of Qing's lap and closely watched Bing preparing the fish. Nikong's sensitive nose couldn't handle the spices and he started sneezing all over the place, making Wanqing more annoyed and Lei Ji to chuckle at him cutely sneezing. Nikong didn't understand why he was sneezing and got scared. Bringing him straight back to Wanqing's lap once again. Unfortunately, unlike last time, Wanqing did not comfort him about this. Quit being such a girl. Man up. You're just sneezing. Nothing bad is happening to you. She explained harshly. Nikong didn't understand why Wanqing was yelling at him, but he did recognize the words man and up. It was when she wanted him to do the opposite of what he felt. Nikong went over to the nice old man instead and was stopped in his tracks before he could reach Lei Ji. A terrifying aura latched onto him from behind. Where do you think you're going? She asked in a frightening tone. Rare. He sneezed trying to respond. Get back over here and stop crying over every single thing. If I tell you sneezing isn't anything to be afraid of, then it isn't. She told him. He sorrowfully walked over to Wanqing, still sneezing horribly. Bing just got done seasoning the fish and was now cooking them all. Now he had to wait till they were done cooking. In the meantime, he should cultivate. His innate skill that allows him to know whenever food was done cooking would wake him when it was time. I wish Ying was here, Bing muttered when he saw how slowly the fish were being cooked. I don't think she would appreciate you thinking of her in that type of way. Lei Ji told him. That's true. She'd probably punch me across the desert if she knew I was thinking of having her use her flame martial arts to help cook the food. Bing agreed. Why wouldn't she? No one likes being used. Wan added. Yeah, but it would be so helpful. True, but also inconsiderate sometimes. Lei said. How? Bing asked. How would you feel if someone only wanted you around because you could cook for them? And the only reason they would talk to you was regarding your cooking and nothing else? Lei Ji asked back. What does that have to do with Ying? Bing cluelessly asked. Idiot. Wanqing bluntly stated. What? Bing felt insulted. What were they trying to get at? Let me try and explain it in a different way for you, Lei said to him. There is more to Ying than just her ability to make fire. Yeah, I know that. Bing agreed. But you don't get how it would be insulting if you used her for that one purpose. Qing asked while staring at him with an insulting look in her eyes. Then it all clicked inside Bing's head. Ooh. No guys, you got it all wrong. I didn't mean to imply that I thought that Ying was only useful for her fire. I know there are several other sides to her that are equally as good, I was just saying that her fire would be so helpful right now. Not that she's only useful because of her fire. Bing clarified. There you go. Lei Ji smiled. He knew the boy didn't think of Ying like that, he just needed to think of his words more carefully. Humph. You're still dumb, but at least you're not that dumb. Wanqing complimented. Sorry about the misunderstanding. Bing felt a small tug on his leg. He looked down to see Nikong saying something to him while pointing to the cooking food. Bing guessed he must be wondering when the food will be ready. He carefully sniffed the barely cooked fishes to estimate the time when they would be ready. It'll take some hours before they're ready for eating. Bing told him. Don't disturb me while I'm cultivating. Wanqing said to the two. We'll wake you when the food's ready. Lei Ji told her. When did I ever say I was hungry? Wanqing coldly responded as an uncountable number of colorful butterflies surrounded her and encompassed her figure in a dome of butterflies. I guess we should get to cultivating as well, hey. Lei Ji said to Bing as he took a seat and crossed his legs. One of us should keep an eye out. Bing said. Don't worry about that. Zhairong and Quan can keep watch for us. They don't need to cultivate like us humans who need to concentrate to cultivate. Lei Ji explained. Alright then. I'll wake you when the food is ready. Bing got into his meditative pose to begin cultivating. The two men closed their senses off and focused solely on absorbing the plentiful qi around them to bring into their danshan. They cycled this qi throughout their body, slowly nourishing every cell within them. This nourishment for the cells would increase their strength ever so slightly. Cultivators would repeat this cycling of qi hundreds of times during cultivation until their body couldn't accept any more. Then they would use the qi that they absorbed to try and break through the natural barrier placed within their danshan to break through to the next cultivation stage. The process differed for everyone as no cultivator had the same body. Even those who practiced the same cultivation skill wouldn't have the same progress as the act of cultivating was also different for everyone. Some are taught to cultivate in a specific manner by those older than them who were also taught by someone who taught them. Others learned instinctively and on their own through trial and error. There is no telling which way is correct or incorrect as both cultivation practices have seen great success through several famous cultivators sharing their methods. It is still highly debated to this day which practice method is superior. Natural or taught. Wanqing's hundreds of butterflies circling around herself meant that her cultivation technique was somehow connected to the butterflies. Lei Ji had no such special event taking place around him while he was cultivating. Not even an aura of qi that surrounded his body, which was highly unusual. Most cultivators emitted some type of qi while absorbing the natural energy within the air. Ying emitted a hot flaming aura while she cultivated. Hu Tao emitted an electrical aura or a heavy aura while he cultivated. Bing was also included in this category. Bing had multiple arms shooting out from different parts of his body while he was cultivating. A barely visible black and white aura formed around his body. His cultivation technique was somehow able to merge or connect with his devil arts. It was surprising as it was incredibly rare to find cultivation techniques that can combine with other martial arts. Even elemental martial arts don't merge so easily with martial techniques of the same element. The spirit beasts who didn't need to meditate to cultivate looked at each other. Nikong went over to Zhairong and Quan to play. Zhairong grew herself to the panda cub size and Quan floated above them both. It was their job to protect the humans from being attacked. We train. Quan blorped. No training. We protect humans. Zhairong clicked. I don't like fighting, Nikong roared. You must. Or humans will die. Zhairong told him. I don't want her to die. Nikong responded. Then you gotta fight. To protect her. Quan said. He still didn't look too comfortable with the idea of fighting, but if it was to protect his owner then he had to try at least. Okay. I will fight. He gathered his nerves. Good. You are weak male but you are not worthless. Zhairong praised. You'll be a strong male in no time, Kong. Just do what I do. Quan floated around the panda quickly. I can't float like that. Nikong said. No. That's not what I meant. You just need to be brave like me. I'm not scared of anything. I can't do that either. I'm scared of a lot of things. It is okay to be afraid. What is not okay is letting that fear take control of you. A strong male must be able to recognize danger and learn whether to avoid it or destroy it. Zhairong explained. I'll try my best, Zhairong. Good. Because something is coming now. Prepare yourselves. Zhairong turned around and faced in the direction where the threat was coming. I'll handle this. Quan floated in front of Zhairong, oozing with confidence. I'll go get my gloves. Nikong clumsily ran over to the meditating Wanqing to get his golden gauntlets next to her. CaptainBoyHole. Neat little chapter with the spirit beasts Wednesday. I enjoyed writing about it and didn't really think I would ever write a chapter focusing specifically on the spirit beasts of Jing's followers. It just kind of came up in the moment while I was writing, like most events. Comment/review on the story, readers, and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. The Beast Chapter. In front of the giant octopus and crab were several long-necked beasts staring in their direction. They were giant birds with threatening presences. Their eyes focused on the cooking food instead of the two spirit beasts who planned on defending it. Take food. Easy food. Get food. And they started running towards the cooking fishes. Their speed was quick and their long legs carried dangerously sharp talons on the edge of their feet. hard steel-like beaks with long slobbery tongues hanging out their mouths. It was obvious that they were carnivorous birds from the way they greedily eyed the fishes. Nothing else was on their mind except the tantalizing smell of the slowly cooking meat. Quan stepped up first and floated in front of the herd of desert birds. He used all 8 of his tentacles like whips and slapped every large bird that he flew past. Each bird he slapped with his tentacles squawked out in horrible pain and almost instantly dropped to the sand, unable to move a single inch from the terrible pain. Quan's speed was fast enough to keep up with the flightless birds, so they couldn't outrun him and try to ignore him over the cooking food. But they did try exactly that and ignore him over the food. Their brains didn't take in that other members of their herd were being taken out and instead only focused on the delicious smelling meat. Bird brains in the truest sense of the word. Zhairong powerfully stood in front of the ones that managed to get past Quan. She didn't plan on letting a single bird live that intended to come past her. And from what she could see, every single one of them were planning that exact thing. They didn't even acknowledge her presence with a glance as they ran towards her. Dumb birds. She clicked. Zhairong grew her right claw and took a simple swing at the row of birds trying speed past her. Each bird was caught in her gigantic claw and split apart. The next row of spirit beasts coming were smacked away with their bones crushes. None of them stood a chance against her. Neither individually nor grouped up together. But they never even entertained the thought of fighting Zhairong. Their mind was on one thing since the start, and Zhairong had her limits despite her mighty strength. She wasn't quite as quick as the birds. Some of the birds managed to use the corpses of their fallen group members as platforms to jump over Zhairong's claws. A few of them even managed to hop on her claw and jump completely over her head to head towards the food. It enraged her that some got past her, but she couldn't very well turn around and chase after them. Even more would break through, she would just have to leave it to the child. Go away! Nikong yelled as he uppercut a bird far away. He stood in his boxing stance and focused on each bird heading in his direction. A strong straight to the body that sent a bird flying into the distance. A follow-up corkscrew punch to another beast that blew it away in a spiral. His fists were like an infinite onslaught of attacks as each attack came with another attack behind it. They all flowed seamlessly and none of the attacks looked out of place. An unlimited combo attack. This was Nikong's martial art gifted to him by Jing. 100 shattering fists. An unranked martial art that teaches through pictures rather than words like normal human manuals. Perfect for spirit beasts who cannot read the human language. The focus of this fist art was an unrelenting speedy assault with utmost brutality. Those who manage to master this technique will have the strength to blast away oceans with their fists. One negative effect of this martial art was shown to be that the user's fists may suddenly combust into flames once one trains it to the advanced stage. It's stated that the creators of the manual hold no responsibility to those that may burn their fists into ash from practicing this martial art in very small letters near that chapter. Nikong wouldn't have to worry about that for a long while though. He was at the initial stage, 2 stages below advanced and 1 stage away from elementary, which was the starting stage for any martial art. As of now, his only focus was improving the fluidity, strength, and speed of his arms. Elementary stage was learning how to follow up his punches with more punches. Hundreds of different types of punches were shown in the chapter for those at the initial stage. Nikong was exhibiting most of those punches on every spirit beast that got past Zhairong. Each of his punches took the flightless birds out in a single hit in most cases, but when one wasn't enough to take it out, a second one would come out lightning quick to finish it for good. The longer he kept his assault up, the faster his fists would become. If a single punch previously took a second to throw out, as he was now, he could throw out 3 punches every second. This would continually increase the longer he kept his body moving and his arms punching. The only downside to this was, it became more taxing on his body and chi as time went on. A martial art that gave strength at the cost of one's body. Quite common for higher ranked martial arts, as good things must come at some price. And Nikong was still just a small cub that has not been in this world for that long. His arms were shaking, his body was hurting all over, and he felt like crying because of the pain. They still had quite a few more birds to deal with even though he just wanted to lie down and rest. Nikong's eyes wandered over to the cultivating Wanqing, and the thought of her getting hurt because of him pained his heart. She may not always be very nice to him, but he still cares about her a lot. Enough to withstand this pain his body was going through and continue to fight so that she can stay safe. He gritted his teeth and gave out a cute fierce roar as he gave his all into finishing the rest of these beasts off. Give it your all, little one. Zhairong supported him. Her claws smashed into any bird body they could land on. The large birds seemed to excel only in speed and were quite weak when it came to other prospects. They couldn't handle strong attacks. They didn't attack with powerful strength. And they weren't that good in the mental department. Haha. Show 'em who's boss Kong. Quan cheered. He's already finished up with the ones in the front. His paralyzing poison was enough to take them down with a single tap of his tentacle. Their only fate was to experience excruciating pain from his poison and hope that they would suffer heart attacks from the pain to put them out of their misery. Quan's poison lied in stimulating all the pain receptors within a creature's body to immobilize them for consumption. This poison would stay within the prey's body for weeks if left untreated. There was no known cure for this poison where Quan came from. But in this world, there were several ways one could cure the poison. Nikong reared his fist back with the last of his strength. He struggled to bring it back all the way, but his final enemy was right in front of him. There was no way he could just give up now. His final punch was ready to fire. The little golden panda couldn't even feel his legs anymore from moving all over the place, but they still moved when he needed them to. Nikong leapt towards the final bird and punched it straight in its beak. The spirit beast that was close to snatching a red-colored fish in its mouth could only screech loudly as it was launched dozens of meters away. Nikong dropped to the sand below completely exhausted. Zhairong skittled over to him and rubbed her claw on his head. Not as weak as I thought. She complimented. Yeah, you were awesome, Kong. Quan agreed. Thanks, he struggled to say before going unconscious. Zhairong threw the little cub on top of her shell and walked over to the mass of blue butterflies that were encircling Wanqing. She propped him down next to it and got to work on eating the bodies that littered the desert sand red. As a pregnant crab, she wasn't eating just for one. She was eating for a couple hundred. Quan helped her a bit by eating some of the birds himself, but he was eating for one, so he didn't eat nearly as many as Zhairong did. It would still be helpful for his cultivation if he ate as many as he could stomach. Spirit beasts passively cultivate through the qi naturally flowing throughout the world. This is why wild beasts tend to seek out places with higher concentration of qi in the air so that they can cultivate even faster. But this wasn't the only way spirit beasts grew in cultivation. The main way was preying on other spirit beasts and devouring their cores. Every spirit beast grows a beast core when they reach the first stage of cultivation. As the source of their qi and blood essence, this naturally grown bead was a beast's most important organ. It was the only organ that could gather qi naturally. It is no surprise that this bead also holds immense value to cultivators either. These beast cores can provide a multitude of benefits if utilized correctly. This was why even the weakest of spirit beasts were valued throughout the cultivating world. A beast core from beast at the first stage would sell enough to allow a poor mortal family to rise into aristocracy in one leap. Spirit beasts are somewhat superior to cultivators in the way they cultivate. They cultivate as both as body and qi cultivators without needing to do anything special besides eating things filled with qi. Their bodies are just made in a way that they progress physically and spiritually at the same time during cultivation. Humans only naturally acquire qi when they cultivate, forcing them to rely on other methods of gaining ways to strengthen their physical bodies. Bing's nose suddenly started twitching before his eyes opened wide. Food's done. He yelled excitedly. CaptainBoyHole. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. A nice picnic in the desert and a surprise party. I guess you were right leaving it to the spirit beasts. They really did a good job protecting the food. Bing munched down on a cooked fish. Yep. They're really reliable. It might take additional resources to raise them properly along with giving them the love and care they need as living creatures, but it is rewarding. Lei Ji said as he bit into his own fish. I couldn't handle a spirit beast of my own. I already need so many resources as a cultivator that trying to share some of that with a pet would actually hurt my own cultivation speed. Bing responded back. That's a normal issue for those thinking about becoming beast masters. You aren't alone in thinking that kind of way, Bing. Taking care of a pet that will become your lifelong partner isn't an easy task. Lei Ji rubbed Zhairong's shell as he said this. Blurb. Quan asked for attention as well. Lei Ji rubbed his squishy large head too, causing him to make a strange sound that reminded Bing of a vibrating squid. How? He wouldn't be able to explain either. It's just one of those sounds that seems like it would make sense if described in this exact way. Could you explain that weird sound he just heard from a creature that's not even supposed to be able to breathe on land? What made you pick up Nikong, Ching? Bing asked curiously. His future potential. She answered bluntly. What do you mean? Lei Ji wanted to know more. His mother was a strong spirit beast that needed several talented cultivators to kill. His specific race as a golden panda seems to be inherently blessed with powerful vitality. It takes a lot to seriously wound them. She explained while looking at her specific golden panda. He was peacefully eating a fish with his paws and sitting next to Bing. A normal cultivator would raise him just to use his body as material to aid their cultivation. I'm surprised you would decide to raise him as a pet. I heard golden pandas are very valuable on the market. Lei Ji shared. I'm surprised as well. She muttered. Wanqing initially did plan to use the cub's body to further her own growth at first. He was very valuable to alchemists and they would pay money out of their savings to get a hold on any single one of his body parts. It would be enough to pay for a spirit ring and give her enough resources to safely cultivate for a while. So, when did she start to actually care for the little annoyance? Wanqing didn't know. It's easier to say that the bear grew on her like a parasite, but that would be a lie. Wanqing never had a pet to take care of before. When she was young, it was only her and her many sisters. She was the youngest out of all of them and was basically raised by them. She guessed that since it was her first time ever taking care of someone else, she grew attached. Even if they were a snotty, weak, and annoying little cub. Well, that's what made sense to her anyway. Roar. Kong suddenly realized something as he was almost finished eating his fish. He looked at everyone else eating but noticed something about his owner. He got up from the ground and ran over to Wanqing. He said something to her in bear language before handing her his half-eaten fish. She was the only person not eating. He didn't mind sharing his fish with her as there were a lot more fishes to eat. Disgusting, she muttered under her breath looking at the slobbery, ripped, and teared fish. Get that thing out of my face. Wan told him. Seeing her refuse his fish must mean that she wasn't hungry. He smiled and went back over to where he was sitting to delightfully finish his food. Do you want any food, Wanqing? You're free to take some not already eaten. Bing asked her. They are quite delicious. Much better than anything at the sect, I can tell you that for sure. He expressed happily. This aroused Wanqing's appetite and curiosity just a bit. The aroma coming from the delicacies were indeed tempting, along with watching everyone eating them with such relish made her wonder if it was really as good as they were making it out to be. But she refused to ask for any. She really wasn't that hungry in the first place. I'm fine. She coldly replied. Hat, you kids can never just be honest with yourselves sometimes. Lei Ji muttered to himself. Qing reminded him of Ying in a way. Sometimes she just couldn't be honest either because of her pride or whatever. Pride was such a useless thing in Lei Ji's opinion when you couldn't be who you wanted to be because of it. He walked over and placed down a bowl with several medium-sized fishes next to her. Take it as a gift. For saving us so many times during the Great Tower. Lei Ji said in a way that hopefully would get her to accept it. What part of her defensive reply was interrupted as Bing came over as well with some food. He placed down a large metal bowl with several large-sized fishes cooked to perfection inside it. The combined smell of the fishes went directly into Wanqing's nose, awakening her hunger in her stomach. A great growl escaped from her stomach, reddening her face and absolutely ruining the situation for her. I'd like to thank you as well. Without you, Lei and I definitely wouldn't have made it this far in the Great Tower. Bing thanked. TCH. I guess at this point, I don't really have a choice but to accept it. She dragged both bowls towards herself before an irritated look appeared on her face. Kong came over for a second time after seeing what Lei Ji and Bing did. This time he brought a bowl with all half-eaten fishes inside. He thanked her for taking care of him all this time in Panda dialect and placed the bowl down in front of her. How much do you people think I eat? She yelled, quite embarrassed but also a bit happy. Hoo boy! You all set up quite the surprise party for me. Hu Tao whistled in surprise. Around him were several cultivators from the many factions in the inner court. A good majority of them were above his current cultivation stage. They all glared at him with gazes that filled him with excitement. This was going to be a hell of a fight. You've stepped out of line, Hu Tao. Hop, the leader of the Heavenly Collectors, said. Gotten a bit too big for your own britches, haven't ye? Locke, the leader of the Mountain Crushers, chuckled. A filthy mutt like yourself should be proud that we took the time to plan something like this for you. Fan, the leader of the Righteous Demons, arrogantly told him. It is an honor that someone like you don't deserve. Zhong Ying, the leader of the Great Heavens, spoke. To think that a bunch of pussies got scared of my godly talent. I guess I killed too many of ye, haven't I? Hu Tao was drenched with magical treasures all over his body. His new strength, thanks to Jing plus his own talent and efforts, allowed him to thrive in the Great Tower. He was like an unrestrained beast in paradise as he did whatever he wanted during the floors and was rewarded for his efforts by the tower. This led to many fearing him, envying him, and mimicking him. Eventually it got to the point where his strength was rising too quickly and it frightened certain people. He was already naturally talented in martial arts and fighting itself. If his power was improved even further, there was no telling what he could possibly do if given enough time. This was why they all decided to deal with this threat now before he could threaten them in the future. Especially since he refused to join any of their factions for certain reasons. His offer to be the slave of whoever defeated him has passed. It could no longer be claimed, which meant he was useless to them alive. If he couldn't be reasoned with, he had to be put down. Kill him. Zone ordered. All of Locke's men charged towards Hu Tao. Their bodies were strong and mighty, only consisting of more muscle, and hair. Hop's men followed behind Locke's with their tamed spirit beasts, and Fan's demons disappeared their way through the crowd like trained assassins. Zone's followers encircled around Hu Tao and the other factions. They effectively cut off all means of escape and made sure that Hu Tao died the dog death he was meant to die. Ha ha ha. Come on. This daddy won't hold back with such a fantastic surprise. If you die, don't curse me in your next life. I need my record spotless when I go back in the reincarnation cycle. Hu Tao's unleashed his full power. His entire being became one with lightning and thunder. The chains wrapped around his figure transitioned into lightning, lightning crackled and jumped with electricity behind his eyes, and the large mane he called hair glowed with a bright red glow that spiked up like a hedgehog's quills. He laughed manically as red lightning danced all over his figure before soon, completely vanishing from his previous spot. And this certain death battle for Hu Tao began with the sound of dozens of men and women screaming from Hu Tao's initial attack. CaptainBoyHole. A nice little moment with Bing, Leiji, and Wan Qing. I definitely gotta show moments like these more with the gang actually bonding and getting to know each other. In the next arc after this, I hope to really connect these characters together with their many different personalities. But I don't really see that happening too deeply. Not until we reach like 2 or 3 arcs after this where we finally leave the sect and Jing's crew see the big cultivating world for themselves. Besides that, we got Hu Tao's karma finally catching up to him. Will this be the end of our villainous rouge? With all these powerful factions and characters, how could he possibly survive against them all? One man versus hundreds, with a majority of them being several stages higher than himself. After this chapter, we're with Jing again. Comment/review on the story, readers, and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Reaching the tower. Jing, Li, and Wenling arrived at the entrance of the Great Tower. Jing was quite impressed looking at the tower up close. She had to force herself to look up to really take in the greatness of the structure. It rose far into sky and penetrated past the clouds. Some say that the Great Tower pierces into the heavens themselves. Wenling shared, also taking in the beauty. With how old this thing is, I'm not surprised that it has such legends about. Jing replied. Do you know what lies at the top of the tower? Wenling asked with a cheeky grin. No. I knew absolutely nothing about the treasured plains before I came inside here. There wasn't any information written about it anywhere inside the section. Jing answered. Hu Tao was literally no help when she tried to find out information for the treasured plains. The mutt's brain was like a walnut when it came to anything not related to fighting. That was starting to change a small amount after his near-death experience with a 9th stage chi consolidator. Hu Tao started sending her messages about those he killed and a small amount of information regarding them or the people around them. Jing was surprised at the important details he managed to sniff out from these people before they died or when he targeted them. Hu Tao could use his brain when he wanted to. He had surprisingly sharp senses when it came to finding out critical information about people. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Hu Tao was currently the best at information gathering out of her entire group so far, results-wise. Maybe she could use the Wolfeng gang to fix that in the future. They'll be her group for gathering information, possibly selling it to certain powerful people, and other matters. If things stayed the way they were now, it would be quite hard for Jing to single-handedly take over control of the Wolfeng gang. Despite being filled with rapists, murderers, and all sorts of other terrible scum, the Wolfeng gang share an unexplainable bond with one another. Even if they can't see eye to eye with each other or share the same passions with another member, they have a core belief that they all share together. They have something that holds and keeps them together as a group. It isn't a lie to say that Jing is somewhat jealous of that bond that they all share. Something like that can't be forced or made intentionally. It's something that happens by chance and with great leadership. Jing hopes to one day have her followers share a similar link. But that day would be a long time from now. She still has several other basic steps as a leader that she's yet to accomplish with them. But once the plains are over, it is time for a new beginning in how she will lead her group. It's said that once you reach the top of the tower, you will be granted any wish you desire. She smiled. Any wish? Jing wanted clarification. Any wish in the world. She clarified. It's said that our own sect leader reached the top of the tower and gained a wish that allowed them to rise to the top in one fell swoop. The Golden Serpent sect wasn't always part of the 3 great sects we know today. A few hundred years ago, the Golden Serpent sect didn't even exist. Back then it was solely the 9 Swords sect and the Blossoming Water Palace. But then all of a sudden, our sect leader came out of nowhere and took on both the sect leaders of the 9 Swords sect and the Blossoming Water Palace in a duel. Our sect leader managed to match both of them in strength despite them teaming up on them. After that match, it is said our sect leader began to make the Golden Serpent sect. Wenling shared. How do you know all this? Jing asked bluntly. From what she knew, Wenling didn't seem like the historic type. Nor did Jing believe that she was educated at all. Her first name was literally the word little. She couldn't have come from an educated background and ended up as a bandit somehow. Just as she was thinking this, Jing quickly put a stop to those types of thoughts. It wouldn't do well for her to assume anything about Wenling just because of the small amount of time they spent together. She would just be falling into the same routine she had before with that monkey. Jing had to change something deep inside her that made her want to underestimate and believe she knew everything about a person just because she had information on them. If she didn't, it wouldn't be long before she dies from her own ignorance. Surprised? Wenling grinned. Back when I was a little girl, I regularly hung outside the school in my city and secretly listened into the teacher's teachings. My family couldn't pay lessons for me, so I decided to take matters into my own hands and get myself some free knowledge. She proudly stated while puffing out her sizable chest. Did you want to learn that much? Jing asked. She herself knew that knowledge was power, but did these people who valued strength and face so much also know? Well, all my friends back then were in the class. I hated feeling left out whenever they talked about what they learned in school when we were playing together. So, I didn't really care about learning until I got older really. I liked the feeling of knowing stuff that other people didn't. I liked learning about things I had no idea about. It felt like my world was enlarging every day. Wenling said with passion in her voice. I misjudged you entirely. I apologize. Jing told her before walking inside the Great Tower. Hey? Wait, what do you mean? How did you think of me before? You're still my apprentice, remember? You have to respect me. Wenling quickly followed behind Jing. The two of them came face to face with several hundreds of eyes watching them come inside. Jing's eyes were immediately drawn to two people in a certain group with one sweep of her eyes. Tang Wuying and Gong Jun being crowded by several girl cultivators, with Tang having an annoyed look on his face and Gong with a gentle smile on his. Their group started hollering and yelling once they arrived and quickly came scrambling towards them in excitement. Jing noticed one thing in particular about them all. They all had different colored lotuses on top of their heads. Commander! You're alive! Sweet heavens above, Jing is alive too. Last time we saw you had a gaping hole in your gut. How the fuck are you alive? I got lucky. She replied mildly. Yeah, no shit. Holy fuck, I can't believe you two bastards are still alive. Ears said, stepping up front. Sounds like you're eager to replace me, Vice Commander. Wenling grinned as she crossed her arms. I wouldn't dream of it. You don't know how glad I am to see you still alive. He shared honestly. I'm glad to be back. She responded back. But what's with the new look? Did you all fall in love with some fearsome garden girls? Why do you all have flowers on your heads? She wanted to know. The fucking Vice Commander fucking gave it to us. Piece of shit infected all of us with his stupid lotus. Bald asshole couldn't keep it to himself and had to spread his plant shit to us. Oi! Do you fucking bastards want to die? You think I tried to do this? I can't control this fucking thing. You keep talking shit and I'll fucking kick all your asses. You wanna test that, Vice Commander? Du Zihao asked with his lightning blade sparking on his back. It's us vs you. You still think you stand a chance against all of us? Scars spoke, feeling confident in their group's new strength. The lotus also boosted their strengths just like it did for the Vice Commander. They gained a lot ever since Jing teleported them into that treasure room. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Wenling's squad was the most decked out group out of all the groups here. They had enough magical treasures and gold accessories on them that they could be mistaken for rich young masters. That was also why everyone's eyes were greedily eyeing them. Ears and Wenling knew that they would be the biggest target around for quite some time with this much loot on them. And since they didn't have storage rings, it was impossible to hide most of it. Cocky little bastards, hey? Alright. Commander Qiaodan hasn't been satisfied with some of you lazy bums anyway. I'll beat you bastards into shape until you're all black and blue. He cracked his knuckles. You can have your roughhousing session when we get to the first floor. For now, hold it in. Wenling told them. We have a couple guests coming towards us. Their rivals walked towards them with their own small groups equal in size to Wenling's. The Huan clan and the Fearsome Garden. CaptainBoyHole. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. The Wolfeng Gang's arrival. I hope you didn't come over here just to spout nonsense. Wenling told the two. Shut your mouth, whore. Song, one of the three roses of the Fearsome Garden, retorted. You all had quite the lucky break. Chan, one of Lang Huan's closest men, said while greedily staring at their loot. What about it? Wenling responded, ignoring Song. Nothing, I was just stating an observation. Wenling could already see him dreaming about wearing their loot. Don't get too big of a head, cow. You dirty bandits won't live long enough to enjoy your magical treasures anyway. Song spat. Does someone hear a crying child somewhere? Wenling dug in her ears while avoiding direct eye contact with Song. Some of the bandits laughed. Just wait till we get on the first floor. I'll shatter you to pieces. Song angrily huffed away while her squad followed behind her in silence. I suppose I should be going as well. Be careful, bandits. He flashed a fake smile and left with his clan following behind him. Wenling turned around to face them. I don't think I need to tell you all that everyone is going to come after us. She told them. That's right. Any son of bitch trying to take my loot is getting a fucking sword through his gut. I'll kill anyone that tries to touch my shit. That's what I like to hear. Look out only for ourselves and kill anyone wanting to steal our well-earned treasures. Wenling shouted. Jing didn't get caught up in the Wolfeng gang's morale booster. Instead she was taking note of all the participants that's going on the first floor with them. Checking out who was the most dangerous, who would bring the most benefit to her, and who could be an obstacle to them. It didn't need to be said that Jing would ensure the safety of the Wolfeng gang members' magical treasures. One of her missions from the system was to strengthen the gang until they matched the Huan clan in power. This would be difficult as the highest staged cultivator in the Wolfeng gang was at the 9th stage and the highest staged cultivator in the Huan clan was at the 4th stage of the Qi consolidation realm. But it wasn't impossible. Thankfully, there wasn't a time limit to the mission saying that she had to make them strong enough to match the Huan clan before the plains ended. If it did, then she'd have to resort to drastic measures with SCP-914. Jing didn't want to rely on SCP-914 in that way. Increasing someone's power directly wouldn't be helpful in the long run. This was one of the reasons why she gifted her followers martial art techniques and weapons mainly. Her followers would need to learn about their gifts and train with them. Even Jing herself practices her martial arts daily, knowing that she couldn't rely on the SCPs to do everything for her. She didn't want that type of strength anyway, relying on someone or something else to do things for her. No, she'd rather get involved and take control of the situation for herself. Oh yeah, I do have some unused tickets, don't I? Jing suddenly remembered. She finished 2 missions before meeting that monkey. Killing 100 beings with SCP-109 and letting 100 cultivators witness SCP-109 infinite generation of water. It looks like the system counted the peering eyes of the elders for the second mission. Jing guessed that it wasn't without some benefits of having the elders watch her. The first mission rewarded her with 5 rare tickets, 1 high-rank spirit stone, and a purifying chi pill. The second one gave Jing 5 more rare tickets and a body-strengthening pill. They were all stored in her inventory since they came from the system and not herself. Jing wasn't able to store anything in her inventory that wasn't gained from the system first. It wasn't explained why she wasn't able to place things in her inventory, but Jing wasn't too bothered by it. Her refined storage ring could carry anything she wanted it to. As Jing was about to place her tickets into the system's gacha wheel, the door to the first floor opened up. Hello? Earth to Jing. Wenling waved her hand in her face, slightly irritating Li. Jing's attention was redirected to Wenling's violet eyes. Let's move. Jing moved ahead and walked towards the white door. She decided to use the tickets later. She would have to focus on keeping these bandits alive for a while. It wouldn't be easy to split her focus on the system and all the other cultivators around them. Jing led the gang forward as Wenling walked to the side of her with ears behind them. They were among the first ones to enter inside. Jing sensed something in the sky above them, and it seems everyone else did as well since they looked up in the sky with her. The clouds were shaped into words telling them how to clear this floor. Jing read the simple objective within seconds and began to think about what her strategy should be for clearing this task. As she was thinking, she threw 4 talismans around Wenling's squad and activated a movement formation that immediately teleported them on top of the front wall. Whoa! The sudden movement spell surprised them all. Holy shit! I think I'm falling. Someone grab me. Scars was tipping over the edge of the wall. Save yourself, idiot! Ha ha ha! A few bandits laughed at his pathetic expression while others calmed their stomachs from the sudden spatial change. Scars fell over the edge and in his panic channeled all the chi within his body. The small green-colored lotus on his head rapidly grew and mutated into some sort of monster plant and latched onto the edge of the wall with its plant jaws. Scars frantically reached for the edge and hoisted himself back up only to meet the surprised looks of his fellow bandits. How the fuck did you just do that? Thanks for the help, assholes. Really appreciate it. Don't count on me helping you guys for anything. Scars angrily replied. We were obviously gonna save you pissy little girl. Shove it up your ass. His transformed lotus snarled at them. Oi, you stupid fucker. How did you make your lotus change into that thing? What are you shitty pricks talking about? Scars took out his sword and used the sword's shiny exterior to see what was on his head. Whoa. What the fucking fuck? He jumped in fright. Yeah. That's what we're saying. TCH, what a lucky bastard, ears cursed. Vice Commander, do you know what's going on? Du Zihao, the lightning blade bandit, asked. Yeah, I do. And I wished I could have kept this secret to myself for a bit longer. But thanks to this stupidly lucky bastard, I guess I'll tell you bastards what I found out. Ears spoke up. Jing and Wenling were also interested. Jing had no idea how or why the lotus changed. She only thought it was capable of taking over bodies and strengthening them. It looks like there was more it could do that it didn't do with the rabbit they killed before. Everyone watched as ears flared his chi outward. From his body, numerous leaves flew out and began to swirl around him. Ears seemed to be able to control them with just his chi alone. They flew around in the way that he wanted, ignoring the wind blowing around them. These leaves were made out of his chi and controlled by his chi. Ears swiped his hands through the twirling leaves and fashioned 2 daggers out of them, showing that his control over them wasn't limited to just what he showed earlier. The lotus doesn't only make you physically stronger. With enough time and practice, eventually it will gift you a specific cultivation technique. It isn't something that you'll be able to read though. The plant feeds it to you like a mama bird would to its chicks but through your brain instead of your mouth. The cultivation technique my lotus gave me, allowed me to do what I just showed you all. Ears told them only the basics. How the hell do we practice? Someone asked. Cultivate, shit for brains. The lotus makes you more sensitive to nature chi. The more you understand about nature chi, the closer you'll be to getting the cultivation technique. My understanding came from watching the leaves during our way to the Great Tower. I guess that lucky bastard got his from some man-eating plant. I almost got ate by an emerald pitcher plant. Scars informed. That'll do it. Ears understood instantly. Emerald pitcher plant? Jing asked. It's a big green plant thing that wants to eat beasts and tastes disgusting. Li Li explained through their soul link. Li Li has seen them eating beasts of various sizes when looking for breakfast. He was too smart to be tricked by their delicious smelling inner juices though. He only knew they tasted nasty because he tried to find out if they tasted as good as they smelled, not because he was tricked and almost got eaten by one or two. Definitely not. He also found out that no emerald pitcher plants had the same aroma. A shitty plant that smells so delicious that you'll want to crawl inside it and get digested by it on purpose. Zion explained. It's rumored that emerald pitcher plants use a special type of chi that muddles the brain and makes it easier for their prey to get eaten by them. Wenling shared happily. Interesting. I'll need to learn more about the plants and animals. Jing said, thinking of the pitcher plants with a sharp glint in her eyes. Alright boys. Get to building some defenses for this wall. We won't survive with just our strength alone. Wenling ordered. I'll handle it. You all just make sure you don't die in the meantime. Jing hopped off the front wall all the way down. She landed perfectly on her feet this time with little internal injuries and began setting up various formations to protect their wall. This should be a cakewalk. Jing thought. CaptainBoyHole. It looks like the Wolfeng gang has a big target on their back already. How will Jing handle the first floor of the Great Tower in comparison to Hu Tao from the earlier chapters? Will it really be a cakewalk? Or will there be unexpected troubles for our protagonist? Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Setting up formations. Now that Jing has no reason to hold herself back, there are quite a few things she can try out now. The mastery of array making is one of those things. Jing is genuinely interested in the art of spells. There were some spells that Jing couldn't practice except in the privacy of her own home or far away from anyone's eyes. Those spells usually lied within the harming category. The harming spells were spells meant for only one thing, harming. Jing's fake personality did not fit with this type in the slightest. That was why she didn't use a talisman or array from the harming spell section even once under that personality. Not even when she was training with Elder Lang. Jing actively refused to learn about harming spells even though Lang believed it would be safer for her to at least gain some knowledge about it rather than completely refusing to learn anything about it. It was actually smart of him to suggest that. Inwardly, Jing completely agreed with him. If you are going to master a particular field, then you should at least know about most things of that field. Choosing to be willfully ignorant about something that can only help you is stupidity in its finest in Jing's opinion. More knowledge is better. Having less knowledge is dangerous and a risk. That was why Jing's tasks for her followers mostly focused on gaining information about someone or something. She rarely gave them tasks similar to the ones she gave them before the start of the Treasured Plains. Before the Plains, Hu Tao was the only one who ever Jing gave out assassination tasks to. Killing, fighting, and causing general mayhem was his forte. It would be a waste using him for matters that required thinking, intellect, or other qualities that Hu Tao had no talent in. Spotting the strengths and weaknesses of her followers is something that Jing has to master if she wants to become a great leader. So far, she's only mostly understood Hu Tao and that isn't much of an achievement considering who he is as a person. Through these tasks, she hopes to find out more about her followers' strengths, weaknesses, and quirks. It'll be easier to choose what tasks are suited for who if she does this. It will also help her understand their limits if they can or cannot deal with the task given. Mom. Li Li spoke out, suddenly taking her attention back to the first floor of the Great Tower. Li grabbed an arrow by the shaft with his talons and glared at the one who dared to shoot it at his mom. Ah, thank you Li. My mind was elsewhere for the moment. Jing said, turning her head to the one who tried to kill her. Jing threw a talisman towards the cultivator that shot that arrow at her. The cultivator didn't even have the chance to dodge as it seemed like Jing threw the slip as quick as lightning. The small slip of paper struck his chest and it must be said that he was all the way on the left side of the wall staring down on her. The size of the wall shouldn't be underestimated. If a cultivator were to fall from that height, they would still die even if they used chi to protect themselves. Jing only survived because her chi was massive compared to most. It takes more force to break and wear down her chi barrier, but it also rapidly consumes her chi at the same time. The cultivator who tried to kill her from the left side of the wall disappeared and reappeared in front of her completely confused. Once he noticed who he was in front of, he tried striking her with his wooden bow. Only to have it get ripped apart by Li's foot. Li wanted to rip him into pieces, but he had a feeling that his mother wanted to handle it herself. And his feeling was right. Jing did plan to deal with this brave young man herself. To have the courage to aim at her personally and almost succeed in hitting her when her attention was taken. His skill with the bow wasn't bad and his judgment in choosing her to shoot wasn't wrong either. It was just that he picked the wrong opponent to try handle at his level. The archer was a 9th stage just like her. Don't die too quickly. It'll be more enjoyable for me if you try your hardest to survive. Jing pulled out a weapon that she hasn't used in quite some time and wrapped it around the throat of the bowman. He gripped at his neck with both of his hands trying to pull the whip off. It was tightly wrapped around his windpipe and he could barely breathe. The archer had no way of resisting as Jing pulled him through the air straight towards her. The bow-wielding cultivator tried using his chi to relieve the stress on his throat, but relief came in another way than the one he was expecting. Jing kicked him across the face as he came towards her and launched him inside one of the formations she set up for the beast tide. The force of her kick broke his nose on impact, but he found comfort when he realized at least he could breathe now, somewhat. He violently coughed as he found himself in some sort of pink formation. It was a box-shaped formation. There was nowhere for him to escape as all his exits were blocked by incredibly tough chi barriers. She was definitely in a different league from him even though they were at the same stage. That black girl must be in between the first stage of the chi consolidation realm and the 9th stage of the chi gathering realm to overpower him this badly. What an unlucky circumstance. Choosing this unknown talented disciple to try and kill for points. You should pay attention behind you. Jing softly smiled. His chi sensed an identical feeling chi behind him and his sense for danger immediately spiked. The archer cultivator rolled over to the side and looked at what was just fired at him with shock. It was a barbed arrow just like his own. Who the hell would use the same type of specialized arrows as himself? He looked at the figure who fired the familiar arrow and gasped in shock. Let's see if you can overcome yourself and break past your limits. Jing chuckled as his copy used a special bow technique and rapidly fired arrows to kill the real one. This was normally a simple Earth-ranked illusion formation, but the one Jing was using was quasi-sky-ranked. It's called the mirror formation. Most used the basic version as defense against thieves, burglars, and other sorts trying to steal important belongings from them. They hired a licensed spell master to set up the formation, and if any thieves entered inside the array, they would be forced to fight in a life or death battle with an exact copy of themselves. 9 times out of 10, the thief would be found dead, killed by their doppelganger. A small percentage of cultivators used this as a way of training themselves to break through to the next stage. Not many cultivators did this as the risk of death was far too high. It would be like paying to have someone equal in strength to you, fight you in a life or death battle, instead of something resembling training. The thing with this formation was, once you were trapped inside, you could not leave until you or your duplicate was dead. Even Jing was a little bit frightened to test this thing out for herself. She didn't know everything she was capable of yet and didn't want to find out by being completely dominated by a shadow that couldn't even think. Eventually she'll give a try, but for now, it was too early. The shadow completely mirrored the one who fell inside the array. All the martial arts they learned, special techniques, weapons, magical treasures, and there was even a higher version of it that replicated bloodlines as well. Jing was using that specific version just to be careful. Her knowledge on bloodlines are insufficient, to be honest. There could be dozens of cultivators with special bloodlines that could easily deal with her as far as she knows. None of her followers even have a special bloodline. But now that that issue was dealt with, Jing got back to setting up even more formations for the incoming beast swarm. This time with a bit more focus on her surroundings rather than her thoughts. Setting up multiple arrays like this was quite a bit of work. Jing was glad that nearly anything could be used as a base to create formations and not a specific resource like spirit stones or something on that level. A simple rock, a piece of paper, anything that's solid was a viable choice for the formation's base. Most, if not all, spellmasters used sturdy materials as their base so that it would be harder to destroy. The bad part about these sturdy materials was that they usually cost an arm and a leg to purchase or gain. Jing had an advantage with her materials. All she had to do was refine them with SCP-914 and normally they were better than any other base available on the market. There were some cases where they were still able to be destroyed with sufficient force even when she refined them intentionally to be unbreakable or undestroyable. Before, she thought it was just a mistake that she made herself. But now, she realizes that it's because the very fine dial on SCP-914 isn't almighty and can't do everything. Which also means that Bing, Ying, Hu Tao, Lei Ji, and Wan Qing's weapons weren't indestructible like she planned them to be. I guess that means my whip isn't either. Hui. Jing muttered as she consciously dodged a thrown rusty sword aimed at her eye. Li Li waved his right wing and multiple high-speed feathers were sent straight towards the cultivator that tried to hurt his mother. The feathers hit their target and stabbed deeply into the cultivator's face, causing him to panic and scream from the pain before stumbling off the top of the wall and falling to his death. Thanks, son. Jing peacefully smiled. Humph. He got off lucky. Li Li scoffed. CaptainBoyHole. No more holding back or hiding, guys. Just like you wanted. The next thing you guys said you wanted was more interaction with the system and SCPs. I'm basically finished with the Treasured Plains arc in my backup chapters, so I can tell you to expect the system stuff and SCPs for after this arc. I want you guys to know I'm always reading the comments for suggestions, criticism, opinions. So feel free to drop them when you want. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Using rare tickets. Haven't you guys noticed anything different about Jing? Wenling brought up. I haven't noticed anything. Ears replied. Did she change her hair? It's probably that whip she pulled out. She didn't have that whip before. What whip? You can actually see her from up here. You can't. Dulin asked. I guess we found our next scout for when the vice commander kicks it. The bandits laughed. You little bastards really like pushing me, hey. Ears stood up and cracked his fists. With a twitch of his leafy lotus, Ears swayed his head to side and avoided a speedy projectile from behind him. The bandits stood up with their weapons at the ready after seeing someone attempting to take their vice commander's life. Ears turned around feeling even more pissed than before. Which one of you sorry bastards had the balls to try and attack me? He asked with a dark look on his face. Wu Feng Gang. It looks like you are having trouble carrying all that expensive weight on yourselves. Let us lighten your loads for you. A well-dressed handsome white-haired young man spoke. Behind him were several other cultivators wielding sharp and dangerous weapons. There wasn't a single one of them that didn't have their eyes filled with greed. The Wu Feng Gang were surprised by these shameless assholes. They didn't even care about protecting their sides of the wall and came straight towards them. Quit pussyfooting around it like a couple of bitches. You're here to steal our shit, right? Ears bluntly spoke. As junior brothers and sisters, how could we dare think of stealing something from our fellow disciples? No, no, no. All we want is to help you. Yet, you guys look pretty burdened by all those magical treasures on you. It would be a shame if you lost your lives in the upcoming beast wave and all those shiny accessories and weapons were lost in it. It would be better if you let us hold on to at least 75% of all your stuff. Just as a safety precaution. The Wu Feng Gang all looked at each other before bursting out laughing at the ridiculousness of it all. I've never heard so much bullshit spill out of someone's mouth. Ears stated. If I wasn't so handsome, I'd be sure you all wanted to fondle my balls and kiss me on my cheek talking like that. Zion laughed. If you're going to try and rob us, at least don't try and lie so fucking obviously. Du Zihao chuckled. Pompous little pricks that can't help talking with that flowery tone. Your ancestry has had their head in their ass so far, it passed on down to you shitheads. Wu Feng Gang's insults sent the opposing group into a fury. As if they've been thoroughly humiliated and are the victims of an unexpected aggravated assault. And here we were trying to be nice to you savages. The white-haired youth spat hatefully. Are you done speaking to my men any way you want? Wenling stood up and flared her chi in their direction. The would-be robbers got chills when feeling that 9th stage chi gatherer's aura. They were starting to have doubts about attacking them so bravely without a 9th stage of their own. Maybe they should have attacked during the beast swarm like they discussed before. A few magical treasures would be lost, but there would at least be some left for those that survived till the end. Everyone was thinking that they would be the lucky cultivator to get most of the treasures. Are you trying to scare someone with that pathetic amount of chi? An 8th stage cultivator laughed. Wenling and Ears were interested in what he meant. It sounded like they had someone able to take her on. Jen, show her what you're made of. The 8th stage chi gatherer proudly spoke. The white-haired cultivator from before stepped up. He balled his fists once everyone's attention was on him. His body began to suddenly bulk up along with an increase in potency with his chi. He looked at the Wu Feng Gang like how a lion would look at a bunny. He was the predator and they were his prey. Your power isn't bad, Wenling complimented. But if fights were determined only by the size of one's chi, there wouldn't be a point to fighting at all. She said right after showing off her own supply of chi. Well said for a used whore. Now let's see how long your little bandit group can hold out. He rushed towards the Wolfeng gang as if he was a furious buffalo. Both commanders of the fearsome garden and Huang clan watched the battle between the Wolfeng gang and the unknown group of cultivators. They didn't have anything to do with the group but appreciated them nonetheless. It would be helpful for when they planned to launch their attack on the Wolfeng gang. The two groups could analyze their strength and make a plan for anything that seems especially dangerous. Jing didn't believe any of those cultivators attacking the Wolfeng gang could kill any of their members thanks to the lotuses, but just to be safe she sent Li Li on up while she finished forming these arrays in front of their wall. She told him to make sure none of them die. Li Li took this request in his own special way. Instead of actively stopping harm from coming their way, he only made sure to intervene when certain death was imminent. So, if someone happened to get a deep slash in their gut or chest, Li Li wouldn't do anything. However, if a sword was about to pierce through their heart or brain, that was when he would step in. Li Li didn't care too much about these people and only acted for them when his mother requested. Okay, 10 rare tickets. Let's see what you'll bring me. Jing muttered to herself. She placed her tickets in the gacha wheel one by one instead of using all 10 at once. She was sure it didn't make a difference but she preferred it this way. Host has received Jade Sword. Not a good first spin. It was utterly useless as a reward. It wasn't even a spirit weapon or spirit tool. Just a sword made out of jade ore. She could snap this thing apart just by hitting it against a rock softly. Jing doubted it was even made for combat. Most likely a decorative sword for appearance or status. Well, on to the next one. Jing's spirits weren't dampened by pulling this garbage. She still had 9 tickets left. Host has received Spirit Grass. This wasn't too good either, but at least it was better than the Jade Sword. Spirit Grass was useful for feeding spirit beasts that lived on high-quality grass. They were easily growable if planted in good soil with decent spiritual chi in the surroundings. Jing had neither of these things though, so it was just as useless as the first reward but just a little less useless. Host has received low-quality Spirit Stone. Jing didn't even bother complaining about this type of trash. She just put in another ticket and saw the giant wheel spinning inside her mind. Host has received low-quality Spirit Stone. Are you messing with me? Jing's eyes twitched. Her luck could not be this bad. Host has received low-quality Spirit Stone. Jing lashed out with her whip and carved a giant gash into the grass in front of her. She couldn't believe this crap. Out of all the things the system could summon, it gave her these 3 things in a row. The system is playing a prank on her. It has to be. Host has received mysterious marshmallows. At least it wasn't another spirit stone. It turns out that these marshmallows were a part of the anomalous items grouping. This meant that the item wasn't important enough to gain an SCP listing like SCP-914, SCP-222, or SCP-353. But it still had strange abilities just like them. Most of the time it was really unimpressive, but there were certain times when this wasn't the case. These mysterious marshmallows ignited the head of any individual that consumes them with a blue flame that reaches up to 100 degrees Celsius. Now these were the best so far. She could find a few uses for these sugary sweets in the future, as the person that eats one of these will be immune to the blue fire coating their head. Host has received Perfect Recovery Pill. Worthless. Jing could create recovery pills that were capable of healing someone submerged in lava. A perfect recovery pill would be able to treat almost any life-threatening injury. Missing limb, ruptured organs, severe blood loss, it could recover it all back to a perfect state. This type of recovery pill was priceless and would empty out a large cultivation family's treasury if they wanted to pay just for one pellet. It wasn't until recently that Jing learned of this fact. She had hundreds of pills that were better than perfect-grade recovery pills just piled up in one of her storage rings. Sitting on such a large capital stumped her on what she should do with the money. Suddenly being gifted with a massive amount of money would befuddle anyone. She'll have to think hard on how she would even be able to convert this into real funds, precautions to protect her identity, and like she said before, what to do with the money. Jing actually laughed a little once she realized that she was fretting over having too much money. She chose to think about this at a later time. Host has received low-quality Spirit Stone. Jing had no words to express how quickly her good mood vanished when she saw the wheel's pointer land on that damn prize again. Now that she noticed it, that stupid prize was spread all over the gacha wheel. There wasn't anywhere on the wheel that she couldn't spot a low-quality Spirit Stone prize lurking nearby. What kind of crap was this? Jing normally wasn't one to lose control over her emotions, but there were so many things in this world that she could pull from her system. Why did these worthless Spirit Stones have to be the favored prize for the system? Are rare tickets really worth only this much? Host has received Jelly Skull. Jing actually didn't know how to react to this reward. A Jelly Skull? What use would this hold to anyone? Perhaps a child would find some fun out of this thing, but she couldn't find any real use for it. Just a tasty treat in the form of a skull. Still useless. Host has received SCP-106. Jing's eyes flashed with surprise. Now this is something. CaptainBoyHole. For someone who says she doesn't normally lose control over her emotions, she certainly does lose it over trivial things. I wonder if Jing was someone much older before she came to this world or was the same age as she is now. Just a thought. Anyway. We got SCP-106. Big popular SCP here. Look forward to seeing what Jing will do with it. Hint. You'll find out in like maybe 2 or 3 weeks lol. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Gorillas vs the Wolfang Gang. Kill that flaming hairy ape. Ayers shouted as he took on one of the 3 gorillas on his own. We're trying. The Wolfang Gang took on the second gorilla while the rest supported them. Commander. Do you need any help? Ayers yelled. Focus on your own battle, Vice Commander. Don't get distracted. These apes can't be underestimated. Ayers had multiple leaves revolving around his figure. 2 of his daggers were made out of nothing but leaves infused with his chi, enhancing its sharpness a small amount. He couldn't coat the blades for long, he mainly enhanced it for defending or attacking critical spots. If he strengthened it with his chi during the entire battle, his chi would be drained faster than ever. And if his chi runs out, it was death without a doubt. Alright, you monkey bastard. I haven't really had the chance to go all out ever since I got this shitty lotus on my head. You won't mind if I don't hold back, do you? He asked before immediately dashing towards the spirit beast. The gorilla wasn't some mindless animal. It has long since realized that it couldn't match the shiny-headed human in speed. Once it saw that the human was coming towards it, it smashed its large fists against the ground to disrupt his movement. The ground creaked and groaned as it split apart into multiple pieces. Ayers was forced to jump into the air unless he wanted to be consumed by the earth itself and buried beneath the rocks. He braced himself as he saw the bastard coming towards him. It looks like it could think a bit more than your average gorilla if it could set him up like this so perfectly. The gorilla reached out with its large hand to grab him. The leaf-headed young man stabbed one of his daggers into the monkey's palm and tried to stab the other into its throat, but the ape countered in the craziest way. Ayers watched as the ape bit down on his leafy dagger and chewed it whole. His arm was grabbed and subsequently crushed by the gorilla's powerful strength. He tried gritting his teeth so hard it felt like that were cracking to stop himself from letting out a pain-filled scream. I'm going to be made fun of for months for that one, Ayers thought, somewhat ashamed. His shame was quickly replaced with anger as he formed another dagger out of leaves into his only good hand. The ape dropped his broken arm and tried to punch him, but he wasn't as quick as Ayers was. Ayers rapidly stabbed his dagger into the primate's arm, forcing it to release him. He wanted to get some distance, but there wouldn't be a better chance than now to get in a good hit. The injured Baldy coated his leaf daggers with his chi without holding anything back. Ayers moved forward with his entire 9th stage chi gathering energy flowing through his body and weapon. It was being drained at a rapid rate, but if he didn't take this monkey out now, there was no one else who could. Those other bastards already have their hands full. How could he call himself their vice commander if he couldn't even take care of a dumb animal? You gave me a lot of trouble, you ape bastard. Ayers stood in front of the hairy beast. Don't curse me after you're dead. Ayers' swirling leaves turned into sharp knives that sliced anything they came in contact with, even themselves. The sliced leaves only created more deadly projectiles to control. Wenling's right-hand man controlled the leaves and sent them stabbing right into the body of the gorilla. An uncountable amount of leaves pierced into the skin of the spirit beast. It gave a great roar of pain and raised its arms to crush down on Ayers' small figure. About damn time, Ayers silently struck forward with his single leaf dagger. He cursed as his arm violently thumped with pain while the gorilla fell backwards with a clean hole right through the middle of its wide neck. I hope Jing has some more of those healing spells on hand. I'm fucked up badly, Ayers murmured as he was completely out of chi. Put me the fuck out. Scars cried while patting the fire out on his clothes. Put yourself out, retard. We're kind of busy here. Zion laughed even though he wasn't in the position to laugh. He was fiercely holding hands with the flaming hairy ape. With his strong physique, he was the only one capable of standing up to the spirit beast directly. But his strong body had its limits, he could feel the flesh on his hand burning. If this continued, his hands would definitely melt to the bone. Zihao! Cut this furry bastard up already! Zion yelled, gritting his teeth. I'm trying, you ugly bastard! Zihao lunged towards the ape's wide back to plunge his lightning sword through. Only to see the monkey turning its head towards him after hearing the crackling of his blade and unleashing a powerful wave of fire from the fur on its back straight towards Zihao. Son of a bitch! He cried out as his body was engulfed in flames. You owe me big for this asshole! Scars told him as his monster plant enlarged itself and grabbed Zihao with its mouth. It swallowed him whole and smothered the fire out with its digestive juices before spitting him back out on the ground. Son of a fucking bitch, that was gross as hell. I think I would have preferred dying instead of experiencing that. Zhao lied as he was covered in sticky green smelly plant saliva. Now's not the time, guys. We gotta help Zion. Dulin interrupted the two and dashed towards the flaming monkey with his mortal rank spear. He stabbed his weapon through the side of the ape's abdominal, giving Zion freedom to blow on his badly burnt hands and the other bandits to attack while the beast was roaring in pain. Thanks, Dulin. I would have lost my hands for good if you didn't help me out there. Zion continued to blow on his burning hands. No problem, big guy. You wouldn't have an extra spirit weapon on you, would you? He asked as his spear was still lodged in the gorilla's side. Here, take this. He gestured towards his ass cheeks. He wasn't sure what he wanted. It's in my pocket. Reach in there and grab that silver needle-looking thing. He told him. Dulin did as he said and pulled out a small silvery staff. He infused his chi into the tiny object and nearly poked his eye out after it grew nearly 10 times bigger. A spear without a point on the end. He questioned. I found it in the treasure room and thought it would be a good present to give to Yang Mei. But if we don't kill this thing, I won't be able to make it back to her. Use it as you like, bastard. Happy birthday. Thanks. I'll be sure to pay you back. Dulin ran off to help the other guys. He arrived just in time to save Scars from being crushed to death by the fiery ape. The staff-wielding bandit shoved his staff into Scar's side, knocking him away as he took his place. His staff didn't crumble under the beast's strong arms, but he sure did. Dulin's feet sank deep into the ground from its power, along with breaking most of the bones in his arms. Haha, holy shit, man, just how strong are you? Zhao and 4 others stabbed their blades into the gorilla's undefended back before quickly jumping away with their weapons inside its flesh. Another ally of theirs dragged Dulin away before he was roasted alive by the beast's fiery explosive wave. The Wolfang gang surrounded the seriously wounded beast on its last legs. They could clearly see from its dripping blood and shaking body that it was on death door. But they also understood that a beast is most dangerous when it's cornered. They calmly and patiently waited instead of attacking. It's a dumb animal. Let it make the first move and then kill it dead. I never ate a gorilla before. He doesn't look that tasty. Maybe his meat will be spicy. The flaming hairy ape spat blood from its mouth and fainted out of angry after hearing the unbelievable comments of the Wolfang gang. It couldn't believe its killers would desecrate its body by eating it after its death. What foe would eat their opponent after a hard-fought battle? It's simply insane. Guess we're eating good tonight, boys. This was a big fella. Gotta eat what you can. My mama raised me to not waste a single drop of food. Wenling glared at Song and Chuan. This was definitely thought of by the two of them. Sending all 3 gorillas towards their side of the wall as a way of weakening them or to kill them. The gorillas wouldn't be interested in their loot at all. The biggest risk was some of their magical treasures being broken in the fight with the apes, but that was negligible when thinking of the many others' treasures that would be left on their corpses. The dirty scumbags innocently smiled as a response to her glare. Wenling dodged the heavy fist of the gorilla as it believed she was distracted. She immediately countered by slicing its stomach with her glaive. Unfortunately, the cut wasn't deep enough to finish it, but that didn't stop her from continuing her attack. She swung her glaive with deadly precision and speed. The gorilla was forced to block and cover its vital areas. The gorilla realized this human wasn't so weak. If he wasn't careful, he could easily lose his life in just a single moment. Even when he faced off against both his younger brothers, he didn't feel this pressured. It was the first time in its life that it has ever been pushed onto the defensive. This unfamiliar feeling made its chest feel stuffy. The gorilla wanted nothing more than to get rid of that feeling, and the only way it could see that happening was to somehow stop this human female. He gathered all his chi into his arms before smashing the ground underneath him. The human managed to cut across his eye before backflipping away and out of the range of the cracking earth. Why do I feel stronger than before? Wenling questioned. It wasn't as if she had a breakthrough in her cultivation or martial art techniques lately. There was no reason why she should feel this good. Wenling thought about what has happened to her lately and could only think of one reason why she feels more powerful. It was the many life-threatening battles she survived while looking for Jing. I don't regret looking for you in the slightest, Jing. Wenling's chi shrunk in quantity. Proud commander of the Wolfang gang, Wenling sharpened her internal energy and concentrated it into one point. The tip of her glaive. She grinned a confident grin as the gorilla beat on its chest and hollered from fear. She knew it could sense how dangerous this technique was. If it got hit by this polearm of hers, it was dead without a shred of hope for survival. You were a good opponent for me to find out my current limits with. I can see myself breaking into the chi consolidation stage without a problem now. And Wenling vanished. By the time she reappeared, her glaive was sticking through the chest of the large spirit beast and out of its back. Its heart was hooked onto the tip of her halberd. Most of her weapon was inside the ape's body. She looked into the eyes of the chi-constructed animal and marveled at how realistic it was. The Great Tower was such a fantastical and mysterious spirit tool that she doubted that anything could come close to rivaling it. Wenling closed the eyes of the fallen gorilla as respect for being a wonderful creation and helping her get used to her new power. Maybe I've come a bit closer to reaching Jianyu's strength. CaptainBoyHole. Just the Wolfeng gang trying to survive this chapter. Next chapter will be with Jing again till they beat this floor. After that I think we'll POV switch to one of Jing's other followers. I'll let you guys know Friday maybe. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Li Li's in trouble. Watching over the battlefield with Li Li didn't take too much work for Jing. They may have been conspired against by Fearsome Garden and the Huan clan along with some other unaffiliated cultivators, but it wasn't as if all hope was lost. Her arrays were dealing with the hundreds of spirit beasts just as she planned. But things were going somewhat too smoothly if she didn't include the 3 gorillas being pushed onto their side of the wall. There had to be another card waiting to be played. She kept her eyes on the left side of the wall while Li Li watched the right side of the wall, keeping her senses on the ready to react to any new situations. She was sure that Song and Chuan were wondering why she was the only one not helping against the 3 gorillas. Jing thought it would be nice if they continued to ponder about it until the end of the floor, but that would have been too convenient, wouldn't it? Jing saw as both sides sent several cultivators to the front wall to try and destroy with her formations. They weren't any average bunch as they skillfully avoided getting trampled and swallowed by the beast wave. Jing was amused by the sight. She got in a more comfortable position by crossing her leg over her knee and observed them. She doubted they would be able to shatter her arrays, but she was interested in what they had planned. They couldn't have come unprepared. She spent hours setting up those formations. The 2 groups had more than enough time to think of a plan to deal with them. As far as she knew, there was only one way of shattering her formations. Willingly going inside them and breaking the base inside the formation while also surviving against the specific formation's spell. Considering that she had more than a dozen of these arrays set up, it would be unthinkable to believe that they would try that. It was too risky and would take far too much time. And she was right about them having a plan. One of the cultivators quickly moved to the front of the beast tide. He was able to sense exactly where her arrays were placed and avoided them without much trouble. Jing continued to watch him make his way in front of all the spirit beasts and pull out a brown flag from his storage ring. Beasts of the animal kingdom. Heed my call. Focus your attacks and rush to that wall. Together, you can't be stopped. Work together with me to bring down this wall. I beg of you. The flag was releasing a special type of chi that seemed to flow into the brains of the spirit beasts. What an interesting spirit tool, Jing muttered. Li Li, do you mind going to get that flag for me? Jing asked, only to notice Li Li was unresponsive. Li Li. She looked onto her shoulder and saw his body was trembling badly. Jing took Li Li off her shoulders and held him in her hands. The flag was affecting him too. She tried coating her hand in chi and slicing down on the strange chi flowing into his body, but it did nothing to interrupt the connection. That scum dared to mess with her son's mind? She'll make sure to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. But first, she'll have to save Li Li somehow. As Jing was thinking of ways to revert Li Li back to normal, the beast tide was slowly tearing through her formations. Formations that usually could only handle a specific number of beasts at a time were now being flooded with several and being shattered by the combined strength of the creatures. Most of the formations Jing set were harming and trapping formations that quickly killed or harmed what was caught inside it. However, with the spirit beasts being controlled to work more cohesively, the formations were unable to handle the massive influx of spirit beasts. Along with the fact that the flag bearer was able to command the animals to shatter the bases inside the arrays. She wasn't much of a threat as she posed to be, Song mocked. Yes, I also believed that she would be a great threat with the way she acted. Chuan agreed. Haven't you noticed that they've gained a lot of 9th stage cultivators? Chuan brought up. Yes, I noticed. Whatever lucky breaks they had will become ours once they're all dead. It is a bit ridiculous though. 3 9th stage chi gatherers in one squad. If we don't quickly bolster our own forces, it won't be long before the Wolfeng gang overtakes us in strength. Humph. We'll kill them before they get any stronger. Just make sure you don't get any funny ideas and think of betraying me. Song threatened. We have bigger threats to worry about, don't you agree? He cleverly avoided responding directly. Whatever. Song turned around and made her way back to her side of the wall. I'll be right back, Li Li. Don't worry. Mom will save you. Jing whispered to him. Jing placed Li Li down and looked at the flag carrier with a deadly glare. He didn't even need to make eye contact with her to feel her overbearing killing intent bearing down on him. The spirit beasts were almost finished breaking the rest of her arrays, but this didn't matter to Jing in the slightest. She concentrated her chi to cover her entire body and almost instantly arrived in front of the flag cultivator with a single leap from the top of the front wall. His eyes nearly bulged out of his eye sockets upon sighting her. Jing performed a small spin as she kicked directly towards his stomach with great force. The 8th stage Qi Gatherer used all the Qi within him to defend against the seemingly weak but lethal blow. Jing's foot immediately shattered his Qi barrier along with the 3 defensive spirit tools he had on him, but she failed to injure him. You're not any average cultivator with 3 defensive treasures on you. I'll give you a small chance to live if you bow before me and tell me of your origins. Jing coldly spoke. Kill her. He could barely breathe after surviving against that kick. The raw power and unbelievable strength held in those legs almost caused him to soil his trousers. The other cultivators that were sent to aid in ruining her wall surrounded Jing. Jing didn't move an inch as they closed in on her. Her objective wasn't to deal with these pests. It was to save her son from the suffering he was going through. The cultivators watched as Jing leisurely maneuvered through their combined attacks without a single attack even scratching her figure. She calmly walked to the youth carrying the flag and simply grabbed it out of his hand before stabbing it into herself and refining it on rough, turning it into ash that gently fell from her hand. The cultivators were at a loss seeing the strange sight. They thought she was about to kill herself, but the flag went straight through her and didn't come out of her back. What the hell just happened? And why did grey dust come out of her hand? Considering how you all tried to stop me from saving my son, I don't plan on leaving a single one of you alive. But don't worry, your passing won't be painless in the slightest. Jing sweetly smiled with the face of an innocent young maiden. The group of cultivators were still too stunned from the previous sight to properly take in Jing's words. And that was when they entered into an unimaginable circle of hell. Jing's figure was nothing more than a blur to the disciples as she unleashed the combination of her learnings from the Empress of Pain's tome and the flower domination. If one could keep track of Jing's movements, it could be described as a destructive dance filled with spins and kicks. The way her attacks accurately pinpointed her opponent's nerves and filled their entire body with severe pain that would only increase with every additional kick on their body. It was a horror show. The human body was filled with trillions of nerves that all served a specific purpose. The intensity of the pain each nerve hit by Jing was all under her control. She knew every nerve within the human body and exactly how much pain it would cause to a person. Jing made sure to continually ramp up the pain until they couldn't take it anymore. That was when she finished them off. Their screams, pleading, and crying were fueling her cultivation technique and her own excitement. But she made sure to control herself this time around. Now wasn't the time to thoroughly enjoy such suffering and anguish. Her priority was punishing them for the pain Li went through. Jing executed every cultivator except the one who put her son in that state in the first place. She was currently dragging him behind her with her whip wrapped around his throat. He had his hands on the whip, attempting to pull it off his throat, but it was a pointless endeavor. The flag bearer struggled hopelessly to try and bring oxygen into his lungs. Clawing at the whip, kicking the ground, bucking his hips, he tried everything to just get one breath of air down his windpipe. It's amusing to see you flopping around like that. Jing laughed. He reminded her of a fish on dry land. She temporarily loosened the grip around his throat and heard him greedily sucking up the air as if he never knew what breathing was like. Then she tightened it once again after feeling that he got enough in him to not faint for a few more moments. And this continued until she made her way back to the top of the front wall. I'll handle the spirit beast's mom. Li told her through their shared soul link. He was back to normal right after Jing destroyed the flag with SCP-914. He silently took off and summoned several ghostly spirit beasts to aid him in killing the beast tide trying to destroy their side of the wall. CaptainBoyHole. It looks like Li has a weakness that wasn't taken care of by Jing's refinement. Just what in the world was that flag? Was it a smart move for Jing to use SCP-914 like that in front of everyone? I guess you'll have to find out by coming to Red every Monday, Wed, and Friday. Next chapter I think we'll be finishing up on the first floor. But besides that I'm on the chapter where Jing is deciding a name for her group and I can't really think of anything fitting for the mix-mash of characters we have in her group. I mean if it comes to, I'll definitely be able to think of something but I want you guys to comment your thoughts. Discuss with each other if you're on a platform that can do that and I'll choose from what you guys wrote. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you're not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. 10th place? With the recovery of his mind, Li, at the first stage of the Qi consolidation realm, dealt with the beast swarm with ease. His claws and spectral spirit beasts demolished the creatures. Neither Li nor his captured souls could lose stamina. They could fight against an endless number of spirit beasts and still wouldn't get tired even after fighting millions of them. The only possible way Li and his small group of ghostly beasts could be stopped was if someone managed to kill or seal Li into a formation. Or he ran out of Qi and was overwhelmed. Just like his mother, Li also had an unfathomable amount of Qi within him. So, him running out of Qi wouldn't be too common of a situation unless he faced someone several stages above him just like when Jing faced off against the wise monkey that nearly enslaved her. Right now, he was using his large quantity of chi to manifest his stored souls and use several techniques from his martial arts given by his mother. One of his favorite phantom beasts was the worm dragon. Its giant size almost allowed it to match the wall in height. It easily crushed several hundreds of beasts with just one swipe of its tail. The spirit beasts in the wave were helpless against its size. Even those at a higher stage than it couldn't resist against the natural laws of the world and survive that massive body from flattening them. Li Li also liked how worm dragons had very tasty hearts. While most of the work was done by the worm dragon, Li Li himself was definitely second in killing the most amount of spirit beasts. Thanks to Mr. Owl's full set of martial art techniques, he had no trouble taking out any of the animals with his skills. His combat art, body art, and movement art were all from Mr. Owl's fantastic teachings. Mr. Owl was a highly acclaimed great horned owl from the Mess Epic sector. Neither Jing nor Li Li knew where this Mess Epic sector was located or what it even was, but that didn't stop them from reading Mr. Owl's self-defense techniques and realizing just how absurdly powerful they were. Li Li saw his mother pull the book out from her body, but she did that often, so it wasn't surprising for him at all. She placed many things into her body and pulled many things out of it. He still didn't know how she did it because he couldn't do it no matter how hard he tried. The only thing he could do was take souls in and bring them out differently. It wasn't the same as his mom's though. Li Li thought that because he was her son, he could do everything his mother could do. Every time he saw her doing something, he tried to replicate it too. Wielding a whip and using it during battle, making and using talismans to fight with or create formations, and even making his own group of followers just like his mother was. But his followers weren't as good as his mom's. They were only filled with the souls of the spirit beast he's stored with his auxiliary martial art, Ghost King's chilling breath. None of the dead creatures could talk or express any emotions at all, they didn't have cool weapons of their own, and without Li Li actively using his breathing art to bring them into the physical world, they were stuck around his soul palace inside his body. He still liked the phantom spirit beasts, but it wasn't the same as his mom's group. Li Li planned to find other beasts like himself to create a group with and plans to call them the Great Fiends. "Are you okay, Li Li?" Jing asked him. She just returned to the top of the wall with the flag bearer from before hanging over the edge with her whip still wrapped around his throat. He's long since given up on resisting and wished for death to take him into its sweet embrace. But Jing couldn't allow such a peaceful death for someone who put her son in one of the worst experiences he's ever gone through. That time when he broke his leg in the cave was probably the worst. "I'm fine now, Mom. I kept hearing a voice in my head telling me to destroy the wall and had to fight with everything I had so that I didn't follow it. It was only because of my auxiliary art that I could resist at all," he told her. "That's good," she rubbed his head. "Don't worry, I took care of that spirit tool for you. Is there anything you want to do to him for making you go through that awful pain?" Jing asked him in a motherly tone. Jing pulled the flag cultivator from over the edge to in front of Li Li. She removed her whip from around his throat and hooked it onto her waist. The 8th stage chi gatherer didn't care that he could breathe once more. After what he's experienced, he was only looking forward to the suffering finally ending. Li Li stood on top of the man's chest. He was still very small in size, so he didn't put much pressure on the man's ribs. He stared at him with an undefinable expression on his face. The two locked eyes and a certain emotion could be conveyed between the two of them. "You don't want to live anymore, right?" Li Li connected their souls. The man's eyes widened with shock. It was as if he was brought back to live from the edge of death once he heard the beast's voice inside his head. "What? You can speak?" He tried to cry out. Jing grabbed his tongue mid-sentence and glared at him to keep his mouth shut. She didn't understand why Li Li was talking to the man, but it was better if less people knew of his ability to speak through soul links. Jing hasn't had any time to research anything about souls, nor did she know what the standard cultivator thought about spirit beasts speaking human language. Another objective to add to her long list of tasks after the treasured plains. "Death would be better than this torture," he responded. Unlike my mom, I actually don't like to cause people pain. It seems unnecessary to me. I hate what you did to me, but I think my mom put you through enough. I'll send you off without any pain," Li Li told him. "Thank you." Tears fell from his eyes. Li Li concentrated most of his chi within his middle talon and gently tapped against the skull of the disciple. A powerful tiny beam of concentrated energy passed through the front of his skull to the back and fizzled out before it could pierce through the top of the wall to the bottom. Li Li just remembered that protecting the wall was one of the things his mom wanted him to do. If he didn't hold back with his martial technique, the inside of the wall would have a clean hole straight through it right now. "Well, I would have done something a little worse, but as long as you're satisfied." Jing petted him just as the floor was finally cleared. Some people looked up into the skies to see the scores, which led to those who had no experience with the Great Tower copy their actions. The top 10 participants were especially interesting to Jing. She barely made it onto the top 10 at all, she was in 10th place. All of the names above her weren't unfamiliar. In first place was Gong Jun, with second place being Tang Wuying with only 1 kill behind him. Third and fourth place was Song and Chuan respectively. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th were all claimed by the Wolfeng gang. Wenling in 5th, Ears in 6th, Dulin in 7th, Zihao in 8th, and Scars in 9th. Her score wasn't very surprising as she herself didn't personally kill any beasts. Her formations did all the work, and even then, all of them were destroyed in the end and didn't even kill a quarter of the beasts in the beast wave. Jing was very surprised that Li Li wasn't anywhere on the scoreboard. Seeing him massacre all those spirit beasts must have netted him somewhere near the top 10. It would be crazy if he wasn't. But it turns out it really was crazy, as Li Li was nowhere to be seen. Jing guessed that because he was a spirit beast, he must not count as a tower participant or something. How unfair to her son. He deserves rewards for participating in the tower too. Jing will just reward him with something similar to what Gong and Tang got for getting first and second place. She felt that he was certainly close to their score. Jing. We need plenty of healing talismans. And some chi recovery talismans. And maybe some other stuff too. Wenling called out to her from the bottom of the wall. Behind her were most of the Wolfeng gang covered in injuries that ranged from minor scratches and bruises to deep lacerations in the skin, broken bones, and torn limbs. I'm surprised you all managed to survive with this many people left. Very well, I'll be down in a moment. Jing responded at a normal volume, but somehow still managing to have her words enter the ears of every surviving Wolfeng gang member below. CaptainBoyHole. Friday will be the release of the 100 chapter special. Since most of you who commented liked my suggestion of triple the chapter length for the 100th chapter, I did exactly that. Maybe for chapter 150 or 200 I'll do a non-canon chapter of where I don't hold back on Jing at all with her system and potential. The focus being solely on Jing, her true personality, and the true power of the SCP Gacha system. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. The 5th floor. So, what's our plan here, Commander? Zihao asked with his lightning sword hanging on his back. We lost a lot of people on our way to the 5th floor. If we aren't careful, we could be taken out here. Scars spoke solemnly as his monster lotus hungrily eyed one of the wounded Wolfeng gang members. Fucking bastards. They really aren't holding anything back. They really plan to eliminate us before the treasured plains are over. Ears cursed. Next time I see a disciple from the fearsome garden or Huan clan, I'm gonna rip my sword through their guts. Alright boys, calm down. Getting worked up over this won't help us at all. Wenling said, clearly just as stressed and upset as her men. The Wolfeng gang has just arrived on the 5th floor of the Great Tower and read the objective needed to clear this floor. Jing's reaction to the objective was quite different from the Wolfeng gang, and she was slightly surprised by this. She thought they would immediately be able to see this situation in a positive light as it's perfect for bandits like them. But if their first thought was of survival instead of banditry, maybe she was affected by them a little more than she thought. The 5th floor was home to 3 powerful spirit beast tribes. The Green Bloods, Red Bloods, and the Blue Bloods. These 3 tribes were all currently engaged in an all-out war that encompassed the entire floor. Their goal was to survive until only one beast tribe was left. When reading this, Jing immediately thought of taking advantage of the war to get as many valuables as she can. The reaction of the Wolfeng gang was to find out how to survive long enough to get to the next floor. It seems the many losses of their comrades weighed heavily on their minds. This wouldn't be convenient for Jing if she planned on using this chaotic battle to gain treasures. Luckily for them, she was not in desperate need for any more magical treasures or resources in general. She probably had enough resources to start a large sect of her own by now. So, Jing went along with their little plan of surviving till the end of the war. She could have prevented all the deaths of those that died on their way to the 5th floor. It was completely in her power to do so, but she refused. The Wolfeng gang didn't know she had the power to save everyone that died, but it wouldn't matter if they did in the first place. Everyone except Wenling would agree with whatever she said or did thanks to the lotuses. Jing wasn't sure if she should infect Wenling with the lotus. Having another 100% loyal follower would be good, but she didn't feel satisfied with this type of method. If she used the parasitic lotus to latch onto Wenling, what's stopping her from doing it to the rest of her followers and just leading a group of mind-controlled followers that would listen to her every command? It would be like leading a group of puppets instead of actual humans with their own thoughts and feelings. Kind of like playing with dolls and having them move to your whim and narrate their thoughts for them. Jing didn't feel that this was wrong in the sense that she would feel bad for doing so. She felt that it was wrong because it wouldn't be gratifying to her inner self. It would be cheating in simpler terms. Her current goal lied in taking over the sect and reforming it into her ideal form of what a sect should be. Wouldn't it be pointless if all of those under her when she becomes sect leader are nothing more than mindless pawns only used to fulfill her desires? It would all be so empty that Jing couldn't really call that succeeding in her goal. Jing decided to not use any mind-altering methods on her main followers. She would gain their full loyalty and hearts through her own leadership capabilities. It wouldn't be worth doing it any other way. At least in her opinion, it wouldn't be. Jing. Can you have Li Li scout our surroundings for us? Wenling asked. Ask him yourself. She replied, even though she already knew the answer. Pretty please Li Li. Wenling clapped her hands together and asked cutely. Li Li turned his head. Please 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 please. She begged even more. He opened his left eye and stared at her. I got a nice juicy beast core for you if you do it for us. Scars bargained as he reached from his pocket and took out a shiny red solid sphere. This completely captured the owlet's attention. He nodded as he took the beast core in blinding speed before taking off into the sky. Did you teach him that? Wenling asked, slightly peeved she couldn't use her charms on Li Li. He's smart. He knows how to spot a good deal. Jing replied. I wish he would open up to me more, she whined as she hugged Jing from behind. Give it time. He isn't used to making friends. Jing said, she herself doesn't have any friends either. A shy one, hey? You know, you used to be cuter when you were shy too. So, I'm not cute anymore is what you're saying, right? No. I didn't mean it like that. What I meant was you're so different now and I feel crazy because I'm the only one who seems to notice it. She couldn't explain herself in a way that made sense. So, I'm not cute. I got it. Jing released herself from Wenling's grip and walked faster on ahead. Jing. Wait. I just meant that you were especially cute before and now you are only cute. Does that make sense? No. It doesn't. Jing teased while faking an upset face. She really didn't care about being cute or whatnot. It was just amusing to see Wenling's desperation. How do I explain this in a way that doesn't upset you? You've already explained it. No need to explain it again. The rest of the Wolfeng gang watched this scene with amusement. It wasn't often that the commander acted so freely and honest with herself before Jing joined. Even Ears only saw this part of the commander's personality when around the other commanders and the leader. Ears wasn't ashamed to say that he was insanely jealous of Jing's closeness with Wenling, but seeing the faces of these bastards behind him, he was starting to think he wasn't the only one. They were happy that their commander could feel at ease with Jing around. They believed that since Jing was a girl, it was easier for her to open up to her instead of a bunch of guys like them. There were some barriers that could not be easily crossed between the sexes. Wenling engulfed Jing in a big hug and was repeating the word sorry over and over again when Li Li returned from his scouting. Wenling refused to let go unless Jing forgave her. Li Li didn't like this sight and as he returned he swooped down and kicked Wenling in the forehead with his foot, releasing her hold from his mother. Wenling whined from Li Li's uncalled for abuse and this sight made Jing laugh. I guess seeing that sorry side of yours is enough. I forgive you. Jing told her. Not that she ever was upset with her in the first place. Wenling bounced up from the ground and captured both Jing and Li Li in a joyous hug. All three of their faces rubbed together as Wenling continually forced the physical interaction. Li Li tried to pull out and kick Wenling away again, but she was prepared this time. Li Li would have to hurt Jing if he wanted to push her away. The young bandit commander smirked in her victory as she rubbed her face even harder against the mother and son duo. Up ahead there is a mountain surrounded with a dense amount of qi. To the west, there is a small army of green bloods traveling this way. In the east, Li Li spotted a large lake without any spirit beasts inside. Behind us, we have the fearsome garden and Huang clan tracking our trail. It looks like they have a spirit tool that can track us somehow. Jing relayed as her face was still being rubbed against Wenling's. Her face and voice was completely stoic despite being in the embrace with Wenling and Li Li. We need to get a move on then. I would have suggested we head to the lake first to fill up on water, but if they are right behind us, we need to get to the mountain. There's no point in angering the green bloods just as we got on the floor either. Ears said. We can still head to the lake, Vice Commander. Zion spoke up. Did you not just hear me? I heard you. But I was thinking, since we know that they are following us from behind, we could set up a trap for them with Jing's formations. He shared. We could also go and stock up on water from the lake. We head to the lake first, stock up, and then we could head to the mountain and set the ambush there or make it at the lake. Scars added. That isn't a bad idea coming from you bastards. Commander, what do you think? Ears asked, she was still hugging Jing and Li Li. It would be a good plan if we had more of our members, but as we stand now, we are outnumbered. Even with the 4 of us at the 9th stage, we still wouldn't be able to defeat both of their forces together. They came very prepared and would easily be able to escape with their lives. How could they escape from one of Jing's formation though? Dulin asked. It would cost them a valuable spirit tool, but it would be possible. Plus, I don't doubt that they have a spirit tool that could sense a rays. They could see our trap from a mile away with a tool like that. The safest option would be to stock up on water, place traps behind us to delay them, and focus on making it to the mountain. Wenling relayed to her men. Why are we headed to the mountain again? Zihao asked. Didn't you hear Jing? That mountain is definitely filled with valuable loot if it is surrounded in dense chi. Ayers explained. I really don't think we can carry any more loot, Vice Commander, Scars brought up. Well, it's going up your ass if you can't find anywhere to carry it. Vice Commander, please, Scars begged for mercy. The rest of the gang laughed as they made their way to the lake. CaptainBoyHole. Huge jump in time here. I chose to do this as I believed we've been stuck inside these planes for enough time. Upon finishing this arc, I feel like that I accomplished everything I set out to do for this arc. The next few chapters will be building up to the finale of the Treasured Plains arc, then we're back in the sect. This chapter was just a basic slice of life type. Nothing too important to talk about. See you guys Friday on the 100th chapter special. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Running into trouble. I still can't believe that he's still alive. Wanqing muttered. If it's anyone who would survive against most of the factions in the inner court making an ambush for them, it would definitely be Hu Tao. Bing commented. How did he even get on the bad side of so many factions? Lei Ji wondered as Bing laughed. It's Hu Tao. Was his only answer. I'm seriously starting to have second thoughts on joining this group. Wanqing lamented. Roar. Ni Kong added to the conversation. Or maybe he picked a fight with all the factions in the inner court himself. Lei responded to Ni Kong's guess. The Empress wouldn't allow him to do something as stupid as that. Bing said with confidence. What if he did it without talking to Jing first? He does seem like the type of person to act first instead of thinking of the consequences afterwards. Wanqing suggested. Bing shrugged his shoulders. He had no idea of the true situation, just that Hu Tao got in a big conflict with a majority of the groups in the inner court and needed saving. They all got a message from Hu Tao asking for help on the 20th floor. Thanks to Jing's special talisman that she gave them all, he could directly communicate with them even though he was trapped inside of a powerful ceiling formation. The message Hu Tao sent to them all said this. Is this thing working? Hey? Can you guys read this? Respond if you can read this message. Everyone had wondered why Hu Tao was trying to message them all. Pick up. I need some help from you guys. We're all a team, right? Part of the same group, following the same crazy bitch. So, we're supposed to help each other out, you know? It's kind of a funny story but I need some saving. Everyone in Jing's group focused on Hu Tao's message. It wasn't often that he used the message talisman and it was probably his first or second message ever and it was him asking for help. One of the strongest members in their group needed help. This led to many of them guessing that he's really provoked the wrong person and deserved whatever happened to him. It turns out that the inner court is filled with a bunch of pussy shit cowards too scared to properly fight me. They set up this whole trap for me and everything with like hundreds of cultivators. Before we started fighting, they spouted a lot of bullshit that was just them saying how scared they were of my godly talent. Because of how amazing I am and how I would get even more incredible in the future, they said they had to kill me now. Complete bullshit, you know. This is where he started to get on the nerves of some people in the group. I would have been fine with the whole trap to kill me if they didn't decide to fucking seal me in this shitty formation just because it looked like I was winning. Literal hundreds of disciples being so scared of a single talented godly handsome young man. So shameful. What has our great sect come to with disciples like these? Honestly, I can't wait till we change this place for the better, Jing. Now can you please come and save me? I think I'm going to starve to death if you don't. This formation is unbreakable from the inside and I tried everything to get out. I'm on the 20th floor and I got a buttload of magical treasures too. This was when Jing ordered everyone in the tower to head towards Hu Tao to save him. Ying responded that she wasn't in the Great Tower and was at the Great Volcano, giving her a valid excuse to not save Hu Tao. Annoying bastard probably deserved it. Ying chuckled inside her void world. Don't fucking bullshit me, princess. I know you aren't doing shit. Come and help me out. We're teammates, remember? I'll even let you know about a fatal weakness in your sword art. Hu Tao tried to bargain. Fuck off, asshole. Unlike you, I've actually been doing important stuff. Ying responded. Important stuff like what? You don't do shit but get in fights with weaklings. Save me. Even if I was in the tower right now, I would leave you to rot in that formation. Come on, fire crotch. The one time I'm asking you for help and you're squeezing my balls? Is this how you think friends treat each other? Friends? Who would ever want to be friends with a piece of shit like you? Actually, just go die and stop messaging me. I'm busy. Hey. Hey. Let's just calm ourselves down and think of a way of saving me, okay? If we put both of our heads together, we can surely think of something, right Ying? Ying? Hello? Did this thing break? Ying 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 Hu Tao spammed her. For fuck's sake. I'll come and save you just to beat you to fucking death Hu Tao. Just wait till I finish my training with this shadow. I'm going to break you into pieces. Ying vowed with her heart. Thank you, Ying. See, it wasn't so hard to just agree to come and save me, now was it? Hu Tao messaged. A very long list of swears and insults left Ying's mouth inside her void world, greatly scaring Hao Gang and the shadow. Now where the hell are you other bastards at? I know you can read my messages. Hu Tao was not finished just yet. I'm on my way. Bing responded, hoping to avoid any conflict with him. We can try and save you. We're in the Great Tower right now. Lei Ji wrote. I guess we can see how strong this formation you're trapped in is. Wan Qing sent. You guys are the best teammates a guy could ask for. After you get me out of this thing, I swear I'll pay you all back with one favor. Hu Tao said to them. Hu Tao. You do know what I will ask of you afterwards, right? Jing suddenly messaged, arousing everyone's attention once again. It wasn't often that Jing messaged with the special talisman either. So, whenever she did, everyone in the group paid close attention to her words. Ah fuck. Hu Tao cursed inwardly. Of course I do. I remember mostly everything about the bastards that trapped me in here. I can tell you the names of the leaders, their cultivation realm, fighting styles, weapons, and what type of cultivator they were. He spouted off from memory. What about their appearance? If I asked you what they looked like, would you be able to describe them in more than 2 words? Aha. Jing. You have to give me a break here. I fought over 100 cultivators. How could I remember what each and every one of them looked like? He tried to reason. But you do remember how each and every one of them fought, right? Fuck. She knew him too well. As expected of the first girl to capture his heart. Hu Tao remembers how all of his opponents fight. It isn't something he does consciously but just happens because of his innate nature. Remembering the movements of all of his opponents helps improve and perfect his own fighting style. Fighting is nearly everything to Hu Tao and most of his brain is focused on that one thing due to his obsession with fighting. That's different. He knew his counter to her statement was weak. If you manage to free yourself before the plane's end, I expect a full report afterwards. If not, well, I'm sure you can imagine what will happen. Jing left her message with that, ending the entire conversation. Bing, Wan Qing, and Lei Ji made their way towards the 20th floor with some haste. If it was up to Wan Qing, they would be going at the same speed they were always going at. Bing thought that if Ying was here, they would be going as fast as possible. Based on the 2 of their messages earlier, she's really going to try to kill him when she sees Hu Tao again. The reason why they headed up at a fast pace was because the treasured planes were almost over. Their time inside was coming to a close and anyone that didn't make it out in time would be trapped inside forever. Even if they stayed alive till the next time the planes opened, they wouldn't be able to leave through the giant gates as they became a part of the treasured planes formation. Their souls wouldn't be placed back into the reincarnation cycle of the universe but the reincarnation cycle of the planes. Perhaps they would become one of the tower inhabitants if they were lucky or one of the cubs of the powerful spirit beasts lurking deep within the planes. There was also another reason why they were moving so quickly. Jing promised them rewards for successfully saving Hu Tao. The rewards for saving Hu Tao along with the rewards they'll get after the planes for doing the tasks given to them by Jing made them all excited. Everyone except Hu Tao wondered what kind of reward they would get from Jing, knowing that it would great regardless of what it was. I hope I get a good cultivation technique or a good amount of spirit stones. Bing said. Spirit stones would be nice. I don't have a particular need for anything specific as of now. Maybe something that could help me reform misguided youths but I don't know what that would be or even look like. Lei Ji shared. I could use a spirit tool. Wan Qing joined in. What kind of spirit tool? Bing asked. Something that'll help me deal with people up close. My fan is good at a distance but I'm still not used to fighting up close with it. It's too different from using a sword. Wan Qing said. Wouldn't Nikong be perfect for that then? Lei Ji spoke. He's too young. When he gets older and grows a bit then he would be helpful but as of now, he would only be deadweight. Ah, he is only in the chi gathering realm. Trying to place him against the people you'll face is dangerous. Bing reasoned. Rare. Nikong agreed with a nod of his head. That's why I'm trying to raise his cultivation. The faster he makes it to my realm, the more useful he'll be. Wan Qing told them. Oh, that is a concern that some beast masters go through. I suppose I am rather lucky that I can pull out spirit beasts equal to my cultivation stage. Lei Ji realized. Wan Qing nodded in agreement as they continued their way to the 20th floor of the tower. Nothing out of the usual happened to them as they went up the floors. Just several life or death battles with spirit beasts or other cultivators, finding some lucky breaks here and there, and occasionally brushing shoulders with death every now and then. Unfortunately, on the 18th and 19th floor Bing and Lei Ji ran into an incident involving the fearsome Garden, Huang clan, and another faction. This incident led to the two of them getting caught up in some trouble with them and getting on their bad side. The two hoped that on the 20th floor, that they'll manage to escape from the groups and they would completely forget all about them and what they did. Bing and Lei Ji even failed to mention this close call with Wanqing because of how confident they were that they wouldn't see either groups again until they left the plains. Once they escaped the 19th floor with Qing, the trio searched around for a giant formation. Hu Tao said that they'd be able to find it no matter where they were on the 20th floor. And he was right. The three immediately sensed the immense amount of qi coming from a certain direction on this floor. Wanqing led the way due to her being the strongest out of all of them. She spread her butterflies out all around them, keeping an eye out for any dangers or potential attackers. He's right up ahead. Lei Ji informed. They saw Hu Tao's shirtless figure trapped inside a qi cube. The qi cube was filled with incredibly dense qi and honestly felt impenetrable to all three of them. Around the cube were the countless dead bodies of their fellow disciples. The manner in which some of them died were hard to identify while others were the opposite. The injuries ranged from a simple hole through the torso to ripped apart bodies to black piles of ash every now and then. Seeing the horrific battlefield sent various emotions through the three of them. Seeing Hu Tao's basic hunched-over figure on the ground made them realize just what a powerful cultivator he truly was. Not just any cultivator at his stage could kill this many opponents in one battle. Especially when they were all equal to or higher than his own cultivation realm. He was truly the epitome of a monster. Wanqing doubted she could have pulled off a feat like this either despite how much she wanted to refute. Acknowledging that this guy of all people was better than her? It would be a massive blow to her self-esteem. But she wasn't blind or stupid. She definitely couldn't do what Hu Tao did at his stage or even the stage she was at now. He was on an entirely different level than her even though he was at a lower stage. Her win from before meant absolutely nothing now if he could do something like this. He must have held back or refused to go all out against her in their duel. There was no other reason to how she could have won if not for one of those two reasons. It looks like she'll have to put herself through physical and spiritual hell if she wants to make it anywhere in this world with freaks like Hu Tao, Kun Lao, and Jing around. Bing was in utter shock at seeing all the corpses. It was the first time he's ever seen such a bloody and gruesome sight. It hasn't been long since he's started his cultivation journey and seeing something like this was very eye-opening. But after being with the Empress so long, a bloody view like this didn't get to him too hard. Thanks to the Empress, his adaptability to new experiences has greatly increased. Plus, the way his devil hand ate its victims wasn't anything less horrific than this. Bing has already gotten used to grisly sights thanks to both his blood-draining shield and devil hand. Personally, he would rather not have anything to do with fighting, killing, or the like. But one cannot live a free life without having the strength to run underneath the heavens unhindered. A brutal and unfair life but one that was unavoidable. Especially since they were cultivators. Mortals who were actively defying and going against the heavens. These bodies would be a great addition to my strength. Bing secretly thought in the back of his mind. The only reason he stopped himself was because of the sorrowful look on Lei Ji's face. Lei Ji looked at the horrendous sight solemnly. This was just another situation out of thousands that happened in the world. Lei didn't fault Hu Tao for his actions based on what he's heard so far. He was plotted against and almost assassinated. It would be ridiculous to expect him to spare any of his potential killers. Only an old fool like himself would hold back against someone aiming against his life. Lei Ji knew he was foolish and would wholeheartedly claim the title of fool. His goal of changing the ways of this world and reforming the youth hasn't changed at all. Most would say it's an impossible task. Lei Ji himself also believes it's an impossible goal to strive for. But just because it was impossible didn't mean it wasn't worth attempting. Taking the first step towards something is always the most important step in actually conquering it. Ha ha ha. You bastards actually made it. Quickly get me out of here. You don't know how long I've been in here. I'm going to die any second now. I can feel it. Hu Tao banged on the cube filled with numerous talismans. How do we do that exactly? Bing tapped on the array with his finger. His finger was forced away even though he didn't use that much force on the cube. Humph. Let me try something. Get out of the way. Wanqing brandished her fan behind her as Bing quickly got out of the way. Just as she was about to take a mighty swing with her weapon, suddenly numerous talismans were thrown around her feet. The moment she noticed them she tried to fly out of the center but it was too late. The formation activated nearly instantly and she was trapped inside as numerous figures suddenly came out into the opening. Bing groaned and Lei Ji shook his head regretfully. What the hell is this? Wanqing shouted as she tried to break out of the trapping formation. Kong tried to help by punching with his gauntlets but they had no effect on the barrier in the slightest. I suppose we were unlucky this time around as well. Lei Ji spoke. I'm seriously going to start doing good deeds after the plains are over. My karmic luck has to be at 0 or something. Bing promised. What the hell did you two do? Wanqing yelled. The both awkwardly turned their heads in embarrassment and chuckled. Didn't expect to see us again, did you? The incredibly beautiful and sweet lamb. One of the deadly roses from the fearsome garden. To think you two would try and hide out in a dreadful place like this after what you did to us. The playful trickster of the Huan clan, Chun smirked. We've already apologized about that. How were we supposed to know you two would be fighting there? It's not our fault that we got chased by that tiger in your direction. Bing replied. It was the most unfortunate of circumstances. But you must believe us that it wasn't our intention to harm any of you. Lei Ji added. Keep the fatty alive. My clan has a debt to repay with him. Chun smiled. Kill the nasty old guy then. Make sure he's screaming before he passes on though. I really love it when they're screaming before they die. Lam giggled cutely. I don't think they'll listen to reason anymore, Lei Ji. Bing whispered. Yet. I guess we have to fight our way out of this one regrettably. We can't leave Hu Tao and Wanqing behind. The old and the young prepared themselves for battle against the many foes. Bing's entire physique strengthened into an entirely different one filled with muscles and pure brawn. 2 pairs of arms shot out from the sides of his abdomen and the back of his shoulder blades. Lei Ji whipped out his pink fishing rod along with Zhairong growing into the size of a tiger. Quan floated behind the two, ready to paralyze anyone that got close. Kill. Chun ordered. Kill. Bing questioned inwardly as the 3 factions headed straight towards the two. What kind of battle cry is just the word kill? Bing asked again. Maybe he couldn't think of a better thing to say. Lei tried to explain. If we die to someone like this, I'm going to be embarrassed all the way into my next life. Bing muttered. Bing shot himself forward with Swift Devil, crashing into the incoming cultivators with his strong body. Some were badly injured by Bing's charge and were forced to swallow recovery pills if they hoped to re-enter the battle. For those that avoided the shield charge or got off with light injuries, they quickly aimed to attack Bing together. Their combined attacks were pushing Bing backward as he blocked with his shield. The attacks themselves were not strong enough to burden his shield-holding arm, but they were enough to force him backwards. Art of counter. Bing shouted. Bing redirected the direction of their collective attacks towards the ground, giving him a moment to breath and a second to set up his counter-attack. Not on my watch. A few cultivators approached from his back to attack him, not all of his opponents were dumb enough to face him from the front. Bing ignored the danger at his back and dealt with the threats in front of him. He raised his shield above his head and struck down with unbearable force, shattering the ground itself along with the bodies of a few disciples. The arms grown from out of his shoulder blades shrunk back into his body before one giant hand emerged from his back. The big hand reached out and captured the cultivators attempting to strike him from behind. They were helpless to resist as their bones were crushed simultaneously and soon devoured from the large monstrous mouth that opened from the center of the palm. Their screams sent chills into the remaining cultivators. Bing's physical prowess sharply rose from the bodies of those he ate. Seeing how much of a boost in power it gave him, made him more inclined to eat with his devil hand. And so, he did. With every enemy defeated, one of his hands would drain them of their flesh and increase his body's strength even more. This forced Chun into action lest he wanted all of his men killed right in front of him. Chun was a 3rd stage chi consolidator. Bing might have grown stronger, but he doubted it was enough to cross realms. He didn't believe it would be enough to even take on a regular 9th stage chi gatherer. He would have to be careful. This wouldn't be an easy fight to survive. Lei Ji was also in a similar situation with Lam. At the start of the fight, he and his pets were doing relatively well against their foes. Zhairong was their front line against the many disciples. Her strength was far greater than her cultivation stage suggested. Lei Ji's spirit beasts shared his own cultivation stage, so they were both at the 7th stage of the Chi Gatherer realm. But this did not mean that they were just as strong as a normal 7th stage Chi Gatherer. Quan was far quicker than the average 7th stage and could match an 8th stage with his speed. Zhairong was an absolute monster with her strength. Lei Ji had no doubt that she crossed over into the Chi consolidation realm with her power. But besides that, the only other advantages she had was her tough shell and ability to change her size at will. They still had their weaknesses despite their potent innate abilities. Lei Ji had the misfortune of finding these weaknesses out during this very life-or-death battle with them. Zhairong smashed, slapped, and tossed plenty of cultivators with her claws. None of the disciples' swords or spirit tools could harm her shell, so they were forced to improvise by attacking spots they believed were vulnerable. Her eyes and the underside of her belly were targeted. Lei Ji used his fishing rod to snag the clothes of any disciples and toss them away or straight into Zhairong to crush. He always made sure that she did not use lethal force, just enough to injure them so that they couldn't move again. Quan also helped in incapacitating their enemies by stinging anyone caught by Lei Ji or trying to sneak up behind the middle-aged man. The ghastly screams of those stung by Quan frightened the disciples. This was around the time that they figured out the weakness of Zhairong and the target they should all focus on, Quan, the giant octopus. Those from the fearsome garden and the Huan clan realized that the crab that could kill them in one hit wasn't for some reason. The disciples fed valuable recovery pills that could heal their injured allies while the others kept Lei and his pets busy. Multiple disciples used talismans to boost their speed, easily allowing them to dodge the mighty crab whose dominance lied in strength and defense. They moved straight towards Lei Ji, who understood that he couldn't use his fishing rod to snag all of the young men and women coming towards him at once. He hasn't trained to the level of skill required to do that yet in his fishing art. Since he couldn't deal with them all, he did the next best thing and activated the magical treasure he gained from the 11th floor. The large golden sarcophagus on his back softly started to shake due to the flowing chi of Lei entering inside of it. It unstrapped itself from his back and fell to the ground with a mighty thud. Lei Ji tossed a capturing bead at Quan to save him from any harm. He placed him in his pocket before hooking his fishing rod behind him and latching himself to a great tree behind him, quickly pulling him away from the dangerous situation as the being inside the coffin opened itself to the world of the living once again. Hugh. 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 The figure wrapped in ancient coverings laughed. A fierce wave of evil chi spread from its body, terrifying any and all nearby. The cultivators stopped their assault and cautiously watched the strange creature. Don't kill them. They are young and still have time to reflect on their actions. Lei Ji commanded. Sand rose from its coffin and headed straight towards the disciples with fast speeds. They barely had any time to react as the sand wrapped itself around them and slowly began to crush them. Hey! Hey! I said no killing! Lei Ji brandished his fishing rod towards the bandaged corpse. The mummy didn't release the barely living disciples at Lei Ji's request. He instead crushed all of their bones and completely incapacitated them, preventing them from joining back into the fight. Lam walked onto the scene with an upset look on her face. She wasn't having much fun seeing her cute little weeds getting hurt because of this old man. It was time she took this into her own hands and dealt with it. And the first thing she decided to do was deal with the biggest threat. Just as soon as she arrived, everything changed for Lei Ji. Zhairong was instantly wrapped in sharp vines that restricted her movements entirely. No matter how much she grew or shrunk, the vines matched Zhairong's size. It was like the vines could stick into her chi and alter itself according to her chi. She was completely helpless and couldn't move at all. Hugh. Hugh. The mummy acknowledged her. The dead should stay dead. Don't you think, corpsey? She sweetly smiled. Hundreds of vines appeared behind her like a giant wave of thorny green towards Lei Ji and his mummy. The wrapped corpse responded with his own wave and sent forward a sand large enough to topple multiple trees. Lei Ji wasn't sure that his mummy could hold up, but it wouldn't be in this fight alone. They could survive this battle. You two weaklings better not fucking die before you save me. Hu Tao gave a polite request. Bing vs Chun. Bing stood face to face with Chun. A man more than 6 stages ahead of him. Him at the 3rd stage of the Qi consolidation stage and himself at the 6th stage of the Qi gathering realm. A hopeless and completely futile battle. A fight he knew he had no chance of winning. Then why was he still standing here ready to try everything to survive against this man, he had no bad blood with? Bing didn't know the answer to that question. It seems Chun wouldn't give him a second to think on it either. Bing could barely follow Chun's movements and suffered a heavy blow to the face that sent him flying into Hu Tao's cube. Blood dripped from his nose as an aching pain followed after. He didn't even know how he just got hit. Was it a punch or a kick? Did he use a weapon? Bing couldn't tell, and thinking about all of this was only distracting him. He had to focus. Focus only on surviving to his best ability. Eventually, he'll be able to spot a weakness in Chun's movements that he'll be able to take advantage of. It's a good thing that taking and avoiding attacks were the only things he would claim being somewhat decent at. In his shield art, it said that, the thought of offense shouldn't even be a lingering thought in your mind until chapter 3. The only thing you should be worried about is wearing out your opponent and taking the least amount of damage. Bing planned to use everything he's learned in chapter 1 and chapter 2 to survive against this superior foe. The art of blocking and the art of deflection were the titles of those 2 chapters. It was time to see if he was able to put what he's practiced for several months to good use. The hefty 6th stage cultivator took a deep breath and focused entirely on Chun. In his eyes, there was nothing but the figure of Chun. His shield was raised forward in his direction and his left foot was leading in front of his right. This was the proper stance for wielding a shield taught to him in his shield art, learning how to master the shield by the Shield King. In this stance, he would be prepared to handle any attack from any direction but at the cost of his movement and attack power. A stance used solely for defending and nothing else. No need to be so scared, fatty. I'll make sure to kill you quick. That shield of yours does look pretty valuable. I could probably get some quick cash selling it off. He snickered. Bing didn't respond nor even look as if he heard Chun speak at all. His eyes watched Chun's body like a hawk, looking for the slightest motion of movement. Being cautious was in Bing's nature since childhood. Death came too quickly for those who weren't. Watch his feet and you probably won't die as quickly. Hu Tao advised. Bing nodded and switched his focus on Chun's slender well-toned legs. It seems he was getting fed up with Bing not responding to his taunts. The angrier he gets, the bigger the chance of him making a mistake. This would work out in Bing's favor if he's lucky, but knowing his luck, he wouldn't dare count on something lucky happening. If anything, being angry just might make him fight better with Bing's karma. My eyes are up here, fatty. Chun appeared above Bing with his black blade and chopped downward. Bing's eyes met with Chun as his attack came. His pure white bone shield shined from the sun's rays. The thick muscly arms of Bing rose with a sharp quickness to meet Chun's sword strike head-on. A distinctive clink echoed into the surroundings from the impact along with a surprised look on Chun's face. Just a fluke. He vanished and reappeared elsewhere. Bing's senses were stretched to the absolute limit as Chun unleashed numerous slashes from multiple directions on his stationary figure. The round youth could only respond to less than half of these strikes, leaving him a bloody mess. Blood was dripping from all over his body, but he didn't seem exhausted at all. This was because he made sure to protect his vital areas at all times. Chun's attacks were quick, but they were not necessarily lethal. He couldn't get his sword more than a couple centimeters deep inside his body. But that sword of his wasn't just any ordinary sword. It was a magical treasure that seemed to affect Bing's senses every time he was cut by it. At first, his sight was affected. Things were slowly getting blurry the more he was slashed by that black sword. Then when everything was mostly a blur, his hearing was targeted next. Bing knew that if this went on, it wouldn't be long before he was deprived of all of his senses and became nothing more than a pig on a platter ready to be chopped up. If he didn't have that spirit weapon of his, this plan of his would have worked fine. But it looks like he'll have to try something crazy if he wants to survive. And if this doesn't work, he'll have to try something a bit more suicidal in nature. I'm getting a bit bored now just cutting you up, fatty. Don't you have anything else you want to show me before you die of 1,000 cuts? Chun yawned. Yeah. I got something to show. Try to land one more hit on me. Just a single cut. Bing dared. Oh? Do you have a trick up your sleeve? I'm interested. Okay, let's see what you got planned. Here I come. Chun playfully spoke, clearly not taking Bing seriously in the slightest. A brief visible display of chi cloaked around Chun's legs, and that was when Bing lost track of him completely. The determined shield wielder overflooded his body with chi, knowing that he would only have one chance to pull this stunt off. Once it was seen, it would be impossible to try again. Bing's body filled to the brim with chi was used solely on sensing the direction where Chun was coming from instead of preparing some sort of big attack. Directly above me. Bing found his position. He barely had a second to utilize his plan. Bing bent himself over as far as he could and an enormous hand emerged from his back, reaching upward to grasp Chun in its grip. Now this is a surprise. What the hell kind of martial art is this? Chun exclaimed in excitement and interest. Legs of the crazy wind god. Chun narrowly avoided Bing's giant hand's grasp by kicking the air itself and launching himself out of the way. Once he landed, he couldn't help himself from laughing. Now that was something. I hope you didn't think I was actually going to take your bluff. You're not that stupid, right? I could see you were planning something a mile away. I actually did hope you would be taken out by something like that. Bing lowered his shield. His back was facing Chun and no one could see the front side of his body except for Hu Tao. Come on. Don't lie to me, fatty. There's no way you thought I would have got caught by that, did you? Chun laughed even harder. You'd be surprised how many people are blinded by arrogance and confidence in their own abilities. Who would expect to die or get tricked by someone at a lower stage than them? It's quite sad how many cultivators don't think that the weak are capable of hurting them. Bing spoke as if he's given up all hope of fighting. Oh? Have you taken out cultivators at a higher stage than you before? You don't seem strong at all, fatty. I guess everyone you ever fought must have been worse than trash. Oh, wait, that's not true. You're very good at taking hits. Most people die to my sword in less than 50 cuts. Since you're still standing even after taking over 1,000, I can't call you trash now, can I? How about kinda not horrible? That sounds good. He chatted. Thanks for the compliment, I suppose. Before you kill me, I do have a question I want to ask. A sizable blood pool formed underneath Bing's feet from his many injuries. Go on. I don't mind hearing you out as long as it's not something pathetic like begging for your life. You have done a good job of letting me have some fun so far. Chun smiled. What benefit does your clan gain from taking my life? Your clan has been after me for so long, but I still couldn't process why you would try so hard to kill me with no benefit to yourselves. I have no connections, average talent, and no treasure or secret worth coveting. Is it truly because I've gotten on your bad side that your clan wants to kill me so badly? Bing asked. Yep, basically. To think that a nobody like you dares to touch our clan members with absolutely nothing to your name is an embarrassment. You should have died a long time ago, but you persisted and continued to hurt more and more of our family. To be honest, it's your own fault that you're in this situation, you know. I mean seriously, who goes around killing people they don't know the background of? Even I'm not that careless. He snickered. How stupid. Bing responded angrily. It's life. What are you gonna do? That's really stupid. He repeated with even more anger coating his voice. Welp. I'll have to bring your head back to Ling. To try to die with some dignity on your face for me, or just close your eyes. I'll be quick in slicing off that fat neck of yours. He prepared himself to attack. I think I bought enough time. What do you think, Hu Tao? Bing suddenly smiled. The cuts present all over his body were quickly healed up along with the return of his senses. The recovery pills he was downing during their conversation through his devil hand were really helpful. Haha. You fucking sneaky ass fat bastard. You still can't win, but if you survive a bit longer maybe Princess will arrive to help you out. Hu Tao gave his thumbs up at his cleverness. Don't worry. I have something else up my sleeve. Surviving won't be an issue. Trust me. Bing grinned with a strange confidence not normally seen from him. CaptainBoyHole. Previously Bing said that this fight was completely hopeless and futile. Just what sort of trick or plan is he cooking up that he believes is enough to deal with Chun? Comment/review on the story, readers, and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Lei Ji vs Lam. The two waves of Lam and Lei's mummy clashed head-on, and that was when Lei Ji tossed his fishing hook straight at the defenseless Lam. She smiled at him, a smile that was a little too sweet, and blocked his attack. Vines rose from her feet and wrapped itself around her like another outfit. They whipped and waved around the air like living snakes clothed in spikes. Lei Ji's fishing hook was almost grabbed by these deadly serpents. It was only thanks to the fact that it was an item created by Jing that saved his weapon from being snatched. The hook tore right through the spiky armor and returned back to its rightful owner. His mummy was being overwhelmed, and if things continued at this pace, it wouldn't be long before it was entangled and stabbed to pieces. The creature understood this and made efforts to deal with such an outcome. Its wrapping began to move on their own. Both Lam and Lei Ji watched as its cloth quickly started to detach itself from its body. Cloth that revealed the blackened and drained skin of the evil being to any who were curious enough to watch. From the ground, small childlike beings similar in appearance to the mummy manifested from the worn fabric. He. Dozens of these little mummies ran towards Lam. So cute! She screamed, giving the original mummy a little bit of freedom as he used his sand to move himself out of the way of Lam's wave of vines. If I don't take you all home with me, I don't know how terribly I'm going to kill this old man. The mummies attacked her without restraint. Some used sand while the rest used their own wrappings to try and hurt Lam. It was impossible to resist using her vines and drilling straight through the mummy children. Lam brought every single one of the small mummies close to her to get a better look at them, and she squealed. You're all a little stinky, but your cuteness makes up for it. I'm definitely taking you back with me to the section. I could make more of them for you if it stops you from trying to kill me. Lei brought up. Nat, I'm still gonna kill you, old man. You're not cute at all. She stuck her tongue out at him. I'd prefer if you didn't try to kill me, young lady. We can still go our separate ways. There's no reason that we need to go that far in our fight. Lei Ji tried to change her mind. Yeah, but you're kinda ugly and gross and old and stupid. Is there any reason you should live? She stated quite casually. Ouch, he muttered. Lei Ji didn't place too much importance on his looks, but being bluntly insulted right to his face about them didn't feel good. Just because someone is different from what you prefer doesn't mean they deserve to die. Lei said. Why not? Might makes right in this world, idiot. I'm stronger than you, so what I say goes. Obviously. She rolled her eyes at how stupid he sounded to her. Ah yes. That is the rule of this world, isn't it? Since you look so young, I didn't think you'd know about that already. But that was just wishful thinking on my part. He chuckled sadly. Say. Young lady. If I prove my might is greater than yours, will you take a different path than the one you're currently on? Lei wanted to know. Pfft. You might be totally disgusting, but that was actually pretty funny. She laughed at the thought that he believed he could win against her. I'll take that as a yes. Lei Ji hooked a piece of a large tree and tossed it at Lam. The tree blocked her vision, but she didn't worry at all. Her vines easily tore the wood apart, and after breaking it, she lost sight of Lei Ji. Lam tried to sense where Lei Ji was with her chi and was more than surprised to find out that she couldn't sense him anywhere. How could he have erased his chi presence? Is it an auxiliary martial art? Just as Lam was about to turn around to try and find him, her face was nearly assaulted by a large rock that was thrown at her from behind. Thankfully her vines reacted in time and blocked the stone from crashing into her. Realizing that she could have sustained a horrible injury to her face from someone far weaker than her, Lam almost went into a craze. Lam frantically looked around for any signs of the old man. I'd have to apologize. I decided that holding back against a cultivator as strong as yourself would only hurt myself. From now on, I won't be as forgiving. Lam's vines instantly drilled towards the sound of his voice, rupturing and tearing through the earth. The aftermath of her attack revealed that she only managed to destroy the ground and land itself instead of a middle-aged man. Hugh, the mummy was still a contender in this fight. His sand shaped itself into a large spear that flew straight towards Lam, who could barely react in time. The young girl with a passion for cruelty was taken off her feet and slammed right into a tree. Despite standing straight up after the attack and not looking injured in the slightest, Lam reacted as if she was gravely injured along with having all of her family insulted. She screamed with a crazed glint in her eyes as a massive number of vines destroyed the area around her and spread further and further out. As his mummy was distracting her, Lei took his time in freeing Zhaorong. He expected her to instantly react after having her vines cut, but her eyes were focused entirely on his mummy. Zhaorong climbed up his shoulder in her tiny state and the two of them quickly moved away. He still didn't have a good angle to attack her yet. Lei Ji didn't miss his opportunity. He moved with a quiet swiftness that made it hard for anyone to even think about tracking him. Neither his chi nor his body emitted a single sound while in this state, utilizing his cultivation technique. The downside being that it rapidly drained his chi reserves for silencing his movements and hiding his chi. That was why he had to do this quickly. The middle-aged fisherman patiently waited for the perfect moment to attack. His mummy was almost finished, but that wasn't too much of a concern. It could be regenerated from its coffin as long as Lei Ji gave it sufficient chi to restore itself. It'll probably take him a couple of days to do that as he didn't have much chi in this old body of his, but it will happen when it happens. There. Lei Ji saw the perfect spot to snag his target amidst all the giant vines surrounding her. He could feel his chi was about to be completely used up and didn't have much time to waste. The peace-loving 7th stage chi gatherer used all the strength in his physical body to sling his fishing hook straight at Lam's heavily defended body. She was using all her strength in destroying the area to try and find him. Lei Ji's hook tore through any vines on its way towards Lam. No matter the thickness or the numbers present, they were all cut through. During the course of their battle, Lei Ji understood that Lam was not connected to her vines in a way that she could sense when they were sliced or destroyed. If it wasn't for this one weakness, Lei doubted he would have been able to pull off this sneak attack. Where are you? More enlarged vines ripped through the ground, leaving the area in an even worse state than before. Lei didn't foolishly respond and let his fishing hook hit its target dead on. It hooked into her clothes and nearly ripped them, almost exposing her young milky white breasts. She cried out in fury at the surprise and screamed even louder when Lei tossed her far into the sky with his fishing rod. By now, she could clearly sense where he was as he released the effect of his cultivation technique. Lei Ji stared at the great vines heading straight down at him. She had quite the murderous look in her eyes. I have a feeling that she isn't going to change at all even if I was somehow able to beat her, Lei thought to himself. I guess I still need a little bit more training and experience before trying to reform any youths yet. To think I still haven't been able to change even a single youth in several months. I wonder if I'm going about this all wrong. Lei Ji muttered to himself. Zhaorong jumped from Lei's shoulder with great force and grew to her original size, which was large enough to shadow the very area around them. She let the vines pierce into her unprotected belly as she slammed her claw down straight at Lam, who was now using all of her power against Lei. Lam was sent soaring down at unbelievable speeds along with Zhaorong, who crashed into the earth with several holes in her body. Zhaorong! Lei cried out. He didn't tell her to do that. He didn't tell her to do anything. Why did she do that? Lei threw his fishing rod away and rushed over to her crash site. He struggled to climb her giant body but managed eventually and reached her wounded underside. It pained him greatly to see the horrible injuries. These wounds. Could he even fix something like this? Where would he even begin? Zhaorong. Are you okay? He asked in deep concern. She tried to speak to him but he of course couldn't understand. They were from two different universes, of two different minds, and of two different species. How could they possibly connect as one in a moment such as this? And communicate to each other with equal understanding? Your babies. Are they okay? If he couldn't save Zhaorong, he had to at least save her children. Zhaorong used her chi and stretched it out towards Lei's head. Lei could sense what she was trying to do and willingly leaned his head into her chi. Her chi drilled its way into Lei's head and he accepted it wholeheartedly. By the time she reached what she wanted to, Lei Ji could hear a feminine voice in his head. I do not have long for this world. Neither do my children either. That human female has pierced my egg sac and many of my vital organs. Listen to my final words, summoner. Lei had trouble controlling his body but he didn't have any problem listening. You are weak. One of the weakest males I've ever known. And very stupid too. I have never met a creature so foolish in my entire life. But I did not dislike that about you. You may have had control over me when you summoned me here. But you did not control my soul. Your silly goal of making people into better persons. I thought was very idiotic and a waste of time but never went against it. As I spent more time with you, Summoner, I began to think. Maybe is not so foolish of a dream after all. You and the Round One are similar but he holds a darkness in his soul that you do not share. Your goal is not impossible. As long as you keep your soul as pure as it is now, you will one day accomplish your dream. Continue to live, my weak Summoner. And after my death, ensure that you do everything you can to survive and live on. Until you finally succeed. Farewell, Summoner Lei. It has been an enjoyable time. I too have enjoyed my time spent with you. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to protect you. I'm sorry I won't be able to avenge you either. It looks like I might be joining you soon. Lei Ji looked at the swirling mass of vines drilling towards himself. His connection with Zhaorong was still there despite her passing. His body was completely paralyzed. There was nothing he could really do to save himself. It was a rather unfulfilling life, wasn't it? He didn't accomplish much of anything despite living to this age. Maybe in his next life, he'll have enough luck to accomplish his dreams. The vine smacked right into him and sent him flying into the distance through several rocks. Finally. That was the most annoying fight I've ever been in. I should have made him suffer 1,000 times more for what he put me through. Lam stamped her foot on the ground like a spoiled brat. CaptainBoyHole. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Bing vs Chun concluded. Bing slowly lowered his shield into the pool of his blood. Chun, Hu Tao, and Bing watched as the shield sucked it up like a swarm of starving mosquitoes. A powerful source of qi was building up inside Bing's shield. No one but himself knew exactly what was happening. He preferred to keep it this way as well. Pulling off this technique required him to lose a vast amount of blood. Shoving all those recovery pills down his gullet does have risks that comes along with the vastly enhanced recovery speed. The first downside was that controlling his qi would be far more difficult due to the buildup of pill residue inside his body. The second one reduced the effectiveness of any pills further ingested into the body, which could range from 50% to 100%. These two drawbacks by themselves force cultivators to carefully think about the near future and whether or not they can handle these risks in battle. Bing didn't have much of a choice in thinking about taking these risks or not. He couldn't very well just run away and leave everyone to die. There were a lot of reasons why he believed that wouldn't work out for the best for him. So, there was no need for him to list them out. He just had to suck it up and fight to his best ability. Even if there was a voice in the back of his mind constantly whispering to him that he should just run away. Bing shushed this voice by presenting some logic to it. He would be able to catch me no matter how hard I try to run. Swift Devil wouldn't save him from someone as fast as Chun Huan. I don't like how cocky you've gotten. I'll kill you now before you decide to show me any more surprises. Chun decided, feeling an unease about Bing's new confidence. He suddenly appeared in front of Bing with his blade, intending to chop his neck off. I'm really not a fan of fighting strong people, Bing softly spoke. Just before Chun's sword touched his neck, the quick-footed Qi Consolidator halted his strike and rapidly jumped back in fright. Several sharp bones jutted from the ground aimed directly at Chun. The reason why he stopped his attack was because of those bones. If he didn't, he would have been impaled to death. The bones spread out a large distance around Bing and Chun, surrounding them in a circular formation. Bing gestured with his hand and rose it upward. His bones danced to his commands and shot forth from the ground high into the sky. They moved like fearsome flying serpents with their movements. A mesmerizing sight that would induce a feeling of terror and despair in the one that was watching them as they came together and formed a dominion of bones. A land filled with diverse shapes and skeletal substances, all controlled by Bing's will. Chun and Bing were locked inside a giant cage of bones. There was no escape as far as Chun could tell besides killing Bing. Since that was his plan already, there wasn't much of a difference this technique did. It did look cool though, he had to admit that. Chun raced towards Bing once again and slashed at him. But once again his killing attempt was halted by bones. An unusually large bone spike thrusted up from the ground that saved Bing from his strike as it almost skewered him. That was another close call. What the hell is with this piggy? Chun thought to himself. Inside here, I can control everything you see. I know it seems really strong but I can only use this technique for 30 seconds this time around. So, try to make things easy on me and die within that time. Bing asked politely. Immediately after finishing his statement, a bone attempted to pierce Chun from the back of his skull. Sweat dripped down his face after narrowly dodging that dangerous spike. But the danger was far from over for Chun. Chun's speed and senses were put to the absolute test as countless numbers of deadly osseous materials chased after him. Bing had to motion with his hands to manipulate the bones into homing in on Chun because of his lacking qi control being barely enough to manage this life-threatening technique. It didn't matter what direction the speedster tried to run, Bing's bones appeared in all directions at all times with this domain. forcing the chi consolidator into using most of his chi to deflect lethal strikes from landing on him. Sharp cuts started to appear on his body from the crazy number of spikes coming at him. His speed aided him, but in this tight and enclosed space, it was only a matter of time before he was overwhelmed and killed by Bing's spikes. Or at least, that was what Bing was desperately hoping. Chun's constant grin slowly transitioned into a fierce scowl. Ever since the start of their battle, he's had a cocky smile on his face. Bing was satisfied he managed to push a chi consolidator into going all out against him. It might be only because of his shield that he's still alive right now, but it was still something to be proud of in his opinion. I can't believe I actually have to use my full strength in a battle against a chi gatherer. No wonder my clan is after your head. With strength like this, it's only a matter of time before you attempt to take revenge. Please die already. My 30 seconds are almost up. Bing pleaded. Not a chance in hell will I die from a chi gatherer. Crazy wind god's frenzied dance. Bing lost sight of him again. He sighed in annoyance at how unfair this matchup was. He was about to try and just randomly stab places inside the dome, but not even a second after he lost sight of the Huan clan member, a distinct clang rang out in his ears, revealing to him that Chun just tried to murder him again and just figured out that Bing's body was protected by bones. After not even being able to react to his attack and only surviving due to his cautious nature to protect his life first in every situation, Bing fully encased his body in a suit of armor using bones. Chun didn't give up as he unleashed hundreds of sword strikes on Bing's immobile figure. Bing wished he could also cover his ears from the constant clanging from outside his armor, but that would be too much to ask for. He was waiting for Chun to tire himself out, guessing that he couldn't keep this up for long. Unfortunately, he himself also didn't have much time left. It was time to fall to his last resort plan. Worst case scenario, he dies and Chun escapes unharmed. Best case scenario, he's on the brink of life and death and Chun dies. The most likely outcome would be both of them dying. I really hope the Empress has something to bring back the dead, Bing hoped with all his heart as he began channeling his chi within his palms. The amount of chi control needed to simply create this technique was absurd, not to mention using it. Far too much in Bing's opinion. As a body cultivator, his control over his chi was naturally lacking, as there wasn't a need for him to control chi as adeptly as a chi cultivator would. His body would do most of the work just by flowing chi through certain parts of his body in specific patterns. Bing didn't need to control, condense, alter, shape, or manipulate much of anything when performing his martial arts. This was without adding the fact that he downed a lot of recovery pills and mostly shot his already pathetic amount of chi control to hell. It would be a miracle on top of a miracle if he could even pull off this special technique. A miracle he has no choice but to rely on. Without using this, the only thing he could do was lie down and accept his death. Ha! I'm so tired. Couldn't just make it easy on me, could you? Bing muttered as a minuscule orb flashed in between his palms. Chun never let up his attacks since the creation of Bing's bone armor. Bing figured he must be pissed out of his mind. He definitely wouldn't let him have an easy death. Bing hated pain as well, if he forgot to mention. Die. 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 Chun repeated with such murderous passion. Come on, Bing pleaded to himself. A small orb flashed in the middle of the hands once again. Bing urged with all his heart for it to stay this time. As far as he could tell, he only had 5 seconds left. Within these 5 seconds, he needed to shape this technique and properly form it with the specific chi elements required. Come on! Come on! Come on! Bing's nerves rose to the extreme. It was as if an hourglass was above his head, almost fully emptied from the top half. This was the most stressful situation he's ever been in, and doubted this would be the last either if he somehow survived through this. Knowing the Empress and the rest of his allies, this seemed like it would be something that'll happen on the regular for them. A small smile appeared on Bing's face. Maybe he was becoming a bit abnormal as well, hanging around them. I can't die now, he shouted. There was still too much he had to do in this life. He hasn't even gotten a girlfriend yet. Or kids. The constantly flickering orb between Bing's hands finally solidified into something tangible. The sheer amount of chi radiating from something so tiny shocked Chun greatly. He somehow increased the intensity of his sword strikes to get through Bing's armor faster. Bing fueled this fear with all of his emotions. He wasn't even close to having it made completely. In its current state, it wasn't even a tenth of the way finished. But this'll have to do. All the bones crumbled into a fine white dust around them, painting the land an ashy white color. Chun saw the creamy white flesh of Bing and grinned with delight. He aimed a fatal cut towards Bing with his sword infused with chi to increase the sharpness of his attack. Bing gritted his teeth and locked eyes with the Huan bastard after his life. Let's see if it's his fate to die today. Yin of destruction and Yang of creation, infinite sphere. Bing forcefully brought his palms together. And then everything went white. CaptainBoyHole. A kind of shounen ending for this chapter. I hope you enjoyed. Writing about Bing is always fun when he's put in these troublesome and stressful situations. Cause I know all he wants to do is be anywhere but in those types of situations. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. The conclusion. The whiteness came over everyone. No one was spared from the momentary blindness brought from Bing's technique. Hu Tao, Wan Qing, Ni Kong, Lam, Bing himself, and Chun were all blinded. Hu Tao covered his eyes with his hands and could vaguely see two shadowy figures speeding away from each other at incredible speeds. It sucked that he wasn't able to see what kind of state the two were in, but from the brief view he saw, none of them lost any limbs in the explosion. And in only a few seconds, the incredibly bright light was gone and everyone's vision returned. Hu Tao immediately looked over at Bing's body to see if he died or not. The crazy fat bastard wasn't moving. He clicked his tongue in irritation. That fatty had potential to give him a good fight in the future. How dare someone else take away one of his fights? You're fucking dead when I get out of here, you Huan shit. That fat piece of shit was mine to fight. Hu Tao cursed at the barely living Chun. Chun rose with great difficulty. Blood seeped from every part of his body, his clothes were torn into rags, and his defensive treasures were destroyed in the blast. The previously easygoing young man glared in Bing's direction with a hate-filled stare. His pride was destroyed to pieces and his hatred for that fatty that put him in this embarrassing state rose to an unprecedented height. Never before has he ever been in such a humiliating state. The stumbling heavily injured youth made his way to Bing's unconscious naked body with nothing but murderous intent. There was no one capable of stopping him at this point in time. Both Hu Tao and Wan Qing were trapped within high-level formations and Bing and Lei Ji were in similar states in where it was unknown if they were still alive. So, Chun had free rein to do whatever he pleased with Bing's creamy white pig-like virgin body. Chun released all his pent-up frustrations on Bing. With brutal punches and kicks to Bing's face and body, he beat him till he was bleeding even further than before. Bing groaned from the impact of each hit but still did not awaken. A smile was slowly forming on Chun's lips in seeing how he had complete freedom to do whatever he pleased to this pig. His savage assault reduced Bing into a bloody, bruised, and gravely injured mess. Now, I'll show you the price for messing with my clan. And for daring to believe that you had the smallest chance of defeating me. He pointed his sword that was as dark as the night itself at Bing's throat. Die fatty. He swung downwards to separate Bing's neck from his body. Clink. A clear clang rang out before Chun could complete his chop. His face distorted into one of confusion and anger. But the face of the figure stopping him seemed even more pissed than he was. Out of pure fear, he jumped a distance away and got a good look at this mysterious intruder. Her hair was as bright as the rising sun while her eyes burned with a flaming fury. The top half of her body was currently protruding out of some strange oval-shaped thing along with a thin light blade that oozed of a strange chi. Chun watched as she forced herself out of the circle and fully arrived to the 20th floor somehow. Who was this person? Why was she stopping him from killing that fatty? Is she his ally or an unknown third party? Who are you? If you don't wish to get on the Huan clan's bad side, stay out of this. He threatened. Princess. You made it. You could have came a bit fucking sooner but at least you're here. Fadus and the old man kicked the bucket. Come get me out of this thing quick. Hu Tao yelled. She ignored them both and looked down at the fatty with a strange look on her face. Chun immediately knew that she was connected to him somehow with a look like that. The odd girl soon glared at him after feeding a strange pill to the fatty. Despite his severe injuries, he was sure that he could take care of an 8th stage chi gatherer. Chun readied his sword and prepared himself for battle. Wait a second. I'll be with you in a moment. Ying's eyes caught Zhirong's corpse in the distance and no signs of Lei Ji. She tossed a spirit stone in Hao Gang's mouth and immediately found Lei Ji's body. She lightly hopped her way over to him and fed him the same pill she fed Bing before returning to the battlefield. Ying ran her hand down Zhirong's body and muttered a few words in her memory. Then, she focused her attention on Chun and Lam. You and you. Get ready to die. She uttered with such calmness it was as if their fates were already decided by the heavens themselves. Her sword returned back to its massive and demonic appearance. Lam and Chun looked at the 8th stage chi gatherer and couldn't help laughing together. At the exact time their mouths starting moving up and down through laughter, was when Ying attacked, giving them no time to prepare themselves. She wasn't playing around. Her sword cleanly removed Lam's torso from her waist in a single stroke. Lam's sickeningly sweet smile was still present on her face as the upper half of her body flew through the air. Chun held nothing back once he processed the instantaneous death of Lam. He vanished towards Ying's back after she cut Lam in two. Only to be met with icy white flames that exploded out from her back that nearly froze him solid. The 3rd stage chi consolidator kicked the air to avoid it and kicked once more to continue his attack on the dangerous chi gatherer in front of him. Don't underestimate me, chi gatherer. Chun shouted. His blade nearing Ying's heart. You're not as fast as I thought you'd be. She replied. Ying didn't even bother avoiding his attack. She simply coated her hands in flames and grabbed hold of the weak blade between her fingers. Looking at Chun with a look of disbelief. A look that asked, "Is this seriously your best?" Chun's expression twisted into something inhuman after being looked down on by this girl who was an entire realm below him. He tried to forcibly pull his blade from her grip with all his strength and unleash thousands of slashes upon her in retaliation. But he couldn't force it from her fingers. She was actually stronger than him. "If it wasn't for that fatty, I'd eat you alive, stupid girl," he screamed while still trying to pull his sword free. "If it wasn't for that fatty, you'd have a painless death instead of a painful one. For putting him in that state, I'll have to do the same to you." Ying smashed her foot into Chun's gut, launching him straight across the white rocky remains of this battlefield. He tumbled, rolled, and smashed against the ground like a kite with its strings cut. Chun could feel everything in his body shatter from that kick, bile spewing from his mouth during his flight. In no less than a second, she was right on top of him, shoving her fist into his chest, shattering his ribs completely and sending him into a panic attack. He couldn't breathe. "It hurts just trying to breathe. What the hell was this girl? Was he going to die right here and now?" Gacha! Chun screamed from the sudden loss of his arm. He was on the verge of passing out. "You can't faint yet. I'm sure the pain you put my friend through was much worse than this." Ying cauterized his wound to stop the blood loss, causing him to shriek even louder. "Love really makes one scary," Wanqing muttered. She herself already went through a situation with nearly killing someone's loved one and almost died for it. Ying then proceeded to cause unimaginable amount of pain and suffering to the Huan clan member for nearly killing Bing. Shattering his legs, twisting his remaining arm like a wet towel, swelling up face with barely restrained punches, and an almost completely cracked skull for when she couldn't restrain one of her punches. In his current state, it was hard to tell if he was even alive. His body twitched every few seconds, accompanied by whimpers and other such noises from his mouth. Ying stood over him with a cold look on her face. No one tries to kill her friends without paying a price. Bing, Leiji, and Xiarong were all people she considered her friends. The months they spent together weren't moments that could be easily forgotten. Even though she hates Hu Tao's guts, she'd rather be the one to kill him herself than have some other person kill him. Growing up, Ying didn't have many friends. For a long time, her only friend was just her grandfather. Sometimes she interacted with the other noble children, but their parents always stopped them from getting too involved with her. She never understood why, but she didn't care either. Ying was perfectly fine with her Gramps being her only friend. She was simple like that. Then she met Ziyi during her recruitment test to get into the Golden Serpent sect. At first it seemed like they got along great. Ziyi introduced her to her friends and Ying also became friends with them. Then they learned of her true reason of joining the sect, and there was the situation with Ziyi's boyfriend. So, that all ended horribly, and Ying didn't really understand what real friends were like for a while. Until she got to know Bing and Leiji. Two people she would have no doubt ignored entirely if it wasn't for Jing bringing her into her group. Because of Jing, she got to know these two and learned what having actual friends were like. Ying was hesitant to call Hu Tao a friend, but deep down in her heart, she considered him something resembling a friend, but at the same time hated him deeply. She couldn't say as of now if Wanqing was her friend or not. They haven't spent enough time together for her to decide something like that, but she didn't hold a negative opinion of her. Ying chopped down with her sword and split Chun's twitching figure into two halves. From the center of her lungs, she took a deep breath, stabilizing her mind and nerves. She was very glad that she arrived on time to save both Bing and Leiji. There was no pain in her heart that she used two of Jing's valuable special recovery pills to save them. They were the only ones she had, but she didn't regret using them for a second. "Oi! Princess? The girl with orange pubic hair? Mind saving me anytime now?" Hu Tao whined. "I also need some assistance," Wanqing tried to hide her embarrassment. Roar! Roar! Nikong held his paws on the formation's barrier. "How did you two get trapped?" Ying asked Qing and Kong. "I was caught unprepared." Ying looked at both Hu Tao's and Wanqing's trapping arrays to see if there was a way of freeing them. Unfortunately for both of them, she had no idea how to free them. She could try going all out with her sword to shatter their prisons, but there was no certainty that it would work. Especially for Hu Tao's cube that was filled to the brim with powerful talismans all over it. Yet, I'm stumped. Maybe we can figure something out when Bing and Lei wake up. Ying proposed. Hu Tao and Wanqing had no choice but to wait if Ying couldn't figure something out. Eventually Bing and Leiji reawakened with their injuries fully healed. Upon reawakening, tears fell from Bing's eyes, overjoyed that he was still in the world of the living. Leiji placed Xiarong's body in a capture bead to bury at a later date. The three of them then tried various methods of releasing the trapped chi consolidators in their group, only to no avail. Holy shit! A voice in the distance whistled. What kind of fucking war took place here? Another joined in. Damn, somebody had a party here. A group with several lotuses on their head arrived. They marveled at the carnage and death lingering in the aftermath of the terrible battles that took place here. Some of them even recognized the corpses and mocked them. But there were two faces in that group that caught everyone's attention. It's good to see you all are still in one piece. Jing spoke with Li Li perched on her shoulder. You know these people, Jing? Wenling asked. She only knew the shirtless one. I suppose you could say that. I'm their leader after all. Jing revealed. CaptainBoyHole. And with that, it's time for the falling action and resolution of this very long arc. I wonder how many of you honestly even remember Zai. It was so long ago that I wrote about her that I doubt most of you can. It wasn't like she was important or anything, so it's fine if you don't. Just a minor antagonist for Ying in the past. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Jing has arrived. Leader? What are you talking about? Wenling asked, seemingly shocked. Deal with everyone still alive. Anything you find on their bodies are yours to keep. Jing relayed to the Wolfeng gang members. They scampered into the battlefield looting the corpses and putting an end to any disciples faking their deaths. Jing let out a small laugh looking at the pack of hyenas scavenging the ruined area. Seeing them act so in tune with their true desires was always amusing. Jing herself took careful notice of two specific people in her group. I was aware of Hu Tao being trapped, but how did you find yourself in a similar situation? Jing asked Wan Qing. It was an ambush. She couldn't look Jing in the eye. She was very embarrassed that she let herself get bested by cultivators at a lower stage than herself once again. Jing didn't respond to her explanation and simply slapped two golden talismans on their prisons. The arrays shattered into nothingness and the two of them were freed. I'm free! Hu Tao joyously exclaimed. In his excitement, he wrapped his arms around Jing and squeezed her in a loving embrace that would break the spine of any normal young maiden. You don't know how much I fucking love you right now. If Hu Tao had a tail, it would be wagging furiously. An annoyed Jing kicked him in his stomach to release her and then followed up with a high kick that struck him right into his cheek, smashing him into the ground. Know your place, mutt. She coldly responded. Hu Tao could only ogle at her with hearts in his eyes as his body was horribly injured by Jing's loving kicks. That reminds me. Didn't I promise to beat you half to death? Ying leapt towards Hu Tao's immobilized figure and began pounding him with her fists. Gah! Princess! Wait! This doesn't count! Stop hitting me when I can't fight back! This isn't fun at all! Hu Tao yelled in perhaps his second moment of actual helplessness. Ha 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 ha! Ying laughed in great elation. Remember all those times you were so cocky? Now it's my turn to teach you a lesson in respect. She pummeled him with all her strength. Seriously? Get off me! I'll beat the shit out of you when I get my strength back. This isn't a fight. Keep crying, wolf boy. Nothing's gonna save you from this mama's fists of revenge. She continued her long-deserved win against the battle-crazed cultivator, who managed to kill Lam and Chun. She asked her followers. Jing. Are you just going to ignore me? Wenling frantically yelled. Later. She responded without even looking at Wenling. I killed those two, but if it wasn't for Lei Ji and Bing weakening them beforehand, I wouldn't have stood a chance. Ying yelled over Hu Tao's shouting. I see. And Bing, did you face Chun? Yes, Empress. He bowed his head respectfully. Empress. Wenling shouted in confusion. Since the treasured plains are coming to a close soon, I suppose it's fine if I give you all your due rewards now. Come here. Jing beckoned them. Ying finally finished beating Hu Tao into a bloody pulp and joined the others. They all followed her demand with various emotions on their faces. Emotions that Jing was pleased to see with her own eyes. Hu Tao's ugly disfigured wolfish grin, Lei Ji honest and straightforward smile, Bing's silly smile that highlighted his excitement, Ying's lovely blood-coated smile, Wan Qing's restrained half-smirk, and Ni Kong's jumping around his owner's legs. Seeing them all so excited almost caused Jing herself to break out in a small smile. For taking out two core members of the Huan clan and the fearsome garden, along with successfully completing the tasks I gave you, this is for you. Jing handed her a bright shiny red book with a cover plated with gold and a high-rank spirit stone. The book was a fire cultivation technique that belonged to some fallen deity called the Goddess of Calamity. If Ying is lucky enough in her comprehension, she'll be able to rise into the heavens quite easily. Jing took a quick peek through the book herself and knew that it was definitely a heaven-ranked cultivation marital art. If it wasn't, then she wouldn't know what would classify as a heaven-ranked martial art in the first place. What is it? Ying wondered. A better cultivation art. Jing simply responded. Yes. 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 Ying couldn't help herself from immediately trying to open the first page and absorbing the knowledge within. But she found herself unable to open the cover of the book even with all her great strength. What is this? Ying looked at Jing with nothing but confusion splattered on her face. Jing smirked at her. The book will accept you when it feels you're worthy. What does that mean? Perhaps it means your understanding of fire isn't enough yet. Lei Ji suggested. Ying looked at him as if he was speaking backwards. Just a guess. He nervously chuckled. Bing. Jing brought his attention to her. Empress. He got down on one knee and lowered his head. Get up, idiot. How am I supposed to reward you if you're down there? She wanted to kick him for being so foolish but restrained herself. Of course. My apologies. He rose so fast, he nearly head-butted Jing in the chin. This rewarded him with a kick to the stomach that sent him rolling away like a ball. Bing could swear he heard 3 people laughing at him in his dazed state. A young childish voice he never heard before, Hu Tao laughing that someone was in pain just like him, and Ying's chuckling. Here are your rewards, oaf. Jing tossed his rewards next to his dirted and wounded body. Jing gifted the hefty blue-haired youth a necklace with skulls looped around the string, a small silver disc, and 10 middle-rank spirit stones. She debated whether if she could give him SCP-4820 or the ring filled with ancient martial arts and techniques, but thinking about the tasks he accomplished today, this was enough. Those 2 items she gave him would give him a significant boost in his combat ability despite how simple those magical treasures seemed. Maybe when he takes care of an impossible task from her, she'll reward him with something on that level. Thank you, Empress. He managed to say through pained breaths. Jing was pleased. He hasn't forgotten his position. Lei. You've done better than I thought you would. I believe I found the perfect tools for you to accomplish your goal. Jing handed him a box from her storage ring. Lei Ji opened up the small box that seemed like it should only be opened by members of royalty and was surprised to see what was inside. Inside laid 2 needles imprinted into the soft velvety cotton along with a small but very thick book. He looked towards Jing for an explanation on why she believed this would help him. Jing responded the same way she did to Ying. You'll understand when you begin reading. She moved on to Wang Qing next. For dealing with Wang Yang and attempting to save Hu Tao, here are your rewards. Jing handed Wang Qing 5 high-rank spirit stones, a bone-washing pill, 1 purifying chi pill, and a beast corpse from the core preparation stage that Jing dealt with earlier for N Kong. She made sure to collect all of the spirit beasts she killed for her mission from the system. Everything has its uses. And Jing hated being wasteful. Thank you. Wang Qing replied. And just so you all know for the future, there won't be rewards for attempts. Only completed tasks. Jing told them. They nodded and Jing crouched over to Hu Tao with a particularly frightening look on her face. Why are you smiling like that? I don't know if I want my rewards anymore with you looking at me like that. You only look at me like that when you are going to hurt me. Fat ass. Old man. Bitch. Help me. He cried for aid only to receive averted gazes. You've done an excellent job for me during these treasured plains. I have an especially fantastic reward for your efforts. None of his allies looked in his direction and missed out on one of Jing's purest smiles. She reached out with her hand to the desperate Hu Tao who was attempting to crawl away with all his strength. A happy hum came from her voice as she snagged his leg and pulled him towards herself without much trouble. Jing grabbed his injured face that was slowly healing and kissed him deeply on the lips. With an intimate intrusion on her part, Jing's tongue wrangled itself around Hu Tao's and forced him into accepting her inside his mouth. Hu Tao's limbs frantically panicked from the kiss as he tried to pull himself away. Everyone present could hear the sounds of their intense session and tried to avert their eyes even more so than before. Everyone except Wenling, who stared on in complete shock. Hu Tao's muffled screaming only made things worse for their imaginations. Just how good was Jing at kissing that Hu Tao of all people would be screaming from it? Why was she doing this in front of them? Couldn't she wait till they were alone or something? Only Lei Ji's face wasn't red from hearing their moment. Once Jing's lips parted from Hu Tao's, a link of their shared saliva broke off and Hu Tao's body started rapidly spasming on the ground. Jing gave an innocent laugh fitting for a girl her age as his face contorted into immense pain and torment. His jerky uncontrolled movements and horrible screaming caused everyone to watch him. A heavy feeling suddenly grabbed hold of everyone's souls. The look of genuine arousal and excitement on Jing's face terrified them all once they realized why she was like that in the first place. Giving her followers a close look at true nature of their leader. SCP-106 will match well with your personality. This is thanks for serving me so well. Jing got up and looked towards her other followers. If you all do well, you will be similarly rewarded. Jing smiled at them. Immediately everyone promised to do the opposite of well and complete their tasks in a lackluster manner. Never doing more than requested and never asking for more. None of them wanted to suffer through the pain Hu Tao was currently going through. The man known to enjoy pain as if it was his lover. Bing, grab the dog. Everyone else, follow me out of this tower. Jing ordered. By this time, the Wolfang gang managed to grab as much loot as they possibly could. The stuff they couldn't hold on to them was sucked into Wenling's storage ring for the entirety of their group back at the sect. Jing didn't mind letting her do so. She still had a mission to complete with the Wolfang gang. And they needed all the help they could get. CaptainBoyHole. Haha boom. I bet you guys never would have expected that twist. It was so fun writing it, I can't wait to read your reactions on that moment. Anyways, we got one more chapter left in the treasured plains before we are gonzo. Fun fact, I actually didn't get the idea to give Bing a shield from Captain America or that shield Night Ice Sky. I just thought that the shield was a cool weapon and basically no one mains it in anything I read. Excluding Captain America and that shield hero Ice Sky. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. The truth. Are you ready to talk now? Wenling whispered as she dragged Jing a little bit ahead of their group. Ask your questions. Jing told her. Are you really Jing? She asked seriously. Jing chuckled at this question despite the seriousness on Wenling's face. I was not completely honest with you earlier when I told you I was still the same Jing you knew. The Jing you knew was a fake. A personality I used to make myself seem more harmless and worthless. I didn't act that way specifically to get close to you or the Wolfang gang in particular. I acted that way towards everyone to try and slowly build my strength and influences inside the section. Jing honestly told her. She could have lied and continued to lie to Wenling about being that weak Jing from earlier, and the only reason she's so different now is because of her near-death experience. But that isn't what she wanted to do, nor would she act in that way anytime soon. It would be pointless to keep stringing Wenling along with this fake existence she believed she was close to. Especially when it was time for her to come out into the open in the sect and really start her faction's growth. So, it was all an act? Everything. No, not everything. Then what was real and what was fake? I mean, why did you even agree to become my protégé? What was the point of all this if it was all a lie? I joined you because you offered. Jing stated plain and simply. Song offered you to join her too. Why did you pick the Wolfang gang over the fearsome garden? Wenling wanted to know. There were two reasons. The first reason was that I was interested in you personally. The second reason was that the fake personality I was hiding under had no reason to refuse your better offer. A silence overtook Wenling. She turned and thought deeply about her feelings towards this sudden information. She didn't know how she felt about Jing anymore. The apprentice and friend she believed in this entire time was actually an entirely different person who was most likely using her for some purpose she didn't know of. If this was anyone else, it would be easy to answer. She'd beat the hell out of them for the good of the Wolfang gang. But Jing wasn't anyone else, or at least the Jing she knew wasn't. From what Jing was telling her now, those two Jings were not the same person and never will be. Is there any reason to continue associating with her? The times they went through, just how much of it really mattered? Wenling wanted them all to have mattered so that she couldn't deny the positive emotions they brought to her, but reality was suggesting another outcome. An outcome in which barely any of them were meaningful in any way. Her loyalty percentage is dropping fast. I might need to lotus her as well if this continues. Jing thought as she looked her system. Mission available for host. Stop Wenling's loyalty from dropping without altering her mind with external or internal tools. Reward, 1 rare ticket. Jing scoffed at the system. It wasn't going to force her into acting in a certain manner. Wenling would be valuable, but she isn't required for her goal of reforming and taking over the sect. She isn't required in the sense that she needs to have free will to be useful to her. Wenling on her own still has uses. She is one of the important pillars in one of the top outer court factions. Taking control of her is an easy way of accomplishing another mission of hers along with making the Wolfang gang Jings. But she'll give it a try at least. Since she plans to become a better leader from now on, she can't just watch as one of her followers lose trust in her right in front of her. Jing has to at least try and salvage the situation, or she truly would be a failure of a leader. It wasn't in her plans to give more effort than what would be reasonable. If Wenling was set on throwing away their relationship, then that was that. Wenling. She turned and looked at her, obviously conflicted. You are not wrong to feel betrayed or wronged by me. I have betrayed you. The person you gave your trust, affection, and care to was not the person you believed they were. I'm not asking you to forgive my actions or excuse what I have done to you. I will ask that you understand that I never once planned to hurt you personally or the Wolfang gang. Jing spoke. How can I believe you? You're a complete stranger to me. Think of everything I've done to help and support the Wolfang gang. Then think of everything I've done to hurt or hinder them. Jing told her. Wenling was forced to face the facts at this comment. Everything Jing has done has only resulted in good things for them. Sure, some bad things happened, but those weren't Jing's fault. It could have happened to anyone inside the treasured plains. Wenling couldn't fault Jing at all regarding if she wanted to hurt her or her gang. Without her and her talismans, they would have long been wiped out inside the treasured plains. An undeniable fact that was too large to ignore. She saved their lives time and time again, and when she couldn't, she tried her best to aid them. A lingering feeling in the busty violet-haired girl's heart that told her she should still be upset but not as upset as before. She was manipulated and fooled, but not in a way that hurt her standing as commander or a cultivator. In a way, it was her own fault for being deceived so perfectly. One flaw that she plans to work on from now on. I do not forgive you for lying and using me for so long. But I must thank you for everything you've done for my squad. Without you, we wouldn't be here now, neither would we have all this loot. Jing, you saved me and my men's lives on numerous occasions, and I can't hate you for what you did. I don't like what you did and I don't think you should have done it, but I can't consider you my enemy even if I don't know of your intentions towards my group. Wenling responded. Host has received a rare ticket. Jing saw that her loyalty was at a static low 28% but not heading straight towards zero like it was earlier. She could work with this and even got a rare ticket because of it. In time, Jing believed that she could raise her loyalty back up. Especially when she infects the rest of the Wolfeng gang with her lotus plant. She'll have no choice but to accept her if all of the people she considers close love her. In fact, the only reason why Wenling was exempt from being affected by the lotus plants was because she commanded it. The lotus only spread on her command. And because of her choice today, she wouldn't receive one in the future either. That's fair. Jing said. The two returned back to the group with an awkward heavy atmosphere around them. Many could get the picture and understood not to ask anything about what was said. If a certain annoying person was awake and not convulsing in pain right now, he would surely have said something inappropriate upon their return. But he was still in the process of fully receiving Jing's gift from the system. Hu Tao was the first of her followers to officially receive an SCP and as of now, the only person who could accept an SCP from her. The system stated that only followers with 100% loyalty rating could receive an SCP from the system. Jing agreed with this type of limitation. While it doesn't completely stop her from accidentally gifting an SCP to someone who will betray her and use it for their own personal means, it does make it more difficult. The only person who was close to 100% loyalty rating was Lei Ji. He was currently reading the combat martial art she gave him. Previously, she gifted him a fishing art as a gift for joining her, but technically that wasn't a martial art meant for fighting. Lei Ji, himself, adapted that manual into one that could be considered a fighting style. A clever and insightful read of something that Jing failed to think of herself. Jing would consider herself cruel enough to give someone a fishing pole to defend their life with, but that wasn't her purpose with Lei Ji at all. His new combat art, God's Fingers, was a martial art that would be quite a boon for someone like Lei Ji who disliked violence, killing, and death. And seeing how his loyalty is slowly approaching full, Jing believed that she'll be able to complete a mission she thought was impossible by the time they leave the treasured plains. The others had their loyalty percent rise as well when she gifted them their rewards, but only Lei Ji's was drastic enough to mention. Maybe she'll be a bit more rewarding when he completes another task for her if he does reach 100%. CaptainBoyHole. Whoops. There's actually one more chapter after this before we get out of the treasured plains. Sorry about the mix-up. Hope you enjoyed this chapter. This chapter was pretty difficult to say the least. I don't think developing characters is my strongest suit, but I'm trying to make these people think, react, and feel like real people. Which is hard as fuck because I'm a super loser in real life with no friends or a girlfriend. Tell me how you guys think I did with Wenling's reaction towards Jing's lies. My main focus was making it seem realistic and not overly emotional/dramatic. I could have had Wenling freak out and have this chapter turn into a Wenling vs Jing chapter or something ridiculous like that, but it didn't fit Wenling's personality. She isn't the emotional type or the type to explode in rage and anger after being lied to. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. He Persons of Fate. I can't thank you enough for your help, Sun Liuxian spoke with heavy gratitude. He locked eyes with the girl that saved his life at the brink of death. Without her help, he would have long passed on to the reincarnation wheel and never gained such a valuable treasure like the one in his hand. The lustrous glow of the weapon couldn't be dimmed even inside such a dark cave. It shone with a golden glow that threatened to blind him. But he didn't care, it was just too magnificent to look away. With this, it shouldn't be too hard for you get revenge on that despicable Tang Wuying. Mei Li said to him. How could I ever repay you for this? Liuxian asked. All I ask from you is your cooperation. I might not have told you this before, but you can surely tell that I hold a deep grudge against a certain someone. I noticed a deep hatred within your eyes. I felt a connection with that hate. I too hold similar feelings against a man. Was he the one that put you in that state I found you? Liuxian nodded quietly to her question. The man I wish to kill is just one person on a long list of people I will add. My goal is to change this world, where evil is not allowed to exist, and the man I plan to kill is nothing but evil incarnate. But I cannot do it alone. By myself I am just a weakling, but with powerful allies by my side, there is nothing I won't be able to accomplish. I would like to join you. No. Meili, let me join you. Liuxian requested. You will be fighting against the laws of the heavens themselves, who seem to favor the wicked over the just. Are you prepared to handle that weight on your soul? Meili asked. The heavens? Humph. I'll break the very sky itself to change this horrible world. Liuxian responded. Then follow me and never forget the feeling in your heart right now. If I do forget, just knock me upside the head until I can remember again. He grinned. Not a problem. She smiled back. How annoying. Tang Wuiying cursed under his breath. Both him and Gong Jun were being followed by a large group of cultivators who were too weak to survive on their own and were sticking to them like parasites, sucking up their leftovers and trash that held no use to either of them. What are you smiling for? You should be just as annoyed as I am. Tang barked at Gong. Is it really such a bother to have a crowd behind us? Look at them. Don't they look just pitiful? Gong chuckled. At Gong's forgiving words, they all made sure to look as weak and pathetic as possible. The women making puppy eyes, the men avoiding eye contact and staring at the ground, and absolutely none of them made a peep. Seeing that none of them were near his strength made Tang less inclined to assault any of them. It wouldn't be worth his time wasting his energy on these pieces of trash. Whatever. Let's start heading back. I'm definitely not getting stuck in here with you and these wastes. Tang announced. Don't say such harmful words, junior brother. I wouldn't mind spending a few years with you. Gong teased. Don't say something so disgusting or I'll kill you. Tang coldly responded. Always the shy one. Gong mocked once again. I really will kill you, you know. Gong only smiled in response to this threat. Ha 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 ha. Me and my secret boyfriend are unstoppable. Yunyu cried out in excitement. Shush girl. Are you out of your mind? Bo Fai hushed her. The young couple was currently deep inside the great mountain. Bo Fai found his way through a secret passage and led them into a prideful giant sloth's nest. Bo Fai and Yunyu stood over the previously sleeping cubs of the giant sloth. Knowing that their worth is very valuable due to their rarity. Damn it. Deal with the babies and I'll handle the mom. Fai cursed. I'm not killing them Fai. They're too cute. Are you kidding me? There has to be something else valuable in here. Give me a moment to look. I don't have a moment. The mother sloth has returned and roared out in anger at the sight of the two humans. She struck down with her mighty claw, forcing Bo Fai to dodge. He held out his palms and let off a mass of flames that seemed to only annoy the animal rather than do any real harm to it. Just seeing the lack of effect his martial skill had on the spirit beast made him feel hopeless. There was no way he would be able to take care of this beast. Which meant he had to rely on Yunyu to quickly find something of value before he dies to this beast. Bo Fai was forced into dodging with all his strength. Speed was not his field of mastery. Hang on, secret boyfriend. I think I see something shiny back here. Try not to die before I can get it, okay? Yunyu yelled. Just hurry. I am. Yelling at me won't make me go any faster. Just so you know. Bo Fai would have loved to respond back to the talkative brat, but he was too busy trying to survive. The prideful giant sloth was a species that was unlike any other sloth species. The word pride in their name came from the fact that these spirit beasts hone their speed from birth. They are instinctively aware of their species being known for slowness and do everything to go against that stigma. Speed is everything to them, and when they find something that can challenge the speed they place their pride on, they'll do anything to win. So, seeing Bo Fai just barely being able to avoid its attacks only infuriated the spirit beast even more. It focused its entire attention on Bo Fai, carefully watching his moves to kill him in the bloodiest of ways. Bo Fai could tell that the sloth's attacks were speeding up, bloody cuts from its long claws were slowly piling up on his body. It wouldn't be long before a limb or something else important was lost. Damn it, beast. If I was in my prime, all it would take is a fart to deal with you. Bo Fai concentrated his phoenix flames in between his hands. Standing still like this was definitely going to hurt, but it was his only chance of slowing the animal down momentarily. The prideful sloth raked its claws across Fai's chest, deeply wounding his body. The handsome dark-haired youth bit his teeth to stop himself from screaming. Taking that attack wasn't without its benefits though. Bo Fai fired the concentrated orb of phoenix flames into the spirit beast's mouth just as Yunyu returned. I found these pretty gems. And a cute sloth baby. She happily cheered. Yeah. Great. Let's get out of here. He slapped a teleportation spell on Yunyu's chest and one for himself. Ahn. She moaned in surprise. He only rolled his eyes at the exaggerated sound. There wasn't any time for this. You can never tell a living soul about this. Lu Lan threatened while she slipped her underwear back on. I would never. Fu Kong smiled, putting his robes back on. I mean it. I will kill you and then kill myself if anyone found out what we did. She promised. Sweet Fairy Lu, there is no need to feel embarrassed. I was only helping your illness. He said to calm her. How did you even know that I was sick? Ever since my 13th birthday I've suffered from this disease. Not even my father knew of it. You figured it out with just a glance. How? She questioned. What lovely pair of breasts you have. Lu had yet to cover her chest. Pervert. She smacked him across his face while covering her nipples with her arm. The two of them got completely dressed and stood next to one another. Fu Kong owed Lu Lan his life. She saved him from the brink of death after his spirit world collapsed. After his unfortunate run-in with the crazy bitch, he was left in the great volcano on the verge of life and death. It was thanks to her using pills gained from Elder Ru that he is alive right now. That was when her symptoms flared up. After she saved him, he could immediately tell what was wrong with her thanks to the auxiliary martial art he's learned. Studying up on alchemy also helped him understand exactly how to solve her problem. It's a rare disease that only pops up in certain young women and could only be cured with the help of a man. He only remembered this cure due to his immense interest in the opposite sex. Perhaps this illness was the reason why she decided to become an alchemist. If your illness flares up again, don't be shy to get in touch with me. I'll be willing to help you at any time of the day. He slyly grinned at her. This treatment couldn't be finished in just a single session. She's had this illness for years. It will take time to fully eliminate the root of the sickness. Even with his advanced rank dual cultivation art. I will place my trust in you. But don't forget that this is only to cure my disease. I haven't accepted you as my partner or anything like that. Her cheeks turned red. Would it really be so bad to be my woman? Kong asked sincerely. Humph. Fix your perverted personality and maybe I'll think about you as a potential partner. She coldly responded. I'm not perverted. I just love women. My man will only need to love me as his woman. His eyes should only be focused on me. I don't mind a selfish wife. Keep a tight leash around me, and his words were interrupted. Shut up. I'm already embarrassed enough about what just happened. To think a scoundrel like you took my first time. I don't know what I was thinking. She got up and started to walk away. I really do care about you, Lu. I'm serious when I say that. I know I don't usually seem serious, but I do understand when it is time to joke around and when it's time to not. He told her before she went too far. Prove to me, you're worthy of being my lover. She left him off with those words. Knowing deep in her heart that it'll take a miracle for someone like Kong to convince her family. CaptainBoyHole. There was one more pair that I didn't bother to show, and without good reason. It was Wanqing's pair. The guy that almost killed her with SCP-154 and his love interest who almost died at the hands of Wanqing. It was probably laziness, but I can't remember the real reason why I didn't show them. In my notes, I even wrote down what took place with them during the Treasured Plains, but not a single scene including them. Not even at the beginning. I definitely have to give them a major role in the next arc. For those who suggested places, weapons, and martial arts for the Treasured Plains at my request, none of your suggestions have been abandoned or ignored. I tend to want to think of these things for myself and refuse to rely on you guys to give ideas for me. I believe that as a newbie writer I should bring as many ideas and designs to my story as I possibly can. Once a writer runs out of things to add in their own developing story, I feel like you kind of failed in making the story. I want to avoid this for as long as I can, but don't think that just because I don't use your suggestions it means I outright just don't do anything with them. Most of the time before writing a chapter, I always look at the suggestions given to me by fans and readers and use parts of them while adding even more from myself. Or just use the core idea of the suggestion and build around it with my own ideas. So it's always helpful to see you guys suggesting things for the story. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Heaven's angels. I have some news to discuss with you all. Jing announced. All of her followers were gathered inside her home. Now that her identity has been revealed to the elders, it's only a matter of time before their disciples learn of her and her strength. They should know what to expect in the upcoming future and a reminder on what their goal is. Now was the time for them to make their first official step as a group with everyone's eyes on them. My identity has been revealed. Which also means that your affiliations to me will also be revealed soon. No shocked looks on their faces yet. That's good. There's no point for this group to be a secret anymore. Which means we will be earnestly working towards a reformation of the sect while getting rid of all oppositions. Any comments so far? Jing asked. So, are we like going to war with every other faction in the sect? Ying asked. She wanted clarification in simple words. No. That's ridiculous. Ying felt a bit embarrassed being told that so bluntly. In other words, all you have to do is continue following my orders and you will be properly rewarded for your efforts. As your leader, it is my job to help you conquer your goals as you aid me in accomplishing my goals. Of course, Hu Tao and Bing are exempt from this. Jing made sure to state. Don't forget that I own you too. Your wants, desires, and dreams aren't of any concern of mine. But, if you manage to satisfy me with your accomplishments, then there is room for discussion. Hu Tao yawned in response while Bing looked as foolish as usual. He was the only one bowing to her while everyone else was more relaxed. Jing thought it was silly but it wasn't bothering her. She found amusement in Bing's attempts to please her with his servitude. Since no one was speaking, she decided to continue. So, before I send you all out of my house, I want to ask you all a question. Jing smiled. What would you to name ourselves? You're letting us decide. Wan Qing asked, slightly shocked. Jing nodded silently with an amused smile on her face. Hey Jing. I don't really care what we're called, but when are we going to war with the inner faction? My blood is boiling at getting revenge at those assholes. In due time. Just wait for my orders. For now, do as I asked. Jing told him. Let's just call ourselves Jing's followers and get out of here. Hu Tao yawned again. No way. That's not even a good name. Ying disagreed. And you can think of something better, princess. Hu Tao laughed, insulting her. It's 100 times better than your stupid name. And what is it? Give me a second to think. What if we called ourselves Heaven's Gate? Lei Ji suggested. Is the Empress supposed to be heaven? Bing asked. A more fitting name would be Demonic Legion than if we took in Jing's likeness with it. Wan Qing spoke. I'm a demon. Jing smiled. I didn't say that. Wan Qing said. What about Hu Tao's bitches? No, everyone but Jing replied. Hey. What the hell? Here I was trying to be a nice guy and contribute, but you assholes are ganging up on me. No one's ganging up on you. Quit whining like a baby. Ying told him. You're a fucking baby. Now he's throwing a tantrum. Ying laughed. Don't think that just because you got one over me last time, I won't break your ass. Jing is the only reason why that happened. Bring it, you stupid dog. You're not the only one who changed after the treasured plains. What if we called ourselves Nine Heavens Executioners? Bing proposed, strictly staying out of Ying's and Hu Tao's argument. I don't want to be an executioner. How about Heaven's Angels? Lei Ji said in response. That name isn't so bad. Wan Qing didn't mind being called an angel. I'm fine with it. So that's what we're going with. Bing asked for clarification. Ying? Hu Tao? Any thoughts? Lei Ji asked them. Shut it. They replied together. Their argument has reached full tilt. Ying reaching for her sword and Hu Tao's spinning his chain around in his hand. One's face filled with anger and the other with a teasing grin. Jing watched on with amusement while everyone else got out of their way. They could feel the tension rising and the inevitable clash soon to come. But just as Ying was about to leap forward with her giant demonic sword, there was a sudden intrusion at the door. From the door, came 3 disciples who broke the door down with a single kick. No one knew who they were or where they were from, but it seems like they knew exactly why they're here. They wore the standard sect robes that didn't show any affiliation with a specific faction inside the sect. Jing. Come with us. Our leader would like to talk to you. A 6th stage Chi consolidator demanded. And if I refuse? Jing asked, a bit amused by the situation. To think that someone would break down her door and demand something from her. It was so ridiculous that Jing had a hard time keeping herself from laughing in their faces. If this leader behind these clowns weren't stronger than her, Hu Tao will have a few friends to play with soon. I don't believe that I was asking for your opinion. Either you follow us or you follow us. There is no third option. The 3rd stage Chi consolidator added. Alright, since I do find this situation entertaining, I will give you 3 an option as well. Jing spoke to them. Don't get ahead of yourself, little girl. You're just a Chi gatherer. No matter how talented you are, know your place. The 4th stage shouted, the last home intruder. Now follow us. I won't repeat myself. The 6th stage ordered. I won't repeat myself either. So, listen well. You 3 will kneel before me, apologize for breaking into my home, and tell me everything you can about your group. Am I clear? The 3 disciples acted as if they had a hearing problem. Confusion splattered itself all over their faces before quickly turning into disbelief and anger. One even tried striking her after hearing her words. He used a movement art and appeared right in front of Jing's face with his hand raised, intending to slap her across the face. Li Li took a small leap from Jing's shoulder and kicked the man across the face before his palm could reach. He was sent flying outside the door, sliding across the grass out front. This caused the other two to prepare themselves for a fight. But what they actually prepared for was nothing but a one-sided beaten by a single owl. Their attempts to defeat the quick flying bird was pathetic in Jing's eyes. None of them could touch him while he kicked them all outside Jing's house. His attacks rained on them until they couldn't put up a single act of resistance anymore. That was when Jing got up from her chair and walked outside to the badly beaten cultivators. Apology. Jing requested. You don't know who you're messing with. Blood leaked from his mouth. You're gonna regret ever touching us. One of his arms was bent at a strange angle. Humph. Strong spirit beast, but it won't be enough to save you from our leader. This one's head was bleeding. None of those words sounded like an apology to me. What do you guys think? Jing asked her followers. Hee hee. I definitely didn't hear an apology. Hu Tao joined in with a wide grin. If these assholes broke into my house, I would have killed them on the spot. Ying scoffed. It was certainly rude. Lei Ji said. I'm glad we came to an agreement then. Lei Ji, would you mind convincing them for me? If I do it myself, well, there's no certainties that they'll be sane by the end of it. Jing asked. I can give it a try, sure. But I'm not so sure that I'll be able to stop them from. Wan Qing, Hu Tao, protect him. What's in it for me? Hu Tao brazenly asked. If they resist, you can do whatever you want to them. She told him. What about us? Ying asked. Our goal right now is to simply increase our influence. I don't have any specific tasks for you all to accomplish as of yet, but I will let you know when I do. You all can leave. Instead of leaving, they all stayed to watch Lei Ji's interrogation. Jing was also interested in seeing his god's fingers martial art in action. So, Heaven's angels watched the most peaceful man in their group work his magic. A sight that would ingrain itself into their minds for the future to come. This would be his first time trying this, and he planned on doing it right from the beginning. CaptainBoyHole. Starting arcs are always the hardest for me. I have to make sure to properly deal with issues I've brought up or mentioned in the last arc. I have total freedom to go in any direction I very well please, and it's that freedom that kind of overwhelms me. Where should I start? What should I make this chapter on or about? What's the point of the chapter? Does it lead to something more in the plot, or is it just a filler chapter to show the characters' personalities? Those are usually my thoughts when I start on a new arc or finish an arc. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you're not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Sometime with the angels. This will be my first time trying this out on someone. Please forgive me if I make any mistakes, alright? I am not as young as I used to be. Lei Ji chuckled. Don't you fools know you're courting death by messing with us? He spat. With a quick jab of his pink needles, the man lost all feeling within his left arm. The sight of his arm hanging limp frightened him horribly. He couldn't move his arm at all. Not even by surging his chi within his body. Realizing that he couldn't use his left arm anymore, he tried striking Lei Ji in the face with his foot. Hu Tao jumped at the chance to get involved. He wrapped his chains around the 6th stage Chi Consolidator's leg, stopping his foot from reaching Lei Ji. His chain slowly started to wrap around his entire figure along with his two allies. Completely, restricting their movements and attempts of resistance. Now, they were mostly helpless in front of Lei Ji's needles. Thank you for that, Hu Tao. I didn't even see it coming. He let out a breath of relief. Whatever, old man. I didn't do it for you. Hu Tao brushed off his thanks. What are these chains made of? The 3rd stage cried out. How could a pathetic 3rd stage Chi Consolidator like you hold me? The 4th stage disciple yelled angrily at Hu Tao. These chains must be a sky-ranked treasure to render me powerless against them. Just who are you people? The 6th stage asked, slowly realizing that these strange disciples weren't so simple. We're Heaven's angels. Wan Qing was more than happy to announce. She loved the name. Heaven's angels. He rolled the name around in his tongue as if it gave him a bad aftertaste. Try not to move, please. If I miss a chi point while doing this, you might not ever be able to flow chi through that part of your body ever again. Lei Ji asked politely. You're not blind, are you? The 3rd stage cultivator asked. Yes, I am. Lei Ji answered kindly. So, your plan was to torture us for information from the beginning. Letting this blind old man poke, prod, and destroy us slowly until we revealed everything we knew. The 4th stage glared pure hatred at Heaven's angels. My offer was quite merciful, but you refused. Jing shrugged. Ha! You must be joking. You aren't referring to that ridiculous offer from before, are you? You don't seem to understand your current situation, do you? Jing said as if she was talking to a child. What are you talking about? Are you talking about how your entire little group is going to be destroyed by our leader? Because it's going to happen once he finds out we haven't returned. The third stage prattled. Jing found some amusement in his deep trust of this mysterious leader of his. To think that the weakest of these three would have the loudest mouth. I guess they do say that the smallest of dogs bark the loudest. She hoped that he would still be willing to bark some more after Lei Ji is finished with him. Lei Ji! Get to practicing! Jing ordered. He nodded and the needles shined from the sun's rays on them. They looked particularly scary after his warning from earlier floating around in their heads. Could he really cripple them with such tiny silly-looking needles? Who has ever heard of a chi gatherer being able to cripple a chi consolidator? Even the most talented of chi gatherers have their limits. The three cultivators figured that the old man must be spouting nonsense in hopes of scaring them into listening. For a weak and pathetic-looking old man, he sure played a devious front. Lei Ji began practicing his combat martial art. His needle was aimed to pierce through a specific chi point on the third stage's arm, and it would have if the third stage didn't focus his chi into his head and headbutt Lei Ji backwards. He laughed seeing Lei Ji bang his skull against the ground. Did he kill the old man on accident? He hoped so. That's what you get for looking down on me. Fool! He happily boasted. You don't know how happy I am you did that. Hu Tao grinned. His foot slammed upward into the third stage's chin, launching him away in an arc. Hu Tao appeared over the flying body of the youth and dove down, clutching his hand around the boy's throat. They crashed into the ground, bringing up grass, dust, and dirt around them. Once the dust cloud cleared, Hu Tao could be seen with his hand wrapped around the youth's throat. Choking him, he was helpless under his Hu Tao's superior strength. Hu Tao could still see signs of resistance in his eyes. This made him very pleased. That meant he could still dish out a little more punishment. While the third stage was choking, Hu Tao began punching him straight in his gut. Just to add to his hurting. His fist started ramping up in speed when the boy still showed no signs of giving up. Don't kill him now. I still have a use for him. Jing reminded the crazed mutt. The fighting maniac tossed the severely injured third stage over to Lei Ji. If he didn't stop himself now, he would have definitely killed that guy. Having his prey taken away from him didn't make him upset this time around. There were still two others that could try and put up a fight next. Hu Tao greedily stared at the fourth stage and sixth stage cultivators, hoping that they too wanted to put up a fight. Unfortunately for him, they didn't plan to resist after seeing their ally nearly beaten to death. Whatever these chains were made of were too powerful to try and break from. They would be nothing but toys for Hu Tao to play with as he pleased if they tried to resist. Why be beaten half to death when you could simply not be beaten half to death? Lei Ji by now has long since recovered from his head wound. A quick recovery pill from Ying and he was good to go after a few minutes. He started his procedure on the unconscious patient first. It would be easier to work on someone who wasn't aware of what was happening to their body. His needles moved slowly with careful precision. Lei Ji effectively slowed the rate of qi flowing through the third stage's body. This would make it harder for him to perform martial arts and recover qi. And unless he found a person educated on the inner qi system to enlarge his qi pathways, there was no way of him doing it himself. It was because of this that Lei Ji was glad to have this combat art. With this, he could disable and weaken anyone after his life. If they came after him much later, even after dealing with him once, he could easily flee from them in their weakened state. The necessary amount of coins to fix a problem like this wouldn't be available to the common cultivator. They would have to fork out a large sum to have an alchemist or doctor unblock their chi points. It is not an easy or quick process. Lei Ji was rather lucky in obtaining both God's fingers and Blind Man Can See. With his auxiliary art, Blind Man Can See, it is far easier to spot the hundreds of chi points within the body. But just being able to see these points wasn't everything. Lei Ji needed to be able to accurately stab his needles down a certain depth, angle, and with a specific speed. All these would take time to master and perform with great skill. And with the help of these three who broke into Jing's home, Lei Ji got some much-needed experience with his combat art, God's fingers. He made several mistakes with the third stage and fourth stage chi consolidators that caused them both to release blood-curdling screams of pain and agony. In his attempts to fix his mistakes, even more accidents happened. By the end of their treatment, two paralyzed figures laid in the grass with every vein visible, throbbing. They still didn't give up any information or apologies though. I feel like I learned a lot with these two young men. I'm sure I won't make the same mistakes with you. Lei Ji told the sixth stage. The senior who had chains wrapped around his legs and torso bowed before Jing. I apologize for me and my junior's rude actions towards you. We will reimburse you for your door and tell you anything you wish to know. He said with his forehead touching the ground. Lei Ji was slightly saddened he might not be able to continue his practice. He was quite confident this time he wouldn't make a mistake like with the first two. I was enjoying the show quite a bit. Are you sure you want to tell me anything I wish to know? Jing asked, taking pleasure in the whole situation. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. What a shame. She sighed. Alright, tell me the name of your faction, how many members you have, what's your leader's name, his cultivation stage, and who told you about me. We're part of the Crimson Swordsmen. We have over 100 members. Our leader is the talented Hickson, who's a 9th stage chi consolidator. Our leader told us about you, we have no idea where he learned of you from. He willingly spilled the beans. Hickson. Ying had no idea who he was. That name ain't ringing any bells. Must be one of those secretive fuckers. Hu Tao casually insulted. I'm sure Hickson is an inner court disciple that's close to becoming a core disciple. Lei Ji added. That isn't good, Bing said. Humph. Why are you freaking out? It's not like a disciple on his level would personally come to destroy us or anything for these three. Even he has to keep some face. Wan Qing scoffed. And what if he doesn't care for face, Qing? Jing asked her directly. Then we better get ready to die or pray for forgiveness. Logical answer, but not the one I was looking for. Anyway, you all should look out for yourselves. Stay in pairs of 2 if you can help it. There won't be a small number of people after you all now that my identity and strength has been revealed. And come back here tomorrow. I have something I wish to test with you all. Lei Ji, limit his strength and then send them on their way. Jing concluded their meeting. CaptainBoyHole. I just realized where I am in the story, and man, have I been going slow as fuck. Holy crap, have we gotten literally nowhere in this story. I usually think that I'm moving too fast in my stories, so I try and slow down often, but at the rate I'm going we won't leave the sect until chapter 200 or something. I want to know your opinions on this. Am I going too fast or too slow? And should I increase the pace or slow it down? Comment/review on the story, readers, and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Possible trouble brewing? It was the next day and Jing was waiting outside her home with Li Li. Her son was happily splashing about inside the pool of water she made for him. It was a strange but cute sight of the bird playing around in a pool made entirely of water floating in the air. Jing made sure to add some bubbles inside and around the water for him to play with as well. In a few minutes or so, her angels should be showing up soon. It was a funny name for a group like hers. Their images of angels must be different from hers in some way. When Jing thinks of angels, she thinks of winged messengers of a divine being. Messengers being all about righteousness, justice, and goodness. In a way their goal could be twisted in such a fashion, but Jing didn't plan on doing any twisting or turning of what she plans to do for this sect or her goals after that. If anyone asked, she'd choose to tell them honestly or tell them nothing at all. Deep within the inner court, a sly handsome man could be seen with a few disciples bowing their heads to him. Elder. The youths greeted. I doubt you all are aware, but soon everyone in the sect will know of this matter. Have any of you heard of the name Jing? The youthful-looking elder asked. None of the disciples answered. She's one of the most talented disciples this sect has ever accepted, and if unhindered, will become the new sect leader in a few years. He honestly told them. She can't be that talented, can she? One disciple questioned. I've heard rumors of a chi gatherer lately ever since leaving the treasured plains. Is this who you are talking about? Another disciple asked. That's exactly who I'm speaking of. A prodigy of her level has never been seen in the history of the Golden Serpent sect. And there are even talks of the sect leader thinking about personally taking her as their main student. The elder told them. The disciples were speechless at this announcement. Was this girl really such a big deal? What was her background? Did she have a certain special bloodline? Could it be she was from some ancient martial arts family? What sort of background does this Jing hold? I haven't had the time to investigate, but as of now none. Should we deal with her? One disciple asked hesitantly. For now, no. We sit and watch the muddled waters. The announcement of her talent should soon be making waves across the sect and even soon outside the sect. If she survives or proves to be of use to us, we'll make sure to get involved with her. The elder said. Understood. So, continue your training for the grand tournament and stay out of any conflicts involving Jing. You may leave. Yes, elder son. What kind of bullshit are you speaking to me right now? Elder Tao shouted. My apologies, Elder Tao. The disciple smiled calmly despite the spittle flying at his face. This Jing, you spoke of, has no background whatsoever. Then what use are you? Are you telling me she just fell from the sky and was suddenly here? No one just comes from out of thin air. And if you don't find anything about her background, consider yourself dead to me. Elder Tao, please calm yourself. Just because we cannot find any information about her as of now, doesn't mean we won't be able to in the future. The disciple ignored the threat and wiped his face with a handkerchief. Plus, there is no doubt that every elder in the sect is also digging around to try and find out who this Jing girl is. Eventually, something will pop up and if need be, I can take it from them myself. He offered. You may be talented, you fucking brat, but she's on a different level. If we cannot bring her under me then there is only one choice left. A deadly gleam appeared in his eyes. Wouldn't that be considered bullying, Elder Tao? A person of my stature lowering himself to deal with a girl 3 major stages below myself. He wasn't completely sure of his master's intent. Is that brain of yours only for decoration? Why in the hell would I have you go after her? Hire some disciples to make her an offer of coming under me under the pretense of a duel. If she refuses, they'll kill her in the ring. If she accepts, they'll lose. Elder Tao spoke. And I'm to make sure that this hit of yours doesn't come back to us, am I correct? Hat. You know how this works by now. Now get on out of here. By the end of the week, I want no of a dead body or Jing standing here before me. He shoot his only disciple out. Yes, Elder Tao. I'll do my best to produce adequate results. He smiled. A very beautiful man could be seen skipping through the grass. A number of disciples were bowing their heads, not daring to say a word. This feminine man in particular happened to be a powerful elder within the Golden Serpent sect despite his whimsical and girlish nature. Due to this strength, many insults made towards him have caused several deaths once he's learned who spoke of them. Right now, he may look like a silly man dancing through a flower garden. But the strength hidden within his slim and soft-looking body was anything but silly. Hum. He hummed. To think there was such a hidden gem within the pile of trash in the outer court. A girl of her strength absolutely must be brought to my side. A chi gatherer being able to face off against a core stage spirit beast and survive. She must be the only prodigy of her kind within this part of the continent. He cheerfully spoke to himself. None of the disciples said a word. Their master's temperament was not a consistent one. One minute he might be in the best mood, cheerily laughing and joking with those close to him. And the other, he was brutally beating them half to death for daring to speak on something he said. The safest choice these disciples learned was to stay silent and just follow instructions. Elder Tu was one of the greatest teachers within the sect. All the disciples he's taught have become someone great after his teachings. So, even with his dangerous and strange personality, many were still willing to learn from him in hopes of becoming powerful cultivators. The task I have for you cuties is to bring her over to my side no matter what. OOP. Wait, you might get confused if I say it that way. You absolutely cannot hurt or threaten Jingyi. She's too precious and smart to be dealt with by force or with threats. Here, take this juju. He handed a storage ring to the petite girl. This is just a gift from me while this is the actual bargaining resources. Don't use the bargaining gift if you all can get her to agree to the greeting gift. For a chi gatherer of her stage, there is no doubt that she must be lacking in resources. Especially with the way she's so adorably hidden herself all this time. Oh Jingyi. You just have to become one of mine. Elder Tu sung. You all can go now. I have something to discuss with my wife. His disciples nodded and left as soon as he dismissed them. I hope you don't disappoint me, Jing. What the hell is this stuff? It tastes nasty as hell. Hu Tao complained as the yellow bar was forced on his tongue. This is just a countermeasure for the future. Jing explained. And stop complaining. Normally this soap should be in your mouth for an hour or so. You only have to withstand it for a single lick. It still tastes like shit. He grumbled, using his hands to wipe off the nasty flavor of the yellow soap. So, what exactly is it for? Wan Qing asked. Defending against those trying to gather information from one of you and checking for impersonators. Jing answered. If someone was trying to get information about the group out of me, what would happen? Ying wondered. Think of a question they might ask. Jing told her. Who is your leader? Bing asked Ying. Bleeb. She answered. Ying covered her mouth as that one sound took over her entire sentence. She tried saying, Jing is my leader. Only to have her words not come out at all. Her mouth moved like she was saying the words Jing is my leader, but the only sound to come out was a bleep. Bleep. It did it again when she tried saying that she was a part of Jing's group. Whoa. That's kind of funny. Let me try. Hu Tao was amused. Bleep. 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 Okay. We get it. Ying yelled at him. Bleep. Bleep. Princess. Hu Tao insulted. Ying may not have understood what the hell he just said, but she sure as hell knew it pissed her off. Go bleep yourself. She stood up, clutching her fists, ready to pounce at Hu Tao if he said another word towards her. Let's calm down everyone, Lei Ji tried to step in. There's no need to fight over nothing. He tried to reason. There's always a reason to fight, old man. And if Firecrotch wants to go, I'm more than happy to show her how her bleep is worthless against my bleep. He smugly smiled. That smile was all it took for Ying to lose it. She leapt towards Hu Tao with her fists covered in flames. Hu Tao's small smile widened into toothy grin at this action. Everyone watched as the two took part in another fight that could only be broken up by Jing, Li Li, or Wan Qing. If Ying and Hu Tao started to go too far in their fight, that was when Wan Qing would attempt to defuse it by placing them both under illusions. Jing normally wouldn't intervene unless she needed both of their undivided attention. She could tell that the fights between the two were good for their martial arts. Ying was improving bit by bit when she fought with Hu Tao. It was a substantial growth in skill. Too substantial. Here we go again, Wan Qing sighed. Should we come back tomorrow, Empress? Bing asked. There's no need to, but feel free if you wish. Your tasks will be ready in due time. Jing said. Hu Tao and Ying continued their fighting as everyone else left for other matters. CaptainBoyHole. Not much to say about this chapter. I was thinking about releasing another story of mine in development today. I've written up to 12 or 11 chapters so far and I've been having fun writing it. I decided against releasing it today because I wanted to wait until I got like 20 or 30 chapters backed up before I start releasing. Since I'm a lazy son of a bitch, some days I just go without writing at all. I need to write some more for this novel because I think I'm only 6 chapters behind the most recent chapter. And 3 of those are gonna used this week. So I need to get my creative tank flowing to increase that 6 chapters into like 16 or something. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Doing good deeds. Today will be the day. Bing announced loudly to himself. He shot up straight from his bed in nothing but his underwear and promised to start doing good deeds from now on. In the treasured plains, Bing realized that his karmic luck had to be at 0 or below because there was no logical reason why he had to suffer so much during it. The big round disciple wasn't ignorant enough to believe that he was the only one to suffer during the event, but deep down in his heart, he felt that this was the reason why so many bad things happened to him. Once he starts racking up the good points in the eyes of the world, then surely good things should follow. The Empress has yet to give them any tasks yet. Bing knew that this time of freedom wouldn't last for long, so he had to get to work quick. That event from the other day with those disciples breaking into the Empress's home made him understand that in the upcoming future, things will not be easy for their group. From what he understood, the sect now knew about the Empress and her strength. Well, not her strength but her frightening talent. If they knew of her strength, then the Crimson Swordsman wouldn't have sent people with only that much power. Bing got himself ready for the day and headed towards the mission hall. On his way there, he didn't meet any of his allies, nor did he get stopped by anyone wanting to mess with him. This day was already looking pretty good so far. On the mission board where the tasks were hung up for everyone to see, Bing only looked for those that he felt would do good for the world. From what he could see, there weren't any obviously heroic tasks put up. There weren't any villages facing a crisis from a spirit beast or a group of people in need of saving or help. But there were other tasks. Tasks like helping to take care of spirit herbs for alchemists, mining ore for blacksmiths, and retrieving spirit beast corpses in good condition for them to be taken apart and have their materials used for the disciples. He dilly-dallied in front of the board for a while, making his way to the far left of the mission board all the way to the right side. Eventually, he took so long that some people started to complain about him taking up so much space, and one of the disciples working in the mission hall gave him a warning to quickly choose a task and leave. Bing felt wronged by these false complaints. He made sure not to be in anyone's way and not block them from seeing the tasks, but they still complained about him. All he wanted was to find a good task that would definitely be approved by the heavens as something good. These small helpful tasks would probably add to it, but for his first good deed he wants it to be something that would for sure add a good amount to his probably negative karma. There was one particular task that kept drawing his attention, but it was a bit dangerous. The rewards seemed too good to be true for something as simple as this. It wasn't like he needed the rewards, as he still hasn't gone through the middle-ranked spirit stones given by the Empress, but they would be nice to have. Some time ago, Hu Tao told him, Ying, and Lei about how some tasks are actually traps set by other disciples to kill, rob, or capture their fellow peers. Bing's been hesitant since then to accept any tasks from the mission hall after hearing that, but now that he thought about it, taking care of people like that would surely raise his karma. He snatched the task and took it to the counter to officially accept it. The disciple at the counter didn't give him any trouble, and soon he was off towards the immortal forest. The task requested him to enter a den of sharp-jaw wolves and bring back at least a dozen of their bodies back in great condition. The wolves were quite a distance away from the sect, so if he needed to retreat it would take him a while to arrive anywhere near the sect. Another fact that made him suspicious about the task. So, Bing traveled at his own pace within the immortal forest. Many times, beasts tried to attack him on account of his low cultivation stage, only to be devoured by his devil hand. If any beasts were at a higher stage than him, he immediately retreated with Swift Devil, and most of the time this would be enough to lose them. If it wasn't, this was when he used his shield and tired out the beast before retreating or taking advantage of its lost strength and taking care of it with his devil hand. This was nothing out of the usual for those that travel through the immortal forest. Both beasts and humans understood that this was a land of survival. If you were weak, you died. If you were strong, you were fed. About 5 or 6 hours later, Bing finally found the den of sharp-jaw wolves. These spirit beasts were known to be particularly aggressive and ruthless. They only attacked in groups and never split from one another except in extreme situations. This wouldn't be too much of a problem if they didn't all have an especially dangerous biting force. Even their pups had jaws strong enough to crush and snap apart bone. Bing had to be especially careful in how he dealt with these spirit beasts. From what he could sense, this group of sharp-jaw wolves weren't too high in cultivation stage. If any of them were crossed over into the chi consolidation realm, he would have had to give up now. But with most of them being around his stage or lower, he could deal with this much. Bing already made up a plan on how to kill them without damaging the quality of their body too much and how to avoid getting bit to death. "Alright, let's do this," Bing muttered. He was nervous as this could turn badly in only a few seconds. Bing poured his chi into his spirit tool given to him by the Empress. It was a stone disc with a smooth outer layer. The stone disc soon split into 4 smaller discs that floated around him. Each disc responded to his chi and took a surprising amount of chi control to use smoothly. Bing planned to use these discs as a way to improve his control over his chi along with the necklace the Empress gave him. The next thing Bing did was flow his chi through the skull necklace. Around his neck, the eye sockets of the skulls began to light up with a purple light. From this purple light, 4 large skulls made of chi began to circle around his head. With this, the disc, and his shield, there was no way he could be surrounded and overwhelmed by the wolves. Controlling both of these spirit tools was taxing but not impossible. As long as he kept a calm mind, this should be a simple affair. Bing walked right into the den. Once his foot made contact within, his ears immediately caught the sounds of growling. It was too dark for him to see anything inside, so he stepped back out of the den to try and lure the beasts outside. Knowing the nature of the spirit beasts, it would only be a matter of time until they rushed out and charged him for intruding on their home. And just as he thought that, a wolf with a dirty silver fur coat pounced straight towards him. Its jaw was no different from any other wolf, but Bing knew that the bones in his arms would be crushed if they found themselves in between those terrifying maws. One of the skulls rotating around his head fired a beam of chi into the wolf and sent it flying backwards before it could reach him. The fat youth in surprising speed followed up with the attack and snatched the downed animal by the throat. He snapped its neck to put it out of commission before hearing something clang against the stone disc behind him. With a quick look behind him, he saw a wolf shaking its head after ramming against one of the stone discs. He wouldn't be able to kill that one as quickly as the other, forcing him to kick it away flying into a tree. The task said he needed 12 in good condition. How many wolves were there in this den? His eyes rapidly scanned the area around him. There were more than a dozen sharp jaws in this one den. That meant he could surely kill a few of them without worrying about screwing up the task. Despite being 90% sure that this task was a trap, there was still a small hope in Bing's heart that it was legitimate. If it was, he didn't want to fail it just because of his suspicions. CaptainBoyHole. A little mini adventure with Bing for a chapter or 2. Then we'll be back with the main gang again. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. No good deed done today. Bing just got done taking care of the sharp-jaw wolves. His chi was nearly empty but his body was in perfect condition. He downed a chi recovery pill to refuel his chi back to half and took a careful look around in his surroundings. So far, he couldn't spot or sense anyone nearby. If this task from the mission hall really was a trap, then now would be the perfect time for them to attack. As of now, Bing was checking the condition of the fallen sharp-jaw wolves. For those whose bodies were too damaged, he ate with his devil hand. Inside the den, Bing could hear several little growls and see a litter of silver eyes staring at him with hatred. If he wasn't so sure his karma would be reduced even lower, he would take care of the pups as well. Leaving little seeds like that were no doubt bad for his future. No sense leaving a dangerous problem alone when he could solve it when it wasn't dangerous at all. I'm probably overthinking this. They're just animals. He laughed off his unease. Bing gathered the necessary number of wolves with good corpses and took out the capture spell. As he was putting them all into capture beads, he heard a sound behind him. His head instantly swiveled in that direction and his body puffed up with muscle. This lard ass already knew this was a trap. A voice suddenly said. Bing rose from the ground and stared in the direction where the voice came. He could still not spot anybody near him or sense them. He's smarter than he looks. A girlish voice laughed. Not too smart to realize that he's already dead. Just as he said that, Bing could see his vision going blurry. Poison! In the air. The pudgy cultivator covered his mouth and nose with his hand, but it was too late. The poison was already inside his body and he couldn't do anything anymore. Bing fell face first into the ground unconscious as 3 figures came out from the surroundings. To think this fat ass managed to get himself a bounty of 10 middle-grade spirit stones. We can't give him to dark hands for 50 low-grade spirit stones. Isn't it his lucky day to be caught by us? Instead of boiled alive like a pig and used as cultivator ingredients, he gets to be executed by the Huang clan. You sound like a retard. He wasn't lucky at all. If he was lucky, he would have never taken the task from the mission hall. I was just saying. Maybe being eaten alive by the wolves would have been the worst outcome for him. It doesn't matter. Let's tie him up, return to the sect, and get in contact with the Huang clan. They should be eager to get this fatty delivered to them on a silver plate after losing one of their commanders in the treasured plains. It'll be a good way to boost morale again by killing someone who's been a thorn in their side for a while. I'll go to the Huang clan. I'll watch the fatty. I'll cancel our deal with Dark Hands. They wouldn't dare try anything with me. Be careful, Jig. You too, Wolf. Jig said as he disappeared. Don't I get some words of caution too? The young girl of the group shouted. You have to watch over a chi gatherer. What's there to be cautious about, Chin? Wolf asked. You'll never understand a maiden's heart, she pouted angrily. Save the nonsense for later. Let's get going already. Bing woke up with a start after realizing what happened to him. His eyes crazily darted around the pitch-black room he was placed in. The round youth's first thoughts was if he was alive or not. That was quickly answered by lightly biting his tongue. After giving himself a few seconds to recover from the pain, he realized that his arms and legs have been tied together. Both of his arms were tied with a rope and both of his legs were tied with a rope, not his arms and legs were tied up and he was in some sort of pretzel shape. Bing wasn't bendable like that. Along with the bindings, several talismans were placed on his body. He could recognize a few of them. A chi draining spell, a strength limiting spell, and a slowness spell all on his body. Whoever these people were that kidnapped him must not be amateurs. With talismans like these at the ready, they had to have kidnapped all kinds of people. But why hadn't they killed him yet? Oh, you're awake. That's quicker than normal. Usually they'd be out for hours. It was that girl from before he was poisoned. She walked into the room he was in and turned on the light, lighting up his surroundings. They placed him in some sort large empty room. Nothing was inside it except for him tied up in a chair surrounded by big walls and the wooden door leading into the room. The girl in front of him was not anyone he recognized. Well? Aren't you going to say anything? She playfully smiled, knowing he was curious about her and her group's intentions for him. Why have you captured me? He wasn't too sure why they didn't just kill him. Is it because of his connection with Jing or something else? You have quite the hit out on you, Tubby. For just being a chi gatherer, the bounty on your head isn't a small amount. You should be proud. She complimented him. If it wasn't required that you must be alive, we wouldn't have bothered carrying your heavy self all the way from the immortal forest. We would have just taken your head. So, this is because of the Huang clan. Alright. That made Bing less nervous. He already planned to deal with the Huang clan, so this was just another offense to add to the long list of offenses they made towards him. Saying it like that is kinda strange, don't you think? Why else would anyone be after a little chi gatherer like you? She asked. Bing stayed silent at this point. Since she didn't plan to kill him, there wasn't a need to really conversate with her. Plus, she wasn't his type at all. Too childish, thin as a twig, and no chest whatsoever. Looking at her gave him no excitement at all, even in a tense situation like this. Ooh. Giving me the silent treatment, hey? Must be real popular with the ladies, aren't you? She asked, hitting him where it hurts. Chin. I've readied the deal with the Huang clan. Let's drop him off and get our payment. Park spoke. Good. I was getting sick of this Tubby anyway. He's no fun at all. She blew a kiss in his direction and everything got fuzzy again. He's definitely got to figure out a way to combat poison for the future. He should ask the Empress about it when she forces a task on him. Maybe as a reward she could give him a spirit tool that makes him immune to poisons or something. His body might be strong but it wasn't powerful enough to handle poisons, it seems. Wake up, fat ass. Bing felt a sharp slap on his cheek. What's going on? He sat straight up and felt his skull smash against the person that woke him up. Ha ha ha. I didn't think you had it in you. To bring us straight into a fight like this. I don't know how you do it, but you gotta teach me how you get into shit so often. Hu Tao said before running off fighting several cultivators dressed in dark black garbs. Bing. There you are. Get off your butt and start telling us what the hell did you do. Ying grabbed his arm and nearly wrenched it out of its socket by pulling him to his feet. That's what I want to know. I just woke up and don't know what's going on. I only asked you guys for help because I got poisoned and was going to get kidnapped or killed. Bing told her. He messaged the group for help once he realized that he was poisoned back in the Immortal Forest. Dark Hands. Jing's voice caught his ear. Yes. They are a notorious group known to deal in all sorts of despicable acts. Murder, assassinations, kidnapping, robbery, anything for the right price is their motto. Wanqing relayed. So that means Bing wasn't their objective. He just got caught up in all this. Let's get out of here then. Jing commanded as a member of Dark Hands tried to cut her head off from behind. With a leisure block with her hand covered in water behind her head, the sword slash was blocked. In that quick moment of blocking the assassin's blade, she severed his head from his body with a slash of her water-covered palm. Everyone stand around me. Jing pulled out a few movement talismans and everyone but Hu Tao did as she said. What about Hu Tao? Bing asked. What about him? Ying asked back. He's having the time of his life fighting those guys. And fair enough, a huge grin was plastered on Hu Tao's face as he ripped through both the Huang clan and Dark Hands cultivators. I see what you mean, he silenced himself and everyone but Hu Tao was teleported outside Jing's home. Thanks for coming to save me everyone, Bing told them all. If you want to pay me back, cook for Nikong sometimes. Wanqing said before walking off. Buy me something to help me understand fire better. Ying told him. You don't have to owe me anything Bing. Lei smiled. Did I ever tell you how much you mean to me Lei? Bing said with tears in his eyes. Don't act like I was asking for too much. Ying yelled. Of course not. He immediately bowed for forgiveness. I'm not threatening you. Quit acting like I'm going to hit you for every little thing. He stayed silent this time. Next time you get kidnapped make sure to get kidnapped by people with some wealth or background. Now get from my house. Jing said to them all. Yes, Empress. Bing responded as Lei and Ying snickered at how over the top he was with Jing. CaptainBoyHole. I don't feel right leaving you guys off with this chapter on a Friday. It doesn't feel all that interesting. I guess I'll upload another chapter today. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. A small show of power. Have you guys heard what's been going on? Wanqing questioned as she swung her fan towards Ying. I heard that the inner court is going crazy to find some chi gatherer. Ying said as she received Qing's swing with her sword. I didn't hear anything about that. Bing added. Me either. Lei Ji agreed. The elders found out how strong Jing is. Now everyone wants her for themselves or dead. Hu Tao explained lazily. That's basically it. Jing confirmed. There are about 20 disciples watching my house right now. If I leave my house that number would increase to around 50 or more disciples. She informed. Ying and Wanqing immediately stopped their sparring. Letting others know of their capabilities wouldn't be good for the future. Bing, Lei Ji and Ying simultaneously looked around for any signs of the hidden disciples. Only Lei Ji could spot them while Bing and Ying were clueless to where they could be hiding. Hu Tao chuckled at the little chi gatherers while Wanqing was somewhat embarrassed. She didn't keep her guard up. Her butterflies would easily be able to sense the hiding chi consolidators and the core preparation disciples. Should we deal with them? Ying asked, knowing she wasn't strong enough to take on any cultivator higher than a first stage chi consolidator. No. I'll handle it. You all would die trying to face cultivators on this level. Jing said. Except me. I wouldn't die. Hu Tao made sure to tell them. Yeah, you'd probably get sealed inside a formation again. Ying mockingly laughed. Let me see you take on hundreds of cultivators from the inner court, princess. You wouldn't have lasted a second against those fuckers I fought against. Hu Tao bit back. I would have won and avoided getting sealed. Ying boasted. Bullshit. You're talking out of your flat ass. Ying's fist caught fire as she swung it in Hu Tao's direction, sending a wave of flames towards him. He smacked the flames away with his chains and stuck his tongue out at Ying. If Ying lacked any self-control whatsoever, she would have leapt towards Hu Tao right now to pound his face in. But right now, they were surrounded by possible enemies on all sides. It wasn't the time to teach that stupid pervert a lesson. Jing slowly walked into the clearing with everyone watching her. She held out her palm and from it a bubble of water rose. This bubble generated from Jing's chi was being fed chi from Jing's almost bottomless supply, but it never grew larger than a baby's fist. But this didn't stop everyone from being able to sense the large amount of chi within it. Jing was forcibly condensing the bubble into staying this size for a reason. Well, two reasons. One was chi control training and the second was a more personal preference. It looked cuter this way. Jing tossed the water orb far into the sky and softly smiled when she saw everyone's eyes on it. The sphere made it quite a distance in the air before slowly expanding into something resembling a cloud, a water cloud. From that cloud, water began to rain down from it. The rain only rained around Jing's house and the area she wanted. I call this technique, bleep. Jing informed before a faint blush appeared on her cheek. Thankfully, due to her dark skin color no one noticed it. Ah! Jing licked the bleep too and forgot about it. Hu Tao loudly laughed, making the other smile as well. Shut it, mutt. Jing told him before clearing her throat with a cough. I will give you only one chance to come out from your hiding spots. Then I will give you another chance to tell me who sent you to watch me. Jing relayed. There was no response or movement in the surroundings. Don't regret your choice. Jing snapped her finger and multiple cries yelled out in her surroundings. The disciples who were watching found themselves impaled by spears of water. Jing beckoned with her finger and all 20 disciples floated around her with water thorns sticking through some part of their body. All of them were still alive, as Jing intended. Shocking her group of angels greatly. What kind of fucking martial art is this? Hu Tao whistled in admiration. Him, Ying, and Wan Qing were thinking of ways on how to counter such a powerful martial art in their head at the moment. Hu Tao initially believed if he transformed with his chains, he could use his increased speed to dodge the tiny droplets of water, but no. There were just too many, he wasn't fast enough yet. He'd have to use his howling art, demon gods refriging to blast away any rain near him and escape with his new ability or dig underground. Ying trusted that her flames could freeze or evaporate any rain near her. She held out her hand and ignited it with both her normal flame and her mystic flame. Any rain that fell on them, reacted as they should. The rain turned into heated mist or frozen pellets. But the real question was how long could Jing keep this technique up? From what Ying could tell, Jing's chi dwarfed her own. She could probably keep this up for several days without a problem. If Ying had to take on Jing while she was using this technique, she'd have to take care of her quickly. Kill her before her own chi ran out and she had no further protection against the rain. Wan Qing believed that her only chance of surviving an attack like this was by knowing of it beforehand. She'd get caught just as easily as those disciples did if she didn't. But if she did know of it, she could possibly swing her fan towards the cloud and disperse it with the wind. No wait, that wouldn't work. She'd be leaving herself open to an attack if she focused solely on the water cloud. Maybe she could use her wings along with her fan to escape. Force a barrier of wind and air to circle around her rapidly as she flew her way out of the range of the technique. Wait. Wait. I'll tell you anything you wish to know. Please don't kill me. A disciple begged. This nice little act of his earned him an extra piercing through the left side of his abdomen. Jing held her finger to her lips and shushed them all. With this many powerful disciples under her control, there's no way she shouldn't advance in her cultivation art, Empress of Pain's tome. Jing's finger danced in the air as multiple raindrops transformed into sharp spikes that lodged themselves within the 20 disciples. They cried out in horrible pain and agony. This chi gatherer was deliberately avoiding their vitals. She wanted them to suffer. She wanted to torture them in their final moments. The thought on everyone's mind right now was, how could a chi gatherer be so powerful? It didn't make any sense. Heaven's angels watched the happy smile on Jing's face as she had her fun with the men. Hu Tao was amused and thought it was a nice show but slightly disappointed he didn't get to fight any of them even if he didn't stand a chance against a couple of them. Bing didn't think much of it, they were messing with the Empress of all people. He was surprised that her power was greater than disciples at the core preparation stage. You can apply to be a minor elder at that stage and is considered the final step for disciples with lacking talent. Lei Ji wasn't particularly pleased by all of this. Surely there could have been a better way of going about this, but if he was being realistic, even if Jing spared them, the only thing awaiting them was more torture to get them to open their mouths with the truth. Ying and Wan Qing were shocked by Jing's show of power. This was more than they could have ever expected out of her. Ying had no further doubts that Jing could give her the strength she needs to bring her family back to the greatness they once held. She planned to continue to follow under Jing and do whatever she needs for the power she can give her. This whole situation with these disciples didn't really bother Ying too much, something like this was a norm for cultivators. Wan Qing didn't understand Jing. She didn't understand her as a person, as a cultivator, as a girl. That strength didn't make any sense. That terrifying chi didn't make any sense. Her decision to stay unknown before this doesn't make any sense. Where did a person like this come from? What kind of background could produce a freak like this? Is it an ancient bloodline that gives her so much strength? Is it a spirit tool that gives her this power? Wan Qing had nothing but questions, and more questions when it came to Jing. But there was one thing she knew for sure. She wouldn't ever leave this group as long as Jing was still alive. With power like this, it's only certain that Wan herself would grow as well. Normally the strong only care about themselves, but Jing was more than willing to give them resources and tools to increase her followers' strength as well. Wan knew she wouldn't dare give anything valuable to anyone that wasn't her immediate family. Now it's time to wait for the next group. Jing finished tormenting the group of disciples and managed to reach the next stage in her cultivation. Now she could actively regain qi by causing physical pain to her enemies. This along with the previous stage allowed Jing to drain the physical energy of her opponents and restore her own qi by hurting creatures. Getting stronger through the suffering of others. What an absolutely amazing martial art! Jing thought with a more noticeable blush on her face. CaptainBoyHole. Now this is a fine chapter to leave the weekend on. Some nice INTE rations with the angels, with Jing, some nice little action. Very nice. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. A simple hunting task. Bing. You're with me today. Ying decided. I guess my plans for today are completely out the window. He sighed. Lei Ji, you're coming along too. Ying included him as well. I'll help any way I can. Lei Ji smiled. Qing, you can come along too if you want. But you can't come, Hu Tao. I have some training to do today. I can't come with you. She said as she stood next to Jing. I'm coming along anyway. Hu Tao smirked. He wouldn't have come along with the brats if she didn't include that smart-ass comment at the end. But now he's going to do his best to ruin Ying's day. Just because she didn't want to include him. This'll teach her to run her mouth so much. What are we even doing, Ying? Shouldn't we stay put with most of the sect looking at us trying to get as much information out of us as possible? Bing suggested. No way. Ying and Hu Tao responded together. They looked disgusted that they thought of the same reply. Sitting around with our thumbs up our asses isn't going to help anything. Hu Tao commented. And I need to figure out how to open this stupid book already. Ying still could not open the cultivation martial art Jing's gifted to her. Are we going on a task together? Lei Ji wondered. Yeah. I picked out a nice easy hunting task. Ying said. Easy hui. Bing narrowed his eyes at her. It is easy. With all of us together, we should be able to deal with a beast in the qi consolidation stage. Ying was confident in their strength. I'm not helping by the way. Hu Tao made sure to mention. I didn't include you anyway. Why are you still following us? Ying shouted. We're still in the qi gathering stage and you think we can deal with a spirit beast in the qi consolidation stage? Bing questioned, not really expecting an answer but more of a realization on Ying's part. Yab. And that realization was completely missed by Ying. What is this spirit beast we're hunting? Lei Ji asked. He still hasn't yet summoned another beast after Zhairong's passing. Quan took her spot and he hasn't found the strength inside himself to replace her with another. So, for now it's just him and Quan. A fire spirit beast. Ying replied simply. We're going to die. Bing could already tell that it was going to be an incredibly dangerous fire beast. Don't be such a baby, Bing. We'll be fine. Ying believed. If you all die, I'll make sure to find good replacements for you all. Hu Tao comforted no one's worries. We won't die. I got the perfect technique. Ying claimed. Oh yeah, that reminds me. How the fuck are you progressing so quickly? Hu Tao asked. Because I'm a genius. Ying boasted. Bullshit princess. You and me both know your growth isn't natural. I don't know what treasure you found in the treasured plains but the sooner you tell us, the easier it'll be on you. Hu Tao advised. Is it really that easy to notice? Ying asked before regretting saying anything at all. If an idiot like Hu Tao could notice, then of course the rest have already saw through her. Including Jing. Perhaps she should apologize when they come back to her house and she'll forgive her once she shows her what Hao Gang can do. Ying didn't know what else she could do to make Jing forgive her. It's fucking obvious to anyone with two eyes. Hu Tao scoffed. I had my suspicions that it was all the fights you had with Hu Tao that improved your martial ability but, it was just so quick, you know? There was no way you could have stayed as an unknown Qi gatherer with your personality and that skill. Bing added. I had absolutely no idea at all. Lei Ji shared without shame. I just thought you were secretly training without us. Lei had the least martial talent out of all of them. I'll show you guys when we return. I thought I could keep it a secret for a while longer but we will be stuck together for a while. It would be stupid of me to keep it as a secret when I could be helping you guys too. Ying still didn't plan to let Hu Tao inside. If she let that monster inside there was no way she could possibly catch up to him ever in this lifetime. Humph. Good girl. Hu Tao tried petting Ying's head only to receive a powerful elbow in his side, forcing him to clutch his abdomen in pain. Oh yeah, that treasure is something really fucking good. Your hits actually hurt now without needing to use your sword. He smiled. Ying ignored his indirect insult on her past strength. One day, she'll make him take her seriously. Serious enough to go all out against. And then she'll defeat him with all her power and prove that he isn't the top dog of the world. He isn't the only one aiming to be the best in their group. Is this spirit beast in the immortal forest? Lei Ji asked. Kind of. It's on Dead Immortal's cliff. Ying answered. Is that really the name? Bing chuckled. Yeah, it's kind of a stupid fucking name. Dead Immortal? Immortals don't die. Hu Tao agreed. Who cares about the name? Ying responded. It's just silly. Bing kept laughing. Ying secretly agreed with Bing but didn't want to agree with Hu Tao again. The four of them were planning to get there on foot but Hu Tao had a faster way of traveling that surprised them all. Ying, Bing, and Lei Ji happily bounced on top of Hu Tao's white cloud. Ying couldn't help herself from embracing the crazy soft clouds and taking a chunk of it in a hug. Not knowing that she was pissing off Hu Tao by doing this. However, if she knew, she surely would make an even bigger show of it. Which is why he didn't bring it up. This is pretty valuable. How'd you come across something like this, Tao? Lei Ji wondered. Jing gave it to me after completing a task. He replied. No way. Ying exclaimed. Do you think I could ask for this as a reward? She was so excited at the possibility of getting a cloud of her own that she didn't even realize who she was talking to. Seeing her smile so innocently, made Lei Ji's heart warm. He sometimes forgets that these three are still just kids brought up in a world that forced them to kill, fight, and grow just to survive. When he gets children of his own, he promises he'll let them stay children for as long as possible. No rush to grow up, no rush to gain strength, just enjoy themselves and be who and what they want to be. Probably. I don't know. Just stop looking at me like that and quit fucking around with my ride. Hu Tao yelled, disgusted with Ying's friendly attitude right now. They were currently flying through the sky right now and with how much of the cloud Ying was pulling around herself, it felt like they were actually falling down to the ground. This was just his imagination though. When the clouds around them starting to increase in number, they realized it was getting harder to see just exactly where they were flying. Lei Ji gave Hu Tao directions on where to go as the clouds didn't affect his sight like it did the rest. If it wasn't for the old man, Hu Tao was sure that he'd flown them straight into the damn mountain because he couldn't see shit. I'm starting to want one of these too, Bing liked the feeling of the cloud on his ass and skin. Plus, this thing could carry his weight without any issue. Ever since gaining Devil's physique, his weight has been slowly growing heavier and heavier as he trained it. As he is now, his body does not match how much he weighs. Even if he didn't have his round gut and chubby body, he would still weigh more than he looked. Once he reached the advanced mastery in his Devil's physique, his weight would increase 100x-fold and he would gain the ability to control his weight at will. But as of now, he was still at the elementary mastery, not even at the initial mastery that could make his body impervious to steel weapons. All martial arts begin at the elementary realm, then they go to the initial realm, the intermediate realm, the advanced realm, and then reach completion. Bing hasn't gained the necessary resources to properly progress his Devil's physique to the next stage. The view up here is nice but I'm still more of a fan of walking. Lei Ji was very nervous off ground. At the speed they were going, it was hard for him to properly see his surroundings. He could see the outlines of Tao, Bing, and Ying along with the cloud underneath them but everything else was somewhat of a haze. Just trying to lead Hu Tao through these clouds was difficult. In actuality, he wasn't leading him all that much. He just needed to warn him before they slammed straight into a mountainside. That was something he should be able to sense ahead of time. I can't see shit, old man, so make sure you tell me where to go and when to stop. Hu Tao said. Why the hell are there so many clouds? Stop our cloud, Hu Tao. I'll deal with this crap. Ying stood up with some difficulty and nervousness. She wasn't sure how much of this cloud could hold her weight while standing. At this height, if she fell there was only one outcome for her. Hopefully Lei Ji would be able to fish her back up before she fell too far down. If not, she might have to learn how to grow wings real soon. Whatever you say, princess. Hu Tao rolled his eyes and brought the cloud to a halt. Ying pulled out her great sword and faced the infinite sea of clouds in front of her. This cannot be natural, right? Bing questioned. I guess we're going to find out. Lei Ji shrugged. CaptainBoyHole. This is a start of a little mini-arc or mini-adventure with Bing, Ying, Lei Ji, and Hu Tao. I ended up writing way more of this adventure than I initially planned, and at the time of writing this author note I'm still in the process of writing this adventure. So, expect to be with these four for a bit. At first I just wanted a quick little adventure with some of the gang but then realized the delicate situation the Heavens Angels were in and quickly had to change it. With the current sensitive political climate around them, anything they do at DHI time has to be involved with some drama in some way. Anyway, nothing special has been going on with me lately. Same old toxic newbie author going through his final year of college. I usually upload these chapters around 12 AM my time but today I got caught up with one of my fanfic in development and had to release it around 4 AM. It's a Koji fanfic from Naruto that I was doing some research on and lost track of time. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Reaching Dead Immortal's cliff. Ying grabbed a piece of Hu Tao's cloud and tore it off. Hey! What the fuck are you doing? Hu Tao yelled, wrapping his chains around her wrist with the cloud. Ying smirked before tossing the small piece of cloud and yelling, "Eat how?" Her sword's eye opened up and the cloud fell straight into its mouth. It chewed the cloud like a piece of candy and began to transform in front of their very eyes. The giant blade that looked terrifying enough to give both children and grown men nightmares was now something completely different. The eye near the handle of the blade was much cuter in everyone's opinion. Everyone but Hu Tao, who was pissed that Ying's sword just ate some of his fucking cloud. But besides that, the body of the blade was now pure white fluffiness that didn't look like it could cut a leaf. With a light wave of her sword, the hundreds of clouds surrounding them were now under her control. She forced them into merging with Hu Tao's cloud with her chi, clearing up their view and increasing the amount of space on the cloud. Hu Tao released Ying's wrist after seeing this. He could feel his control over his ride increasing because of her. He wasn't going to thank her, but a simple nod was enough to express his feelings. "We have company," Lei Ji informed, looking down below at a group of cultivators. "Do you think it was them that made those clouds? I thought it was just the immortal forest being mystical." Bing asked. "Who else could it be?" Ying responded back. They don't look that strong. Fuck 'em." Hu Tao flew past them. "We are so going to regret letting those guys go," Bing muttered to himself. Lei Ji was glad they avoided an altercation that would have definitely led to bloodshed. Tao probably wouldn't have held back if he asked, unlike Ying. She knew of his general dislike for violence and meaningless death. And she respected it, even if she could never understand it. Tao most likely would laugh in his face. Lei definitely needed to boost his personal strength if he wished to communicate with Tao on an equal standing. Up ahead, Heaven's angels finally saw their destination. A menacing, fear-inducing cliff that nearly rose higher than the giant trees in the immortal forest. Flying spirit beasts of all kinds flew in and out of the cliffside on the mountain. Many of the beasts looked in their direction as they were nearing Dead Immortal's cliff. It would be strange if they ignored them. They were riding a giant cloud straight towards the mountain. A few of those spirit beasts even came to investigate by picking at the cloud with their beaks and talons. Others came to investigate the fleshy humans riding on top of the cloud. And a small number of them were hostile and wanted to eat the humans. For those hostile birds, Lei Ji weakened and paralyzed them with the help of Hu Tao, who caught them with his chains. His god's fingers prevented them from moving around too much, and Bing used this chance to get a quick meal in before they arrive. He plucked the feathers off the birds with his hands and then he went to work on cooking them with some heating talismans. Everyone took part in the eating despite no one asking for any. It was just assumed that since he was cooking, they were taking part in it as well. Bing didn't respond to this. He certainly didn't think he was cooking a meal for himself. Not for a single second did he believe that he was whipping up some food for one. No one noticed a small tear drop from his eye onto the cloud as he was tearing into the deliciously cooked bird. "Where are we landing, princess?" Hu Tao asked, picking meat from his teeth with a bone shard. "Somewhere near the bottom. I saw on the task that it lives underground near lava," Ying told him. A small burp slipped out of her after saying it, but no signs of embarrassment or shame was on her face. "Cute burp, princess." Hu Tao grinned. "Shut up and get this thing moving down," she scoffed. Hu Tao did as she said and the cloud started floating downward at a leisurely pace. "So, what even is this spirit beast we're going to deal with?" Bing asked. "A Flame King Hippo." Bing almost fainted after hearing her say this. "She's trying to kill me. She wants to shorten my lifespan on purpose. She doesn't understand what common sense is," Bing muttered as if he lost his mind. "Quit blubbering, fat ass, and get moving. If you're all going to die, I want to be there to watch it firsthand." Hu Tao kicked Bing into the dark opening in the cliffside. He instinctively balled himself up and buffed up without even thinking. Lei Ji and Ying carefully descended down the hole. Bing fell down while Hu Tao followed Bing's route and just hopped down the hole. Ying and Lei Ji didn't have tough bodies like those two, so they could only progress at a slow and careful pace. Once they made it far enough down into the hole, they could see a red light down below and feel a hot wave of air splash against their face. This was definitely the right place. "If you don't get any realizations about fire during this task, I don't know what will help you," Lei Ji joked. "If I have to jump inside a volcano to open that book, I will." Ying was completely serious. "Let's hope it doesn't come to that for our sake." He was a bit nervous she might invite them to that expedition as well. She didn't respond to that comment, worrying him even further. "Ho ho, look who finally decided to fucking make it. Took you too long enough. Maybe you should ask Jing for something to toughen up your bodies," Fat ass here could survive a fall like that with only a few broken bones, and I doubt he was even trying. Hu Tao mocked. I suppose we could ask. The sect isn't that generous to give us talentless disciples much in terms of resources. Asking Jing for resources after a task could allow us to train both our bodies and qi. Lei Ji reasoned. Where are we? Bing's head spun after his fall. Was he dead? Whose voices was he hearing right now? Did he at least die in a not shameful way? Alright. Now where is this hippo of yours it? Hu Tao asked, completely ignoring Bing. Give me a second. I should be able to find it with my auxiliary martial art. Ying began to utilize the specific breathing patterns within the overbearing amalgamation of flames technique. A warm red-hot aura of qi formed around her body. This aura of hers licked and lapped at the fire qi in their surroundings, getting a taste for the weakest, strongest, and most diverse. Sadly, there was no mystic flames in this mountain, but there was an especially powerful fire qi some distance away from them. Ying led the group towards this source of danger, leading them as a type of sensor or scout for heaven's angels. This place is hot as hell. Sweat dripped from Hu Tao's forehead and down onto his bare chest. I have to agree. Lei Ji weakly smiled. Being on the ground was far nicer than being in the sky. He could sense his surroundings so much more in depth now. Although the heat was unpleasant, Lei could tolerate it due to the comfort in being able to completely see around him again. Being in the sky reminded him of the time when he didn't have blind man can see, his auxiliary martial art. Wait a moment, Ying. Up ahead there's a 9th stage beast at the Qi gathering realm. Lei Ji warned. Ying's body lit ablaze at his words, brightening up the area near them and heating them up even more. I think we should try and deal with this. You should save your strength. Bing quickly said to Ying. Yeah, turn those fucking flames off. It's hot as shit and you want to make it even hotter. Hu Tao agreed. Shut up, Hu Tao. I'm only doing this to save my strength like Bing suggested. Not because you told me to. Ying's flames extinguished themselves as she crossed her arms. I don't really give a damn, princess. I'm just trying to not sweat to death. Bing and Lei Ji stepped forward. The spirit beast had yet to sense them, so they figured they should take the first move. Bing lowered his center of gravity and crouched like a bull ready to charge. Lei Ji pulled out his familiar pink fishing rod and tossed the hook straight ahead behind the boulder the creature was behind. With the sound of a loud screech, Lei Ji pulled in the creature of sizable proportions straight towards them. Whatever it was very hairy and huge. Bing used Swift Devil and charged towards the incoming spirit beast. Haha, show that bitch who's boss, fat ass. Hu Tao cheered. CaptainBoyHole. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you're not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Who is Jing? With his shield aimed in front of him, Bing almost speared himself straight through the beast's torso. The two collided against the rocky formation in the cave and Bing tried to use his devil hand to eat the beast before it could resist, but he underestimated its physical prowess. The spirit beast tossed him away rather easily, only to have Lei Ji and Ying sneak up on its sides. Lei Ji's needle stabbed forward at the same time that Ying's sword came swinging towards the beast's neck. In the dangerous position it was in, it tried roaring out with qi to send them flying away, but the two angels were faster. Lei Ji changed the angle he was previously aiming for, the head, and went to strike the animal's lungs instead. Their combination attack worked and Lei Ji's needles pierced the lungs of the spirit beast, stopping it from roaring out with qi. Ying's attack was blocked, but at the cost of the furry creature's paw being cleaved off by Ying's sword. It yelled out in pain, but the pain it was feeling soon came to an end as Ying's swing wasn't just a normal swing. She used the momentum and heavy weight of her giant blade to slash again as it spun her around after slashing the first time. It was her second style of the giant blade manual, moving with the blade. After numerous training sessions with the shadow in her void world, Ying understood that this style couldn't only be used for defense. It could be used for unpredictable acrobatic unstoppable offense too. A bodiless furry head rolled past Bing's foot, signaling the end of this sudden encounter without any injuries to Heaven's angels. Hu Tao scoffed at their performance but kept his eyes on Lei Ji during that battle. The old man's sense for combat wasn't anything special, but he was probably more dangerous than Ying in combat potential. His qi could barely be sensed by anyone without some talent in sensing the qi of others, along with his surprisingly light steps and quick feet. Once he got in without anyone knowing, he could disrupt their entire body with a single needle. No cultivator is used to fighting with a handicap, and the old man could paralyze one of their arms or legs with a few quick stabs. It wasn't a surprise that Hu Tao was thrilled to see this. He couldn't wait to fight Lei Ji once he got a little bit stronger. Anyone need a beast core? Ying asked. She lightly stabbed into the carcass of the animal and a dark dim red orb could be seen within its chest cavity. Quan would appreciate it. Lei Ji crouched down and pocketed it for his octopus. I'll take the body then. Bing spoke up, his devil hand stabbing into the flesh of the corpse and draining it of all its flesh but leaving the blood and skeleton behind. The blood was sucked into his shield after he dipped it into the puddle of red. Then let's get moving again. Follow me. Ying reactivated her overbearing amalgamation of flames and led the group deeper inside the hot caverns. They traveled in silence with their senses alert for any signs of more spirit beasts. Until Hu Tao decided he was bored and wanted to whistle as loud as he could. But Hu Tao didn't know how to properly whistle, so instead of whistling he was actually just making an annoying noise that heavily grated on the group's ears. Bing knew better than to fall for Hu Tao provocations. It would be similar to falling into a trap you could see a mile away. He just acted as if the sound didn't bother him even though it was butchering his ears. Lei Ji wasn't the type of person to ignore someone. He wanted to teach Hu Tao how to whistle the correct way instead. Nah, I'm good. He smirked as he kept whistling an awful tune. I swear if you don't shut your mouth, I'll shut it for you. At least save this for when we are on our way back. Ying balled her fist. How do I know you all won't kick the bucket by then and I have to return to Jing just by myself? I won't have anyone to annoy then. Except the bitch, but she isn't nearly as fun as you are, princess. Hu Tao complimented. I'm starting to hope I die so I won't have to listen to your shitty whistling anymore. She retorted. Now don't say that, fire crotch. In a few more months you'll definitely become fun sparring partner for me. And in a few years, maybe, just maybe, you could consider yourself my student. He said as if it was some great milestone to become his student. Death is sounding like a better alternative. She snarked. Both Bing and Lei Ji laughed at this as the group arrived inside a part of the cave with a boiling hot lava lake. Lei Ji could see spirit beasts slowly swimming inside the lava as if it was a normal water lake. Ying could sense the fire chi swirling inside these lava beasts. Bing and Hu Tao could only hear the bubbling of lava around them. Neither of them had martial arts for sensing others. Hu Tao's natural instincts usually helped him sense foes for a fight, but in this scenario, unless something was at the 9, 8, or 7th stage of the chi consolidation realm, he had nothing to fear. I didn't know there were spirit beasts that could live in magma. Lei Ji commented. What? Bing's eyes immediately looked at the lava lake. But his eyes couldn't pierce through the orange liquid surface. Yet. They're swimming, crawling, walking down there inside that lava. He informed with a smile on his face. I can't survive lava. Can I? Ying crouched over the edge of the lava pool and focused her eyes down on it. Wanting to reach down inside with her finger to see what happens. Let's test that for another time. We have a hippo to hunt, remember? Bing grabbed Ying from under her arms and lifted her up. Taking her away from the lava lake and making sure to avoid touching her boobs. Surprisingly, Ying didn't say or do anything after Bing's physical contact with her. Everyone expected her to lash out violently or say something incredibly mean, but she only held her sword in front of her face and walked away. Only she and Hao Gang would know of the small blush on her cheeks. Ying herself didn't even expect a reaction like this. Ever since she saved him from the cusp of death in the Great Tower, Ying found herself thinking about Bing more often. It was incredibly embarrassing the things she thought of them doing together. She just didn't understand why she was feeling this way toward Bing. When she pictured herself doing the things she dreams about with Bing with the others, it just feels wrong. Maybe she was sick or something. One of the plants from the treasured plains was still affecting her and she's yet to get over it. Maybe Lei would be able to fix her sickness. He's down there. Ying told them. How do we bring it up to the surface? Bing asked. I think I can help with that. Lei took a squat next to the large body of magma and pulled out his fishing rod. Won't that thing burn up? Hu Tao asked. It's pretty resilient, I've come to understand. He tossed his fishing hook in. Hey. I guess all of our weapons might be similar. Bing tried dipping his shield into the lava only for it to stab out with bone shards and attach itself to his hands, stopping its descent inside. Ow. Okay. You only want to be dipped in blood, I get it. The shield absorbed the blood from Bing and pulled back its spikes. How can you survive lava? Ying asked her sword. He immediately started crying and begging her not to drop him in lava. Shut up. I wasn't going to drop you if you couldn't. Ying lied. She was totally thinking about putting the tip of her blade in the lava and seeing if it could withstand it. I don't do this often, but don't let anyone know your weapons have souls. Hu Tao seriously warned the two. Hey? Why not? Ying asked. The only weapons that are alive are heaven-ranked weapons. He answered. That's impossible, Bing muttered. The Empress couldn't have gotten a hold of 2 heaven-ranked weapons. No one would trust someone with a single heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Not to mention 2. It doesn't matter what background the Empress has, she couldn't have gotten 2 of them and gifted them away as if they were nothing. Bing's mouth moved on his own. Unable to process the information Hu Tao just gifted them. Does Jing know? Ying asked, also taking this seriously. I doubt it. If she did, she would have warned you herself. Hu Tao said. How could the Empress not know? I just don't understand. I can't understand. All this time I've tried to avoid thinking about the Empress's background, knowing that it wouldn't do any good for a simple cultivator like myself with no connections or power. But heaven-ranked spirit weapons. Bing was about to go insane. Maybe Jing isn't who we're thinking she is, Lei Ji brought up. Perhaps she isn't a descendant of an ancient cultivating family, but perhaps an incredibly lucky girl who finds stuff like this on a regular basis. Someone blessed by the heavens in finding valuable treasures without even trying. Lei Ji hypothesized. I guess that could explain why she doesn't know about some things that every cultivator should know. Bing didn't refuse this explanation. I just thought the crazy bitch was abandoned as a baby in the mortal world. Hu Tao shrugged. Or maybe in the eyes of her ancient clan, her talent was considered trash to them and they abandoned her with us. Ying added to Hu Tao's theory. Here he comes. Lei shouted, bringing their attention back to the task at hand. An incredibly thick spirit beast burst through the surface of the lava pit beyond belief. And an insightful thought suddenly rose through the angels' heads. How in the world are we going to fight that thing all the way over there in lava? CaptainBoyHole. We got some theories on Jing's origins in this chapter. We might know that they couldn't possibly think of the real origins of Jing, but what do you guys think Jing's true origins are? Who was she before she was transmigrated in chapter 1? Was she just some lucky smuck a god plucked from walk knows where? Or was there something special about her being chosen and taken to this world? Besides that though, I've been writing chapters every day in an attempt to improve my writing. Not necessarily for this story only, but for this story and the other stories I have in development. Taking a day off of writing will only hurt me, and I try not to skip writing a chapter a day. If you have any suggestions that could help me better my writing for you all, please comment them. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Fighting the Flame King Hippopotamus. Hahaha, you fucking retards. You didn't even think of how the hell you were going to fight this stupid thing. Hu Tao laughed at them without restraint, embarrassing and annoying them at the same time. Get behind me. Bing yelled as he brought his shield forward. Lei Ji and Ying hurried behind him. Lei already unhooked his fishing hook from the hippo's thick hide. The bloody mark left by Lei's hook sent the animal into a rage. It spit a bubble of lava towards the group, which Bing hoped his shield would be able to deal with. Bing used the art of deflection in his shield art manual to handle the lava bubble instead of trying to block it head-on like he was thinking of doing earlier. He did this in case his shield wouldn't be enough to handle the dangerously hot temperatures of the chi attack, along with if he couldn't handle the temperatures either. If his shield got coated in lava, it would almost be the same as him holding lava in his hands. The shield strap was attached to his arm as well, you know. The bubble of lava was harmlessly deflected away from their group and everyone's mind started racing to figure out how to fight this thing while it's submerged in lava. Can you fish it over here? Ying asked. I can try. Lei responded as he sent his fishing hook in a long arc towards the Flame Hippo King. The first stage chi consolidation beast nimbly swam out of the way of his hook, remembering that it was that thing that forcefully dragged it to the surface. Lei never tried fishing for something that wanted to avoid his rod. Seeing the huge creature dodge his hook inspired the fisherman pride dwelling within him. He had to capture this creature with his fishing pole or he wouldn't be satisfied. Lei Ji removed himself from under Bing's protection and added a curve to his throw this time around. The sharp metal hook swung through the air towards the hippo, who decided to sink down below the surface of the magma lake. With a skilled shake of his wrist, Lei's hook changed directions and headed straight down into the lava for the Flame King. Ying could be seen crouched over the lava pool attempting to use her body martial art, Physique of the Inferno, to strengthen her body. Physique of the Inferno allowed Ying to bring foreign fire chi into her body to strengthen it. By strengthening her body with this lava, she should be able to withstand it. Or at least that's what she was thinking should happen. Son of a... Ying's shrill scream after burning the hell out of her hand was overpowered by the sound of the Flame King Hippo's roar. Lei Ji managed to hook it in the behind and was now dragging it onto the rocky land. Everyone quickly moved out of the way of the behemoth so that they didn't get crushed by its enormous weight and size. Hu Tao stared at his allies' battle while hanging upside down on the cave's wall. Ever since Jing gave him that gift in the treasured plains, he's been able to do this along with a couple of other unexplainable things. Something like this could be explained with a special bloodline, but you couldn't gift people bloodlines. As far as Hu Tao knew anyway. You were born with it or you just didn't have one. Watch out, Hu Tao. Bing warned. Hu Tao unconsciously swayed his head out of the way of the soaring hippopotamus. It landed with a heavy crash onto the rocky caverns and Bing and Ying moved in together to deal a blow to the momentarily incapacitated spirit beast. Ying rose her blade overhead and swung down with a mighty swing, splitting the air as Hao Gang came down. Bing leapt into the air with his shield and aimed to crash straight on top of the mammal's head with his heavy weight and powerful physique. Both of their attacks landed but only one did any significant damage. Ying's great sword slashed a deep gash into the side of the beast. One could even see its insides from the wound, but just this single slash wasn't enough to take out the Flame King, who erupted in magnificent flames after being wounded by Ying. Bing was blown away by the force of the fire while Ying contested with her mystic flames, the frost flames. Lei Ji hooked Bing's shirt before he could take a dip in the lava lake for himself, saving the round boy from a terrible, agonizing, slow and painful death. Thanks Lei, sweat dripped from all of his pores. Don't forget it's a chi consolidation beast. It can project its chi at a range at that realm. He warned. Yet, no kidding, Bing had no way of hurting this beast at his current stage. A 6th stage chi gatherer attempting to take on a 1st stage chi consolidator in any form would be seen as insane. Bing didn't understand why Ying thought they would be able to take on this spirit beast with their pitiful strength. A 6th stage, 7th stage, and an 8th stage chi gather going against someone in a higher realm would only be subjecting themselves to death. She must have had a plan, right? It was at this point that Bing felt like curling up into a ball and rocking back and forth. It was Ying he was talking about. Of course, she didn't have some plan for if they couldn't take down this hippo. The thought of failure must have never crossed her mind. He should have been smarter than to leave the planning of this task all to Ying. Just trusting her blindly like that was going to get them killed eventually. Let's calm down for a second, Bing. That injury Ying gave it looks pretty bad. If she could do that a couple more times, there's a chance that it could die. As long as I protect her, we should be able to slowly kill this thing. Bing slapped his cheeks hard, causing them to jiggle. It was do or die time. Ying's frost flames didn't do as well as she thought they'd do against the Flame King's fire. It was taking most of her chi just to resist being blown away just like Bing. The remaining portion was used to try and freeze the hippo's huge body to no avail. It was better than her in both chi quantity and strength. While this situation was bad for her, it was also great for her at the same time. Ying stopped trying to cover the spirit beast in her frost flames and instead attempted to try and channel her auxiliary art. Her entire goal for accepting this task was to try and understand the nature of fire better. What better way of understanding fire was there than to directly taste the flames of the Flame King hippopotamus? Your fire is mine! Ying yelled proudly. The bright red aura covering every inch of her body lapped, slurped, and tasted the flames coming towards her. If there was some secret inside these flames or in the way that they were used, then Ying was definitely going to find out. Her skin heated up and started to burn from the contact with the Flame King's fire, but she didn't stop her auxiliary art. She saw Bing about to come towards her but stopped him with a wave of her hand and a glare. Just wait a couple more seconds. The flames started to consume her as she devoured the knowledge hidden within the flames. Sorry about this, Ying. Bing used Swift Devil and grabbed Ying before all of her was burnt to a crisp. The two of them traveled across the other side of the cavern and managed to avoid being burned alive. A tuft of Bing's blue hair caught fire, but the damage to Ying's body was more important than that little flame. It looked like whatever she was doing distracted her from the pain her body was going through because she still hasn't processed the burns going up and down her body. She just looked down and realized the extent of her injuries. Bing's ears were momentarily blown out from Ying's scream of realization. With his face scrunched up in pain, he fed Ying an excellent grade recovery pill as she was screaming. This stopped her screaming for a moment and then Bing looked into her eyes. She looked back and he only had one thing to tell her. Please heal up before I die, alright? Me and Lei can't kill this thing without you. I'll try my best to distract it and stay alive, but you have to kill it. Bing was too distracted to see the blush on Ying's face. This isn't the first time he had to stall a spirit beast after Ying was injured from it. He laid her down before she could say anything and headed straight towards the Flame King hippopotamus, leaving her unable to protest or complain about anything. Ying wanted to tell him that she was fine and could still fight, but after feeling the injuries to her body, she'd only get in the way. The recovery pills numbed the pain quite a bit, but it wasn't enough to allow her to get back into the fight. Damn you, suck-ass princess! Hu Tao suddenly dropped down next to her. She groaned loudly before telling him to go away as loud as possible. You only landed one blow on the fat shit before almost dying. That's kind of fucking sad, don't you think? He continued despite her protests. If it was me out there, I would have kicked its ass before it even knew what was happening. Hell, in the lava or out of the lava. It would only be able to die against me. Even if I restrained my chi to the 8th stage like you. He didn't let up, forcing Ying into concentrating all her power into recovering so that she could get away from Hu Tao, who only wanted to rile her up and mock her. I wish the worst for you, she cursed. CaptainBoyHole. Sorry that this took a bit longer to release today. My Wi-Fi went out when I usually post chapters for the day. I'm thinking about releasing another story alongside this one during the week or weekend, but I'm not sure if I should do that. I'm the type of guy who gets bored doing the same thing day in day out and need a little spice every now and then. Which is why I have more than a dozen stories in development that I frequently write chapters for when I'm not writing a chapter for this story. The main thing is once I start regularly releasing another story, I'll have to give it the care and time that I do for this story as well. Which means more work for me. And I'm sure you all know how lazy I am because of how often I tell you I am. Normally this wouldn't be a problem if I was the type of writer who knew exactly how his story was going to progress. The beginning, middle, and end. The thing is, I'm not that type of writer. I'm the type of writer that thinks of a cool story premise or uncommon story premise and immediately start writing. I have no idea where I'm going to go and a vague general idea of what I want to focus on in the story. Since this rant is getting a bit long, I'll shut up and maybe talk about this boring crap a different day. For Wednesday I'll maybe talk about some of the stories I have in the works if you guys are interested. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Defeating the Flame King Hippopotamus. Bing and Lei Ji stood side to side as the Flame King Hippopotamus glared at them. It was mostly glaring at Lei Ji, but from time to time it glanced over to Bing. Not that he's done much of anything to deserve such a scowl. He's been tossed around by the thing more than he has actually hurt it. And the only way he was going to hurt it was if the tongue of his devil hand managed to pierce its skin. But the problem was that just getting close to that steaming pile of pure hotness wasn't possible unless he wanted to turn out like Ying over there. How are we going to handle this? Bing asked honestly. I know as much as you do, Bing. Lei also responded back honestly. We're so gonna die. Bing's skull necklace lit up as he drove his chi inside it. 4 skeleton heads rotated around him and stared directly at the hippo with their purple glowing eyes. From their eye sockets beams of chi shot towards the spirit beast. None of the shots did anything to the animal's thick large skin. It mostly just made it angry. Angry enough to start charging towards them. Normally at this point when a beast was charging towards Bing, he would ready his shield and prepare to take them head on. This wasn't one of those moments. Run! He yelled. The two of them ran in opposite directions inside the caverns, forcing the hippo into choosing which human it wanted to kill first. Not surprisingly, it chose Lei Ji. Lei Ji's movement art, Xiangqi, helped him in speedily retreating from the beast's charge. Lei knew he was by far the weakest in their group if you were comparing body strength. He wouldn't survive a single hit or lick of fire from the Flame Kings without perishing instantly. There's not much room in here for me to constantly be on the move, Lei muttered. He jumped into the air and tossed his fishing pole towards the big hippo. It remembered the last times this hook came towards it and responded not so kindly when it saw it coming again. Flames exploded around its figure and it roared, sending those flames directly towards Lei Ji. There was no chance of him avoiding this. His mind raced to think of a solution to save himself, but nothing came to mind. Perhaps jumping wasn't the correct choice in this situation. Art of deflection. The concentrated mass of flames were sent straight down into the lava pool to their right. Bing gritted his teeth, expecting to feel a sudden increase in temperature on his shield arm. The bone shield stayed the glossy flawless white shade of color it has always had instead of a deep orange like he thought it would turn. Maybe this thing is more resistant than I thought it was, Bing muttered to himself. Slowly confidence trickled into him. A nervous smile started to appear on his face. Follow me. Bing used Swift Devil and charged straight at the king hippo. He rose his shield to knock it across the face of the animal. It showed its yellowish terrifying tusks it has for teeth in an attempt to intimidate Bing. His response to this intimidation was a powerful blow to the side of its head with his shield as his skeleton heads continued to fire useless chi attacks. Just like it before, it didn't seem to do any damage, but this wasn't Bing's goal in the first place. It was actually Lei Ji he was waiting on. I got it this time. Lei yelled. His fishing hook soared past Bing's head and stuck itself in the head of the Flame King. Bing jumped away before the first stage chi consolidation beast could do that fire explosion thing again and let Lei Ji handle this beast. Everyone watched as Lei Ji used the anomalous properties of his fishing rod to lift, pull, and throw the Flame King hippopotamus all around the cave. He smashed it into the roof of the caverns, onto the rocky walls, boulders, anything that wasn't the lava lake. Bing, Ying, and Hu Tao saw his tactics were working. The spirit beast couldn't do anything to resist Lei Ji's fishing rod besides shoot out fire from its body. But even that wasn't enough to stop him as his refined fishing pole was resistant to the extreme heat given off by its flames. Bing stood in front of Lei to defend against any stray flames that managed to make its way over to him. Whatever strange ability that gave Lei's fishing rod to pull up any beast no matter its size or strength made it seem like the past several minutes of them struggling pointless. He was beating the hippo just by using its own size against itself and Ying's wound from earlier that only became more agitated by his moves against the beast. The gash slowly ripped open more and more until its internal organs started to spill out from the injury. By this point everyone understood that the fight was already over and they just had to wait for the remaining vitality of the Flame King to die out. And until Lei Ji heard the creature's heart stop beating, he wouldn't stop smashing it into the surroundings. Sensing that the fight was over, Bing walked over to the recovering Ying and chatting Hu Tao. How would you handle being hooked by the old man? Hu Tao asked her. He knew how he would handle it. Seeing that resisting against the pull of the hook and line would be basically impossible, Hu Tao would attack Lei Ji himself while he was hooked or try and rip the hook out of his body. The first option would be easier because of how weak the old man was. All it would take was a slap across the face with his chains and his neck would snap. Don't get hooked in the first place. Ying responded. Hu Tao felt like groaning to that answer. I said if you got hooked. Not what would you do if his hook was coming after you. Hu Tao restated for the dumb noble. None of your damn business. Ying yelled. She didn't like his attitude. If she was to seriously answer him, she'd probably tear whatever clothes got hooked by him apart to free herself. If he didn't hook her clothes for some reason and he was going after her seriously, she'd use her frost flames on his hook. The icy blue flames would race across the line of his fishing pole and eventually make their way to Lei himself, freezing him solid in no time. Unless he dropped his fishing rod in time, but then all she had to do was beat him before he could try his god's fingers on her. Bing would just use his shield to block. Him and Lei sparred several times before and already tested if he could hook through his shield or not. The sharp part of the hook bounced off his shield and that was that. After that day when they sparred, he tried hooking part of his clothes instead of aiming for his shield. It's dead now. Lei shouted to them, very worn out after all the fighting he just did. Ying bounced up and excitedly made her way over to its carcass. Her dainty thin fingers dug through its fat internal organs for the shiny red beast core hidden deep inside its body. It only took her a single second to start absorbing the fire energy concentrated in the Flame King hippopotamus's core. Several minutes went by before Ying reopened her eyes with a beautiful smile on her face. She brought out the Goddess of Calamity's fire art from her storage ring and immediately tried opening it. The book easily allowed Ying entry to its first page. Ying's eyes lit up like the night sky seeing that she could finally open the book. But soon that joy, excitement, and anticipation was extinguished once she found out that she could only view the first chapter of the Cultivation martial art. She couldn't turn past that chapter even with all of her strength. Well. Looks like today's adventure was a success. Lei said, coming over to the rest. Yeah. Thanks everyone. Except you, Hu Tao. Ying glared. Hey, I helped. If it wasn't for my cloud, it would have taken you kids weeks to get to this mountain. Who are you calling a kid? How old are you? You can't be that much older than us. You'd like to know, wouldn't you, princess? He smirked. Quit acting like you're the most mature just because you're a little bit strong. Strength isn't everything. Ying lied, knowing that strength was everything. Hu Tao only burst out laughing at this remark. Shut up. Let's just get out of here already. Next time you can't come no matter what. Ying told Hu Tao. I'm coming no matter what next time. He assured her. I'm going to pick the most boring and tedious task in the sect if you do. I know how bored you get not being near any fights. A threat like that won't work on me. Like you of all people would pick a boring task. If it was Fat Ass or the old man that said that, I'd believe them. They aren't like us. Hu Tao told her. I'm nothing like you. Ying growled. Being in denial isn't going to prove me wrong. He grinned. Your face is in denial. Just shut up already. Ying angrily hopped up the hole they came from. Running away from your problems won't help either. Hu Tao yelled upwards as he followed close behind her. In the next second they saw Ying's fist covered in flames heading straight for Hu Tao's face. I'm surprised it took her so long to explode. Bing quietly spoke to Lei. She's really making progress, isn't she? Lei was proud of her. A couple months ago, it'd only take one insult before she tried killing him. Bing remembered. I can't wait to see the day she learns to completely ignore his taunts and insults. Lei smiled. Well, I don't know about that. Bing didn't hold as much faith as Lei did in Ying. You'll see. He was confident for some reason as well. Well, if you think so. Bing shrugged. Heaven's angels spent a couple more hours inside Dead Immortal's cliff before making their way out.